The story begins with the shocking event of the dean being shot in the head, leading all the teachers and students of the school to be transported to the realm of the main god. The protagonist, Shou, who has awakened fragments of future memories, along with his classmates, must traverse through a series of bizarre worlds infused with elements of the Cthulhu mythos. They are tasked with understanding the diverse rules of these realms to collectively complete missions assigned by the mushroom, striving for survival through unity and mutual assistance while exploring the truth behind their existence. Faced with the choice of either destroying or balancing the world, the brilliance and darkness of human nature are vividly revealed amidst the existential crisis of the apocalyptic landscape. The truth lurking behind the world, the origins of the mushroom, and the significance of arriving in the apocalypse gradually unfold with the progression of the narrative. Chapter 1. Arrival. Oh no. The dean has been shot. On a scorching summer day, at Zhangzhou 8th High School, Class 3, Year 1, there exists a few VIP seats in every school, most located near the trash bins at the back, with a select few by the teacher's desk. This moment, for students occupied the seats beside the bin, each engrossed in their own activities. Among them was Zhu Huang, who slept through class, a gaming enthusiast who stayed up all night playing video games and spent his days napping, often seen in a perpetual state of slumber. Another was De Gear, a 16-year-old with a prematurely aged appearance reminiscent of someone in their 30s, a javelin thrower whose academic performance consistently landed him at the bottom of the class rankings, having entered Zhangzhou 8th High through his athletic prowess. Then there was Niao Wang, reputed for his astonishing ability to urinate for an impressive 1 minute and 45 seconds. His high school idol, though the author advises against imitation due to health risks. He was an avid reader with grades that typically placed him just above De Gear. Finally, there was fitness brother Li Shou. Li Shou's presence in the VIP section was not due to poor academic performance, but rather his dedication to physical fitness. Even during class, he exercised with grip balls and strength sticks, impervious to the teacher's pleas for him to cease, ultimately relegated to squatting in the back row. Hey, Li Ge, stop exercising. The window. The window. Niao Wang nudged his elbow as Li Shou was stretching. Li Shou looked up to see a face pressed against the back window. A dean, who was peering in to monitor the classroom. You lot, come out. Despite Niao Wang's warning, the group was caught in the act by the dean. Reluctantly, they stood up, attempting to rouse Zhu Huang, who remained oblivious. Just as the dean was about to unleash his fury, a shadow flitted past, and the dean's furious expression was forever frozen in shock. The previously spotless window was suddenly smeared with a gruesome mixture of red and white. This shocking turn of events rendered Niao Wang and De Gear speechless. They shook Li Shou's arm, asking, "Did you see that?" "Yes, it's not a dream, it's real." Li Shou's eyes widened as he glimpsed through the blood-streaked window a gigantic lizard-like creature feasting on the dean's remains. "It's exactly as I envisioned. This isn't a dream." His fists clenched, a mix of fear and exhilaration surged within him. "This time it's real." Ha ha. When he turned to the back row, he noticed the bloodstains on the window. A moment ago, the classroom had been serene. Now, it had devolved into a scene of carnage. The creature, with remnants of the dean's suit pants still hanging from its jaws, surveyed the room with its crimson eyes, seemingly on the hunt for its next prey. This horrifying sight petrified everyone, including Zhang Ming, a young teacher who had only recently entered the workforce. Help. The timid screamed, while the bold questioned the authenticity of the lizard monster. "Don't go." Li Shou urgently called out to stop them. Ding Dalong did not instantly succumb to his injuries. Instead, he incredulously glanced down at the wound on his abdomen and the blood seeping from it. Touching it with his hand, he confirmed it was warm and real. The scent of blood permeated the classroom. Screams drowned out the cries of panic. The students, unaccustomed to such horror, instinctively sought to flee, but a commanding voice halted them. "Stay where you are," Li Shou shouted as he gazed out the window. Outside, the sun blazed with an almost surreal intensity, its rays blinding, and the heat so intense that the ground seemed to shimmer. Within the school grounds, numerous strange beasts had already infiltrated. Venturing outside would mean certain death. Recalling the dreamlike scenario, Li Shou took out a compass and dragged it across the glass, creating a piercing sound that startled the creature feasting just outside. The beast displayed signs of agitation, instinctively trying to escape. However, the noise generated by Li Shou alone was insufficient to drive the creature away, prompting him to call upon his classmates for assistance. "Everyone, follow my lead." Yet, the team was paralyzed by fear. rendered incapable of action aside from cowering or fleeing. Useless. It was then that Zhu Huang, having awakened at some point, picked up the compass and began scraping the shattered glass beside him. "Don't let me down, De Geer," he urged, rallying the others. Oh, De Geer, startled into action, joined the effort as the three generated a high-frequency sound. This noise seemed to disorient the creature, which shook its head and retched in a manner reminiscent of a cat about to vomit before hastily retreating. Calmness returned to the classroom. Shou disregarded his classmates and, ensuring the hallway was safe, stepped out of the classroom to survey the scene beyond. Their class was on the 5th floor, providing a clear view, but as he gazed into the distance, the familiar snack street from his memories had vanished. In its place loomed a desolate, apocalyptic city. Moreover, judging by the architectural style, it bore no resemblance to anything originating from Earth. Adjacent to this desolate city were numerous abandoned schools, some appearing ancient while others looked relatively new. Yet, without exception, these schools reflected the architectural style of Earth. They were not the first to arrive in this realm, nor would they be the last. Countless schools and students had likely already been entombed here. What a bizarre sight. A calm voice broke the silence. It was Zhu Huang. He too was gazing into the distance, ultimately concluding, "It appears to be a collective traversal." As they remained transfixed by the view, a loud rumble echoed at the school entrance, and a massive jeep rolled and out a group of strangely dressed, masked humans armed with heavy weapons emerged. Without uttering a word, they unleashed a barrage of fire upon the surrounding beasts with their oversized firearms. Under the impact of the heavy-caliber weaponry, the creatures were swiftly dispatched or driven away, leaving only humans in the aftermath. "Everyone downstairs, assemble," commanded the leader of the group, his Chinese heavily accented yet intelligible. "Listen closely, I will only say this once. The building will be blown up in 10 minutes. Chapter 2. The Weak and the Strong. What shall we do? Zhu Huang gazed at Li Shou, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented clarity. In truth, Zhu Huang was an exceptionally intelligent individual. Even though he dozed off in class daily and merely crammed before exams, he consistently ranked among the top 3 in his class. His inclusion in the notorious trash can F4 was solely due to his habitual slumber affecting the studies of others, prompting some teachers to harbor disdain for such a clever yet indolent student. "Listen to me, go down, assemble," he commanded. "What about them? All of you down." As they conversed, the two turned and entered the classroom, approaching the podium. "Everyone, head down to assemble. You heard the commotion below. If you don't, the building will explode." Transitioning from panic to fear, the students regained their capacity for rational thought. Yet, sometimes, this restored clarity can lead to foolishness. The speaker was a troublemaker in the class named Ma Nanjing, who hailed from a wealthy family and had secured his place in the 8th school through connections. Is it really an explosion just because you say so? Even if some beasts from a zoo or laboratory have invaded, we still live in a society governed by law. Do we not? Then you may choose not to go down, Li Shou replied, eyeing the individual. When the time comes, don't say I didn't warn you. In a society ruled by law, right? Call the police. The English teacher hastily pulled out her phone, only to find the signal non-existent. Attempts to dial for help or seek assistance online proved futile. "Everyone, please head down," Li Shou urged once more. Yet the crowd remained unruly and indifferent. "Let them perish," Zhu Huang murmured beside him. "Time is running out." "No, they are still of use. According to the clues from the dream, these individuals are invaluable in the early stages of the mission. A task is nearly impossible to accomplish alone without assistance or expendable resources. Thus, Li Shou continued to persuade them, targeting the teacher, who served as the group leader and whose usual thought patterns had yet to be disrupted. Her words still held sway. Listening to Li Shou, Zhu Huang approached the teacher and began to offer careful counsel. His eloquence soon led Zhang Ming to organize the students to descend. They were the first class to make it down. Upon reaching the playground, Li Shou looked up at the sun, feeling as if he were being scorched on a fiery furnace. His skin quickly reddened and burned, yet their prompt descent caught the attention of the leader. The foremost figure, a towering woman exceeding 2 meters in height, wielded a firearm as she approached the line of frail humans, scrutinizing them before nodding in approval. "Excellent compliance, Wolfhead. Increase their group score by 1. Understood, Captain." A burly man behind her produced a black box to record the score. "Hurry them down. Those who refuse shall be executed on the spot." "Yes." The individuals disembarking from the jeep dispersed, commencing the clearing of the campus. 10 minutes later, everyone was driven down and assembled in the playground. Follow the vehicle to the training ground. Upon witnessing the orderly formation, the female leader wasted no breath and prepared to depart. At that moment, the principal emerged. Unlike the rotund head of the education department, he was a thin old man with a commendable reputation among students, albeit somewhat rigid in demeanor. "Who are you? Where are you taking us?" The old man's frail body and the students' rebellious spirit shattered in that instant. No one dared voice their questions any longer. Like sheep herded by a shepherd dog, they followed the jeep away from the school. Upon exiting the school grounds, the students beheld the dilapidated streets in the throngs of people. Most bore swollen faces, their features indistinct, yet they were robust, akin to beasts. The surrounding buildings were largely in ruins. Along the way, Shou witnessed individuals brawling over a filthy rodent-like creature. Others resorted to violence over a mere sip of polluted water. Regardless of their ferocity, upon encountering the leader clad in distinctive camouflage, they instinctively stepped aside, clearing a path for the procession. Was all of this real? Though filled with dread, some still doubted the authenticity of their surroundings, wondering if this was merely an elaborate prank. Despite their skepticism, no one dared to risk testing the truth. After hours of marching, they arrived at a massive enclosed circular structure resembling a sports arena. As the colossal iron gates closed, all became isolated from the outside world. Find your rooms. Organized by class, familiarize yourselves with the environment. Training assessments will commence tomorrow. With that, the leading woman departed, leaving the group engulfed in utter chaos. As the noise subsided and after confirming the reality of their situation, they began to congregate, deliberating on possible solutions. Unsurprisingly, Shou found himself surrounded by the trash Knef 4. What shall we do? We must comply with that woman's instructions. We lack the capability to resist. With so many of us, if we act together, the self-proclaimed king of urine attempted to voice his opinion, but was promptly interrupted by Zhu Huang. That's futile. Even without weapons, 100 of you wouldn't stand a chance. What do you mean? I observed the shoe prints of those armed individuals alongside my own. By calculating the depth, their weight ranges between 400 to 800 G. These individuals are far from ordinary humans. Right, Shou? Indeed, our foremost priority is to eat well, rest adequately, and comply with their demands to complete the assessments. Now, let us locate our rooms. Within the vast, enclosed training facility, the four of them strayed from the main group. They first circled the perimeter to familiarize themselves with the layout, subsequently discovering the accommodation area. In this section, massive rooms resembling cells stood side by side. Each room could house dozens, yet the facilities varied drastically. Some rooms were completely bare, others boasted only basic bedding, while a select few offered not only soft beds, but also bathrooms and training equipment. The disparity was astounding. Just as they began to discuss their findings, a group of towering upperclassmen barged in, eyeing the luxurious quarters at the end. "You lot, get out. This room belongs to us." These individuals were clearly seniors. Some of the late-developing first-year students resembled middle schoolers, while others, having matured earlier, appeared nearly adult-like. "Shall we concede?" Zhu Huang stepped aside, glancing at Shou. "We cannot allow it. There is only one dormitory with a fitness area, and it is crucial for me," he replied, raising his head to face the seniors. This dormitory was discovered first by Class 1 and 3. Chapter 3, the figures outside in Class 1 to 3, amidst laughter, I lunged at Shou, delivering a punch straight to his face. Years of combat training enabled Shou to swiftly evade, bending low to strike his opponent in the side. With just one blow, the immense pain inflicted by his explosive fist left the adversary curled up on the ground. Does height truly offer an advantage? He then plunged into the crowd, effortlessly dispatching several upperclassmen, demonstrating the dominance of a trained fighter over novices. He had thus asserted control over the dormitory. Everything here was a matter of contention. While competition did not guarantee success, the absence of it assured failure. A few upperclassmen gradually rose from the ground, their innate tendency to bully the weak prompting them to hastily flee the scene. I decided to gather everyone from the class, knowing that once they were all firmly in place, it would be difficult to drive us away. Zhu Huang, observing this, smartly went to summon others. As he predicted, most students had yet to endure the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world. Even when competing, it remained within a limited scope, much like the seating in a library. Once occupied, it was temporarily claimed. However, as everyone settled in, the daylight began to fade. The ambience synchronized with Earth's time. Zhu Huang glanced at his watch, calculating the hours, while the training ground's loudspeakers blared ominously. At night, the outside is dangerous. Under no circumstances should you venture out. The message was reiterated multiple times. Soon, Li Shou noticed some staff members from another realm beginning to withdraw, prompting him to swiftly close the doors and windows. Darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. The night in this foreign world was eerily serene, almost hauntingly silent. Li Shou leaned against the window, gazing at the inky fog descending with the night, through which indistinct shadows swayed mysteriously, eluding clear identification. In stark contrast to Li Shou, most people, after a day of turmoil, were utterly exhausted. Some even grumbling about their plight. Why haven't we been given any food? Do they want us to starve? Ma Nanjing stood up, inquiring of his peers. In reality, he was accustomed to a life of luxury, and after a half-day without food, he felt ravenous. He began rummaging through a female classmate's backpack, finding no food but discovering several bottles of water. Without hesitation, he attempted to unscrew the cap, only to be stopped by someone. It was Zhang Meng, the English teacher. Return the water to Ren Qianqian, she commanded. How absurd that, in such dire circumstances, she still clung to her authoritative demeanor. Even if we could get out. My father knows people in the Education Bureau. I could make your life difficult, believe it or not. Ma Nanjing's words evoked a moment of hesitation from Zhang Meng, who, despite having come from a civilized society, instinctively feared authority. Yet, a subtle sense of teacherly ethics prevented her from relinquishing her grip on the water bottle. Return the water. Fine, fine. Although Ma Nanjing was domineering, he had not fully embraced the apocalyptic atmosphere. With a disdainful pout, he released his hold. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Outside, the female team leader's voice called out, "Open the door. Food has arrived." Food. Hearing this, Ma Nanjing quickly rushed to the entrance. And he was not alone. Everyone stood up, drawn to the door. Everyone was hungry, especially after walking several hours from school to the city center. A significant exertion for ordinary individuals. However, just as Ma Nanjing was about to open the door, a hand intercepted him. "We cannot open the door," Li Shou stated firmly. "Let go. Food is being delivered." The broadcast warned against opening the door at night. Li Shou remained resolute. The broadcast stated we should not go outside. It did not prohibit opening the door. As if sensing the commotion inside, the knocking intensified. "Do you want food or water? If not, I'm leaving." The team leader's voice grew impatient. "Yes, we do. Come in." Ma Nanjing, disregarding the warnings, attempted to bypass Li Shou to open the door. When Li Shou saw his admonitions were ineffective, he executed a shoulder throw, sending Ma Nanjing crashing to the ground. The impact left him stunned, unable to rise. This prompted discontent among the others, even the teachers standing in opposition. "Li Shou, food is being delivered. Is such force truly necessary?" "Exactly," class leader Zhu Lin added. "We will merely open the door to receive the items. We won't step outside." "Absolutely not." Li Shou shook his head. "Opening the door will endanger us." "Is your perspective the only valid one? You are being rather tyrannical. How about this? Let us vote. The majority will decide. Raise your hand if you agree to open the door." Zhu Lin attempted to employ the tactics of classroom leadership. Quickly, most students raised their hands. "See, everyone agrees. I shall open the door." Realizing his attempts to dissuade were fruitless, Li Shou seized a barbell from the exercise equipment, revealing his well-defined muscles. Signaling his unwavering stance, "This is not a matter of majority rule. Anyone wishing to open the door may attempt to do so. Big guy, grab a weapon." Following Li Shou's declaration, Zhu Huang rallied the larger students to his side. The towering figure, standing over 6 feet tall, alongside the seasoned Li Shou, represented the class's strongest forces. In a situation devoid of desperation, the others could not hope to advance. However, the big guy appeared uncertain. "I think they may have a point." He stood with loyalty to his friends, but his desire for food was evident. At 260 pounds, missing a few meals won't kill you. Zhu Huang playfully slapped the big guy's ample backside, urging him to heed Li Shou's advice. His predictions may not always be accurate. He said the classroom building would be bombed, yet it has been. Zhu Lin perceived the discord amongst several students and quickly sought to exploit it. If the person outside is truly the female team leader, would she wait for us so long? Zhu Huang knocked on the door, hurling insults. "You thick-headed fool. We won't eat. Can't you hear? Not eating? Then go die? Death." The chilling screams from outside pierced the air, followed by the sound of nails scratching against the door. Li Shou was indeed correct. Upon hearing the agonizing sounds, the gathered students finally believed that the individuals outside were certainly not the female team leader. Given her earlier bravado, had anyone dared to insult her, she would have already burst through the door, eager to retaliate. Yet, the threat outside, while unable to enter, appeared far more terrifying than the team leader. Chapter 4. Treatment. Amidst the incessant scratching at the door and haunting wails, nearly everyone remained sleepless throughout the night, save for Shou. He understood that conserving his strength was paramount, as the challenges of the next day marked the true commencement of their existence in this realm. At dawn, as the first light dispelled the darkness, an announcement blared through the speakers. One by one, armed soldiers flung open the dormitory doors, herding the students into the courtyard. They were to assemble rapidly. Those who failed to comply within 5 minutes would face dire consequences. Under the pressure of urgency, Shou followed his classmates out of the dormitory. As he exited, he cast a glance at the conditions of the other dorms. Among the 3 grades, there were originally 18 classes, yet it appeared that only 15 remained, with 3 classes having been silently eradicated overnight. Several others also exhibited a noticeable decline in numbers, indicating varying circumstances encountered. Zhu Huang, too, recognized this disparity and nudged Shou with his elbow, inquiring about the day's prospects. Perform admirably. Achieve the highest rank you can, he urged. Shou nodded in agreement. Following the crowd, they reached the playground under the guidance of their instructors and formed ranks. Suddenly, a heavy iron podium, weighing over 1,000 pounds, was effortlessly hoisted by the female captain and slammed onto the ground. She leaped onto the platform and addressed the assembly below. Greetings, Transcenders. A murmur rippled through the crowd upon hearing the term Transcenders. But it was swiftly quelled by the captain's commanding voice. Do not be surprised. You are but another batch of Transcenders. In my eyes, you harbor no secrets. Today marks your official arrival, and your life countdown shall awaken. Now, raise your left wrist and take a look. Under her direction, the assembly raised their wrists, revealing a faintly visible timer, seemingly inked onto their skin, clearly displaying 0 years, 2 months, 29 days, 22 hours, 4 minutes, 24 seconds. The seconds continued to tick away, and when it reached 0, their score would diminish by 1. Shou glanced at his wrist, then at those of his peers. Just as in his dreams, each individual could only perceive their own timer. This is your life countdown. Typically, those who arrive here have a survival duration of 3 months. When the timer reaches 0, I'm afraid your lives will conclude. A wave of murmurs erupted. Even Zhu Huang, usually unfazed, tugged at Shou's sleeve, questioning the truth of her words. There's no reason for her to deceive us, Shou affirmed. So, we have only 3 months left, or rather, less than 2 months and 29 days to live. The normally bold giant was visibly shaken by this revelation, his body quivering. The other students, unable to endure the news, erupted into chaos. 3 months felt akin to a death sentence. Even some terminally ill patients could live for several years. Such a figure was horrifying for the young. In an instant, some individuals dashed from the ranks, seeking answers, but the guards were unyielding. The moment they strayed from formation, they were shot on the spot. The fear of immediate death overshadowed the dread of the 3-month countdown. After a volley of gunfire quelled the tumult, the captain, seemingly accustomed to such disorder, resumed speaking. Of course, 3 months is not an absolute certainty. If you complete your tasks, the mushrooms will reward you with extended lifespans and enhance your abilities. Everything you desire will be at your disposal. What does she mean? What are the mushrooms? Such queries lingered in the minds of all. Yet the captain was disinclined to elaborate. In her view, 99% of these individuals were doomed, and she had no patience for idle chatter. Before you can undertake the tasks for the mushrooms, you must first undergo testing. Your numbers are too great, and our rations are insufficient. We seek only the elite, not the worthless. Each class will be accompanied by a guard to complete the requisite tests. At her command, a soldier armed to the teeth approached the front of each class. I am Shou. From now on, refer to me as instructor. The denizens of this world seemed to possess a brisk demeanor. Shou's introduction was curt, immediately pushing them into the testing phase. Time is of the essence. The sooner we test, the sooner we complete our tasks. We shall commence with the first basic assessment, strength test. As he spoke, Shou led Class 1 to 3 to a section filled with rugged equipment to evaluate their strength. Shou observed the array of apparatus before him. Under Shou's guidance, individuals took turns performing resistance exercises while their weight and strength ratios were assessed. However, with each passing assessment, Shou's frown deepened. A bunch of good-for-nothings. How has the physical condition of newcomers deteriorated over the past 2 decades? Have you all overdosed on additives? He grimaced at nearly half the students who could not even perform a standard pull-up. Shou's exasperation escalated into insults. Clearly, Identifying exceptional transcenders was of great importance to him. If we cannot find capable candidates, all of you will be fed to the mushrooms. Damn it. You are wasting precious resources. Next, at Shaxi's shout, Shou stepped forward. Pull-ups, begin. No cheating. Only count if your chin clears the bar. Shaxi's standards were exceptionally high. It was no wonder that many students struggled. According to his criteria, even numerous adults would falter. However, as Shou grasped the bar, he executed the pull-ups with agility. 1, 2, 3, 15. Upon reaching 15, a smile broke on Shaxi's face. And he praised, "Well done. Continue." As he commended, he took out a small notebook resembling leather and recorded Shou's performance. Ultimately, before reaching exhaustion, Shou completed 47 pull-ups, a commendable result that positioned him between a seed candidate and an elite contender. In previous years, such a performance might not have guaranteed selection. But now, his chances appeared promising. While speaking, Shaxi retrieved an object resembling a mushroom block from his pocket and handed it to Shou. "Consume this. It will replenish your strength." Without hesitation, Shou accepted the mushroom block and ingested it. Instantly, a peculiar warmth coursed through his body, and soon, the soreness in his upper muscles faded away. Under Shaxi's guidance, he completed the entire physical assessment. The array of tests was more intricate than those of an Ironman triathlon, providing a comprehensive evaluation of his explosive power, flexibility, and overall physical capabilities. On the inaugural day of this new reality, all individuals spent their time in testing. Upon witnessing the arrival of food and water, a glimmer of longing ignited in the eyes of many. After enduring a day of grueling training in the sweltering heat, coupled with their previous day's fasting, they were nearing 2 days without sustenance. For the first time, they truly comprehended the essence of desire, the pangs of hunger, as a fundamental human instinct, inflicted a torment far more intense than that of carnal desire. When hunger strikes, the boundaries of morality blur. People may resort to consuming their own kin, tree bark, or even excrement. Yet, the provisions delivered were not evenly distributed. Shaxi approached, bestowing upon Shou a bounty of stewed meat, flatbreads, fruits, and nutrient-rich water. The giant received ample food as well, though of a lesser quality. Despite his superior strength, his endurance, flexibility, and agility were significantly lacking. As for the others, most received merely a small bottle of murky water and a biscuit of ordinary wooden texture, roughly the size of a fingertip. The taste of this morsel was akin to chewing wax, and it hardly satiated hunger. What was most disconcerting was the sensation that, after consuming a morsel, one felt even hungrier. This torment was unbearable for students who had come from the comforts of modern society. At that moment, someone approached Shou, pleading for food. "Hey, Shou, you have so much, and you can't possibly eat it all. Could you spare me a little?" Chapter 5. The Balancer and the Destroyer. The first to approach was Wang Yana, one of the liveliest girls in the class. She was usually carefree and could engage in conversation with anyone. Although her academic performance was average, her charming looks and vibrant personality made her quite popular among the boys. "Could you share a piece with me? Just one, okay? Or maybe a bottle of water." Wang Yana blinked her sparkling eyes at Shou. "Wait a moment. If there's any left over, I'll give it to you." Just as Shou was about to refuse, more people gathered around him. Even teacher Zhang Ming came over. "Teacher, could you please make Shou distribute the food evenly?" It was Zhu Lin speaking again. From last night's minority obeying the majority to now advocating for equal distribution, Shou glanced at her, his expression already displeased. Naturally, others joined in, with Ma Nanjing being the loudest. "Exactly. Just share a bit. You have plenty. Your family is so wealthy. Why didn't you think to share before?" While speaking, Shou first drank the supplement. The concoction contained mushroom elements, and after consuming it, his physical strength was restored to perfection. Subsequently, he tossed the meat, flatbread, and water to Zhu Huang, the tall guy, and a few other friends. Witnessing Shou's actions, many classmates could hardly resist the urge to snatch the food. However, they were far too weak to do so. Hungry for nearly 2 days, combined with intense training and the scorching sun that far exceeded Earth's environment, their current state was weaker than those who had just completed an intense leg workout. Simply standing was a struggle. They had no capacity to fight for food. They could only watch enviously as a few enjoyed their meal. "Aren't you going to eat?" Zhu Huang came closer and shared his remaining food according to his usual preferences with Wang Yana, teacher Zhang Ming, and some familiar classmates. As night fell, they began a new round of training. Having consumed mushrooms twice today, both their stamina and recovery abilities would reach their peak. He intended to make the most of this opportunity, knowing full well that in this world, idleness was not tolerated. In just a few days, they would be sent out to undertake missions, and that would mark the true arrival of a brutal reality. Though the outside remained restless, no one mentioned the door anymore. Almost everyone lay sprawled on their beds like dead dogs, except for Shou, who practiced until late into the night before slowly drifting into slumber. The next morning, they were awakened by calls. Soon, trucks entered the training area, and groups of people were herded onto them. The trucks slowly departed the training zone. Why so fast? This was the first time Shou noticed a discrepancy from his dreams. In his endlessly recurring dreams, he distinctly remembered that everyone would undergo a week of specialized training after the physical tests. The training primarily covered valuable skills such as wilderness survival techniques, firearm disassembly and assembly, and crossbow crafting. But now, perhaps due to the weakness of this batch of trainees, they seemed to skip this entire process. Wouldn't he that make them mere cannon fodder during missions? What's wrong? Zhu Huang immediately noticed the unease on Shou's face. During the mission, stick close to me. Survival is paramount. Understood. After the truck left the training ground, it began to accelerate. Shou discerned the direction. They were heading away from where they had come, towards the opposite end of the school's graveyard, which was also the other end of the city. The truck sped away from the city's core to its outskirts, where all the students witnessed an unforgettable sight. Mushrooms, or rather fungi, stretched as far as the eye could see, spanning an unknown number of kilometers. The towering fungi intertwined to form a forest-like expanse. More terrifying was that this fungal jungle was alive. Upon closer inspection, it resembled worms, while from a distance, it appeared like waves. As Shou stared at the mushrooms in a daze, the fungal forest began to move violently. Clusters of fungi coalesced into a colossal organism towering several stories high, slowly inching towards the crowd. It lowered its head, seemingly discerning something, then caught the scent of the students. Its abdomen writhed, opening a deep passageway several meters high. The entrance was before the crowd, while the other end was bizarre and indistinct. Armed guards compelled the students into the unknown terror. Form lines by class. Enter the passage in batches. The female captain fired a warning shot, aware that this was the moment chaos was most likely to erupt. Entering the passage didn't guarantee death. But who dared to refuse? Those who did would surely perish. Guards, stand by. Numerous armed soldiers appeared around them, clearly indicating that anyone who dared to disobey would be executed on the spot. The captain's intimidating presence and her earlier decisive actions ensured that everyone complied and stepped into the passage. As more people entered, it soon became first-year Class 3's turn. Leading them was Shou. As he guided the crowd forward, he sidled up to Shou and said, "I'm counting on you. Stay alive. Remember to find me when you get out. I can provide you with genetic mapping." "Thank you." Shou understood this was a privilege for the chosen ones, hoping to foster a good relationship. However, survival was paramount. He followed the crowd into the passage. At the instant he crossed the threshold, Shou felt as though he were floating in a void for an indeterminate time. The next moment, he found himself before two scales. One scale represented humanity, while the other represented other species. In comparison to humans, the number of other species was evidently far greater. Yet, despite their numerical superiority, the suffering of these other species only intensified, causing the scale to collapse. Then he saw humanity itself. On one side of the scale were a few lavishly dressed wealthy individuals, while on the other were impoverished ordinary people. The number of ordinary people far exceeded that of the wealthy, yet their suffering only accumulated, causing the scale to collapse once more. A world where other species faced extinction, all living in agony. Meanwhile, the intelligent species largely lived in suffering as well. This world required a rebalancing. Surrounding him were his classmates, situated in an underground parking lot. In their hands, they held 2 vials of potions and a card. The card read, "The blue potion is a strengthening agent to aid you in completing your tasks. The red potion is a zombie virus. Please bring balance to the suffering world. The destroyers of the world, the architects of balance. Your first mission begins now. Good luck." Chapter 6. Stockpiling and plundering. Shall we bring about the destruction of the world? What is happening? As bewilderment enveloped everyone, Shou swiftly uncapped his blue potion and consumed it. A warm current surged through his abdomen, invigorating his skeletal muscles, which began to writhe as if springing forth like bamboo shoots after rain. Within mere seconds, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His arms became more robust, and even his bones and internal organs felt significantly more resilient. During those fleeting moments, he did not remain idle. While others were still in a daze, he dashed into the crowd and seized the potions from Mon Nanjing and Zhu Lin. He first uncapped Ma Nanjing's blue potion and downed it in one gulp. A fiery warmth enveloped his body once more, but this time it was accompanied by pain. He experienced the agonizing sensation of cells tearing apart. Realizing that his body could no longer absorb such a potion, he then tossed the remaining vial of blue potion to the towering figure beside him. Drink up. Most people can only endure one dose of enhancement, but you should be able to handle two. The giant, with his imposing physique, could easily surpass Li Shou in strength and size, making it feasible for him to consume 2 potions. "Isn't that my potion?" Ma Nanjing exclaimed, staring incredulously at his empty palm. "The enhancer, it belongs to me." Realizing the situation, he lunged at Li Shou, grabbing his collar and demanding an explanation. "Let go," Li Shou replied, effortlessly tossing him aside. The disparity in their physical abilities was already substantial. After consuming 2 potions, Li Shou's physical prowess had more than doubled, rendering Ma Nanjing, a frail young master, utterly incapable of competing. Damn it! Ma Nanjing fell to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. However, others were not deterred. If brute force failed, they would resort to reason. Observing Li Shou's actions, Zhu Lin began to lecture him. "It is wrong to snatch your classmates' belongings. You cannot rely on your fists to take what belongs to others." "I did not take anyone's belongings. I merely collected interest," Li Shou retorted, casting a glance at Ma Nanjing. "If not for me, you would have perished the other night. Dead men do not possess potions, do they?" "You," Zhu Lin exclaimed. That night, the loudest voices demanding to open the door were yours. It is not unjust to reclaim what is owed. Li Shou dismissed her with indifference. If not for the potion, which he could only consume twice, he would have demanded interest from every classmate clamoring to open the door that fateful night. Zhu Lin was momentarily silenced by his rebuttal. Li Shou's actions served as a wake-up call for everyone. Although the exact composition of the potions remained uncertain, fear of being robbed compelled them to hastily consume their enhancement potions. Indeed, the effects of the potions depended on one's innate constitution. The stronger the base constitution, the greater the enhancement and the more substantial the dosage one could absorb. Most individuals present could only withstand a single dose of the potion, while Li Shou and the giant, who possessed extraordinary physiques, could absorb 2. This is precisely why the training center placed such importance on the constitutions of the traversers. The foundational constitution serves as the baseline. All subsequent enhancements and tasks are multiplicative. A low baseline would hinder advancement. "What shall we do next?" Zhu Huang inquired after finishing his potion, drawing closer. "Let us check the mission card." Words appeared beneath the card. "The suffering of this world can only be resolved by its inhabitants. The zombie potion must be administered by the people of this world. The greater the suffering ended, the greater the balance achieved, and the more rewards earned. Rewards are divided into team and individual categories. The duration of the mission is 1 week. The mission begins now." 1 week, Li Shou noted, observing not only the countdown to his own lifespan, but also the mission timer appearing below his wrist. Within this week, the more suffering they dismantled, the greater the balance achieved, and the more rewards received. Zhu Huang scrutinized the card. "What does it mean?" "It implies that the zombie virus must be disseminated, and there are particular considerations regarding whom it should be spread to. Let us venture outside and investigate," Li Shou declared as he led his team out of the parking lot. Outside, the sunlight was blinding. The world beyond was not Earth. The architectural style made that evident. Yet, the level of technology seemed comparable. The streets were filled with a diverse array of people, yet each bore a lifeless expression. Nearby, a conversation was unfolding, initially in a foreign tongue that Li Shou could not comprehend. However, after a few exchanges, his mission card glimmered, and he understood completely. "What? Food prices have risen again. My daily earnings barely suffice for 3 fruit pies? No, you've misunderstood. Your earnings only cover 3 dry cakes." "What? There is nothing to be done. Prices are exorbitant. Recently, some Tianlong people have been hoarding supplies, and all resources are controlled by those Tianlong lords. Money has become increasingly worthless. It has not been this way for just a day or 2. The prices for food materials have also surged. Frankly, my shop is on the brink of collapse. This month could be the last." Li Shou approached the 2 conversing individuals, observing as they walked toward a bakery. The establishment showcased numerous specially made large round cakes, akin to the staple foods of Earth. However, judging by the dialogue between customers and the proprietor, these cakes were anything but cheap. A worker could only afford 3 dry cakes on a workday, revealing that the cost of living here was tenfold more terrifying than on Earth. "Forget it. I'll just take 1, the despondent customer muttered, purchasing a single cake before departing. Li Shou contemplated the scene, formulating a plan. The root of suffering, the Tianlong people? The mission likely required them to spread the zombie virus as widely as possible within the Tianlong territories, dismantling this distorted social order. Zhu Huang, astute and perceptive, caught on immediately. Nevertheless, they had no idea what the Tianlong people looked like or where to find them. Let us split up and gather intelligence. We will regroup here in 3 hours. And what about us? As Li Shou conversed, the students from Class 3 emerged from the underground parking lot. Unlike Li Shou, who had a clear objective, most were still in a state of confusion, unaware of what to do. Some even suggested hiding in the parking garage. The mission did not specify what would happen if we did nothing. Perhaps hiding is a viable option? Wait to die? Li Shou interjected, pointing at his wrist. Let us not forget, everyone has just over 2 months left to live. Rather than wait for death, let us disperse and gather intelligence. If not for the initial team quotas and the potential rewards, Li Shou would have preferred to distance himself from this burdensome group. Leave the task of engaging them to you. You are eloquent. After a brief exchange with Zhu Huang, Li Shou departed from the group. I need to gather information. Big guy, Yuan King, come here. We are leaving. Understood. Upon their arrival, the trio prepared to depart when Wang Yana approached. Perceptive as she was, she had already sensed the emerging dynamics of survival in this harsh world. May I join your team? She inquired. I assure you, I won't be a burden. Furthermore, your team consists entirely of males. Certain situations may necessitate a female presence, do they not? Li Shou pondered. In specific contexts, such as female-only spaces, only women could intervene. If you become a liability, you must leave. Understood? Understood. Wang Yana affirmed eagerly before joining their team. Where shall we go? Let us first examine the caliber of the undead produced by the zombie serum. Chapter 7. What level of zombie in Li Shou's understanding? Zombies are fundamentally distinct entities. From the countless films and television shows he has witnessed, the most primitive form of zombie resembles the slow, shambling kind, akin to the Walking Dead. A step above are the running zombies, and even more advanced are those like in World War Z, possessing agility that far exceeds that of a human. Capable of stacking themselves. The most formidable, undoubtedly, are the various mutated zombies, such as tyrants and tanks. Therefore, it is essential to ascertain the strength of the zombies before determining the course of the mission. Otherwise, if you were to be bitten by a mutated zombie before completing the task, it would be a futile endeavor. Let us go. After explaining, Li Shou led his team away. After meandering through the surrounding neighborhoods, he found a dark alley and promptly dived in. As he had anticipated, a world rife with suffering inevitably breeds distorted individuals. The alley was indeed rife with violent graffiti, serving as a haven for gangs and petty criminals. Upon entering, he found them huddled in a corner, robbing and assaulting a woman they had captured. Noticing Li Shou's arrival, a man sporting 20 lip rings swaggered over. Well? Someone dares to take a shortcut in broad daylight. Ha ha ha, come take a look, boys. This guy's style is even more unique than ours. Where did you get those clothes? The man mocked while approaching, casually drawing a dagger from his waist. Leave the money and the clothes, and you can scram. Unperturbed by the man's bravado, Li Shou calmly assessed the situation, confirming that none of them were armed with guns before stepping forward. Along the way, he had gauged the physical fitness of these individuals based on their stride and pace, concluding that their physique was comparable to that of regular humans on Earth. This realization bolstered his confidence in confronting them alone. Li Shou's physical prowess was already akin to that of a professional athlete. And after the enhancement from 2 vials of serum, he surpassed any athlete on Earth in overall fitness. While there might be individuals excelling in specific areas, their overall capabilities would still pale in comparison to his. As the dagger wielder approached threateningly, Li Shou stepped forward decisively, seizing the man's wrist before he could react. With a swift motion, the sound of a cracking wrist echoed, and the dagger fell into Li Shou's other hand. Before the man could finish his sentence, he was knocked to the ground. The large man advanced, lifting several individuals as if they were mere chickens, and slammed them into the crowd. A single maneuver cleared the area. Thank you. The girl who had been assaulted rose from the ground, about to express her gratitude, only to see her savior crouch down, producing a vial of red liquid and dripping it into one of the thug's nostrils while observing intently. I will ask a few questions, and you will answer. The girl, intimidated by the fierce-looking individuals around her, felt as if she had escaped from a wolf's den only to stumble into a tiger's lair, especially with the leader of the group clearly not being a benign character. His questions seemed increasingly absurd. What are celestial dragons? The girl was taken aback. You don't know what celestial dragons are. I ask, you answer. No counter-questions. If you do, you will bear the consequences. Li Shou stood, cautiously watching the individual he had infected with the zombie virus. After a brief wait, there were no signs of transformation. It seems they cannot self-administer, he mused. Handing the vial of zombie virus to the girl. Drip a drop onto the mouth or nose of that unconscious man, but be careful not to spill too much. And avoid contact yourself. The startled girl, now rendered mute, obediently dripped a drop into the thug's nostril. Instantly, 3 seconds later, Li Shou noticed something amiss. The man's veins began to darken, the blackened veins swiftly spreading across his face, followed by violent convulsions. With a cacophony of cracking bones, the thug stood up in a grotesque posture. The sight horrified the two girls, causing even the large man and the urine king to retreat behind Li Shou. Despite being a student, the large man lacked the courage to face a transformation. Li Shou felt fear as well, but he understood that succumbing to fear would yield adverse results. Gripping his dagger tightly, he steeled himself and approached the zombie, silently counting in his mind. As he reached 30 seconds, the zombie completed its transformation, letting out a mighty roar and lunging at Li Shou. It was astonishingly fast, nearly double the speed of its living self. Nevertheless, Li Shou did not evade. The enhancement was still inferior to his own physical capabilities. As the zombie lunged, he grasped its arms, staring directly into the face of the drooling creature. The zombie attempted to attack, while Li Shou tested its strength. Its speed had indeed increased, and its power had also nearly doubled. Observing its teeth and the already darkening nails, he realized that bites would undoubtedly be infectious, and scratches likely would be as well. This was a troublesome zombie, a creature of near-peak level. If it were to spread the infection, not only would ordinary people struggle, but even the military would find it difficult to cope. Having assessed the zombie, Li Shou executed a grappling maneuver to bring it down before plunging the dagger into its skull. With the vital point attacked, it perished, much like in most films. Although he often dreamed of far more terrifying scenarios, Li Shou was still a student. This was his first experience with such an act, and the churn in his stomach forced him to swallow several times to suppress the urge to vomit. To distract himself, he approached the girl he had rescued. Oh, celestial dragons are those aristocrats with square nostrils. The girl, having been thoroughly frightened by the earlier scene, now preferred the prospect of being assaulted rather than facing someone capable of creating zombies. Square nostrils? Is that a characteristic of celestial dragons? Yes. Do they possess any special abilities? Are they stronger, smarter, or otherwise? Not particularly. As Li Shou pondered further questions, he recalled certain circumstances and halted, shifting to inquire about other matters. Where do celestial dragons reside? They typically live in upscale neighborhoods, governmental departments, or those villas. This area is marginal, with low property prices, so it generally lacks celestial dragon inhabitants. That explains why I haven't seen a single square nostril along the way. Now, let us remove our clothing. As he spoke, Li Shou began to strip. The girl, stunned, could only comply. Just remove your outer coat. Wang Yana put on her outer coat. As Li Shou donned the thug's attire, he remarked, our clothing is too conspicuous. It complicates matters. Oh, I see. Wang Yana, evidently flustered, blushed and changed into the outer coat. The large man and urine king followed suit, mimicking her actions. Chapter 8. Yi and Chi, are you not supposed to be gathering information? Upon reading this, Li Shou felt a twinge of irritation. Were they merely waiting to reap the rewards of the team effort while he toiled? When he voiced his thoughts, they remained silent. After all, they were merely 15 or 16-year-old students. It was commendable that their recent experiences had not completely shattered their psychological defenses. As for Zhu Huang, he was somewhat acceptable, but another team caught Li Shou's attention. This other team was led by a pair of fraternal twins, a brother named Zhao Yi and a sister named Zhao Qi. Zhu Huang could only manage to place in the top 3 during exams, primarily because this pair frequently claimed the first and second positions. Li Shou had never paid much attention to them, only aware that they seemed like typical bookworms, disinterested in winning the favor of teachers or taking on roles such as class monitor or study committee member. They were solely focused on their studies. However, he was surprised to find that they had ventured out with some of the top-performing students in their class to gather intelligence. Moreover, the information they brought back was exceedingly valuable. Here, this is a map. Zhao Qi wasted no time upon her arrival, unfurling the map. This city is called York, and it is divided into 13 districts. You are aware of the Celestial Dragon stronghold, I presume? She then produced a red pen, marking the central and financial districts on the map. My brother and I analyzed the tasks provided by the cards. as well as the concepts of pain and balance. We believe that if we can manage the individuals in these two areas, our mission will be accomplished. Impressive. Shou regarded the siblings and their team with newfound respect. Reflecting, I had been too quick to judge them based on my preconceived notions. Sometimes, being a bookworm simply means one finds certain matters unworthy of their attention. Not that they are truly dull-witted. Conversely, excelling in academics was a testament to their intelligence and remarkable perseverance. I have also made some progress, Shou continued. In Zhu Huang's team, only he and their English teacher, Zhang Meng, were present, and Zhang's complexion was far from good. Remnants of gastric fluid lingered at the corner of his mouth, indicating he had just been sick. I experimented with the zombie virus on animals. The results were effective. Even when diluted, it still proved to be potent. However, the higher the concentration, the more formidable the zombies became. Excellent information. Please continue, Shou encouraged. We targeted a local nest of creatures resembling rats for our experiments. Just a drop of the virus turned them into frenzied zombie rats, significantly enhancing their speed and strength. I understand. The same applies to humans. Shou recalled his initial creation of a zombie. If we administer more than 3 drops, the rats undergo mutations, developing bone spikes and increasing in size. And then? Shou inquired. I feared I would lose control before the mutation was complete, so I eliminated it. What about the diluted version? I subsequently mixed the original virus with a bottle of water and administered it to another rat, which also transformed into a zombie. However, those infected by the diluted virus exhibited sluggishness, even slower than the original living specimen. So they become the lowest tier of zombies, akin to mindless corpses? Precisely. However, we must not introduce the virus into the water supply, as it loses its efficacy at certain dilution levels. After diluting it further, the new rats showed no signs of infection. Thus, the quantity of the virus is crucial. If other classmates are unwilling to undertake the task, they could collect the virus solution and hand it over to us for joint use. Zhu Huang glanced at the others. While the virus reagent may not directly affect them like a medication would, it still represented a high-value asset. Human nature dictates that individuals are reluctant to relinquish what they possess, especially when such items pose a threat to their own safety. The virus you currently hold is sufficient. If the entire city becomes infected, we shall find no escape. A conservative voice countered. To complete the task, we must first ensure our own safety. I cannot agree to a large-scale infection. If zombies besiege the city, none of us will escape. Indeed, a small-scale completion of the task will suffice. Utilize your reagents. That will be ample. Exactly. You mentioned that the celestial dragons reside in other districts. If we use only a small amount of the virus, the danger won't spread to this district, and we can still accomplish our mission, correct? As the classmates engaged in a spirited debate, Shou found himself at a loss for words, for their arguments were logically sound. To survive while accomplishing a portion of the task and minimizing virus usage was the safest and most prudent choice. Yet, he alone understood that in this world, stagnation equated to death. The numerous schools that had perished nearby stood as testament to this reality. Each institution housed at least 1,000 students, and the countless graveyards of campuses left one to wonder how many had ultimately survived. I'll go reason with them. If that fails, I shall confront them. Zhu Huang whispered to Shou before making his way into the crowd. Despite Zhu Huang's eloquence, he managed to persuade only a few students to relinquish their virus solutions. Nevertheless, it was still the first day, a time for gathering intelligence, and Shou did not resort to force. Instead, he silently collected the necessary information for the task. That night, Shou and Zhu Huang took the subway of this otherworldly realm to the gathering place of the Celestial Dragon clan located in the Central District. However, they were halted before exiting the subway station. Only individuals with special identities were permitted entry. The security checks for the subway were lax, and the two had not been inspected throughout their journey, which they attributed to the chaos of this world. Yet, they soon realized that the disorder only plagued the residences of ordinary citizens. The Central District boasted stringent security measures, with every item meticulously scrutinized. Unable to enter, the two turned back down the stairs. What now? It seems unwise to force our way through. Indeed, that would be unwise. Those individuals are armed. Shou observed the security personnel, whose square nostrils and haughty demeanor made it abundantly clear they were celestial dragons. While Shou watched, a man in a plaid shirt appeared to have an expired identification and was met with a slap across the face by a security officer after a delay in his identity verification. The sudden aggression caused the man to stumble back, tumbling down the steps and landing at Shou's feet. Li Shou glanced down to see the man bloodied and bruised. Damn celestial dragons, the man muttered, struggling to rise as he left. I'll kill you all one day. Chapter 9. The Powder Keg Theory. Do you truly despise those celestial dragons? A voice pursued the middle-aged man. Publicly expressing hatred towards the celestial dragons and inciting animosity could lead to a minimum of 3 months in confinement. The middle-aged engineer wiped the blood from his face and reiterated, I said nothing. You misheard. Rest assured, I am not a celestial dragon. I will not report you. Li Shou stepped closer. In fact, I share your disdain for those arrogant individuals. Shall we find a place to enjoy a drink? It's on me. The middle-aged man glanced at Li Shou and then at the haughty celestial dragons above. Ultimately, he nodded and followed. The three boarded the subway, departing from the area to a more humble neighborhood, where they purchased several cups of a dark beverage resembling beer from a roadside shop. The engineer downed his drink in one go, exhaling deeply. After a few rounds, he finally lowered his guard, revealing a more vulnerable side. Those damned celestial dragons. They truly deserve their fate. Li Shou nodded. I see you work in the Central District. What is your profession? I handle power grid equipment, installing it for the military. Oh? Li Shou's interest piqued. For the army? Do not misunderstand. I am neither a celestial dragon nor military personnel. The celestial dragons would never permit ordinary citizens to bear arms. I merely perform the menial tasks they disdain. From today's investigation, Li Shou had gleaned some information. In this realm, all violent institutions associated with the celestial dragons, from subway security checks to police and military, were comprised of celestial dragons themselves. Although they constituted only a small fraction of the population, it sufficed. Modern armies are inherently limited in numbers, with a ratio of soldiers to civilians roughly 1 to 500, and it was similar here. While all violent agencies were manned by celestial dragons, those serving them were not exclusively of their kind. The labor of cleaning toilets, farming, delivering goods, and installing power grids was carried out by ordinary citizens. After downing his bitter drink, the engineer sighed, lamenting the monotony of his existence. With a monthly income of 1,700 trons, I must hand over 1,000 to my celestial dragon landlord. After spending 600 on food and accumulating over 300 in utilities and transport costs, I find myself in debt by 200. And those flat-nosed scoundrels resort to beatings at the slightest provocation. Before he could finish, a communication device blared to life. He opened it to hear an irate voice. Why are you not here yet? You were supposed to arrive before 11 to perform repairs. My pass, you forgot to refresh it. Enough with the excuses. Arrive late, and I will deduct 700 from your wages. Inferior beings are utterly unreliable. With that, the line went dead. Hearing about the 700 deduction sent the engineer into a rage, and he hurled the device. Yet, within 10 seconds, he begrudgingly retrieved it from the ground, painstakingly reassembling its scattered components. Observing the engineer's futile efforts to repair the phone, Li Shou was struck by the profound suffering inherent in this world. Indeed, as depicted in the scales of justice, this realm was gravely unbalanced. The expressions of those walking the streets mirrored that of the engineer, devoid of joy. It is time for destruction. What did you say? The engineer looked up, his eyes devoid of life. I said, if an opportunity arose to alter everything, the celestial dragons would perish, and the world would be restructured, but the cost would be immense, with many innocents suffering, and you might die as well. If given the chance, I would annihilate the celestial dragons. They're a cancer. Removing a tumor invariably results in bloodshed. I fear not death. I am unafraid of being labeled a villain, but we are unarmed. Not necessarily. Li Shou produced a vial of red liquid and handed it to the engineer. The fate of this world rests in the hands of its inhabitants. What is this? A means to obliterate the world. In the ensuing minutes, Li Shou elucidated the purpose of the red concoction. As a rational adult, the engineer initially met this with skepticism. With a mixture of doubt and gratitude for Li Shou's generosity, he eventually took his leave. Only Li Shou and Zhu Huang remained. Will he act? Whether he does or not is a choice for the people of this world. We merely provide them with an opportunity. If existence is indeed so unbearable, no one can deter him from taking action. Our task is to align with the will of the world. There is something I have long wished to inquire. Zhu Huang, unusually contemplative, gazed at Li Shou. Is there something you wish to share with me? Zhu Huang had harbored suspicions. He was perceptive. Li Shou recognized that he had deduced something. Yet, previously amidst classmates, he had felt constrained to speak. Now, however, since I was 7, I have repeatedly experienced strange and vivid dreams. Li Shou began to address his inquiry. These dreams depict various apocalyptic worlds, often initiated by myself. Each of these worlds ultimately collapses, entirely obliterated. Some apocalyptic realms are instigated by outsiders. Though they endure significant damage, they ultimately survive. I don't understand. Much like this world, it resembles a suppressed powder keg. If it continues to develop unchecked, the resentment will only intensify, and when it erupts, nothing will remain. I have witnessed too many worlds ravaged by nuclear devastation. However, if the keg is not sufficiently large, it may be prudent to detonate it early, restoring balance. The world could then be reborn from the ashes. I have witnessed numerous worlds in my dreams, and I have encountered others on apocalyptic missions. Those dreams are hazy. I cannot recall their entirety, yet I remember some fundamental principles. Is this why you are so fervently training your body? Zhu Huang expressed surprise. Aside from you, who would take such matters seriously? Even now, amidst this reality, I struggle to accept it as truth. You truly are a fanatic. Because a voice within my mind incessantly urges me to do so. This was the part Li Shou left unspoken, preserving half of his secret. In the dream worlds, he had witnessed countless betrayals. When faced with life or death, individuals often resorted to unspeakable acts. This was dictated by their very genes. The instinct to cling to life and fear death is innate. I hope that when we confront life-altering decisions in the future, we can adhere to our true selves rather than our primal instincts. Chapter 10. Utter Madness. The mission continues. Over the next couple of days, Class 1 and Class 3 divided into several small teams to commence their actions. Li Shou formed his own team, while Zhu Huang led a group along with the imposing Urine King. Zhao and his sister assembled a team with the best students in their studies. Teacher Zhang Meng took a few students who were still willing to complete the tasks under her wing. Throughout this day, and more, they accomplished two primary objectives. The first was to acquire identity cards that would grant them access to the central and financial districts through robbery or theft. The second was to ensure that the viruses they possessed were handed over to the appropriate individuals. The so-called appropriate individuals were those who were willing to change the world, risk everything, and held positions in critical departments that equipped them with the power to instigate real change. On this day, Li Shou encountered such an individual. He was the chief technical engineer of the Central Communications Department. Although his title sounded grand, in reality, he wielded no authority within the communications sector. The positions of the celestial beings and ordinary people were entirely segregated. This chief engineer, who ostensibly oversaw the city's communications, was essentially just another worker. The dirty and labor-intensive tasks fell upon the workers, while the technical jobs were also handled by the workers. What, then, did the celestial beings do? They merely assumed leadership roles. All positions of power were occupied by celestial beings. No matter how skilled or renowned, one would still be regarded as a highly skilled worker. Not only were they subject to strict control, but their remuneration was also meager. Li Shou understood that if he could compromise the Central Communications Department, the entire city's communication system would collapse, ushering in true chaos. This so-called virus could transform people into monsters? The chief engineer, Bian Qi, appeared to be in his 50s. Sporting rectangular glasses and exuding the air of an old scholar. Li Shou sought him out after reading in the newspaper that his only son had tragically fallen to his death a few days prior while installing electronic equipment. The communications department had offered no compensation. Rumor had it that the cause of his son's death was the aging safety equipment. After all external workers were deemed inferior, and the celestial beings showed no concern for such matters. If this were indeed true, gazing at the red vial before him, Chief Engineer Bian Qi sighed deeply. Having lived a regimented life for over half a century, he found it hard to believe in such extraordinary phenomena. A potion that could turn someone into a monster? Was that a trope from the films and dramas beloved by the youth? How could he possibly accept that? Leave. I want you to go. Just as Bian Qi was about to dismiss the young man intruding into his office, he caught sight of chaos erupting on the street outside his window. A group of ferocious celestial beings charged forth, swiftly tackling another celestial being before violently tearing into him like rabid dogs. What? Bian Qi widened his eyes in disbelief. Removing his glasses for a clearer view, he then witnessed the very celestial being that had been attacked rise again, transforming into a similar monster that began to assault others. Monsters? These are the monsters you spoke of. Indeed, we call them zombies. Li Shou calculated the time. With so many vials distributed over the past 2 days, it was likely that some had already been utilized. The chaos unfolding in the distance was evidently the result of other vials being deployed. At that moment, the door to Bian Qi's office was abruptly flung open, and a boisterous, portly man barged in. clad in a suit and sporting a round face with flared nostrils. Upon entering, he bellowed at Bianchi, quickly notify the engineering department to repair the communication devices. There's big news outside. Many monsters. Who are you? The newcomer noticed Li Shou. I'm a friend of Chief Engineer Bian. What friend? Our company does not permit outsiders to enter. Get out now. The celestial beings had long grown accustomed to issuing orders to the inferior beings, and for centuries, this had been their norm. They had no intention of showing kindness. And you, old Bian, hurry and get to work. Sir, may I ask you something? Engineer Bian tightly clenched the vial of virus he had placed on the desk. Grasping it as if it were a lifeline, with trembling voice, he inquired, is there truly no acknowledgement regarding my son's incident? Not even a word of apology? Apology? For what? Shou Bian fell to his death by accident. It has nothing to do with the company. But I have repeatedly mentioned the aging safety equipment. Enough of your nonsense. Get to work. The celestial being leader had no desire to waste another word. Finally, this behavior sparked an uncontrollable fury in old Bian. He ripped the cap off the vial and hurled the contents directly at the leader. The liquid splattered across the leader's face, igniting his wrath. Old Bian, do you wish to rebel? Attacking a direct leader of the celestial beings warrants at least 5 years of imprisonment. I'll call the security team right now. You just wait. Before he could finish his threats, the leader's corpulent body began to swell grotesquely, with pus-filled sores erupting on his face, accompanied by agonizing screams. The entirety of the vial's contents had drenched him. Was he about to transform into a boss-level monster? What does that mean? Nothing much, just that in my haste earlier. I had the chance to explain the usage and dosage of the virus in detail. But it doesn't matter now, a boss might incite even greater chaos. After all, only bosses can contend with the military. As long as it aids the mission, I have no qualms. His transformation would take another 20 seconds. It was time to flee. Not necessary, I have resigned myself to death. Thank you for allowing me to witness the potential demise of the celestial beings. Do as you wish. This world has suffered enough. Li Shou ceased his attempts at persuasion. As they spoke, he swiftly utilized his physical prowess to reach the stairway exit. At that moment, a tremendous crash echoed from inside Bian's office, as a grotesque super zombie, covered in tumors, burst through the wall. Emerging, it rapidly slaughtered several individuals. Soon, it expanded to a height of 4 to 5 meters due to the melding of flesh and blood. Should it continue to grow, even the military would find it challenging to contend with. Filthy world, let it perish. With no intention of battling the super zombie, Li Shou leapt down the stairs. In the ensuing 2 days, the central and financial districts, exclusive territories of the celestial beings, became hotspots for the zombie virus. Coupled with the unique high contagion rate of the virus and the strategic locations chosen for its spread, a significant portion of the armed forces fell before they could react. As the celestial beings' armed forces were decimated, despite the impending disaster, celebrations erupted in various districts. People rushed out of their homes with fervor surpassing that of the zombies, retaliating against the celestial beings with wild abandon. Those celestial beings who had narrowly escaped the core districts found themselves facing humans more terrifying than the zombies. Zombies inflicted wounds. But humans were another matter entirely. The entire city plunged into utter madness. Chapter 11. The middle-aged self. 3 days remain until the mission concludes. I chose this location partly because many students have not departed at all, and partly because it is situated far from the central and financial districts, allowing some time before the horror of the zombie apocalypse encroaches upon us. For days have passed, and you have achieved nothing? Li Shou stood in the parking lot, observing the group of classmates who had hardly ventured away. In these 4 days, even without undertaking missions, shouldn't you have at least accumulated some food, water, and weapons? We have been searching for food, one classmate exclaimed, rising to reveal a meager collection of packaged snacks, both limited in variety and quantity. We attempted to rob a convenience store, but the owner called the police, who were merciless. They opened fire without hesitation, and Jiang Tao was shot. Fortunately, we managed to escape, or we would have perished. Li Shou glanced at Jiang Tao, curled up in a corner of the parking lot. He had been shot in the shoulder. And in this world, the lethality of firearms was not particularly grave, so he was not in immediate danger. I believe it would be more prudent to utilize your considerable physical abilities to ambush passers-by in the alleys and procure food with their money, rather than directly robbing stores. Moreover, your unchanged clothing makes your features overly conspicuous. Alas, it is all in the past now. It is too late to dwell on it, Li Shou sighed. He did not particularly blame his classmates. Often, he found understanding for them. They did not share his dreams, nor had they undergone specialized survival training. It was only natural to feel lost amidst the successive upheavals. Furthermore, these individuals were not entirely inept during these 4 days. Most had been persuaded to contribute to the fight against the zombie virus. Otherwise, the chaos would not have escalated so dramatically. Shou, with 3 days remaining. Should we escape this city or proceed otherwise? As Shou prepared to rest for a moment, Wang Yan approached once more. She had been quite helpful these past days. Many male classmates had been persuaded to relinquish their potions by her influence. Leaving the city seemed a wise choice. But I heard last night that an external military force has sealed off York City. Clearly, hiding for 3 days is a better option than facing a barrage of gunfire. Indeed, that is a reasonable perspective, given that only 3 days remain. That's not all. It's evident that there are more effective methods to complete the mission. Ma Nanjing chimed in unexpectedly. He had been feeling quite frustrated in recent days, although he remained in place. He and Zhu Lin had become the weakest among those who stayed behind due to the enhancement potions that Li Shou had seized. Those who remained were predominantly timid by nature, and while Ma Nanjing had once commanded respect in class, he now found himself overshadowed by this group of weaker individuals, which naturally bred resentment within him. Yet, he was acutely aware of his current predicament. If he were to irritate Li Shou and the others, not only might they refrain from assisting him in times of danger, but it could also lead to his demise. Thus, when he approached to speak, his tone was notably gentler, adopting the guise of a suggestion. It's not impossible for you to undertake the mission. I, Ma Nanjing, am not devoid of reason. If we do not complete the mission, we shall all perish when our time runs out, correct? Seeing that no one responded, he pressed on. But we can certainly opt for a safer approach, such as completing the mission in the last 3 or 4 days. This way, we accomplish our objective without confronting danger. Wouldn't that be preferable? Completing the mission in the final 3 or 4 days entails too many uncertainties. What if others lack the potions? Moreover, if the chaos does not spread, it will severely impact our task assessment. Li Shou initially intended to dismiss him, but upon noting that more students seemed to share similar sentiments, he felt compelled to explain. You handle their inquiries. Having offloaded the burden onto Zhu Huang, Li Shou retreated to a corner to rest. What a hassle. It seems that completely parting ways with the group to undertake the mission may have been the better choice. Over these 4 days, he had scarcely rested, tirelessly engaged in tasks. Even with his extraordinary physique, fatigue was beginning to set in. Wang Yana, keep an eye on things for me. Wake me if anything arises. Of course, I won't let anyone approach you. Wang Yana responded cheerfully as she accepted the responsibility. As time passed slowly, Li Shou soon slipped into slumber. Ha ha ha, you truly share my tastes. I've always preferred the lively and cheerful. And you clearly could not resist temptation. Who? In his dream, Li Shou heard that familiar voice. It had appeared in his dreams countless times, yet never with such clarity as now. This time, not only was the voice distinct, but a figure he had never encountered before manifested, a rather greasy man in his 40s. Poking at his ear. It's me. Who are you? Take a closer look. Who do you think I am? Li Shou stepped closer, scrutinizing the man's face. His eyes, brow ridge, and nose, though oily, felt remarkably familiar enough to be seen every time he gazed into a mirror. Finally, realization dawned upon him. And he was filled with dread. You are me? Ha ha ha. I am not you. I am you from many years hence. Upon your recognition of me, it seems you still remain yourself, while I remain myself. I initially believed that reincarnation meant becoming you. But it turns out to be merely a remnant soul traversing time, a disappointment. What do you mean? I am you from many years later, deceased. However, I possess a remarkable artifact said to traverse time and facilitate rebirth. Alas, it was a ruse. Had I known I would die, I should have indulged more with the maidens that morning. Ignoring the middle-aged man's lewd commentary, Li Shou seized the crux of the matter. So, all this time, the dreams and reminders that have honed my skills were orchestrated by you? Indeed. Why did you not appear sooner? Before you entered the main world. The connection between us was exceedingly tenuous. As the middle-aged Li Shou uttered the word tenuous for the second time, his body quivered, and a glitch occurred. We have no time for idle chatter. I must convey 2 crucial pieces of information. Remember them. First, most individuals do not survive beyond 2 missions. And the survival rate for 3 missions is less than 1%. I have managed to endure due to extraordinary luck in my previous life, having acquired an artifact. Its location is beneath the fountain in the school graveyard of Tianhai No. 3. Beneath the fountain of Tianhai No. 3, remember that. The second matter, ensure that none of your classmates perish. The more survivors there are, the greater the benefits you can reap from them after the mission. Whether through a pig farming score model or a balanced score model. As soon as these words left his lips, the middle-aged Li Shou's form flickered and vanished. Staring at the empty space where he had stood, Li Shou murmured to himself, "Is he truly me? He appears rather unsavory. Why do our personalities differ so drastically? Could he be an imposter, someone who has usurped my identity? Or is it that the apocalypse can fundamentally alter a person's character?" Chapter 12. The cowardly Shou was unaware of how long he had slept before awakening to someone calling his name. Li Shou, wake up. There's a situation outside." As he opened his bleary eyes, he beheld the cherubic face of Wang Yana. Just a moment. Dreams are often nebulous, easily forgotten. Upon regaining consciousness, Li Shou did not immediately focus on the commotion outside. Instead, he noted down the words of his middle-aged self, under the fountain at Tianhai No. 3 Middle School. Do your utmost to prevent any classmates from perishing. After repeating these thoughts in his mind to ensure he would not forget them, he finally looked up. What is happening? There is a disturbance at the parking lot entrance. Teacher Zhang Ming has already taken people to handle it, but the situation seems dire. I'll go take a look. Li Shou rose and followed the cacophony to the entrance. There, he witnessed a group of adults wielding makeshift weapons, vociferously confronting Zhang Ming and the students. Kill all the Tianlong people, they shouted, their rallying cry. Zhang Ming retorted, "Why are you looking for Tianlong people here? We have none. Who knows whether you are harboring any Tianlong people?" The dim light revealed a burly middle-aged man at the forefront, flanked by dozens of muscular men, all with menacing expressions. The Tianlong people were oppressors, while ordinary people were victims. However, this did not imply that victims were inherently virtuous. To be more precise, among the victims, there could not be a lack of wrongdoers. Individuals and groups should not be conflated. There would always be thugs and opportunists. Surely the Tianlong people wouldn't reside in an underground parking lot? Perhaps they fled from the central district and are hiding here. You must know. All districts in York City are purging these arrogant individuals. Let us into search. Then you may enter, but do not harm my students. Zhang Ming was not entirely foolish. Recognizing the situation's gravity, she organized the students to clear a path and retreated to a corner. The mob entered the parking lot, and after a cursory search, they found no one else. Yet, they did not leave. The apocalypse heralds the complete collapse of order. Although the laws of the Tianlong people were unjust, under their oppressive regime, no one dared to commit crimes. After all, even a wicked order is still an order. But now, everything was different. In the early days of the apocalypse, the most primal aspects of human nature were unleashed. The leading man observed that the only individuals present were a group of oddly dressed miners and a rather attractive young woman. Instinctively, he sensed they posed no threat. Driven by instinct, this group, having completed their inspection, did not depart. They approached Zhang Ming, and the leader pinched her fair face, scrutinizing her closely. Come. Let me check your nose. Though it doesn't appear very square, one cannot be too careful. He chuckled sinisterly. Moreover, the Tianlong people have not only nasal characteristics. There are other traits that must be examined thoroughly. Boss, shall we check the noses of the other girls? The intent of the leader was clear, prompting several others to follow suit. Girls, stand still. Let us examine you closely. A throng of burly men, uttering lewd remarks, surged into the crowd, brandishing knives. Their intimidating physiques causing the students to retreat in fear. One larger boy, unable to bear the sight, was about to step forward when a hand restrained him from behind. Wait, it was Li Shou. Why? Their physicality should still be slightly inferior to that of these adults. This is the perfect opportunity to build courage. If we cannot stand against these people, how shall we face zombies? Not to mention the tasks that lie ahead. The middle-aged version of himself wished for the survival of his classmates. Deep down, he did not want to witness their demise. Yet, Li Shou would not assume the role of a full-time caretaker. To survive, one must first rely on oneself, then on others. Upon hearing Li Shou's words, the larger boy refrained from acting. Meanwhile, the other two, Zhu Huang and Yao Wang, were astute enough to refrain from intervening, with no one taking the lead. The situation in the crowd grew increasingly delicate. One by one, the female classmates were subjected to lewd taunts. Anger, shame, repression, and pleading glances all unfolded within those few minutes. The first to retaliate was unexpectedly Zhu Lin. She forcefully shoved the man attempting to molest her, shouting, "I am not a Tianlong person. Don't come near me. Who bullied you? Why take it out on us? You're cowards for not daring to confront the Tianlong people." Slap. The invocation of Tianlong people and coward seemed to strike a nerve within the assailant. as those words pierced through his fragile ego like needles. While insults might not provoke them, the truth certainly would. They had been oppressed by the Tianlong people for far too long, never daring to resist. The potency of the term coward wielded a far greater impact than anticipated. The assaulter, upon hearing those words, lost control of his emotions, delivering a brutal slap that sent Zhu Lin crashing to the ground. Zhu Lin was among the few who had not ingested any drugs. At that moment, she was but a frail schoolgirl, coupled with days of hardship. She could hardly withstand the force of the man's blow, crumpling to the ground, blood mingling with her teeth. Damn it! A usually timid classmate named Wang Yifei, witnessing Zhu Lin's downfall, was the first to charge forward. Just days prior, he had lacked the courage to undertake tasks or gather intelligence. Yet now he rushed in to push the assailant away. This prompted a knowing exchange of glances between Li Shou and Zhu Huang. He likes her. The unspoken understanding between men was palpable. However, the question remained, how long could courage fueled by hormones sustain itself? Little brat, you've got some spirit. The assailant rose, drawing his knife. What, do you wish to play the hero? Let us see you try. As Li Shou observed the situation, he noted the oppressive intimidation from the weapon and the man's size, making Wang Yifei step back. If no one came to his aid now, he might forever be vanquished by fear. A retreat of a step could lead to a lifetime of retreat. Li Shou contemplated before calling out, Hey, are you really using a knife to bully a child? You call yourself a coward, and here you are, proving it. It was a simple provocation, but Li Shou felt it might bear fruit. After all, these individuals had been subjected to the Tianlong people's oppression for so long that the seeds of cowardice had already taken root. Now was the time for their first act of defiance. The more they hesitated, the more they would yearn to prove themselves. Moreover, given the disparity in size and age, the assailant had likely underestimated Wang Yifei, missing the opportunity to assert himself. It is a theorem that the weak often wield their blades against the weaker. All right, come on. I want to see you make some waves. With all eyes drawn to the confrontation, the assailant tossed his knife to the ground. He advanced, step by step, toward Wang Yifei. The latter instinctively retreated 2 steps, but, upon seeing Zhu Lin sprawled on the ground, bloodied and vulnerable, he finally summoned the courage to confront the man. Damn you! He shouted, bolstering his resolve with loud curses as he charged forward, colliding with the assailant. The two engaged in a tumultuous struggle, their lack of combat training evident as they grappled, ultimately resorting to sheer strength and stamina. In this fundamental physical contest, Wang Yifei evidently held a slight advantage over the assailant. After a fierce struggle lasting several seconds, he managed to leverage his strength to seize his opponent's neck. However, the burly man, realizing he was at a disadvantage, drew a second small knife from his waist and thrust it towards Wang Yifei's abdomen. Yet, just before the blade could pierce flesh, a swift kick landed on his waist, propelling him 6 or 7 meters away. Wasn't it supposed to be a fair one-on-one brawl? Why resort to a knife? Chapter 13. The sprouting of courage. Being called a coward is already a mark of respect. After Li Shou kicked that person away, he turned to Wang Yifei, who was still in a daze, and praised him. You won the fight. Well done. Oh, thank you. Wang Yifei, who had always harbored a sense of timidity, felt a surge of encouragement. The adrenaline coursing through his veins tinged his cheeks with a faint flush. He glanced at Zhu Lin and then at his other classmates. An inexplicable sense of masculine achievement compelled him to speak up. Classmates, we cannot allow them to bully us. We cannot let them push us around. Wang Yifei shouted twice, his fervor infectious, igniting the spirits of those around him. Witnessing their female classmates and teachers being harassed had ignited a simmering anger within both the male and female students alike, all of whom had a shred of blood in them. Now, seeing that these ruffians were not as formidable as they had imagined, a flicker of courage began to blossom within them. Indeed, they could not be so easily bullied. They were unarmed, wielding only knives. Moreover, it seemed that their physical prowess was superior. Let us take them down. With Wang Yifei's stirring display of courage, the students momentarily cast aside their fears and hesitations, especially the more impulsive male classmates who charged forward. Big guy, take action. By this point, Li Shou had achieved his objective, yet he felt a growing concern. The nascent courage, though spirited, was frail and impetuous. The adversaries, despite lacking the physical strength of their side, were armed, which compensated for their shortcomings. A single stab in a vital area could yield catastrophic consequences. Don't let our classmates perish, Li Shou shouted, joining the fray. He first knocked out an assailant wielding an iron rod, then seized the weapon and plunged into the crowd of adversaries. With the iron rod in hand and Li Shou's exceptional physical attributes, his entrance into the melee felt akin to entering a realm of invincibility. With the strength of several hundred kilograms, the rod whistled through the air, toppling foes left and right. Of course, against such ordinary opponents, the true spectacle was the big guy. His inherent strength surpassed Li Shou's, and his imposing stature allowed him to hurl opponents like ragdolls, creating a visually stunning display. Under their combined might, the cowardly gang of ruffians quickly crumbled. Goodness, there's a monster over there. It must be infected with the virus. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. Run. The disorganized mob never needed to be entirely defeated. Once the tide turned against them, they would flee of their own accord. Upon witnessing the majority of their foes retreat, Li Shou and his companions chose not to pursue. After all, these were merely local thugs, and it was futile to chase down every last one. With less than 3 days remaining, seeing the budding courage in his classmates, Li Shou concocted a plan. According to the mission, they were to instigate chaos and equilibrium in this world, dismantling the existing malevolent order entirely. While they had made commendable progress, it was evident that the crumbling order was confined to this city, with the outskirts besieged by incoming military forces, preventing the virus from spilling over. If they could unleash the zombies beyond the barricades and spread chaos among the military, the rewards for their mission could multiply exponentially. However, to achieve such a feat, the level of danger would escalate manifold. Outside lay a professional army, armed with guns, artillery, and even aircraft. Although his physical prowess was formidable, he would merely be a target amidst a hail of bullets. Therefore, careful deliberation was essential for this undertaking. Moreover, there was the issue of his classmates after he departed. I feel we shouldn't linger in the underground parking lot for too long. As Li Shou contemplated these matters, Zhao Yi and her brother approached him. It's too dangerous here. Indeed. Li Shou surveyed the parking lot's entrance. The vehicle exits were unsealed, allowing for a potential influx of the undead. Besides the vehicle entrances, like most parking lots, there were several pedestrian access points. The entire parking structure was riddled with vulnerabilities, making it an unwise refuge. During the previous 4 days, Li Shou and the other brave students had been diligently completing tasks, while those too timid to gather information naturally avoided seeking shelter. Checking the time, it seemed the zombies had likely spread to this vicinity. Glancing at the countdown on his wrist, he declared, while the horde has yet to coalesce. We must find a safer location. Not far away stood an apartment complex known as Deep Forest Apartments, reminiscent of old-fashioned neighborhoods on Earth. The building featured a single access point, making it easily defensible. While other locations might offer better concealment, this one was the most practical considering the distance. Zhu Huang also approached, providing valuable information. Now that our classmates are less fearful, persuading everyone to relocate won't be an easy task. The conservatives will undoubtedly voice their opinions, wishing to remain where they are. Cowards always find excuses. But things have changed now. You should try to persuade them. Talk to teacher Zhang Ming. Have her lead the way for our departure. After all, she is still a teacher. Understood. Zhu Huang nodded and left. Once I ensure all the students are settled, I shall venture into the unknown. With Zhu Huang's encouragement, nearly all the students, including teacher Zhang Ming, soon agreed to relocate. With more than 2 days remaining until the task's conclusion, the students were merely a bit timid, not foolish. They realized that the recent events had already indicated that this place was unsafe. Having just achieved a victory, their adrenaline-fueled minds led them to agree without much thought. The group swiftly organized and departed the parking lot under the cover of night. It was the dead of night, though shrouded in darkness. The world outside had changed significantly since their arrival. The streets were now sparsely populated, with only a few figures hunched over, clutching weapons and vigilantly gathering supplies. Most shops had shuttered their doors, and sporadic groups shouting slogans against the Tianlong population were engaging in chaotic antics. The presence of people indicated that the zombie threat was not yet severe. Yuar Wang breathed a sigh of relief, though it was clear he had spoken too soon. Almost immediately, a chaotic group was seen rushing towards them, their terrified shouts echoing. Just 2 seconds after they entered Li Shou's line of sight, another group of oddly running figures followed closely behind. Their pursuers' identities were unmistakable. Damn it, just as we feared. No, if the zombies take down that group, their numbers will swell. The parking lot is unsafe. We must flee. Li Shou shouted, leading his classmates in the opposite direction. Find a narrow space. Li Shou trailed at the back of the group, observing the unfolding situation. These zombies were evidently of an elite variety, their speed far surpassing that of ordinary humans. In mere seconds, they overtook the fleeing group, pouncing upon them and consuming their prey. Moments later, more zombies began to rise from the ground. Some were drawn away by other wandering undead, while others pursued from a distance. Chapter 14. The Animal Kingdom. Zhu Wang led the charge ahead, while Li Shou brought up the rear. Even at this moment, he knew that in an open area, defeating such a multitude of elite zombies was beyond his capabilities. To claim he was not anxious would be a falsehood. Run faster up front. Just as Li Shou was about to urge them on, he suddenly noticed two individuals had fallen behind, Zhu Lin and Ma Nanzheng. Their lagging was quite expected. Both possessed average physical attributes, and having their potions stolen left them significantly outmatched in speed and endurance compared to their peers. In their wake, they gazed in terror at the approaching horde. The distance between them and the zombies diminished rapidly. Recalling the harrowing scenes from zombie films, where supporting characters were mercilessly devoured, they were gripped by a profound fear that stripped them of rational thought. "Wait for me," Ma Nanzheng cried out desperately. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Zhu Lin, overwhelmed by dread, found her pants soaked in terror. Yet, it was futile. He harbored feelings for Zhu Lin, youthful affections that could embolden him to confront any rogue. However, such sentiments were insufficient against a horde of the undead, rendering him incapable of facing them courageously. "Save me." Zhu Lin's gaze, filled with despair, followed the retreating figures of her classmates as they grew increasingly distant. In that fleeting moment, a memory of the documentary The Animal Kingdom surfaced in her mind. She recalled how herbivores on the savannah would abandon their frail and ailing companions when faced with the pride of lions, a harsh survival instinct that ensured the continuation of their species. At that time, she had perceived this as a natural order, a necessary cruelty. But now, as she faced abandonment, the hollow sensation of being forsaken enveloped her, accompanied by an all-consuming fear that made her yearn for death to swiftly end her suffering. Suddenly, a powerful arm collided with her, knocking her to the ground, and then secured her under its armpit. Turning her head, she was astonished to find it was Li Shou. "It's you?" Zhu Lin exclaimed in disbelief. Since the onset of the apocalypse, their relationship had been fraught with discord, and she had never imagined he would come to her rescue. Does he perhaps harbor feelings for me? As this notion flickered through her mind, she witnessed Li Shou ensnaring Ma Nanzheng with his other arm. "Ah, so that is not the case," she sighed, acknowledging the reality of their tumultuous history. Ma Nanzheng had been far more antagonistic towards Li Shou than she had ever been, and if he could save him, the implications were abundantly clear. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," Ma Nanzheng exclaimed, his gratitude spilling over after being rescued. Having traversed the precipice of life and death, the extreme terror had thoroughly dismantled his pride. "I am eternally grateful to you. Had you not saved me, I would have been torn to shreds by that horde. Li Shou, I admit my faults. I now understand that in critical moments, it is those like you, endowed with capability, who are indispensable." As he spoke, his words stumbled, caught between relief and disbelief. "It's nothing," Li Shou replied, casting a glance at Ma Nanzheng, feeling a twinge of guilt. Were it not for the mission, or the reminder of his older self, he might not have saved this rather disagreeable classmate. Yet, now that he had acted, he found no regret, but rather a sense of satisfaction. "Brother, can we escape?" Following his expressions of gratitude, Ma Nanzheng even altered his address. Although he bore the weight of two individuals exceeding 200 pounds, his physical prowess allowed him to keep pace with his classmates. However, they could not outrun the elite zombies. The students who had consumed the potions ran slightly faster than the average adult, but the elite zombies were far swifter. The gap between them closed alarmingly. "Have you found a place yet? We're about to be overtaken." "Almost there, just around the corner." Zhu Huang's voice rang out from the front of the line, leading the group to a turn that brought them to the entrance of the deep forest apartment complex. However, the gates were firmly shut, and upon their arrival, they could only scale the surrounding fence. The front runners quickly vaulted over, yet as it was Li Shou's turn, the horde had caught up. "Big guy, throw them," Li Shou shouted, tossing Zhu Lin and Ma Nanzheng over the fence with a motion akin to hurling a sandbag. After kicking away an approaching zombie, he leaped, using the wall's base to propel himself over the fence. "Fantastic." His classmates had barely begun to express their relief before Li Shou interrupted. "Not yet safe. Keep running. Find an entrance to a building." Before he could finish, the zombies, moving faster than they, began to scale the wall. Despite their stiff limbs, the notion of zombies stacking upon one another was no idle threat. Within moments, the first zombie had breached the iron fence. Li Shou, still lagging behind, faced the first zombie to cross. He thrust his iron rod like a spear towards its head, but lacking a proper point, it failed to penetrate the elite zombie's skull. A second strike, wielded with force, managed to crack the first zombie's cranium, sending a tremor through his hands. It was an unwise trade. The skull was the human body's hardest bone, and this zombie's head was even tougher. As Shou contemplated his battle strategy, a second, third, and fourth zombie leaped over the fence. The skull may be the hardest bone, but the knee was not. The knee was exceedingly fragile. Even a minor impact could lead to injury. With this realization, Shou swung his iron rod, sweeping at the knees of several zombies. With minimal effort, a series of cracking sounds echoed as several zombies collapsed, their kneecaps shattered. Though these zombies felt no pain and were unfazed by fractures. The bones were the structural support of their bodies. Once broken, they could not run. Several zombies crawled desperately towards Shou, but their speed had diminished to the point of being utterly non-threatening. After dispatching the three before him, Shou found a brief respite. Even as more zombies continued their attempts to scale the fence, he began to retreat while fending off the zombies, inching closer to his classmates. By the time he reached them, they had already entered the building, but the throng of zombies closing in became increasingly daunting. Just as he felt the situation growing dire, something akin to an electric scooter flew past him, accompanied by the urgent call of "Get in fast." Shou felt a surge of relief as he seized an opportunity to slip into the stairwell, quickly shutting the door and using his iron rod to brace it, effectively barring the zombies from entry. Chapter 15. Familiar faces. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of zombies pounding against the door reverberated through the hallway. The security door was made of iron. Even if the zombies possessed twice the strength of an ordinary person, they could not break through momentarily. Quick! Bring anything to block the door. Zhu Huang, being quick-witted, began to gather various objects from the hallway to reinforce the entrance. With this double layer of protection, the zombies were temporarily held at bay. But how long could this barrier withstand? Uncertainty loomed, as the quality of the doors in this alternate world was unpredictable. Dozens of students crowded together, their eyes fixed on the unit door. Each thud against it sent shivers down their spines. There's no need to panic. Let's not bunch up here. Those in front, please move to the second floor, Shou instructed, maintaining a semblance of order. Once some space was cleared, even if zombies breached, he would have room to maneuver. All right, let us follow Li, came the collective response as they ascended. After 2 fierce battles, Shou had earned the heartfelt recognition of his classmates. He had undertaken missions, fought against rogues, and particularly in the last encounter with the zombies. His efforts to rescue his peers and provide cover for the team had instilled a sense of trust in him. What should they do next? Actually, you can all stay here. With just over 2 days left, it is sufficient for survival. Shou pointed to their surroundings. The area was relatively narrow. Armed with a reliable weapon, as long as they did not encounter any mutated beings, one person could effectively hold back many. If that feels insufficient, we can pry open a couple of rooms. We can squeeze in. 2 rooms would suffice, with the hallway and the room doors acting as 2 narrow barriers. Holding out for just over 2 days should be manageable. I think that sounds feasible, Yuan King chimed in. Just as he spoke, a tremendous crash echoed, nearly breaching the unit door. Hey, stop talking. Big guy patted him on the shoulder. Just be quiet. I'm scared. In truth, Yuan King had a point. Merely holding out for 2 days in such a favorable location wasn't too daunting. Zhu Huang reached a conclusion, then turned to Shou. But I sense that Shou has other plans. Indeed, I do. We cannot afford to waste time with just over 2 days remaining. Although Shou's dreams were hazy, he remembered that the difficulty of tasks increased exponentially. The first task typically wasn't too challenging, with a death rate around 30%, and most individuals could accomplish it. In fact, for this current task, merely avoiding danger could lead to survival. However, should they choose this path, not only would their lives quickly dwindle, but it would severely impact subsequent tasks. The second task's difficulty escalated dramatically, without a solid foundation laid in the novice village and insufficient rewards. Future challenges would only become more daunting until death ensued. Why did the female captain from that world disregard the traversers, even neglecting basic training this time? Because they were exceedingly prone to perish. One misstep could lead to total annihilation, and countless missions resulted in the entire faculty and student body perishing. Meanwhile, the traversers, drawn in by Gu, continued to flow in. Encountering low-quality individuals meant death was inconsequential to the locals. The first task was foundational and critically important. I wish to disseminate the virus, breaking through the military blockade outside the city. Only then can we achieve a higher task evaluation and better rewards. That is too dangerous. It won't work. Even if you are strong, you'll still perish. I may die, but the zombies might not. Li Shou urged everyone to consider how many vials of the virus remained. How many are left? I remember 2 individuals were adamant about not giving any. He gazed at the classmates wedged between the first and second floors. After some deliberation, they managed to gather 4 vials of the virus. 2 were from the previously stingy classmates, and the other 2 were from Zhao Yi's unused stock. After the earlier battles, team cohesion had strengthened. And even those who had been stingy with their supplies contributed. This is sufficient. We have enough. Li Shou began assigning defensive tasks. Big guy. The primary defense relies on you. Find a suitable weapon and guard the door. Don't venture outside. Understood. Old Jew. I don't go by Jew. That's all right. My elementary school deskmate was nicknamed Invincible Tyrannosaurus until graduation. Very well then. If an emergency arises, you take charge to ensure the classmates survive. Am I not joining you? No. I'll go alone this time. It's more convenient. Enough talk. It's settled. After ensuring the classmates were settled, Li Shou observed from the 5th floor window before dawn as the horde of zombies below was lured away by some external movements. He then climbed out of the window and slid down the drainage pipe. On the map, York City bordered the sea to the east. Surrounded by mountains to the west and south, with a singular flat exit to the north, heavily guarded by troops. Li Shou had no intention of approaching that area. Traversing the mountains would be key, and bringing Zhu Huang along would only slow him down due to their vast difference in physical capability. Under the cloak of pre-dawn darkness, Li Shou headed westward. Without the need to guide his classmates, his speed increased significantly, allowing for greater ease of movement. Encountering small groups of zombies posed no threat. And even elite zombies could not catch him. Alone, he reached the city's edge by noon, where some individuals seeking to escape had gathered. Due to the mountainous terrain to the west, there was only one tunnel exit, which had been sealed off by the military. Even the elite were barred from leaving. The crowd was paralyzed by fear, wary of an outbreak of the zombie virus as well as the military's artillery fire. Rumors circulated that anyone daring to approach the tunnel was shot on sight. Indeed, I witnessed a high-ranking individual attempting to escape this morning, only to be gunned down. Someone remarked, "Sigh, we have even less chance now." Li Shou listened intently to the unfolding situation. However, the steep cliffs and slopes posed an insurmountable barrier for ordinary people. For him, it was far from difficult. His agility and strength surpassed that of the mountain monkeys. After distancing himself from the main road by several kilometers, Li Shou found a secluded spot and began to climb the slope. Once atop, he ventured into the forest to devise a plan. The military presence was minimal, and under the cover of darkness, he felt confident in deploying the virus into the enemy's camp. Yet, such an action bore significant risk. A misstep could lead to a fatal bullet wound. A more prudent strategy would involve capturing small, nimble creatures from the forest, infecting them with the virus, and then, under the cloak of night, tossing them near the military camp to disrupt the blockade. Just as he contemplated this course of action, he suddenly heard faint footsteps. Had the Tianlong people also stationed troops in the mountains? Cautiously, he crept closer, only to spot a familiar face beneath a small slope. The engineer he had shared drinks with that day? You're alive? Chapter 16. The Avenger Torhu? The sudden appearance of Li Shou startled the man. He tensed up, turning swiftly, ready to open the iron cage he held. Don't be afraid, it's me. Li Shou emerged from behind the stone. Once the man recognized his face, he relaxed his guard. You nearly scared me to death. I thought it was the Celestial Dragon Army. He lowered his hand from the cage. What is your name again? Engineer? I seem to have forgotten to ask when I invited you for drinks last time. Tour regarded Li Shou with curiosity. How did you manage to climb up here without any climbing gear? And what brings you to this place? I'm here to deal with the outer troops. What about you? And what is that you're holding? As Li Shou spoke, he moved closer, peering into the cage, which contained a flock of small birds. Unlike the birds of Earth, these creatures were slender and elongated, indicating remarkable flying speed. Their beaks bore sharp teeth, resembling those of carnivorous animals. Most alarmingly, the birds exhibited signs of infection from the zombie virus. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were agitatedly flapping about inside the cage. Our objectives align. Tor readily admitted his intentions. After our encounter that day, I initially dismissed your wild tales, but my intense hatred for the celestial dragons compelled me to act. That night, I couldn't sleep at all and began experimenting with the virus. I figured that even a 1 in 10,000 chance of revenge was worth pursuing. I started with small animals and discovered that it actually worked. Tur's excitement was palpable as he recounted the events from a few days prior. Honestly, I was so elated I nearly fainted. Once I confirmed the virus's efficacy, I was itching to rush to the military camp and release it. However, I understood that this opportunity was singular, so I was determined to make the most of it. I conducted further experiments, not wanting to squander this chance, and ultimately chose these birds as the virus's hosts. Could you provide me with more details? Shou inquired, gazing at the birds, secretly pleased to have found an ally. This species is scientifically named the bullet bird. They are fast-flying, carnivorous, and social creatures. Originally swift, their speed only increases after being transformed by the serum. These birds are difficult to catch due to their aggressive nature and cannot be domesticated, but their tender meat is highly favored by the celestial dragons, making them a luxury ingredient. Naturally, I couldn't afford such high-end delicacies, so I went to the celestial dragon's usury bank and secured numerous high-interest loans to buy them all. Due to a shortage of serum, I could only create 2 cages of these avian creatures. I managed to place the first cage at the military camp using my work connections, but I encountered some complications when attempting to bring the second one here. There are soldiers from the celestial dragon army on this mountain. No wonder you were so tense at the start. Shou nodded, realizing the implications. If those birds are released on the mountain, their chaotic flight would significantly reduce the effectiveness of the plan. Exactly. I wanted to keep them close to the guard post. I'll assist you. That would be splendid. Under the cover of night, Shou concealed himself within the shadows. He spent half the day devising a series of battle strategies with Tor. Now was the time to put their plans into action. After consuming 2 bottles of enhancers, Shou found himself endowed with physical capabilities far surpassing those of an ordinary human. His strength, speed, vision, hearing, and sense of smell all heightened. The heavens favored them. The night was devoid of stars and moonlight, shrouded in darkness. Distant glimmers of light indicated the positions of hidden snipers. These celestial dragon marksmen had been dispatched to seal off the mountain, wary of any zombies escaping into the woods. Given that their targets were zombies and civilians, the snipers were not well concealed. Some even smoked casually in trees. Unsure if genuine monsters lurked nearby, one celestial dragon sniper, having seen nothing all day, lowered his firearm and began to pry at his square nostrils, opening a military rations can for a meal. Bang! The can popped open with a crisp sound, masking the noise from the rustling grass below. Just as the first bite of food neared his mouth, a shadow loomed behind him. Before he could utter a word, a tremendous force snapped his neck. Shou, still unaccustomed to killing, took several deep breaths to steady himself. He then removed his clothing and donned the camouflage uniform of the fallen sniper, gathering the weapons and equipment into his possession. Although he was not yet adept with the firearms of this world, the sniper's crossbow was familiar enough due to the basic principles of archery, allowing him to quickly adapt. Having completed his preparations, Shou stealthily approached within 100 meters of the blockade. Every 100 meters, a gunman stood watch. Utilizing his teammates' uniform and the cover of night, he swiftly eliminated several guards, tearing a hole in the blockade. The area was heavily fortified with numerous troops and various mechanized equipment. The number of soldiers was likely in the thousands. The odds were insurmountable. And with electronic surveillance devices surrounding them, the burden of success rested solely on Tor. Understood. I have awaited this day for a long time, Tor declared, producing 4 vials of serum from his person. During their planning session in the daylight, Tor had learned of Shou's remaining vials and conceived a desperate strategy. Relying solely on the monstrous birds would be futile. In the face of gunfire from machine guns and cannons, even if the birds managed to infect a few, the military would swiftly quell any chaos. To ensure their plan's success, it was vital to breach the blockade and incite total disarray among the enemy ranks. Only a mutated entity could challenge the military head-on. Let us drink all 4 vials together, and hopefully we can create a formidable creature. Tor gritted his teeth, rallying himself. Have you made your decision? Shou asked one last time. I have. I have endured countless humiliations in my life. Today, I shall repay them all. Tor spoke with resolute determination. Unlike those who prey upon the weak, he possessed the true courage for vengeance. As Tor rose from the ground, he made his way down the slope toward the celestial dragon camp. Soon, he triggered the electronic alarm. Who goes there? A celestial dragon officer shone a searchlight upon Tor. If history records this disaster, let it remember the name of the avenger, Tor. I am Tor. Damn the celestial dragons! He bellowed, fearlessly opening the vials and pouring their contents into his mouth. As the potent serum surged into his body, his veins rapidly darkened, starting from his throat. Fire! The celestial dragon officer, seeing the scene unfold, commanded the troops to shoot. Rat-tat-tat! Countless bullets rained down upon Tor, striking his body and causing black blood to spurt forth violently. Chapter 17. The Super Zombie. thanks to the Silver Alliance leader, Lanzai. For not calling it a shark, is he dead? The commander gazed at the mutilated body of Tur, now a mere sieve, and gestured for his subordinates to cease firing. He had received orders to seal off the city, citing reports of monstrous creatures that were both infectious and aggressive, accompanied by a general description of their characteristics. In truth, he had not encountered a single zombie. During his over-a-day stay, he had only shot at a few civilians attempting to breach the blockade. Neither he nor his men had witnessed the monsters firsthand. This area lay on the outskirts of York City, where the outbreak had occurred in 2 central districts. With the spread to other parts of the city requiring considerable time, reaching this location would take even longer. According to the documents, such creatures would perish if struck in the head. Yet the entity before him, despite its damaged cranium, showed no signs of death. Tur, now a grotesque figure, emitted an eerie roar, and under the illumination of the searchlight, the black blood that spilled from him began to writhe as if alive. Subsequently, tender-like appendages sprouted from his form, burrowing into the ground to siphon nutrients. As the sustenance flowed into Tur's body, he began to swell and deform. Even a fool of a commander could discern the unfolding horror. Resume firing. The commander ordered the troops. However, this time, the bullets from the machine guns were utterly ineffective. They were repelled by a robust membrane that had formed around Tur. Initially, the autocannon could penetrate and inflict some damage, but as the membrane thickened, its efficacy diminished. When armor akin to rhinoceros hide began to emerge from the membrane, the autocannon was rendered useless. Deploy heavy artillery. Bring out the heavy weaponry. Cannons that had initially been aimed at the tunnel began to slowly pivot. Within a span of 1 or 2 minutes, Tur completed his transformation. Show me what he has become. Shou had been closely monitoring the battle from behind a rock, eager to witness the outcome of the 4 vials of serum administered to Tur. He looks formidable, albeit somewhat repulsive. What emerged beneath the searchlight was a massive, writhing mass of flesh, covered in membranes and armor, approximately the size of a jeep. Its surface was riddled with holes and seams, each adorned with sensory organs reminiscent of eyes. Unlike human eyes, these organs were encased in grotesque flesh and armor. Tur, now unrecognizable as his former human self, exhibited formidable defenses as the autocannon's bullets failed to penetrate his flesh. Yet, as Tur completed his metamorphosis, the heavy artillery redirected its aim. Fire. Boom. Boom. 2 resounding explosions ensued. One shell grazed Tur's form, striking the ground nearby, while another directly impacted his body. The resulting explosion engulfed a 10-meter radius around him in flames. At last, Tur sustained injury. A mass of flesh the size of a water tank was blasted away, leaving charred remnants in its wake. Continue firing. Do not cease. Despite the commander's urgent commands, reloading the shells took time. They had merely come to seal the tunnel, and heavy weaponry was not in abundance. As Tur recovered, his numerous appendages flicked and suddenly vanished from the beam of the searchlight. So swift. Even Shou struggled to catch a glimpse. Hitting such a creature with heavy artillery in the darkness would prove exceedingly difficult. The creature then absorbed the soldier's flesh, not only healing its injuries but also significantly increasing in size. Shou, hidden behind a massive boulder on the hillside, understood it was time for him to act. They had never anticipated that a single super mutant could overpower a regular army of 1,000. The mutant drew the fire and attention, while Shou's plan hinged on executing a surprise attack. Amidst the chaotic inferno, he swiftly descended the slope, clutching a birdcage. This bird, crafted by Tur, had been tested by Shou during the day. Its infection capabilities were akin to those of human zombies, ensuring that even the ones he released would carry the contagion. Shou had not run far before alarms blared, yet the sound was swiftly drowned out by the explosions. He maneuvered stealthily toward the rear of the encampment, progressing smoothly until he was within 100 meters when someone finally took notice of him. What are you running so far for? Do you wish to be a deserter? Do you not value the honor of our dragon clan? A junior officer shouted at him from a distance. In the flickering firelight, his features remained obscured, save for his military garb. I have no intention of deserting, sir. I'm coming. Shou jogged closer, gripping the birdcage tightly, his hand poised over the release mechanism. What do you have in your hands? As Shou approached within 20 or 30 meters, the officer detected his furtive movements. Hey, it's something good, sir. Something splendid. As Shou spoke, he swiftly opened the birdcage and hurled it into the densely packed crowd. He promptly dove behind an armored vehicle. In midair, the agitated zombie birds, having been cooped up for too long, finally burst forth. Once free, their insatiable hunger for flesh drove them to attack the surrounding soldiers, some of whom managed to evade the onslaught. What is this? Zombie birds? Why did you release the food? The junior officer, bewildered, observed as a soldier nearby began to exhibit strange symptoms. Veins and arteries darkened, and his body began to contort grotesquely. Something is amiss. The officer reacted swiftly, raising his weapon to execute the afflicted soldier, but before he could finish, he was seized from behind. Let go. Human strength paled in comparison to that of the zombies. After a brief struggle, he was bitten on the shoulder. Within seconds, he too joined the ranks of the undead. Thus, the contagion spread exponentially as more humans fell. The horde of zombies grew ever larger. The rear ranks descended into utter chaos. Had it not been for the super zombie-esque diversion, perhaps the army, under the direction of various officers, could have adjusted their combat strategies and ultimately dealt with the horde. Yet now, beset from all sides, the troops were engulfed in turmoil. Amidst the disorder, a traitor exploited the chaos to covertly assassinate officers attempting to organize their subordinates. Under the pressure of three fronts, the entire camp collapsed into disarray. By dawn on the second day, the military encampment had succumbed entirely. The virus had finally breached the blockade surrounding York City. Chapter 18, Super replies, in celebration of the Silver Alliance leader, with just a day remaining until the mission's conclusion. Shou had long departed from the vicinity of the tunnel. In truth, he had seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos before it reached its peak. The scene was perilous, rife with super zombies, large-scale military confrontations, and the relentless barrage of gunfire and artillery. Armed helicopters, capable of inflicting devastating damage on individual soldiers, hovered overhead, while an ever-increasing horde of zombies threatened to engulf him. Even armed, he felt utterly incapable of confronting such a massive onslaught. Should he find himself trapped within the throngs of the undead, escape would be a futile endeavor. Thus, he had merely played the role of a pyrotechnician, igniting the powder keg without daring to witness the aftermath or ascertain the victor. At this moment, Shou found himself by the shores of a tranquil lake, located on the outskirts of the southern city, a good 100 kilometers distant from the tunnel. Regardless of who emerged victorious, his objectives had been accomplished. The previous day's tumult had undoubtedly allowed many zombies to breach containment, and with individuals on the other side of the tunnel seeking to escape. The horde had likely already fled the city. His purpose fulfilled, and with Tour's vengeance avenged, Shou had no desire to take further risks. The notion of regrouping seemed inherently futile, as survival ultimately relied upon one's own capabilities. Resolving to seek a secure refuge until the mission's end, he had chosen this serene lakeside as his final sanctuary. Here, beside the expansive body of water, he felt he could adequately prepare for any impending threats posed by the vast hordes of zombies, organized military units, and armed helicopters. The open vista offered him ample opportunity to detect danger from afar, and with his physical prowess, he believed he could manage the majority of potential troubles. Surely, fortune would not be so cruel as to abandon him at this late hour. Crouching amidst the underbrush by the lakeside, Shou observed a relatively uneventful day, aside from the occasional zombie passing by. As the countdown to the mission's conclusion reached 15 hours, he spotted a number of bombers soaring across the sky. Upon reaching the urban expanse of York City, the aircraft began to deploy a series of super incendiary bombs. In this world, while nuclear weapons were absent, incendiary devices surpassed anything known on Earth. During the prior day's military efforts to suppress the super zombie tour, the primary weaponry had been small-scale high-temperature incendiary bombs. Now, the massive incendiary bombs released by the bombers could ignite nearly half a city block with each drop. It appeared the celestial dragons intended to obliterate the city, and he could only hope that the sovereign and his allies remained unscathed. Every mission contained an element of luck, much like life itself. The most successful were not necessarily the strongest, but rather those favored by fortune. As the countdown dwindled to 10 hours, for zombies detected Shou's concealment in the brush. But he swiftly dispatched them. With 7 hours left, an injured couple sought his assistance, yet he chose not to intervene. As the timer approached 2 hours, a horde of zombies pursued a group of fleeing survivors, barreling towards the direction of his hiding place. Without hesitation, he leapt into the lake, swimming towards the opposite shore. Utilizing his superior speed, he evaded the scene and subsequently concealed himself among the trees for another 2 hours. In his final moments before departure, he witnessed several zombies clawing their way up from the lake's depths, their bodies having begun to swell after 2 hours of submersion. Ultimately, as the countdown on his wrist reached its end, he was drawn into the void, his form flickering before arriving once more in the scale of justice. Before the monumental scale, Shou beheld a miniature representation of the mission's world. The scale, previously burdened by anguish, now appeared chaotic, oscillating unpredictably. The essence of chaos is fairness. In the face of death, all are equal. He hoped that, in that distant world, suffering might diminish somewhat. With a sigh, Shou awaited the arrival of the mission's conclusion. As the mission concluded, there were 45 participants, all of whom survived, reaping the rewards of their unscathed endeavor. Team rewards included an increase of 4 months to each individual's lifespan, alongside the privilege of lifespan trading. For Shou, the accolades included the title of Exceptional Chaos Creator, the participant with the highest mission completion rate, responsible for generating 74% of the total chaos factors. As the thunderous echoes within his mind subsided, 3 vials of serum and a card resembling a mission briefing materialized in his hand. The first virus promised comprehensive enhancement of physical abilities, the second aimed to augment sensory functions, the third sought to bolster bodily recovery capabilities. Gazing at the descriptions and vial numbers, Shou felt an intense desire for all, yet hesitated. Ultimately, he opted to forego the first virus, finding its balanced enhancement too mundane. The second virus was undeniably tempting. What was paramount for survival in a post-apocalyptic world? Keen senses. Enhanced perception could forewarn of dangers and allow for astute situational assessments. It was perfectly reasonable to flee rather than fight. However, he ultimately relinquished this option as well. He chose the restoration capabilities, not merely for the sake of healing wounds, but with future considerations in mind. Having just completed his first mission, he recognized his inherent vulnerability. A single stealthy shot from a small-caliber firearm could spell his demise. In the realm of survival, absolute strength outweighed mere evasion. Those who have trained know that physical conditioning is cyclical, requiring years of dedication rather than instantaneous results. Even the most resolute willpower must yield to the body's need for recovery before undertaking the next phase of rigorous training. Recovery capabilities dictate the pace of personal growth. Survival is a long-term endeavor. While the immediate enhancement of his combat prowess might not be strikingly evident, Shou resolutely injected the third serum into his vein. As the virus coursed through his body, a wave of heat enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he next awoke, the mission's conclusion had been finalized. His classmates surrounded him, and as he surveyed the area, he first recognized familiar faces from his own class. Upon glancing towards other groups, he noted the evident attrition. Upperclassmen retained only 30 to 40 members, while some lower grades dwindled to a mere 20 or 30. The most shocking revelation was a class reduced to a singular survivor. It was unexpected for only one to remain. As Shou's gaze fell upon him, the lone survivor seemed to sense his scrutiny, eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity. He offered Shou a fleeting smile before launching himself at a nearby armed guard. Unbeknownst to him, the abilities acquired in the mission world had evidently enhanced his speed, rivaling Shou's own. However, as he approached the guard, a swift blow from the guard's rifle shattered his jaw. By a cruel twist of fate, the severed jaw landed at Shou's feet. Chapter 19. The main world. Shou gazed down at the individual beneath his feet, who appeared to be a freshman as well. Typically, Shou was not a person who engaged widely in social interactions. And having only recently arrived at high school a few months prior, he was familiar with his classmates but had only a passing recognition of students from other classes. Some were merely faces he vaguely remembered. Is his mission in the same world as mine? Is it another city in the same world? Or perhaps a different world altogether? I wonder what kind of enhancement this fellow has received to become so powerful so swiftly. Being knocked down by a guard's rifle but did not necessarily signify weakness. The assessments conducted by the guards here were exceptionally stringent, with some being seasoned traversers themselves. As Shou observed him, a figure dashed past from behind. Zhu Lin. She hurried over to assist the fallen classmate. Are you all right? Ugh. The individual let out a grunt upon rising, although his shattered jaw distorted his speech. Nevertheless, with careful listening, one could discern his words. What? He told you to scram. Zhu Huang translated from the side. Oh. Zhu Lin awkwardly stepped back. After the previous mission in another world, she had become convinced of the reality of this world and recognized her own frailty. A thoughtful girl. She had initially wished to befriend the agile individual, only to encounter disappointment once more. Class 1-3, gather around. Fortunately, the instructor of Class 1-3, Shou, arrived just in time to alleviate the awkwardness. He stood before the group, astonished to see that none had perished, a rare occurrence indeed. Good fortune, along with a commendable leader. Shou exchanged a knowing glance with Shou before leading the team onto the truck. Other teams followed suit, obediently boarding their designated vehicles under the guidance of their respective instructors. with the first brave participant having stepped forward. Everyone had recognized their own standing and refrained from causing further disturbances. As the iron gate closed, the female team leader emerged from the crowd. She stood on the platform, surveying the group from her elevated position. After a brief count, she noted, "There are still around 60 to 70% of you left, better than I anticipated. However, I suspect that most of you merely hid from danger during the initial mission." The female leader casually remarked, "Yet, since you have survived until now, it indicates you possess a measure of good fortune. It is my duty to explain the situation here." She continued, "At this point, you should still be bewildered about your whereabouts. Allow me to clarify, this is the main world." "The main world?" a brave soul below inquired. "Indeed, the main world. If we liken all worlds to a tree, your world constitutes the branches and leaves, while this is the trunk, the realm where rules are generated." The female leader paused, allowing the information to sink in. As anticipated, the students below began to engage in discussion. Zhu Huang quietly turned to Li Shou. "Do you know about this?" "My knowledge is rather vague. Everything in the dreamscape felt indistinct." "Let us see how she elaborates," Li Shou replied. After a brief interlude, the female leader continued. "This world is vast, home not only to ordinary flora and fauna akin to those on your Earth, but also to numerous beings spawned from chaotic rules. The dangers that manifest at night are predominantly the result of these errant rules. The mushroom you encountered is an embodiment of the balance between rules and chaos. Our city, and indeed this so-called country, is established upon it. All the missions you undertake contribute to bringing balance to the other branch worlds. The greater the balance achieved, the more powerful the mushroom becomes, enhancing the rewards for traversers, which naturally improves our existence." "So, the mushroom is our deity?" a student queried from below. "A deity is a concept familiar to you Earthlings. You may venerate deities, but the mushroom requires no such adoration. Your respect is futile, whether you honor it or not. It remains indifferent to your actions. Rules are rules. It possesses divinity but lacks humanity, pursuing only the establishment of equilibrium among all worlds." "Are there other embodiments of rules besides the mushroom?" another student asked. "Yes. There exists the vine tree of chaotic balance, the square ant of absolute order, and the black mist of utter chaos, are three neighboring rules and long-standing adversaries. As for the more distant realms, they remain unexplored except by adventurers. This world is simply too expansive for anyone to fully traverse. Naturally, you need not concern yourselves with what lies further afield, as most individuals perish in their subsequent missions." The female leader spoke with utmost candor. "All right, novices, enough of the lengthy discourse. The day is drawing to a close. I must take my leave. Prepare yourselves for the second round of assessments tomorrow." "Thank you, instructor." Upon returning to the dormitory, the door closed behind them, and soon the darkness enveloped the surroundings. The students engaged in discussions regarding the missions and the female instructor's remarks, while Li Shou gazed out the window. As night descended, a thick fog blanketed the outside world. Within the murky haze, a creature resembling a telephone pole passed by, towering 5 to 6 meters tall, with a head akin to a television set. Its form was devoid of flesh, composed solely of wood and plastic, a clear manifestation of a rule-based entity. "If only I could venture outside," Li Shou mused, reminiscing about the artifact beneath the fountain at Tianhai No. 3 Middle School. "Never mind. I must first hone my physical abilities. Once I secure my position as a seed candidate, I will be able to request daytime excursions." With a long sigh, Li Shou temporarily set aside thoughts of the artifact. He then proceeded to the fitness area of the dormitory to assess and improve his physical condition. Beginning with the foundational exercises of bench presses, deadlifts, and squats, he discovered that he had nearly reached the world record level for Earthlings. The disparity in human strength attributes was far greater than that of speed attributes. An average adult male bench presses around 70 kilograms, while the world record in a non-elastic suit exceeds 350 kilograms. However, athletes specializing in these exercises often possess bulky physiques ill-suited for combat, and their size typically leads to poor endurance. Li Shou focused on comprehensive training. Previously, he could bench press 120 kilograms, but after consuming 2 bottles of enhancement potions, he achieved a remarkable 270 kilograms. Alongside strength, his endurance, flexibility, and bone density had also seen significant improvements. Testing his recovery capacity was paramount, as it represented his greatest gain. After determining his physical data, Li Shou attempted to bench press a near-limit weight of 260 kilograms in sets. This method was a form of self-destructive, unscientific training, dangerous and likely to induce muscle damage. Nevertheless, he persisted, soon succumbing to muscle strain and fatigue, relinquishing the barbell. A peculiar sensation coursed through his arms, which should have felt achingly sore, yet what ordinarily required over a week to fully recover from was restored in mere moments. Alongside this rapid recovery came a slight enhancement in strength. Though it was but a faint increment, Shou keenly sensed the difference. I haven't made the wrong choice. Every little bit adds up, and I shall undoubtedly grow stronger. I am destined to be a late-blooming hero. Chapter 20. Home on that night. Shou became increasingly exhilarated as he trained, completely oblivious to the need for sleep. The sensation was akin to that of a person who, after working an entire day for a meager 200 yuan, suddenly finds that a mere hour or even 10 minutes of labor yields the same reward, an irresistible thrill. However, this immersion in training lasted but a short while, as Shou soon began to feel a wave of weakness. This weakness was not due to physical exhaustion but rather hunger. He was in need of nourishment. With a sigh, Shou glanced at his classmates, wondering who had food to share. The items from the mission world could not be taken out. Zhu Huang shook his head, indicating he had none. I have some, Wang Yifei said, pulling his backpack from beneath his bed and retrieving some beef jerky. It was evident that he had a tendency to hide things well. Before they embarked on the mission, when they were all ravenous, he had not produced any food, but now he generously offered it to Shou. Here you go. Are you hungry? I'm not hungry. Earlier, when we pried open the doors of several homes in the residential area of the mission world, we found plenty of food and have already eaten, Wang Yifei replied nonchalantly. Thanks, Shou said, not wanting to appear coy, and proceeded to devour the jerky before resuming his training. You're a good guy, Zhu Huang remarked, approaching Wang Yifei to engage in conversation. No. I merely wanted to repay the debt of gratitude, Wang Yifei replied, his head lowered, still displaying a somewhat timid demeanor. Although that battle had sparked a flicker of courage within him, it had not transformed his character overnight. Indeed, we all owe our lives to Brotherly. Ma Nanjun chimed in dramatically, waving his arms. I was terrified when the zombies were chasing me. Had it not been for Brotherly, I would surely have been bitten that day. When he rushed over to rescue me, I felt as though I had seen the light of salvation. Stop flattering him. Zhu Huang chuckled, promptly calling him out. You simply recognize the situation and are now hoping that Brotherly will take you along on the next mission to save your life, right? Yes. This topic piqued everyone's interest, not just Zhu Huang's. The feeling was indescribable, much like the familiar sight of an old photograph at the entrance of one's hometown, evoking deep emotional resonance. As they sensed this atmosphere, several classmates were moved to tears. After enduring so many trials and witnessing countless deaths, who does not long for home? Who does not yearn for family? Not only the students, but even the young teacher Zhang Meng had reddened eyes. I miss my mom, as one classmate murmured. Her arm suddenly began to twitch. Soon after, writhing mushrooms sprouted from her arm, and amidst her screams, the mushrooms multiplied, enveloping her body until she vanished from sight. The classmates, initially terrified, soon felt a strange sense of delight. Indeed, the mushrooms need not go through such trouble to kill us. In that moment, several other students also had mushrooms sprout from their wrists, swallowing them whole. After training for another 10 minutes, Shou's body once again succumbed to weakness from lack of nourishment. Only Zhu Huang remained at his side. Let's go. The two summoned the mushrooms in unison. Their emergence took place at what had once been the school. Yet now, there was nothing but an empty lot. The passers-by around seemed unfazed, as if the school had never existed. Curious, Zhu Huang approached a familiar street food vendor and inquired, Annie, do you remember me? Of course. Aren't you the student who often buys fried skewers? Do you still recall the school that used to be here? Zhu Huang asked, pointing to the vacant lot. What school? Over there at the intersection, there's a number 7 high school. Aren't you a student from number 7? I'm from number 8. We've never had a no. 8 in Zhan Prefecture, young man. You must be joking. After their exchange, the two continued walking side by side. As they strolled along the familiar path, Shou and Zhu Huang reveled in the sensation of normalcy, neither feeling the need to speak. It was as if they were savoring the moment. They lived in an old low-rise building in the old town. Zhu Huang arrived home first. Upon opening the door, Shou was greeted by his warm-hearted parents, who, after calling for their son, invited Shou into play. Shou politely declined, waving his hand in thanks before departing. After walking a little further down the street, Shou retrieved the key from beneath a flower pot at his doorstep and unlocked the door. The moment he stepped inside, he was met with a foul odor. Upon entering his father's bedroom, he discovered that his paralyzed father had passed away. At this sight, Shou felt a lump in his throat but maintained a facade of composure as he stood beside his father. "Rest in peace, Dad. According to the mushrooms, you have escaped suffering. After taking care of you for so long, I too am rather weary. Unlike most of my classmates, I prefer the world beyond this mundane existence. Do you understand?" As he spoke, Shou curled up by the window, the emotions of youth finally bursting forth alongside his tears. That night, after attending to his father's funeral arrangements, Shou left the place behind. He had no affinity for the drab life on Earth at heart. He cherished adventure and the boundless possibilities it entailed. He yearned to explore the realms beyond mushrooms and the four great rules. He wished to discover the vastness of the core world and what lay beyond. He longed to witness the myriad branches of worlds. Even in death, he felt no regret. That, indeed, was a world of intrigue. It was infinitely more fascinating than a life of monotonous routine after graduation. What was there to fear about death? I desired to live a life full of excitement. As a mere 16-year-old lacking the authority to handle his father's remains, Shou found many matters inconvenient and could only entrust his father's body to his aunt. In the square, the female captain awaited their arrival. "Is this all the people that showed up?" she remarked, surveying the scene. Class 1 to 3 fared somewhat better, with 7 or 8 students present, while the other classes were either entirely empty or had only 2 or 3 individuals, infuriating her to the point of spitting on the ground. "I refrained from reminding you yesterday, just to assess the caliber of this generation of transgressors. I must say, it is the worst I have ever encountered. Did you take my words lightly regarding today's test?" "Pack up." "Yes." As the commander spoke, he produced a mushroom from his pocket, an authentic fungal body, writhing with life. Chapter 21. The Garbage Group. Some are bathing, some are eating, and others are sleeping. The female captain narrowed her eyes as she surveyed the embarrassing state of those below. "Is your physical condition lacking, or is your mind also somewhat impaired?" "A bunch of fools." As she spoke, the captain leaped down from the high platform and made her way to the mushroom carpet, kicking over a female instructor in the process. "Chai, lower the individual scores of all these people by 1 point and reduce resource allocation accordingly." "Understood, Chief." Chai quickly took out a small notebook to begin his calculations. The captain then traversed the mushroom carpet and approached Shou and his companions. "These individuals are commendable. An excellent team can always exhibit remarkable combat prowess." "Hey, these faces seem familiar, Chai." "Yes, Chief." Chai responded eagerly. "Aren't these the ones who were the first to descend from the teaching building last time?" "Indeed, I have noted them down." Chai confirmed. "These individuals are quite impressive. Their resource allocation will be increased by 10%. Chief, your sense of reward and punishment is truly commendable. It embodies the essence of rule-based organisms." Enough of the flattery. Each team instructor will now take charge and commence the second round of testing to assess the growth of their teams following the first mission. As per usual, participants will be categorized into 5 groups: Seed, Excellent, Ordinary, Garbage, and Waiting to Die. Under the captain's command, the instructors stepped forward to lead their respective teams away. The class with the fewest members belonged to the instructor of the student with a broken jaw, who provided one-on-one service. Naturally, the class led by Shou, comprising 44 students and 1 English teacher, had the most members, all of whom had survived. Thus, their testing duration would be the longest, with other instructors eventually assisting, making them the last to complete the evaluation. The testing tasks remained the same as those from the previous Iron Man 30 events. Unlike last time, when most participants could not even manage a single pull-up, this time, a significant majority exhibited remarkable improvement in their physical capabilities. Nonetheless, after the first round of testing, most students were still assigned to the garbage group. In Class 1 to 3, only Zhu Huang, Zhao Yi, Zhao Qi, and a few others, including Zhang Ming and the Urine King, were allocated to the ordinary group, indicating their commendable performance in the last mission, where they had secured some chaotic elements and personal rewards. These rewards typically enhanced physical strength, which justified their superiority over their peers. The tall student, however, excelled further, achieving the excellent standard. On the other hand, Shou lingered at the edge of the seed category, just as he had before. Class 1 to 3 had all 5 groups represented, including the Waiting to Die group, which naturally comprised Julin and Ma Nanzheng. The Waiting to Die group had few members, as most from other classes who reached that level had perished during missions. The garbage group remained the primary destination for the majority. "Old Shah, haven't you finished tallying your group yet?" Chai approached after the grouping was largely completed. "It's not that I haven't finished. I do have a potential seed candidate. She pulled Li Shou forward. What do you mean? This individual is still a bit shy of being a seed candidate. But he is not too far off. This person? Isn't he one of those who just received bonus points? As long as there are bonus points, it's a good sign. Fine, to the seed group he goes. Chai pointed towards a grouping in the arena. Go stand over there. Understood, Commander. Li Shou wasted no time and headed directly towards the smallest group. On his way, he observed the 7 individuals present, 2 girls and 5 boys, most of whom appeared to be seniors. The only first-year student among them was the boy with red eyes, whose chin was still wrapped in bandages, making him quite conspicuous. Though these individuals had outperformed Li Shou in the testing results, it did not necessarily imply that their foundational physicality was superior. It was more likely due to task rewards and the circumstances of the mission. The grand prize Li Shou received was growth-oriented, providing little enhancement for him at present, while these individuals likely received direct rewards, given their commendable performance in the task, coupled with the strengthening rewards. It was plausible that some had engaged in peculiar tactics during the mission. For instance, the boy with red eyes was the sole survivor in his class, who knew what transpired during the mission. What had he acquired from his peers? These individuals might not necessarily be virtuous. Regardless, he decided to approach them. As Li Shou walked over, he mentally prepared himself. Typically, this would be the moment when young prodigies vied for attention and accolades. However, contrary to his expectations, upon his arrival, everyone except the boy with red eyes greeted him warmly. The leading female student was the first to introduce herself. Hello, new student. My name is Chen Han. You must know me, right? Oh, my apologies for my arrogance. I used to be the student council president at our school, and I thought of myself as somewhat of a celebrity. How embarrassing. Chen Han spoke gracefully, her self-deprecating humor easing the tension. Oh, I'm Li Shou. Shou means longevity. What a lovely name. In this world, it carries even greater significance. As she spoke, Chen Han produced an oddly shaped mushroom. Li Shou, join us. What is this? A task reward. You can think of it as a team membership card. In the future, we can form a new class together. What do you mean? You know that each mission is conducted by class units. This item allows us to detach from our original classes and reassemble into a new one. Although the number of participants is limited, we have enough slots. Once we establish our new class, we can undertake missions together. That sounds appealing. A group of seed candidates would significantly increase survival odds and enhance task completion rates. As for trust issues, in a life-or-death scenario, even friends may not be reliable. Therefore, what is non-existent is not a problem, while what eternally exists is also not an issue. Nevertheless, I must decline. Had it not been for the reminder from his middle-aged self, Li Shou might have joined. However, he now had to consider more than just this. He also hesitated to abandon his friends. Have you made your decision? Chen Zihan's expression shifted. What could be more important than survival? I have made my decision. Thank you for your kindness, but no further persuasion is necessary. Before Chen Zihan could respond, a sturdy senior boy intervened, holding her back. Forget about him. These 2 first years are both mad. Chapter 22. Specialized training. Much like the rules governing food distribution, the training resources here are allocated according to ranks. The waiting to die group is entirely neglected, left to fend for themselves. They may choose to practice alongside others or take leisurely strolls. As long as they do not stray too far or engage in inappropriate conduct, no one pays them any mind. Naturally, no food is provided. To be in the waiting to die group signifies a slow demise. The garbage group fares somewhat better, as they are supervised by several instructors who impart essential combat techniques and the fundamentals of both firearms and melee weapons. The ordinary group enjoys even more privileges, as they begin to receive a modicum of resources. The main world is home to a plethora of peculiar species, both flora and fauna, some of which possess beneficial attributes for physical development. The surplus parts of these entities are allocated based on the performance of the members of the ordinary group. Not everyone receives these benefits. Only those who train diligently and exhibit a keen understanding of firearms and weaponry are rewarded. The elite group enjoys superior resources. Nearly every member is provided with unique supplementary items, and those who excel particularly well are granted access to biological enhancements. As for the seed players, I will personally lead your group. The female captain approached a few individuals, her demeanor softening slightly in their presence. Let me introduce myself. I am Iwakura. Greetings, Commander Iwakura. Aside from the one with red eyes, everyone here is quite astute, which explains their impressive performance in previous missions. Upon hearing the introduction, they all returned the greeting. Good. I have no interest in idle chatter. Let us get straight to the point. My purpose here is to strengthen you. Your improvement will benefit the chaotic rules of the mushroom phenomenon, and any advantage gained therein will also serve my interests. Therefore, I urge you not to harbor any ulterior motives, at the very least. Our goals align in terms of mutual benefit. I will now briefly outline our training direction. Members of the seed group will not be instructed in the use of firearms, and it is advisable that you refrain from employing them. Excuse me, Commander, may I inquire why? Because firearms have a limited range of applicability. Will they diminish our combat effectiveness? Chen Zihan inquired. Not at all. In fact, they may initially enhance your combat abilities, but there is a ceiling to this improvement. Our main world is the backbone of all humanoid realms, where the inhabitants are not vastly different from you Earthlings. Furthermore, no matter how formidable an individual firearm may be, it cannot contend with rule-based entities. Even against the floating, erratic creatures that roam at night, you would find yourselves incapable of defeating them with firearms. The path to self-improvement remains the most viable option. After delivering this succinct overview of the training direction, Iwakura proceeded to introduce the training content. Thus, the primary focus for the seed group is self-enhancement. While there exist a multitude of training methods in the branch worlds, I am aware of some. However, those methods necessitate specialized aids, many of which are unavailable in the vicinity of Mushroom City. Moreover, due to your rapid mortality rate, I shall only introduce the most straightforward and effective training method, one ideally suited for travelers. Rule-based transformation. Genetics, in essence, constitute a form of regulation, a bodily regulation. Our initial transformation involves genetic modification. Once your physical strength reaches a certain standard, you may venture into the wild to capture radiation-mutated creatures and incorporate their genes into your own body, thereby randomly acquiring one of their abilities. Randomly? One of the boys expressed his surprise. Indeed, luck is one of the most mysterious aspects of this world. Having strength is not as advantageous as having good fortune. This principle holds true universally. However, if a creature possesses superior characteristics, the likelihood of obtaining a beneficial ability increases, correct? Chen Zihan interjected once more. Precisely. An astute observation. We have a ready-made encyclopedia, compiled from the experiences of those who came before us. For instance, the night wolf worm is an excellent candidate for genetic fusion. It boasts impressive explosive power, possesses natural armor, and can change color to become invisible. Acquiring any of its abilities would be advantageous. What are the conditions for genetic fusion? Your physical capabilities must meet specific standards, which we have established through extensive experimentation. Failing to meet these standards may result in your body being crushed by the fungi during the fusion process. Can this fusion be performed multiple times? The red-eyed boy could no longer contain his curiosity, displaying an extraordinary yearning for power. I have reviewed your data, and 2 of you are already nearing the required standards. Very well, I believe I have spoken enough for today. Are there any further questions? If not, let us commence. Commander, when might I be allowed to venture outside? Shou posed his question, his thoughts lingering on the artifact. Once you undergo your first fusion, I will permit you to go out for a few days. Understood, Commander. From this moment forth, if anyone has a question, kindly keep it to yourself. I have no desire to hear it. Let us begin training. With Iwakura's commanding voice, the seed group commenced their specialized training. The preparation for genetic fusion was stark and unembellished. After all, the physical attributes of the participants had yet to transcend the realm of ordinary humans. Even possessing several hundred pounds of strength may not surpass that of Earth's elite athletes. Consequently, the primary training activities consisted of various foundational exercises, supplemented by electric shocks, specialized microradiation, and fungal nutrients to enhance physical capabilities. The latter half of their day was consumed by rigorous training. Of course, as seed players, their supplies and food provisions were unlimited. This arrangement provided Shou with an advantage. From the outset, he alternated between training and eating, ultimately engaging in both simultaneously. Much to the astonishment of others. How can he eat so much? Has he undergone some special enhancement? Does he not require rest? Before the sky darkened, all members of the seed group, including Chen Zihan and the red-eyed boy, were utterly exhausted. The sensation of muscle strain rendered them weak, a condition that mere willpower could not overcome. Even with the restorative properties of the fungal nutrient solution, their bodies had sustained considerable damage. Yet, one individual persisted, training relentlessly with an intensity that bordered on the mechanical, refusing to rest. In this world, there is no time to conceal my true abilities and feign weakness. Every opportunity must be seized. I must strive. Chapter 23. Rise and cease your training. Nightfall approaches. The female captain stepped before Li Shou, removing his training equipment with a single hand. With a serious demeanor, she inquired, "What is your name?" Li Shou. "Ah, you belong to the class known for its full survival rate, correct?" Yin Quan recalled this group distinctly, for it was indeed a rarity to witness such a feat. "Yes, that is correct, officer." Li Shou nodded. "Our survival can be attributed mainly to luck, and many did not partake in the missions." "Good to know. Do you require any supplies?" "I would like an abundance of food, preferably the mushroom nutrient solution." "Understood. I shall inform someone to deliver it shortly." Under Captain Yin Quan's direction, all instructors received orders to disband their teams. Once the groups dispersed, individuals from each class gathered together once more. After a morning of testing and an afternoon of training, nearly everyone was utterly exhausted. The level of fatigue inversely correlated with the grouping. The more esteemed the group, the greater the exhaustion. After all, the elite and seed groups spent most of their time engaging in physical training, while the ordinary and subpar groups were primarily instructed in weaponry knowledge. The waiting to die group, however, had it easier, as long as they refrained from wandering. They were largely ignored. Yet, this very state of limbo was torturous. Does anyone still remember firearms knowledge? I overheard Zhu Lin seeking assistance from members of the ordinary group. Meanwhile, Monin approached Li Shou directly. "Brotherly, can I join you? Are you short on funds?" "What do you mean?" "Let me be direct, brotherly. Although we've arrived at this place, money holds no value here. However, my family still requires it, right? I can request a substantial amount from my father. Would you be able to take me on a mission?" Monin spoke with a hint of flattery. "You needn't worry too much. Just ensure I don't perish. After what happened last time, I'm genuinely terrified. Even my dreams are haunted by scenes of being chased by zombies. It's utterly terrifying. Now that I've become part of the waiting to die group, my fear has only intensified. If you disregard me, no one else will look after me." Monin's expression was sincere. Young lives traversing between life and death inevitably harbor fear. "I'll do my best to keep you alive, but self-preservation is paramount. As for money, I have little use for it. You should give it to my aunt. They've assisted my family greatly. I'll provide you with an address shortly." Li Shou did not hesitate to accept the money. "Wonderful." Monin exhaled in relief. His father had always taught him that if someone accepts money, it signifies a half-hearted agreement. Even if there is no commitment, it represents goodwill. Currently, Monin's sole means of self-preservation was this. So he was quite earnest about it. Just as he departed, Zhu Huang and others gathered around. "Old Li, could you lend me a hand?" A large figure limped toward them, pressing his hefty frame against Li Shou. "Ah, my leg feels like it's no longer mine. I'm on the verge of death. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." The weight of his cumbersome form was a challenge for Li Shou as they made their way to the dormitory. "What about you two? How are you faring?" "I'm not doing too well either," Zhu Huang responded, appearing exceedingly weak. This afternoon, he had earned the instructor's praise through his quick wit, receiving scraps from mutated beasts and undergoing special physical training. Those subjected to such training often found themselves utterly drained, muscles torn and bodies fatigued. "I'm all right," said Yuan King, who seemed rather relaxed. "By the way, I have good news for you all that old Zhu is aware of, but you certainly are not. Today, I discovered I possess considerable talent in shooting. When I practiced with the crossbow earlier, you know how difficult that can be, right?" "Indeed. I've tried shooting at the park. It's quite challenging. Yet, I was remarkably accurate, more so than I am at urinating." "That is impossible. I've seen you miss a fly when you were urinating." A large fellow objected vehemently. As was customary, the meals provided were meager and unappetizing. However, Li Shou was allocated a considerable amount of beast meat and 4 full bottles of mushroom nutrient solution. "It seems the captain places great importance on you, providing you with 4 bottles at once." The one distributing the food was Sha Shi, who, upon delivering it, sought to forge a closer bond with Li Shou. "Don't forget to call me when you go hunting. You're unfamiliar with this area, and I can guide you. Honestly, before your next gene fusion, you'll find those radiated beasts quite formidable. Rest assured, instructor, I will trouble you when the time comes. Haha, train well. I have faith that you will survive the 3rd round. Once you surpass that, the constraints of freedom will be lifted." Shashi patted Li Shou on the shoulder before departing. Night swiftly descended, bringing with it renewed dangers. However, Li Shou was unfazed. Night was his time for additional training. The greatest reward lay in the restorative virus serum, intended for this precise moment of steady growth. Upon arriving in the training area, he continued his strength training, consuming food as he practiced. It was only after exhausting all the food late into the night that he finally lay down to sleep. Yet, The body's recovery capabilities were remarkable. Recovery encompassed not only muscles but also the mind. After merely 2 hours of slumber, Shou awoke invigorated, entirely devoid of fatigue. For the next several days, he functioned like a relentless training machine. Practicing during the day and night, his life revolved around eating, training, and sleeping. This unwavering determination led his peers to view him as an anomaly. Even Zhu Huang couldn't help but inquire about his motivations. He couldn't disclose to his classmates that he had grown fond of this world. Shou's growth was astonishing. After 7 days, he was the first to pass the assessment, earning the privilege of gene fusion. Indeed, when he entered the seed group, he was the weakest. But he had ascended through merit. Now, he stood as the first to achieve a passing evaluation. Here's your pass. You are free to leave. You have 3 days to complete the gene fusion. As for the encyclopedia and related beast materials, consult your instructor. Understood. Shou held the pass with excitement. This marked the first step toward a true transformation. Completing the initial fusion would signify a substantial divergence from ordinary individuals. Furthermore, the ability to leave meant he could procure that item from Tianhai number 3. Chapter 24. Lifespan and Currency. After receiving his pass, Shou approached Instructor Shashi. Instructor, I obtained the pass today. I can go outside. Haha, good lad. I sensed you were different long ago. You certainly have a chance to undertake 3 missions. So, are you heading out to hunt beasts? I would prefer to first familiarize myself with the Beast Encyclopedia and take a look outside. I have yet to see what Fenggu City looks like. May I seek your assistance with beast hunting tomorrow? That's acceptable. After all, selecting which beast genes to pursue is your own decision. It is quite normal to conduct some research. As he spoke, Shashi produced a thick tome from his attire and handed it to Shou. The encyclopedia has been prepared for you long ago. Thank you, instructor. Shou received the tome and began to peruse it on the spot. This was his first encounter with the Beast Encyclopedia. The full title of the work was Encyclopedia of Genetic Fusion Beasts in the Vicinity of Fenggu City, an exceedingly lengthy name that contained records of over 1,000 species of beasts. Most entries were briefly noted, as their capabilities were rather unremarkable. Those with detailed descriptions possessed at least one commendable ability, while entries featuring images alongside text had at least 2 noteworthy capabilities. Surely, the radiated beasts further from Fenggu City must differ? Of course, Shashi replied with a smile. The species within the mushroom domain alone exceeds those found on your Earth. Fenggu City is merely a small locale, and other areas certainly harbor even more formidable beasts. Do not be overly ambitious. While some monsters are indeed powerful, their traits may not be superior. By your earthling logic, an elephant may be more formidable than an ant, but the ant's traits could very well be stronger. Furthermore, even if there are beasts with superior traits beyond this area, firstly, you cannot venture that far. We guardians cannot stray too far either, as the outside world is perilous. Secondly, the specific capabilities of those creatures require repeated testing, and if they possess an excess of abilities, the probability of acquiring formidable powers diminishes. Rather than striving for unattainable goals, it is wiser to select from the encyclopedia directly. Thank you for your guidance, instructor. Shou expressed his sincere gratitude. Indeed, Shashi's words resonated profoundly with him. Although the external world teemed with beasts, he lacked the prowess to hunt them, and their biological capabilities remained unclear. It was far more prudent to choose from the established entries in the encyclopedia, which presented a multitude of options. When you venture out, do not stray too far from the city's edge. The multitude of beasts poses significant danger. Understood, instructor. I shall take my leave now. Very well. Bidding farewell to Shashi, Shou navigated through a throng of training students, whose envious gazes accompanied him to the entrance of the training ground. The massive iron gate remained closed, with several guards stationed nearby. Upon spotting the guards, Shou promptly produced his pass. I have been granted 3 days of outdoor access. This card was given to me by Captain Yeguan. One of the guards approached, inspected the card, and then waved him through, allowing the gate to swing open. Accompanied by the creaking sound of the iron gate, Shou finally departed from the confined environment he had known for so long. Stepping outside, the air felt remarkably fresher. As he traversed the desolate streets, Shou surveyed the people and buildings around him. The area outside the training ground was a semi-commercial street. Unlike Earth, most shops peddled equipment and supplements. Among the passers-by, some bore faces distorted by radiation, while others appeared normal. The entire city exuded an aura of balance intertwined with chaos. As Shou gazed upon the street, some pedestrians turned their attention toward him, noticing that he had emerged from the training camp without the attire of a guardian. A few individuals fixated on him. Do you need a guide? You must be a newcomer. Shall I show you around Fingu City? Do you require assistance with beast hunting? I assume you lack funds, correct? We do not demand money. Merely your life will suffice. Several individuals, noticing Li Shou's silence, initiated conversation. Old Chai, why speak so ominously? Allow me to clarify. A short individual with indistinct features approached, slowly elucidating. Newcomer, as for the currency in Fingu City, it is known as mushroom essence. You may be familiar with mushrooms. They serve numerous purposes, replenishing stamina and enhancing physique, with larger specimens possessing even more remarkable uses. Mushroom essence is the currency that can be exchanged for everything. As for life, there exists another form of currency that only you crossers possess, your lifespan. The right to trade your lifespan can be converted into mushroom essence, which we can also utilize, making it quite a valuable commodity. However, rest assured, Fingu City primarily operates on principles of balance, with chaos as a secondary factor. Under the rules, no one can seize your life. And mushrooms do not allow such actions either. We engage in fair trade. I do not require a guide. However, I would like your garments. I am willing to exchange 3 hours of my lifespan for a coat and some mushroom essence. The highest bidder wins. Very well, a fair and reasonable exchange. After some deliberation, Li Shou ultimately concluded a deal with the diminutive individual. During the transaction, the individual produced a dark, peculiar piece of mushroom essence and placed it on Li Shou's wrist. Upon silently consenting, Li Shou's lifespan countdown rapidly diminished by 3 hours, while the mushroom essence wriggled, consuming that portion of his life. Subsequently, the short individual retrieved 2 or 3 pieces of mushroom essence the size of fingernails and handed them to Li Shou, along with his outer garment, thereby completing the transaction. After dismissing them, Li Shou donned the attire of the locals. Although the clothing was of little practical use, it would save him considerable hassle. Once changed, he purchased a steel short spear from a nearby weapons shop and, using the remaining mushroom essence, hired a vehicle to the edge of the city's cemetery district. The cemetery district lay far beyond, already on the outskirts of the city. The vehicle traveled for quite some time before arriving. Upon reaching the site, Li Shou spotted several radiated beasts lingering in the distance, just as on his first day. Safety was still a concern here. What are you staring at? Pay up. The driver rapped on the door of the modified truck, laden with serrated edges, urging the still gawking Li Shou. If you don't pay, I'll saw you to pieces. After receiving the fare and hastily ushering Li Shou out, the driver swiftly activated the flamethrower on the side of the vehicle, executing a swift 180-degree turn before roaring off, having absorbed too many remnants of a world in ruin. Both the vehicles and people of Fingu City exuded an unmistakable aura of desolation. Finally, having reached his destination, Li Shou gripped his spear and stepped into the cemetery district. Chapter 25. The Deceptive Crystal. The school graveyard was vast. Li Shou had no idea where Tianhai No. 3 Middle School was located, so he could only search one school at a time. Once he ventured inside, it felt as though he had entered a forest of educational institutions. And after a while of aimless searching, he was still at a loss. He decided to find a vantage point, for he could not afford to waste too much time. Darkness would soon descend. Utilizing his exceptional stamina, he swiftly navigated the crumbling school walls. After some time, he finally reached the highest teaching building visible to him and climbed to the top. Upon reaching the uppermost level and gazing down, the entire school graveyard stretched out before him like an endless sea, seemingly a futile endeavor. However, upon closer inspection, patterns began to emerge. The new schools were situated in the front areas closer to the city, while the older schools lay further back. The structures of the former appeared relatively new, while the middle ones were mere remnants eroded by decades. In the distance, some archaic schools resembled ancient grass huts, most of which had collapsed, leaving little trace of their former identity without sturdy materials to support them. Tianhai No. 3 Middle School, with its name suggesting recent establishment, was now within his defined search range. Descending the building, Li Shou continued his quest. After a while, he discerned that not only time but also geographic location played a role. Schools from the same province, even the same city, tended to cluster together. By applying these two observations, he gradually located the school district of Tianhai City. Eventually, on a dilapidated wall, he spotted the 4 characters spelling Tianhai No. 3 Middle School. Luck seems to be on my side. Noticing that he still had 3 to 4 hours before nightfall, everything was proceeding according to plan. Upon entering the school, he immediately spotted a broken fountain, which was typically found near the entrance, serving as a hallmark of the institution, making it quite easy to locate. However, in front of the fountain, Two enormous rodent-like creatures were stationed, not his first encounter with mutated beasts. Having spent 2 to 3 hours searching through the school graveyard, Shou had already faced 3 or 4 waves of mutated beasts, most of which he evaded thanks to his speed, while a few were merely pricked by a spear before they fled. After all, mutated beasts were still a type of wildlife. They exhibited fear and would selectively attack their adversaries. Not all animals would fight to the end. Unless, of course, the current situation called for it. Are they guarding their young? Shou pondered as he observed a nest of small rodents within the fountain. The fountain had long since dried up, and its marble structure, resembling a giant planter, became a natural nesting spot for animals. Inside, it was filled with dry grass, and a chorus of squeaks emanated from the nestled young. Beside the fountain, 2 massive mutated rodents stood vigilant, their red eyes fixated on the intruder, issuing warning squeaks. Gentlemen, could we perhaps negotiate a relocation of your nest? Shou gripped his spear tightly, realizing these 2 rodents would prove formidable opponents. On Earth, their combat prowess might rival that of a tiger. Squeak. The territorial instinct combined with the protection of their offspring made the 2 mutated rodents restless, and after a brief moment, they could no longer contain their primal instincts and lunged at Shou. Remarkably swift, the explosive power of these mutated rodents rivaled that of a tiger. Shou, not wishing to engage directly due to his lighter weight, sidestepped the initial onslaught. After enduring 7 days of grueling training, his muscles had torn and healed repeatedly, improving at an astonishing rate. His physical capabilities had surpassed the limits of an average human, and his bench press strength had exceeded 350 kilograms. At that moment, he pivoted, channeling the strength of his waist and arms into a single thrust, delivering a piercing blow into the mutated rodent's body with a force exceeding 1,000 pounds. Squeak. The creature shrieked in pain, its tail whipping like a steel whip, sending the inexperienced Shou flying. The impact left him with severe lacerations across his chest and abdomen. For an individual of equal caliber, such a blow would have resulted in grave injury. However, Shou was different. His remarkable regenerative abilities kicked in, staunching the bleeding and allowing his flesh to heal slowly, reminiscent of a mutated zombie. Haha, this is my first true battle since acquiring the viral reward, he mused. Although he had previously experimented with his recovery abilities, he had never experienced it so viscerally. No wonder I am so pleased with the effects of the virus following the acquisition of most chaotic factors. The thrill of battle and the scent of blood ignited the adventurous spirit within Shou, and he brandished his spear, challenging, "Come on, bring it on." As if fulfilling his wish, the mutated rodents turned and charged again. They raised the bristly fur on their necks, their upper bodies quivering. As the bristles shot forth like arrows, Shou hurriedly attempted to block and evade, yet 2 of the sharp spikes embedded themselves in his shoulder. Such cowardice? No. This is merely ferocity coupled with caution. Alas, I have yet to satiate my desires. However, acquiring the items is of utmost importance. With a clear sense of priority, Shou calmed the fervor in his chest and hastened to the fountain. After a thorough search around it, he found nothing. He then employed his spear as a pry bar, leveraging it to open a corner of the fountain, using all his strength to slowly lift half of the integrated structure. Is there anything inside? After propping the marble base of the small fountain with the spear, he crawled inside. The soil within appeared level and devoid of anything remarkable. Nevertheless, trusting in his instincts, Shou began to dig. Due to his robust physique, he excavated rapidly, and after roughly 20 minutes, he encountered something hard. Indeed, there is something. Overjoyed, he quickly unearthed the object and emerged from beneath the fountain's base, inspecting what he held. It was a box made of an unknown material. Upon opening it, he discovered a leather letter and 2 gleaming objects. The 2 items resembled crystals, one cubic and the other resembling a scepter. Cautiously, Shou grasped the crystal, and as soon as his fingers brushed its surface, the cube transformed into a triangle, while the scepter morphed into an arrowhead. Greetings, fortunate one. This is my legacy. You have inherited my legacy, so you must remember my name and carry it forth. I am Dofu, an adventurer of the main world. What a ridiculous name. Shou scoffed, but continued reading. Throughout my life, I have traversed many worlds and explored numerous realms of the main world. These 2 items are the finest possessions I have ever acquired, the distorted products of the rules of deception and space, and the distorted products of the rules of deception and time, which I have named the deceptive crystals. Alas, I have been infected by the rule of decay and have little time left. Otherwise, with my prowess as the 7th adventurer of my world, coupled with these artifacts, I would have surely glimpsed a broader world. Shou quickly skimmed over this and turned his attention to their functions. The deceptive space crystal allows the traveler to pinpoint a spatial coordinate for a deceptive traversal. This is incredibly useful in mission worlds. The deceptive time crystal can distort the rules of time. If you have a predetermined coordinate, you can arrive in the mission world ahead of time. Of course, they possess even more wondrous applications. I even sense they may enable one to locate past moments, deceiving time itself to allow for rebirth, though I have yet to discover the method of use. Chapter 26, Calamity and Malevolence. This chapter introduces the methods of utilizing the deceptive crystals. He releases all feelings of resistance, allowing the rules of deceit to meld with his essence. Moments later, he perceives two crystals gradually merging into his wrist, coursing through his body. In a state of closed-eyed meditation, he discovers two vibrant entities within his consciousness. As his thoughts shift, he senses the vast expanse of the colossal woodlands, feeling himself within the trunk of a great tree. Upon further contemplation, he detects a coordinate amidst the dense foliage, a brilliant speck. Just as Shou attempts to discern the nature of this speck, his form and consciousness abruptly vanish from the spot. In the 7th year of the Ming dynasty, amidst a great famine, people resort to cannibalism. An elderly man passes before Shou, his visage resembling a withered husk, frail as if merely a skeletal frame. Leaning on a gnarled wooden staff, he mutters something as he walks. Initially, like in worlds governed by task cards, Shou cannot comprehend the old man's words, but after a few sentences, understanding dawns upon him. Is this a world of branches and leaves? Shou surveys his surroundings. The old man's path traverses a dirt road flanked by ancient, mud-brick dwellings. Above, birds resembling crows circle ominously, emitting harsh caws, absorbing the apocalyptic atmosphere and recalling the letters from Dofuruyu. Shou conjectures that he has likely entered another task world. As he speaks, he senses something anew. Raising his wrist to discover that not only is his remaining lifespan of over 6 months diminishing steadily, but it cannot be conjured from thin air. Even so, this is a remarkable artifact. Initially lacking confidence in the previous 3 tasks, he now feels a semblance of assurance. No wonder his elder self, despite lacking physical training, could endure for so long. Though ultimately he perished, it seems he survived past the earlier trials. Shou, unwilling to squander a single moment, intends to investigate this world further. Suddenly, the elderly man collapses. After falling, he appears to have breathed his last, prompting the circling birds to descend en masse, eagerly pecking at the old man's corpse. These otherworldly crows possess 4 eyes, their beaks adorned with barbs, tearing flesh and skin from the elderly figure with each ravenous bite. While they feast, a large net suddenly flies out from behind a nearby dwelling. The net startles most of the crows away, yet a few sluggish ones are ensnared, flailing and emitting frantic caws. They have been captured. A group of teenagers rushes forth from behind the house, jabbing at the crows trapped in the net with sharpened sticks, killing several. Shou observes, eager to inquire, but the teenagers approach him first. Clad in tattered garb and with ashen faces, their eyes burn with ferocity. Upon reaching him, they point their sharpened sticks at Shou, declaring, "You discovered this creature and the 4-eyed crows. Outlander, if you seek to steal, we shall stab you and sell your remains at the market." Shou glances down at his similarly tattered attire, realizing the misunderstanding. "I am not here to steal. I merely passed through. May I ask you a few questions?" "Ask, but leave quickly." The youths maintain their defensive stances, with most still poised for confrontation, while one younger boy departs the group to gather food. "I have come from the mountain. Where is this place?" "Ah, you come from the mountain?" Hearing his words, the group recoils, as if he harbors a contagion. "Do not approach. You are not afflicted by malevolence or calamity, are you?" "What is that?" The boys fall silent, unwilling to elaborate, as if even mentioning such a thing is taboo. "Very well, where is this?" "Little sand village." "Are there larger towns nearby?" "The county town is not far. Follow the slope, find the county road, and head north." The youths, eager to dismiss him, do their utmost to provide directions. After clarifying the situation, Shou does not press the teenagers further and swiftly departs in the indicated direction. To uncover more about this world, relying solely on this small, seemingly desolate village is insufficient. He must reach the county for more substantial information. The youths did not deceive him. Upon reaching the end of the mountain path, he discovers the county road and a signpost. Without hesitation, he proceeds at a brisk pace. Shou's current stamina exceeds that of marathon runners, enabling him to traverse long distances with ease. As he journeys onward, he observes the surrounding farmland, mostly desolate, with cracked soil indicating a dire lack of water. Yet, this drought appears peculiar. The trees on the mountain and the grasses by the fields remain lush and verdant, while the fields themselves seem parched as if enduring a severe drought. This defies all logic. Shaking his head, Shou approaches the field's edge to examine the situation further. However, as his fingers brush against the dry, cracked earth, the deceptive rules within him stir, revealing an entirely different atmosphere, the essence of calamity. Absolute chaos. What does this mean? Is it the result of the absolute chaos rule? As Shou remains puzzled, suddenly, black mist begins to emanate from the fissures in the field, coalescing into a dense cloud that soars into the sky. The aura of disaster permeates the air, as if destined to disrupt all order and bring calamity upon everyone. Run. Without hesitation, Shou flees the scene. The disaster, akin to a natural catastrophe, does not pursue him. However, he has not run far when his vision blurs, and a yellow lantern adorned and materializes by the roadside. The inn, with its yellow lantern hanging high, is illuminated by flickering red candles, casting a crimson glow upon half the county road despite it being daytime. What on earth is this? The moment he lays eyes upon the yellow lantern inn, Shou's hair stands on end, and he yearns to turn and flee. Yet, enveloped in mist, he finds it impossible to escape the candlelight's reach. Just as anxiety peaks, the inn's door creaks open slowly. A woman clad in red, bearing a yellow lantern, steps out. Esteemed guest, would you like to stay? Chapter 27. A missing spot. When the woman in red asked if he was staying at the inn, Shou felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. And in a daze, he almost responded affirmatively. However, his robust physique and vigorous energy surged at that critical moment, jolting him back to clarity. Nevertheless, a cold sweat of dread broke out across his back. Was this the nature of the second task? It seemed they had no intention of letting the students survive. Shou had dreamt of such creatures before, akin to the entities that roamed the dark hours of the main world. They were beings tainted by some twisted rules, formidable and difficult to contend with. Yet, according to his dreams, such creatures typically appeared in the third task, which was one of the reasons for the low survival rate during that phase. Since they had emerged prematurely, perhaps they were not overly powerful. Suppressing the fear that bubbled within him, Shou understood that he could not fall for the creature's ploy. Instead, he countered with determination, shouting, "I will not stay at the inn. Withdraw at once." Upon hearing his outburst, the woman hesitated momentarily, then raised a yellow lantern before her, its crimson glow illuminating her ghastly visage. "But if the guest does not stay, my new skin shall go to waste." She cackled, her mouth stretching into a grotesque grin. The mask she wore appeared aged and loose, clinging to her face in a wrinkled amalgamation as she smiled. Gazing at her countenance made Shou feel dizzy. Yet in the blink of an eye, she leapt forward, traversing dozens, if not hundreds, of meters effortlessly until she grasped his hand. Her touch radiated a chilling sensation that crept up his wrist and engulfed his entire being. "Get away." Shou unleashed his considerable strength in a bid to shake her off. Yet her grip was tenacious, akin to a parasite clinging to its host. With no other recourse, he seized her and hurled her forcefully to the ground. This creature, while infected by the rules, was not entirely incorporeal. Physical attacks, though less effective, still yielded results. He slammed her down with all his might, ready to follow up with another strike. But to his astonishment, her figure vanished. Though her grip remained on his hand, her body disappeared, and in the next moment, he felt a frigid breath against his ear. As he turned, he found himself face to face with the malevolent entity. "Ah!" The creature gasped, unleashing a chilling gust towards Shou's face. The icy breath intensified his growing fear. Despite this, she persisted, her sharp claws tearing at his skin as if to claim his flesh. "Damn it!" Shou struggled fiercely, but each attempt to break free left him feeling weaker. After a strenuous effort, he finally managed to break loose, yet she twisted her form and latched onto him once more. With her mask as a disguise and her scalp serving as a lantern, the creature sang a haunting nursery rhyme behind him. As the song began, Shou felt a searing pain ripple through his skin, as if it were being torn apart. His power was insufficient. He had not yet undergone a single gene fusion, and battling such a tainted being seemed utterly futile. Although he had narrowly escaped fatal harm, the encounters had sharpened his self-awareness. He realized that against such creatures, he was currently ill-equipped for combat. In terms of strength and offensive capability, he was still lacking considerably, even though his remarkable regenerative ability could provide some assistance. If the creature were to unleash a more ferocious attack that shattered his skull, he too would meet a grim fate, akin to that of a zombie. As night fell, the main world was teeming with beings corrupted by the rules. Among them were entities far more formidable than the one he had just faced. It was time to leave. That evening, Shou, unusually foregoing training, picked up an encyclopedia and began to read. The variety was overwhelming. Within its pages were thousands of species, with hundreds possessing unique abilities, and some beasts even boasted multiple impressive powers. In total, there were perhaps 1,000 or 2,000 abilities to choose from. Selecting a preferred ability felt akin to a gamer faced with 1,000 skill options while possessing only a single skill point, an exasperating predicament. The stakes were infinitely higher, as this decision could very well determine life or death. Shou found the topic overwhelming and continued poring over the encyclopedia. Hey, if you were to undergo fusion, what ability would you choose? I would undoubtedly select a ranged skill, replied Yuan. Yes, this one in the bottom right corner that sprays acid looks promising. And that one that shoots poison arrows seems good too. I have my role mapped out. I want to contribute to everyone's efforts, thus I must leverage my strengths. I shoot accurately and in great volume. When the time comes to fight, our team will have clearly defined roles. I'll be the tank up front. You'll cover the jungle, and then there's the wise support, equally essential. But what is missing? A marksman. Yuan mimicked drawing about, declaring, I'll position myself beneath all of you, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Just imagine, all our foes will be terrified. Speaking of fear, are you afraid of ghosts? Huh. Chapter 28. The Rock Aphid Ghosts? Should I fear ghosts? Huh. Brotherly, I'm not boasting, but I grew up watching horror films. If anything dares to appear before me, I would. Let us speak earnestly. This matter may be related to our task. Oh, I see. Upon hearing the mention of a task, Yuan King became serious. If that is the case, I must admit, I am afraid. But there are no ghosts in this world. Right? Indeed not, but there are similar entities. Do you remember the scratching at the door on our first night here? I do. Thankfully, we didn't open the door. Otherwise, we would likely have perished. I was terrified that night and hardly slept. That kind of thing, are you afraid of it? Of course, who wouldn't be? I understand. Rest assured, we are united as brothers. After saying this, Yuan King departed. Shou paid him no mind and continued his study of the encyclopedia. In fact, Yuan King's words had reminded him that Yuan King was adept at shooting. Enhancing long-range attacks was indeed a viable direction. It was essential to focus on both his strengths and the upcoming task. His vague understanding of the creatures tainted by the rules was insufficient. He would need to inquire further tomorrow. After spending the night memorizing various species from the encyclopedia, Shou commenced his rigorous training. Early the next morning, he left the dormitory with his fellow trainees and promptly sought out his former instructor, Shou. Have you decided what beast to hunt? Not yet. You better hurry. There are only 2 days left. Instructor, I have a question. Shou pondered his words carefully. I've heard that there are many rule-tainted creatures at night here. How should one deal with such beings? You cannot deal with them, Shou replied, recalling their previous conversation. What about the weaker ones? On my first day here, there was a contaminated creature scratching at the door, mimicking the voice of Captain Yanquan. That sort is somewhat manageable. If the contamination isn't severe, they can still exhibit human-like traits, though they come in different tiers. And the weaker ones among them? Those are much easier to handle. You just need to kill them repeatedly. A direct physical attack will suffice. Typically, these rule-tainted creatures are associated with the distortion and chaos of the rules, existing in the disorder of the dark night. They usually do not appear during the day. Does that mean they won't show up in places like our Mushroom City? No. Such creatures absolutely do not appear in Mushroom City during the day. However, that is not the case elsewhere. This is crucial for the continued existence of our Mushroom City. The main world is vast. We cannot even estimate how many thousands of miles the Mushroom Domain spans. Yet, even within the Mushroom Domain, there are reports of rule-tainted creatures appearing during the day in areas with fewer fungi, wreaking havoc on towns. A formidable tainted creature can annihilate an entire town, making it exceedingly difficult for adventurers who have completed 5 tasks to contend with them. But worry not. Our Mushroom City maintains a balance of day and night due to the fungi, ensuring its longevity. However, this is not guaranteed elsewhere. Just because the likelihood of rule-tainted creatures appearing during the day is low does not mean it is impossible. Depending on their strength, it varies, but it often requires many repetitions. If that is the case, I believe I have determined a suitable integration direction. Shou pulled out the encyclopedia, flipping through the pages until he pointed at an insect. This one, the rock aphid? You aim to take a defensive route? Yes. Since it's challenging to slay the sinister entities, I will make it challenging for them to kill me as well. By enduring until daylight, they will retreat on their own. This was Shou's devised strategy. After his encounters with the mutated rats and the sinister entities, he had recognized his shortcomings. Whether from the tail of the mutated rat or the claws of the sinister entities, he suffered considerable damage. His current strength lay in recovery. Yet his defensive capabilities were rather mediocre. A strike from a rat's tail could leave him severely injured, while the claws of a sinister entity could easily pierce his skin. To put it bluntly, if someone lay in ambush with a crossbow or firearms, he could easily meet his end. The rock aphid, however, could effectively compensate for his defensive deficiencies. Its very name suggested an extraordinary hardness. It possessed only one ability, living chitin. Shou preferred not to gamble. He avoided creatures with multiple abilities, as failing to obtain the desired power would be profoundly disheartening. The upcoming task was evidently more challenging. Survival came first before considering the protection of others. That's a commendable ability. Just ensure you are certain of your choice. Are we setting off today? Yes. Instructor. Will you still be teaching the other students? Haha. My primary responsibility is to lead your class, and you are the one most likely to survive. Taking care of you is paramount. Let us go. And so they departed. Shou was always a composed man. Before they set off, he first visited the training camp's equipment base to procure heavy firearms, ensuring his ammunition and alloy machete were ready before taking Shou with him. Shou equipped himself with the steel spear he had purchased the previous day. After leaving the training camp, they hired a doomsday pickup truck and arrived at the entrance of a sewer in the city. This was a large comprehensive drainage outlet in the vicinity of Mushroom City. Every creature had its gathering place. The rock aphid favored the dark confines of the sewers. While they might be found elsewhere, this location would surely yield results. Shou navigated the towering sewer with ease. Shou gripped his steel spear tightly, following closely behind. Upon entering, he was met with an overwhelming stench. And the ground was littered with filth, yet having endured life and death battles, he felt little discomfort. After a short distance, they encountered darkness ahead. Shou skillfully turned on a searchlight and pressed on. After navigating 2 more turns, they finally beheld a mass obstructing the sewer. Though it was not the rock aphid but rather iron-toothed maggots. These maggots typically weighed 50 to 60 pounds, sporting spiral-shaped teeth in their mouths. Though lacking intelligence, they were highly aggressive and capable of jumping, earning them the nickname Jumping Maggots among the residents of Mushroom City. As the light illuminated the jumping maggots, the grotesque creatures immediately reacted. Each one, resembling a white dough ball, opened its gaping maw and lunged forward. Shou quickly raised his spear to defend himself. He thrust the spear toward the iron-toothed maggots, piercing through them as the white masses wobbled upon impact, soft and sticky like fish balls on a skewer. Chapter 29. The first fusion, however, this fishball appears rather perilous. Quickly discard that object. Its bodily fluids are toxic. Under Shou's warning, Shou flung off the iron-toothed maggot clinging to his spear. Yet, more iron-toothed maggots leapt forth, and despite his efforts to shield himself, Shou found himself tainted by their corrosive juices. These fluids possessed a potent toxicity, burning his skin as if it had encountered sulfuric acid. Nonetheless, this minor injury was of little concern to Shou. In a tit-for-tat approach, he managed to slay numerous iron-toothed maggots in a short span. On the other hand, Shou exhibited even greater efficiency. As an instructor, his combat prowess far surpassed that of Shou, who had only recently undertaken his first mission. His strength and speed exceeded human limits, and with his large machete swinging with great force, he swiftly carved a path through the chaos. After uttering these words, he took on the role of a vanguard and continued onward. As they traversed the vast sewer, the duo encountered numerous irradiated creatures, predominantly insects, some of which displayed considerable combat capabilities far beyond what Shou could manage alone at that moment. Fortunately, most of the peril was shouldered by Shou, allowing their journey to remain relatively untroubled. After an hour of searching, at last, their target emerged. 3 or 4 pale yellow creatures resembling grasshoppers appeared at the end of the pipe, each as large as a calf. The light from their exploration lamp illuminated them, revealing a flowing, wave-like substance within their armored exoskeletons, living insect exoskeletons. I shall fend off the other creatures. You should test your fusion abilities, Shou proposed. Understood. The two conversed as they approached the swarm of insects. True to his word, Shou charged into the fray, confronting 3 rock aphids and leaving the outermost one for Shou. Without hesitation, Shou brandished his spear and rushed forward. Upon reaching the rock aphid, Shou thrust his steel spear toward the creature. He anticipated it would evade, yet the insect appeared resolute, absorbing his strike without flinching. The spear tip pierced the creature's body, but failed to penetrate. It felt as though he had thrust his spear into a non-Newtonian fluid. The seemingly soft armor transformed into an extraordinarily rigid barrier upon contact. Unperturbed, he attempted to apply pressure gradually, a technique effective against non-Newtonian fluids, yet still found himself unable to breach its defenses. What formidable defense! After 2 attempts, Shou sought to evade the insect's counterattack. However, the creature's retaliation was sluggish, its speed was low, its attacks weak, yet its defensive capabilities were alarmingly robust, surpassing all expectations. The brief description he had read merely noted that the rock aphid possessed living insect armor and had strong defenses, but did not elaborate on their true extent. This is quite an impressive ability, though it has its weaknesses, Shou mused. Seizing the opportunity presented by the creature's clumsiness, he leapt onto its back and began to repeatedly stab the same spot with his spear. After failing to penetrate twice, he resolved to continue his assault until he achieved success. With relentless strikes, he finally broke through its single-point defense. With a grunt, Shou summoned all his strength and drove the spear deep into the creature. The exterior of the rock aphid was resilient, yet its interior was surprisingly soft. As Shou twisted the spear within, the insect convulsed violently, ultimately succumbing to immobility. How does its ability fare? If you wish to exchange, now is the time. No need for a change. This skill is quite practical. Then let us depart, Shou declared as he repelled the remaining aphids, hoisting the injured one and swiftly moving toward the cave's exit. After a brief run, the two emerged into sunlight. Ah, finally out. The air outside is far more pleasant. The stench inside was unbearable. Once outside, Shou took a deep breath. Now, let us not waste time. It is time for your fusion. Indeed, Shou felt a surge of anticipation. His power was about to escalate dramatically. The mushroom zone, a place Shou had only glimpsed once. Yet it remained etched in his memory. The writhing, wave-like mushrooms and the seemingly endless forest of fungi inspired both awe and trepidation. Upon their arrival, Shou produced a special fungal body and tossed it into the mushroom thicket. Much like during the summoning tasks portal, the forest began to undulate and coalesce after consuming the special fungus. This time, however, it formed a towering ancient tree, standing 5 or 6 meters high. Rather than a portal, the ancient tree bore 2 massive fungal vines, and Shou placed the rock aphid beneath one of the vines before clapping Shou on the shoulder. Stand on the other side. Understood. Shou discarded his spear and approached the vine. In an instant, as he positioned himself, the 2 vines descended simultaneously, enveloping both him and the rock aphid before he could react. As the vines wrapped around his face, darkness engulfed him. Within that darkness, Shou sensed a rhythmic pulse of life, feeling another vine extracting nutrients from the rock aphid and transferring them to him. Initially, the process was quite pleasant. But once the nutrient transfer concluded, immense pressure began to build within the vine. Countless mycelia invaded his body, combining with external pressure to beat and compress him as if forging a blade. Pulling, squeezing, ravaging, folding, if his resilience faltered, he would meet his end. Yet, through days of training and the enhancement of potions, he remained on the precipice of death. This agony persisted for an indeterminate duration. Just as Shou felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, the mycelia slowly retreated from his nostrils, ears, and mouth, and the encasing vines gradually unfurled. Upon opening his eyes, light returned to him. He noticed an improvement in his vision. Casting a glance beside him, he saw that the rock aphid, which had been sent into the vine with him, had been reduced to powder. How do you feel? Shou, assessing his body, realized that the recent ordeal had refined his previously bulky muscles, rendering them leaner yet stronger. His physical constitution had also improved. However, these enhancements were modest. The most significant changes resided beneath his skin. He sensed a fluidity beneath his skin, just above the layer of fat. Curiously, he took a few steps forward, seized his spear, and thrust it toward his arm. With a hiss, the fluid instantly hardened, thwarting the attack and leaving only a white mark. Shou persisted with vigorous thrusts. After 20 or 30 attempts, he finally punctured the fluid. Yet, in the next moment, the living insect armor restored itself. "Huh! The living armor truly belongs to my body," Shou exclaimed with delight. The fluid had indeed inherited his regenerative capabilities. With both factors combined, the result was far greater than their individual contributions, bestowing him with a comprehensive defensive attribute that far surpassed that of the rock aphid. Chapter 30. The Limit. Congratulations. You are the first in the entire school to integrate combat genes. Shou approached, offering encouragement to Shou. It was all thanks to the instructor's assistance. I heard that surviving 3 missions would restore my freedom. When that time comes, should the instructor require any help, I will surely give my all. Li Shou understood the unspoken rules of reciprocity. One must repay kindness with kindness. No one offers assistance without reason. He was aware of the adult world's dynamics. All right. I shall await your good news. With over a day remaining in our holiday, what do you wish to do? Shall we explore Fengdu City? After all, it has been under lockdown for quite some time. A little relaxation wouldn't hurt. What a clever boy, now equipped with defensive capabilities. What he lacked most was offensive power. However, in Li Shou's understanding, if one's strength were sufficiently formidable, it could naturally translate into offensive capability. With arms boasting 1,000 gene of strength, whether slashing or striking, he would far surpass someone with merely 100 gene of force. Strength attributes are inherently linked to offensive prowess. With the belief of compensating for his offensive shortcomings, Li Shou trained fervently, intensifying his efforts beyond previous levels. He slept for merely an hour each day, dedicating over 20 hours to training, relying on his regenerative abilities for rapid development. By the 7th day of his rigorous training, his bench press strength had reached an astonishing 470 kilograms. On that very day, the red-eyed boy and the student council president both achieved the integration standard. They had exhibited the greatest strength during the second test, nearing the integration threshold, though their progress was slower than Li Shou's. Bolstered by various mushroom supplements and electric radiation, they too had met the criteria. Student council president Chen Zihan had grown taller, her height increasing from 1.67 meters to 1.75 meters, her legs now long and robust. The red-eyed boy appeared even more peculiar, his physique seemingly more abnormal. Some classmates inquired about the genes they had integrated, but both remained tight-lipped. Like Li Shou, their entire seed group was on guard, each unaware of the other's abilities and secrets. On the 30th day of training, another seed contestant reached the standard. Meanwhile, Li Shou attained another critical juncture. Crack. As he was performing bench presses, a sharp sound emanated from his shoulder, followed by a dislocation. He hastily exerted force to discard the barbell, sitting up. His shoulders slowly began to recover, yet a frown marred his brow. This was the umpteenth dislocation he had experienced in the past few days. Even while squatting or sprinting, he had fractured his toes numerous times. This was a consequence of his overwhelming strength. His bench press strength had now astonishingly reached 780 kilograms, more than double the world record. Yet while muscle strength can be developed, bones are far more challenging to strengthen, not to mention Li Shou's case. Even elite athletes on Earth frequently suffer fractures due to excessive strength. One of the NBA's strongest centers, Shaquille O'Neal, faced persistent issues with fractured toe bones during his prime. The explosive force of his massive frame overwhelming his toes. Although Li Shou had undergone 2 rounds of serum enhancements and a fusion strengthening, his physique and bone density were still superior to the average person's. However, there remained a limit. His strength had surpassed the human threshold by more than double, while his bone density had not reached the corresponding standard, resulting in a mismatch. The living insect carapace beneath his skin could withstand external attacks but could not alleviate the pressure on his internal bones. With the explosive force of his inner muscles, the pressure directly compressed his skeleton. What's wrong? Another fracture. Zhu Huang observed Li Shou sitting still for an extended period and approached him. It was night, and all the dormitory occupants were present. Even with only a day or 2 remaining, they were reluctant to expend their strength. Don't worry. I discreetly inquired with the instructor. He mentioned that there are generally 3 solutions: enhancing strength before reintegrating, rewards from mission worlds, and certain special local products in some mission worlds that can help resolve this issue. There are still 20 days left. Just right. Upon concluding this statement, Li Shou summoned the fake mushroom and departed. He found himself in a post-apocalyptic world, 7 years into the Great Famine. As soon as he arrived, he appeared on a previous county road, fully alert against any lurking dangers. However, after scanning his surroundings, he found that the female apparition had vanished, and the county road retained its original appearance. She's gone. What a pity. I wanted to engage her in another battle. Li Shou felt a twinge of regret. Shaking his head, he recalibrated his direction and sprinted toward the county town. He had 2 objectives for this visit: to seek out any local products that could strengthen bones and to gather intelligence. After all, with the second mission approaching, ensuring the safety of his classmates was an immensely daunting task. After sprinting for approximately 2 hours along the county road, Li Shou beheld a towering and formidable city wall. Its scale far exceeded that of ancient county towns on Earth. However, it was now night, the gates were shut tight, and the walls were eerily quiet. devoid of any city guards. No guards? Are they afraid of ghosts? Li Shou boldly approached the city gate, gazing up at the stone-carved characters that read Tongkong County. Let us take a look inside. The wall posed no obstacle for Li Shou. He effortlessly inserted his fingers between the bricks, exerted some force, and vaulted over the wall into the county town. He initially assumed that with no guards outside, there would be no one within. To his surprise, the interior was bustling with activity. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a procession of individuals clad in red, chanting strange phrases about the descent of the Red Lotus and the impending end of calamities for the common people, accompanied by a throng of deranged, ragged individuals. Li Shou held a natural aversion to such phenomena and chose to ignore them as he ventured deeper into the city. After taking a few steps, he noticed that the areas adjacent to the outer city walls were slums. The buildings were in disrepair, and the inhabitants were scantily clad. In the muddy sewage ditches along the roadside, he occasionally spotted human hair and bones, just bones and hair, with the flesh mysteriously absent. It was likely around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening in this world. As he traversed the streets, Li Shou witnessed numerous instances of theft and robbery. Naturally, he could not escape unscathed. After a brief while, he found himself targeted, followed by a swift gust of wind as a venomous arrow struck him at the back of his head. Chapter 31. The Tooth Gang. Li Shou, after being struck by an arrow, paused momentarily, gingerly touching the back of his head as he glanced behind him. In the shadows of darkness, he could not discern the location of the archer. Subsequently, he covered his head, squinted, and collapsed onto the ground. Moments later, a group of adolescents emerged from the filthy gutter, converging before Li Shou. This individual does not appear to belong to the Blackwater gang. Would killing him provoke trouble? Spoke a timid girl of about 15 or 16. Regardless of which district he hails from, a dead man cannot reveal secrets. A 17-year-old boy crouched down, probing into Li Shou's bosom. If we do not pay the Tooth Gang their tribute, we shall be sold off. What is the Tooth Gang? Li Shou interjected as the boy rummaged through his valuables. Ah, a ghost. The boy leapt back in fright, nearly tumbling to the ground. I distinctly saw my crossbow bolt strike you. It hit your nape. Even the warriors from the martial arts schools would not survive such a blow. Indeed, you struck me, but your force was somewhat lacking. Before Li Shou finished speaking, several youths began to scatter in panic. Clearly, these individuals were seasoned in the art of murder and theft, swiftly dispersing in different directions with remarkable agility. However, what was Li Shou's physical condition at that moment? Even if professional athletes were present, they would not escape his pursuit. In just a few strides, he caught up to 2 of them, hurling them like sandbags into another pair attempting to flee. Within 3 seconds, the matter was resolved. The 2 begged for mercy, while one began to recount his pitiable tale. The sole girl, a bit slower to react, was nudged by her companion, who immediately exclaimed, "These few young ones have failed to recognize the greatness of the young master and have offended the young master of the inner city. Please spare us. Be sincere. Say what we previously agreed upon." Her pleas lacked fervor, prompting her companion to tug at her sleeve. "Young master, despite my appearance, I possess many skills. If cleaned up and donned in proper attire, I would not pale in comparison to the young ladies of the inner city. Furthermore, I am quite resilient and capable of enduring hardship. I can do anything. In the apocalypse, dignity is a luxury." Li Shou felt a profound resonance with the scene before him. In the modern world, society can dull a person's edges. Could the apocalypse not achieve the same? Money can purchase a person's dignity. What of life itself? This world is 100 times crueler than Earth. Nonetheless, despite the harshness, Li Shou had no intention of easily letting go of those who had nearly taken his life. "I have a few questions for you. Answer well and correctly, and I shall allow you to leave. Otherwise, prepare to meet the same fate as the skeletons in the gutter." "Very well, young master. Please ask." "Understood." "Certainly understood." The boy with the crossbow was the quickest to respond. "First and foremost, do you know of anything in Tongkong County that can strengthen bones?" "Strengthen bones? You mean something that can make bones more resilient?" "Yes, indeed. Yes, I have heard that warriors soak their bones in special herbs, and soup made from certain beast bones can also fortify them. However, the most effective remedy is consuming the blood spirit flesh that those warriors eat to enhance their training." His life depended on the answer provided. How does one generally acquire those herbs, beast bones, and blood spirit flesh? Li Shou was genuinely pleased. Indeed, each realm possesses its unique local specialties. These items could be of great use to him. There are herbal shops, but they are exceedingly expensive, run by the lords of the inner city. The scraps left over from the meat fields are sold to the outer city. You just mentioned warriors. Are those from the inner city significantly stronger? Yes, they are certainly stronger. How strong? Are they stronger than I? Shou, seeking medicinal materials, naturally desired the best. The method of acquisition would depend on the strength of his opponents. I do not know. I truly do not know, young master. We have been here for over a decade, and we have not even touched the walls of the inner city. That is understandable, Shou nodded. One of the privileges of the power elite is regional segregation. Ancient nobles did not dwell among commoners. In the previous world, even the celestial dragons and ordinary folk were kept apart. This world is darker still. The elite possess extraordinary powers far beyond those of commoners, making their privilege all the more pronounced. These filthy youths appearing in the inner city would only sully the eyes of its esteemed lords. What is the strength of the warriors in the outer city? We do not have much contact, so we do not know, but our Tooth Gang's leader is a warrior. He is one of the few we have encountered, and he is certainly not as strong as you. The boy's eyes twinkled with cunning. You may directly inquire about him. Shou is no fool. He sensed the boy's ulterior motives. However, as long as their objectives aligned, he was willing to go along with it. Take me to meet your leader. Very well, young master. I shall lead the way. But could you let these few go? Absolutely not. As you command. Thus, Shou embarked on his first genuine interaction with the locals of this world. On the path to the Tooth Gang, he learned that the boy was nicknamed Shangxi, with his real name being Sango. He also discovered that the outer city was divided into 7 districts: Blackwater District, Poor People's District, Treasure Tree District, Material Paper District, External Relatives District, Rouge District, and Martial Arts District. The closer one was to the outer city walls, the poorer it became. Conversely, proximity to the inner city indicated wealth. Currently, he found himself amidst the most destitute and chaotic Blackwater District. Yet, chaos has its own order. The population trade of Tongkang County primarily occurred here. The Tooth Gang was a faction dedicated to the trade of human lives. Upon arriving at a large compound that starkly contrasted with the Blackwater District, a towering man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, blocked their entry. Shangxi, what brings you here? This individual is a warrior seeking to meet the leader. A warrior? The giant initially contemplated questioning further. But upon seeing the well-defined muscles on Shou's arm, he nodded. Proceed. As they entered the courtyard, Shou was met with the most repugnant sight of his life. The entire compound resembled a hellish nightmare, with many women either bound to wooden stakes or submerged in water tanks, subjected to whips and various tortures. Some were so weakened they could not even muster a scream. Moreover, countless women were imprisoned in cages, their eyes filled with despair as they witnessed the horrific scene. Noticing Shou's expression, Shangxi explained, these women are to be sold as servants or directly to brothels. Before selling, they must be tended to otherwise. They won't fetch a good price. How do they end up here? Most are refugees or locals without roots. The leader, Jinya, is a cautious man. He always inquires about a person's background before capturing them. Speaking of background, does the Tooth Gang have any connections to the elite? I've not heard of any. Those lords from the inner city despise such acts and would be ridiculed for it. They simply purchase what they desire with money, not needing to dirty their hands in the muck. Then I know what to do. Shou flexed his muscles and quickened his pace. Chapter 32. The fish slaughter. Traversing through the hellish courtyard, Shangxi led Shou to the entrance of a grand hall. The doors were ajar, seemingly guarding the people outside. Within the hall sat a man sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, adorned with gold teeth and dressed in a beast-skin cape. He appeared to be in his 40s. Although his belly was round and plump, his arms were muscular, revealing a man well-versed in martial arts. Beside him sat 4 burly men, most of whom were in their 30s, their strong physiques exuding a fierce aura. Shangxi, what brings you here? Have you prepared the customary payment? If the payment falls short this time, I may have to take your sister as compensation, the man with the gold teeth remarked, shifting his posture and resting his foot on the bench, directing his gaze towards Shou. And who might you be? Boss, this is the warrior I brought. He wishes to inquire about something, Shangxi introduced, bowing low. However, the man offered no courtesy in return, swiftly grabbing a teacup and hurling it at Shangxi's head. I didn't ask you. After causing Shangxi to bleed, the man turned to Shou, his demeanor becoming somewhat amiable. Young warrior, what brings you here? Your bravado is quite audacious. From where do you hail? The man began to interrogate. As Shangxi mentioned, he was a cautious individual. I come from afar. Oh, is that so? Then why seek information from me? It is merely a coincidence. Is it? Pray tell. Are you interrogating me, or am I interrogating you? I can't tolerate this any longer. You are far too verbose. Having harbored a growing frustration throughout his journey, Li Shou could no longer contain himself upon hearing the incessant prattling from the man with the gold teeth. In truth, he had come here with a fiery spirit. Since the completion of his fusion last month, he had longed to test his skills, but he could not defeat his instructor, nor could he best his students, leaving him in restraint. With a doubling of his strength attributes over the past month, he believed he could easily handle a solitary foe. Now, all his pent-up rage and combat intent were unleashed upon the man with the gold teeth. He charged forth with all his might. Good courage. Seeing Li Shou advance, the man with the gold teeth raised his hand to block. In the next moment, their arms collided with a resounding crack. Such a hardened fist, such tremendous force. The man with the gold teeth could barely withstand the impact for a second before one of his arms broke, sending him flying backward. However, the man was no novice. As a seasoned player in the underworld, he was cunning. As he was propelled backward, he spat a golden needle aimed directly at Li Shou's throat. He had honed this skill since childhood, often defeating stronger opponents with it. The man understood his own lack of talent, and thus, aside from martial arts for self-defense, he had developed underhanded tricks for survival in the world of gangs. The golden needle was highly concealed, and he typically used it at close range. When his opponent felt assured of victory, usually, inexperienced martial artists would fall for this trap. Observing Li Shou's youthful visage, he assumed he might be yet another Navi disciple seeking justice. In this world, sheer martial prowess does not guarantee victory. The needle flew forth and, as fate would have it, struck Li Shou. Having grown up in modern society, he was unprepared for such an attack. It punctured his throat, yet he flicked it away. Although it stung slightly, the force was substantial. Li Shou felt his throat, the living armor he possessed having withstood the attack. Quickly, all of you join forces. This boy stands alone. Upon landing, the man with the gold teeth produced a peculiar short blade from his sleeve and, alongside his henchman, encircled Li Shou. This lad has cultivated defensive techniques. Do not employ distracting attacks. Strike him with full force. Understood, boss. The accomplices exchanged glances and simultaneously launched their assault, blades and swords cleaving through the air. Generally, in such a situation, one would evade first and then strike at a weakness. Yet, perceiving their strengths to be lacking, Li Shou chose to withstand the onslaught head-on. The sounds of clashing metal filled the air as he was struck on the shoulder and back. However, he remained unscathed. It felt as though their attacks had struck iron, leaving their hands numb from the contact. Unbeatable. Though these men were desperate, seasoned outlaws understood the tides of battle. They had come to profit from the gang, not to meet their demise. After gauging Li Shou's strength in combat, some quickly opted for self-preservation. This behavior? How reminiscent of the feral rats. Equally vicious, equally cunning. Li Shou had no intention of letting one escape. He moved forward, delivering a powerful blow to one man's spine. The force, exceeding tenfold that of an ordinary person, bent his spine in an unnatural arc, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Seeing that escape was futile, the remaining men, fueled by primal instincts, closed in once more. Yet it was to no avail. Their attacks could not breach his defenses. With speed and strength at his disposal, Li Shou dispatched them all with ease. At that moment, he stood with one foot on the chest of the man with the gold teeth, questioning with curiosity, "Why are you all so weak? We are merely fledgling martial artists." "We certainly cannot be your match," the man replied. "In that case, what status do I hold here in Tongkong County? At the very least, you are of the same caliber as the martial arts schoolmasters." "And how many martial arts schoolmasters are there in Tongkong County?" "Only about 20 or so." "Good to know." As Li Shou spoke, he crushed the man's throat. Killing was akin to slaughtering fish. The first time was always the hardest. The second time elicited some resistance, but it became much easier thereafter. Though he felt a tremor within, it had diminished significantly. "Boss, are you truly this formidable? On par with the masters of martial arts schools?" After Li Shou had dispatched several men, Shangxi and a few others who had been lurking in the shadows approached. Their faces filled with admiration. "Enough chatter. Go find the valuables that the gold-toothed man has hidden. If there is a substantial amount, I shall grant you a tenth of it. Boss, if you are in need of money, you need not linger in this den of iniquity. Establishing a martial arts school in the training hall would yield far greater profits. Now, amidst famine, lives are cheap. A well-trained girl can only be sold for 15 coins, while the tuition for a martial arts school can be hundreds. Moreover, one can enroll many students at once, especially those from affluent families. Less talk, gather the goods." "Yes." Shangxi and his companions, displaying their wits, soon discovered a treasure trove of gold and silver coins, along with banknotes in the back room. The first pot of gold came swiftly. "Li Shou, uncertain of the local economy, inquired, "Is this money sufficient for purchasing herbs and meat?" "Sufficient. But it may only last a few months. The expenses for martial artists are considerable. A few months will suffice. With 20 days remaining before the task's arrival, there would be ample time for expenditure." After obtaining the money, Li Shou tossed aside a bag and prepared to leave, but Shangxi, without even glancing at the coins, hurried after him. "Boss, take us with you. I've given you the money. Are you trying to take advantage of me? If you leave, we will surely perish in this room today." As Li Shou stepped through the doorway, he observed many of the original guards and aides from the Tooth Gang peeking into the courtyard. Having witnessed the grisly scene within, they were not foolish. Seeing their boss and 4 subordinates easily defeated, none dared approach. However, if Li Shou departed, the dynamic would shift. Power would transfer, creating a vacuum. If he left now, those sheep would turn into ravenous wolves, ready to devour everything. "Very well, I happen to require a guide. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Chapter 33, 80. Before departing from the dental gang, Li Shouming released all the captured girls, even though he understood that such an action would have little impact. In this apocalyptic world, these rootless girls, once freed, could easily be captured again by others. Yet, he felt compelled to act. Sometimes, those imprisoned in despair require even the slightest glimmer of hope. Li Shou pondered. If he were in their position, he would wish for someone to grant him freedom, even if it meant only a faint chance of escape, which was preferable to remaining confined. As for other matters, Li Shou could not alter them for the time being. To effect a fundamental transformation in this brutal world, one could only rely on balancing the rules. Previously, the mushroom had delivered a virus. This time, he wondered what might restore equilibrium to this realm. He eagerly anticipated that day's arrival. His current missions were no longer solely for survival. He yearned to partake in the rise and fall of a world, striving to alter its sordid mechanisms of operation. In 20 days, everything here would undergo significant change. Observing the fleeing figures of the girls as they expressed their gratitude, Li Shou felt a strange sensation within. Deep down, he had begun to embrace the mushroom's philosophy of balance. "Boss, where are we headed?" "To a place with martial arts schools and herbal shops. I just fetched several sets of fine clothes from the back. May we change into them? It would be wise to dress better in other markets to avoid unnecessary trouble." Of course. Nodding in agreement, Li Shou also donned the attire of the locals. Under the cloak of night, the group stealthily departed from Heishui-Fang. Making their way towards the heart of the county town, they first traversed from Heishui-Fang to the Poor Fang. The primary distinction between this area and Heishui-Fang was that most of the residents here were locals of Songkang County. Their homes, though dilapidated, provided some semblance of stability. Moreover, the people of Poor Fang supported one another, forming small groups centered around families to enhance their chances of survival. Upon seeing individuals from Heishui-Fang pass by, they exhibited heightened vigilance. Nonetheless, Li Shou did not linger and pressed forward. Next was Baoshu-Fang, predominantly inhabited by craftsmen, teachers, and small vendors, individuals possessing certain skills or trades. In contemporary terms, that could be regarded as the pseudo-middle class. Further in was Liaoji-Fang, a gathering place for merchants who appeared to possess substantial resources and industries. Upon arriving, Li Shou noticed officials clad in uniforms patrolling the streets. However, these individuals did not inquire further upon seeing Li Shou's robust physique and respectable attire. Beyond Liaoji-Fang lay Weiqi-Fang and Yanji-Fang, resembling the inner city's harem, populated by either the female relatives of the lords or their mistresses. Alongside high-end taverns and brothels, the surroundings were awash with the allure of music, wine, and beauty. Observing the opulence around him, even the worldly snake, Shangxi, found his gaze captivated, and Li Shou, a man of the modern era, felt his composure waver. Why is it so prosperous here when there is famine outside? One would think this place would be affected to some extent. The famine is an external affair. The greater the turmoil outside, the more lavish the interior becomes. A few years ago, when I delivered messages here, there was no famine and fewer beautiful women. Now, where does the food come from? Not every place has suffered calamity. And for years, the granaries have remained full. Even if they weren't overflowing, the food collected wouldn't go to waste here. The grain requisition is handled by officials. Led by martial artists, no one dares to resist. Understood. Li Shou nodded, recognizing that this realm could sustain such a large city due to its ample agricultural output. After passing through these indulgent locales, Li Shou and his companions finally arrived at their destination, Yanwu-Fang. This market directly abutted the inner city. serving as its first line of defense and a true extension of inner-city power. It could be said that this market was the inner city's outstretched hand. Many martial arts schools here were affiliated with inner-city sects, specifically established to recruit external powers and talented disciples, injecting fresh blood into their ranks. Upon entering, Shou wasted no time and promptly sought out a sizable herbal shop. Although night had fallen, most establishments in this world remained open. "Dear customer, what may I assist you with?" The shopkeeper, with a kind demeanor and a round, plump face, appeared markedly different from the denizens of Heishui Fong. "Do you have anything to enhance bone resilience?" "Certainly. We only stock the finest goods here. The martial artists of the Shikua Martial Arts School procure their medicinal herbs from my shop. Many auxiliary herbs they use for strengthening their bones are sourced from us." As the shopkeeper spoke, he signaled for an assistant to fetch the medicine. Before long, various herbal plants and dried animal bones, unknown to Shou, were presented before him. These are cultivated in the blood fields. While they are somewhat pricey, their efficacy is exceptional. "Very well, I'll take a 40-day supply. Do you have blood spirit meat as well? I need it for bone fortification." Indeed, the shopkeeper personally approached the medicine cabinet, carefully opening a box to reveal a piece of palm-sized jerky. "Dear customer, please take a look at this quality." Shou couldn't discern its quality, yet he feigned understanding and nodded. "How much?" 750 large coins for the single piece of unique meat, and for the 40-day supply of herbs. "I'll charge you 470 large coins. I'll offer you a special price of 1,200 large coins." After rummaging through his belongings, Shou found the ticket from the money exchange, gathered the necessary amount, and handed over his hard-earned money to the shopkeeper. He couldn't help but marvel at the peculiar pricing in this world. A well-trained servant could fetch only 15 large coins, while a martial artist's casual purchase would amount to 1,200 large coins, roughly equivalent to the price of 80 servants. Was it that human life was so cheap? Or that martial arts goods were exorbitantly priced? "What did you say, dear customer?" "Nothing. Please write down the usage instructions for the herbs and the consumption amounts for the meat. I intend to gift them." "Certainly, dear customer." After securing the herbs, Shou settled into a nearby tavern. Spending someone else's money was of no concern to him. He rented the largest private courtyard available and arranged for Shangxi and the others to reside within, assisting him. In the quiet of the courtyard during the deep night, Shangxi and the others boiled water and brewed medicine. Following the shopkeeper's instructions, they poured the herbal concoction into a wooden bathtub. After consuming the blood spirit meat and the beast bone soup, Shou immersed himself in the medicinal bath. For the initial moments, he felt little effect. However, after an hour, a warm sensation enveloped his body, and a peculiar energy surged within him. Unfamiliar with the techniques of this world, he could not direct this energy and allowed it to flow freely. Yet, after soaking through the night, he sensed some changes in his bones. Whether it was a psychological effect or not remained uncertain. "Regardless, I'll soak for now and assess the results tomorrow." Thus, Shou lingered in the bath until the early hours of dawn. Once he estimated that the main world was on the verge of breaking day, he emerged. After dismissing Shangxi and the others, he departed from this realm. Upon returning to the main world, dawn had just broken, and his classmates were already rising to prepare for their collective training. Shou said little, joining the group as they moved outside to gather with his seed team. "Captain Yin Quan, I would like to request a leave of absence." Chapter 34. The Basics of Attributes Leave of Absence? Absolutely not. This is not school. There is no such thing as taking leave. Yin Quan maintained her domineering demeanor. However, Shou's words made her hesitate. "Instructor, I have been training diligently, as you are aware. Indeed, among everyone, your zeal is unmatched." She nodded, acknowledging his recent circumstances. Shou's strength attribute had been escalating rapidly, yet his body's other components, particularly the strength of his bones, were struggling to keep pace. This issue had persisted for several days. Although Fenggu City offered solutions, they were tailored for locals and spanned years, rendering them impractical for a transgressor. What a transgressor requires is a straightforward and effective training regimen. Failing to keep up with tasks could lead to fatal consequences. Any method demanding prolonged refinement is ill-suited for them. Generally speaking, the training routines at the training grounds proved effective, but Yin Quan had never encountered a situation quite like Shou's. As she spoke, her words faltered. Shou possessed combat skills. Mastering weaponry was arduous, requiring months or even longer to grasp the fundamentals. Historical task records indicated that training at the grounds was unnecessary, as it was both noisy and bothersome to onlookers. Forget it. You have my permission to take leave. Now be off. Remember to review previous task records. Yin Quan shook her head, ultimately acquiescing to Li Shou's request for leave. Thank you, instructor. I shall take my leave. What an odd fellow. Watching Li Shou depart. Both Yin Quan and Qin Zihan, along with the red-eyed man, heaved a sigh of relief. They were both fiercely competitive individuals, and although unspoken, they had always harbored a sense of superiority deep within. They had entered the team as top scorers, mere moments away from their first gene fusion. Initially, they believed they would be the first to achieve this, but Li Shou's rapid progress had surpassed them, not only achieving fusion first, but also continuing to grow at an unprecedented rate. As they observed the widening chasm between them, despair crept in, a realization that had dawned upon them a week ago. Yet, this disquiet did not last long, as Li Shou soon encountered physical issues. This ignited a flicker of hope for them. A mere disparity in strength attributes was negligible. The red-eyed man contemplated Li Shou's silhouette, acknowledging that skill utilization was the key to survival. You may possess greater strength, but in combat, I could swiftly eliminate you. Li Shou remained oblivious to the red-eyed man's musings. He had no intention of comparing himself to others in the seed group. His dreams had revealed ample information indicating that the mortality rate escalated significantly in later tasks. Numerous individuals who had initially dazzled had ultimately turned to ash. Thus, Li Shou's initial goal was to prepare for the later stages. Enhancing his fundamental physical attributes and growth attributes was paramount. As expected, he swiftly dislocated his shoulder once again. However, he had managed to do one additional exercise. It was genuinely effective, yielding commendable results. A flicker of mushroom light illuminated the space. He reappeared in the courtyard of the tavern. At that moment, dawn had broken in this realm, and without further ado, he called for Shangxi and others to prepare water, continuing his regimen of meat-infused medicinal baths. This time, he soaked until midday. Several hours in the medicinal bath left him feeling an increasing flow of energy within, yet the potency of the medicine seemed to wane. Should I circulate my energy for absorption? Li Shou recalled something he had read in martial arts novels. With this thought, he summoned his indigenous companion, Shangxi. Boss. What's up? Let's go. Where to? A visit to the martial arts school. All right. After gathering his belongings, Li Shou, armed with the money he had acquired, departed the tavern with Shangxi, inquiring and gathering intelligence at the martial arts square. He gained a preliminary understanding of the martial arts establishments there. The martial arts square housed 15 schools, 7 of which were connected to the inner city, while the others were established by external martial artists. Most of these schools allowed entry by payment, and many affluent merchants from the material paper industry often sent their children to learn martial arts there. This was due to the significance of martial prowess in this world, as well as the desire to foster connections with the inner city. Among the 15 schools, Li Shou was particularly drawn to 2, as both offered techniques related to enhancing bone and blood capabilities. One, named Xuanxue Martial Arts School, was an external faction of the inner city Xuanxue sect. The other, Genie Martial Arts School, was an outsider with an unclear lineage. Unable to discern which was superior, he opted for the Xuanxue Martial Arts School, solely because it possessed follow-up techniques from the inner city. Upon realizing this, Li Shou inquired about the process of apprenticeship. Subsequently, adhering to the customs of this world, he purchased gifts worth thousands of coins to serve as a token for his apprenticeship. Arriving at the entrance of the Xuanxue Martial Arts School, naturally, a doorkeeper was present, and Li Shou wasted no time in presenting his intentions. I wish to apprentice and learn the art. As he spoke, he showcased his gift box to the doorkeeper. Enter. Upon seeing the luxurious wooden gift box, the doorkeeper nodded. Having witnessed such occurrences frequently, as the door swung open, Li Shou beheld the expansive layout within. The martial arts school resembled a grand courtyard, somewhat akin to ancient escort agencies on Earth. Li Shou instructed Shangxi to wait at the entrance, proceeding inside with the gift box. Just as he rounded a partition, he observed numerous disciples clad in splendid training attire, engaged in various exercises. Some meditated, others honed their strength, while some applied herbal remedies to their hands. At the head of the assembly sat a rather unscrupulous-looking elder, who, upon Li Shou's entrance, was fixated on the posterior of a female disciple. Noticing that a male apprentice had arrived with a gift, he appeared somewhat displeased. Another would-be apprentice? Indeed. Li Shou opened the gift box, revealing a rare medicinal herb within. Given your physique and arms, are you here to learn under a master? Huh? Li Shou glanced at his robust arms but shook his head. I have not learned before. I wish to start from the beginning. To seek apprenticeship while spouting nonsense, to learn under a master necessitates a change in breathing techniques. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Li Shou was unable to comprehend, but he remained resolute in his desire to apprentice. Very well. Changing schools can lead to disputes. According to martial arts school customs, I must assess your aptitude. Withstand 3 of my strikes, and you may enter, the elder proclaimed, leaping into action, delivering a powerful palm strike toward Li Shou. The attack possessed considerable momentum, prompting Li Shou to instinctively block. Upon impact, the elder sensed something was amiss. Such formidable hard skills. What was typically a mere formality of 3 strikes was often overlooked, as everyone tended to let it slide. He had only exerted 1/10 of his strength, intending to intimidate without causing harm. However, upon striking, he felt as though he had struck a steel plate. Discomfort radiated through his hand. Thus, he decided to increase his force, escalating to 30%. Channeling energy through his arms, he executed a follow-up strike directly to Li Shou's chest, forcing him to stagger back several paces. But that was the end of it. He isn't scathed? The elder's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The force he had delivered would have left him coughing for quite some time, yet this young man appeared unaffected. All right. Pay attention. Let us go again. The elder finally adopted a serious demeanor, his bones cracking as his muscles surged with Xuanqua energy, expanding his physique significantly. With a mighty roar, he unleashed over 70% of his strength, the palm strike accompanied by a fierce wind, aimed at Li Shou. Sensing imminent danger, Li Shou immediately raised his arms to shield his vital points. Half a second later, with a resounding bang, a surge of air swept through the arena as Li Shou was propelled forward, crashing against the wall. Both his arms and shoulders dislocated simultaneously. The living insect exoskeleton quivered in a wave-like motion, nearly breached. Chapter 35. A grand return. Li Shou exhaled deeply, feeling his arms gradually regain their strength. Though the battle was brief, it held great significance for him. Through his confrontation with the master of the Xian Blood Pavilion, Li Shou discerned his own standing in this world, an understanding of utmost importance. In the days to come, while undertaking tasks, he would inevitably interact with the local populace, possibly leading to disputes or even skirmishes. Knowing his own capabilities would enable him to assess the necessity of combat in advance. Looking up at the elderly man before him, Li Shou concluded that the final strike had been delivered with seriousness. While the old man likely did not unleash his full power, it was still formidable. It seems the judgment of the Tooth Gang leader, that seasoned veteran, was not far from the mark. I should be on par with the masters of martial arts in this realm. Although the Tooth Gang leader was not particularly strong, his daily life amidst the perilous world of martial arts had honed not only his treacherous techniques but also his keen judgment of others. However, the nature of martial prowess could only be estimated. True combat was far more intricate and could not be generalized. For instance, the old man before him displayed exquisite techniques, his recent maneuvers far exceeding those of Li Shou's boxing coach back on Earth. Yet, after his outburst, the old man's stamina seemed rather ordinary. Li Shou noticed that after executing a serious strike, the old man's breathing grew labored. Ah, such remarkable resilience. It appears this youthful talent from who knows where has come to jest with an old man. After 3 exchanges, the old man's demeanor shifted to one of respect. It was evident that he too recognized Li Shou's strength as comparable to his own. However, he had misinterpreted the situation. He believed Li Shou was merely a young challenger to his martial arts school. In truth, no, I harbor no intentions of jest. I genuinely seek to become your disciple. Li Shou picked up the gift box from the ground and lifted it above his head once more. Are you truly here to become my disciple? The master of the Xian Blood Pavilion, sensing Li Shou's earnestness, felt a flicker of doubt. Your mastery of iron body techniques is already profound. Why not strive for a higher realm instead of seeking a change in tutelage? Li Shou had initially considered fabricating a response, but he hesitated. The old man had dedicated his life to martial arts, and by earthly standards, he was at least a university lecturer in skill. Meanwhile, Li Shou was merely an amateur. Any deception on his part would surely expose him. So he decided to speak honestly. I have only trained my physical strength and have never learned any formal techniques. What? The old man's reaction was one of shock. As he leaped 3 feet into the air. What nonsense are you speaking? I speak no falsehood. Then would you mind if I examined you? The old man approached, and upon sensing no resistance from Li Shou, placed his hand on his arm. Instantly, Li Shou felt a flow of energy coursing through his body. The elder's expression transformed from astonishment to sheer horror. Having read about such expressions of fear in novels, Li Shou had never truly grasped their significance until witnessing the old man's face contort with disbelief and shock, his skin reddening from excitement. You possess no internal energy. A prodigy. a prodigy of alien blood. After his initial shock, the old man became exuberant, spinning in delight before asking, "How old are you?" 16. Splendid. The old man twirled 3 more times, then pulled Li Shou into the inner hall, instructing, "No one else is to follow." Upon entering the sanctum, the old man's lecherous demeanor transformed into one of solemnity as he gazed at Li Shou. "Are you truly intent on becoming my disciple?" "Of course." "Very well, very well." The old man repeated the phrase 5 times while accepting the gift box. "Then today, you shall be my closed-door disciple." Closed-door disciple? Such formality? The designation of a closed-door disciple implied that the master would no longer accept other students. Are you truly going to cease taking in new disciples? Indeed. As a closed-door disciple, not only will I cease taking in others, but I will also provide you with the finest resources for cultivation. Thank you, master. Grateful for the old man's generosity, Li Shou made no attempt to decline. I shall surely bring honor to the school. Being from the core world, he was in urgent need of strength. Had he not been a traveler from another realm, he might have chosen to lay low and develop gradually. However, with tasks looming just days away, and their inherent dangers, he understood that revealing his strength early to acquire resources was essential for rapid advancement. Since the moment he arrived in the core world, the concept of safety had become foreign to him. It matters not. This is the treatment a person of alien blood deserves. If you do not come to me, you would receive the same treatment elsewhere. Then, master, when do we begin our training? I am eager to start. Ha ha ha, a martial arts fanatic. I like it. If you wish to begin, we shall start now. Excellent. In the following 2 days, Li Shou devoted himself tirelessly to learning the martial arts of this world. The martial practices here were built upon the cultivation of qi, using it to nourish the body, strengthen the bones and blood, and refine the muscles and organs. Warriors were classified into 6 ranks, with the lowest being 6-rank warriors and the highest being 1 rank. Those who could circulate qi throughout their entire body were considered 3-rank martial masters, the strongest combatants in the outer city, while higher ranks were exceedingly rare, even within the inner city. Li Shou, however, was less concerned with the specifics of rank and more focused on the methods of cultivation. Within 2 days, he had mastered the Xian blood method of qi circulation, comprehending the foundational practices. However, instead of following his master's instruction to circulate qi throughout his body, he directed all of his internal energy solely towards nourishing his bones. From this moment on, your internal energy has not flowed throughout your body, but has been entirely concentrated on your bone spirit's vital points. This is an unorthodox method. After 2 days of teaching, Li Shou appeared unfazed, but his master was beginning to tire. Well, it's commendable that you learned the foundational techniques in just 2 days. I can no longer continue. I must take a rest. Very well. I bid you good night, master. After sending the old man off, Li Shou persisted with his unconventional training. He had no time to tread carefully. In this realm, even a genius would require a decade or more to achieve mastery. With only a few weeks until his tasks began, he understood the importance of rapid progress. For those from another world, efficiency was paramount. The quicker the results, the better. The enhancement of a traveler should revolve around task rewards, as they offered the most significant boosts to one's abilities. And he could not afford to lose sight of that principle, having come to this realization long ago. Li Shou regarded this practice merely as a means to strengthen his bones. With approximately half a month remaining, he resolved that if the unorthodox method proved effective, so be it. Utility was paramount. Li Shou continued his practice. At that moment, someone awaited him. The left guardian approached the master, bowing respectfully. Have you discovered the origins of my disciple? Not yet. However, he is not from a rival faction. Indeed, he is certainly not from a rival faction. Not only would they not part with an individual of alien blood to another force, but even the county lord would not be willing to let such a person go, even as a spy. Correct. This person's background appears innocent. He should be cultivated with care. Yes, I have been diligently teaching him. However, he seems to possess some unorthodox tendencies. What do you mean by unorthodox? The way he practices is peculiar, and his physique is even more so. We have never instructed individuals of alien blood. Perhaps they are inherently different from the norm. There is no need for concern. Chapter 36. Dignity in the Apocalypse. After Li Shou learned the art of fortune, he devoted himself to rigorous practice. As he progressed, he unearthed some rather unorthodox methods. One day, after consuming the blood spirit meat, he immersed himself in medicinal wine. Having significantly increased his herbal intake and indulged in more blood spirit meat than the typical serving. This approach was tailored to his unique constitution. Traditionally, Martial artists adhered to strict regulations regarding the consumption of herbs and meat. Excessive intake could lead to chaotic internal energy, risking bodily harm. And an ordinary person would struggle to absorb such copious nutrients. Not only would it be wasteful, but it could also produce adverse effects. However, for Shou, this was not an issue. His physique was robust, far surpassing that of an average individual, and he could mend any damaged meridians and acupoints with each breath. Realizing this, he began to escalate his intake to the point of saturation. Despite having limits, his training progressed at an extraordinary pace, proving that foundational attributes were indeed the essence of everything. As he soaked in the medicinal vat, Shou commenced meditation, channeling the medicinal properties to nourish his bones alongside the internal energy from the blood-spirit meat. This energy surged into the spiritual bone acupoints and bones, stimulating and nurturing them to enhance his marrow and strengthen his bones. After a morning of such training, he began to experience some rejection symptoms and decided to take a break. Sensing this, Shou ceased his practice and ventured to the martial arts training ground in the front yard. Upon arrival, he was immediately surrounded by a group of senior brothers and sisters who were not permitted by their master to enter the back courtyard. "Junior brother, have you eaten? I heard you have a large appetite. Our family's tavern has just introduced new dishes. Would you like to try them? Junior brother, are you mashed yet? What do you think of your senior sister? Don't listen to her. Her figure is lacking. While she may have a generous bosom, her rear is insufficiently curvaceous. What about me?" Shou gazed at this motley crew, feeling somewhat speechless. During his few days in this place, he had come to profoundly understand that dignity was a luxury in the apocalyptic world. From the highest to the lowest, there was no dignity to be found, not in the filthy streets, nor among the affluent scions of the martial arts academy. Each individual exerted tremendous effort to merely survive. Shou learned that most disciples at the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy were offspring of merchants from the paper mill. They possessed wealth, yet their status remained mediocre. More than 80% of their business profits had to be surrendered to the inner city. This was tolerable, but without absolute martial strength to back them. Any martial artist faction could easily extinguish them. They were oppressed from above, faced fierce competition in the middle, and were not spared from the likes of desperate rogues below. A moment's neglect could lead to a grave fate. In this world of apocalypse, every individual walked on thin ice, where a single misstep could invite simultaneous threats from above, below, and in between. Thus, their yearning for power and influence was profound, for such things represented the very lives of their entire families. In contrast, even in modern society on Earth, those adept at flattery maintained a semblance of dignity. Many merely bent to societal pressures, seeking shortcuts through sycophancy. However, most individuals scorned such behavior, believing that living a quiet life surpassed all else. With the confidence to live peacefully, even at the expense of comfort, most would not stoop to undignified actions. The ability to live quietly was the greatest fallback. But in the apocalypse, there was no fallback. The precipice loomed just behind, and a single step back meant death. Among the students of class 1 to 3, the most shameless flatterer was Ma Najung. Yet he paled in comparison to this group of senior brothers and sisters. "Huh? You two little vixens think you're worthy of marrying a junior brother with such extraordinary blood? How presumptuous. However, junior brother, I don't seek marriage. If you let me be your concubine, I would be quite satisfied just to be remembered." The speaker was a striking female warrior, seemingly around 20 years of age. Tall and robust from years of training. Shou recalled her name, Yanlinger. She had been particularly eager to curry favor these past few days. "Senior sister, I'm only 16. I haven't given this matter any thought." "Huh. In Tongkang County, there are plenty of 16-year-olds with children. It's no big deal. This world is akin to ancient Earth, where marriages occur early." However, Shou had no intention of pursuing this conversation further. His purpose for coming out was simple: to leverage the Academy's connections to gather local intelligence. "Junior brother, let us not discuss such inauspicious topics. Indeed, it's best to steer clear of them. If one becomes entangled, it could lead to death." The senior brothers and sisters reacted with evident trepidation upon hearing the term evil spirit, much like the village boys of old. Even if they wished to flatter him, they were reluctant to broach this topic, and most dispersed. Only Yin Lingo lingered. "I'll gather information for you. Just wait." "Thank you, senior sister." "Junior brother, I found what you were looking for." "Already? That was quick. My family operates a tailoring business, so we have plenty of manpower." Yin Lingo produced a piece of yellowed paper from her bosom, a map of Tongkang County, marked with numerous ink dots. "Here, these places have all encountered evil spirits." "Really? So many?" Li Shou scrutinized the map, counting 36 ink marks. Why have I never seen any signs of them during my journey? Tongkang County boasted tens of thousands of houses. While these 36 marked locations stood out on the map, they were relatively sparse within the county. Indeed, Li Shou nodded. What is the status of these places now? They have long been sealed by the authorities. As long as no one enters, evil spirits generally do not emerge. Is that so? Li Shou fell into contemplation. He understood that his next mission would likely be closely tied to these evil spirits. Gathering information beforehand was as crucial as training. I wish to take a look, but I am unfamiliar with the area. Senior sister, could you guide me? Of course. Just wait here. As Yen Linga spoke, she dashed out, soon returning with an animal resembling a horse. She helped Li Shou mount before climbing up behind him, wrapping her arms around him. Let us go. Before Li Shou could utter a word, Yen Linga had already spurred the animal forward. As they traveled, she remained close to him. The sensation of her back against him and the animal's rhythmic movements stirred an unfamiliar feeling within Li Shou. Junior brother. The first location isn't far from here. Will arrive shortly. The sound of Yen Linger's breath reached his ears. Even though Li Shou knew it was intentional, he felt powerless to resist. Minutes later, they reached a residential area near the Martial Arts Academy, located in a bustling district surrounded by upscale courtyards. It should have been lively at this hour, yet it felt eerily desolate. Many residences had their doors sealed, indicating no inhabitants. Numerous luxurious courtyards lay vacant. Even the animals seemed reluctant to advance. Junior brother, do you see that courtyard with the sealed door? I do. That is a location of evil spirits. Li Shou dismounted and approached the courtyard gate. As he stood there, a chill crept up his neck, and he felt as though something within the crimson door was beckoning him, clawing at his very essence. Chapter 37, The Strength of Malevolence and Truth. He harbored a profound desire to venture inside and engage in a duel with the malevolent entities within. After all, one must inevitably confront such challenges during missions. Familiarizing oneself with them in advance could enhance one's combat experience against foes. Yet, he ultimately retreated. He understood that not all malevolent beings are created equal, and the disparity in their combat prowess could be significant. Should misfortune strike and he encounter an exceptionally powerful entity, meeting a swift demise within would indeed be rather foolish. Why are you fixated on this? Yen Linger inquired, puzzled by his curiosity towards something that most would instinctively avoid. I have my own plans. Please don't ask further. Senior sister. Very well, I shall assist without prying, she replied, displaying a commendable understanding of his intentions. Thus, the two of them rode together through the night, exploring the 36 locations of malevolence. By the time they reached the final site, dawn had yet to break, and the night was particularly dark. This final location was nestled within a slum. The houses here were diminutive, predominantly constructed of grayish stone bricks and timber. A cluster of dilapidated structures formed a shantytown. The population density in the slum was high, with each dwelling barely spanning 10 square meters, just enough to accommodate a handful of residents. However, despite the decrepit state of the buildings, they were highly coveted. Many from Heishuifeng aspired to settle here. During ordinary times, a mere patch of land could incite fierce competition among the impoverished. Yet at that moment, before Li Shou, a small cluster of derelict houses lay abandoned, surrounded by wooden barriers. As night enveloped the area, the oppressive atmosphere intensified. Standing outside the shabby barriers, Li Shou reached out, feeling the chilling aura within. At each location they visited, he noted the general direction while also attuning himself to the surrounding energy. Over the course of their journey, he gleaned some insights. Firstly, the darker the surroundings and the closer it approached midnight, the more frigid and oppressive the aura became. Secondly, one could deduce the strength of the malevolence in each area from the intensity of the energy present. Senior sister, has the government of Tongkang County ever cleared these sites? He asked. There have been efforts in the past, but such endeavors have become rare unless a site of malevolence encroaches upon the inner city. Is it due to the difficulty of clearing them? Indeed, each time the government attempts to cleanse a site of malevolence, they must mobilize numerous martial artists who often remain for extended periods. Many times, these martial artists face casualties. Encountering a formidable adversary may even require the personal leadership of top-tier experts from the inner city to rescue those ensnared. Yen Lingo shook her head. Such tasks were once undertaken in times of peace, but now, scarcely anyone dares to engage with these matters. The older martial artists value their lives greatly. Unless compelled by the government, they would avoid such tainted affairs. Burning them down is not an option, is it? Correct. Fire can only consume the structures. If the malevolent energy were to spread, it would become even more troublesome. I understand, Li Shou nodded. May I request one last favor from you? Speak freely. Provided it is within your capabilities, I would greatly appreciate it if you could secure for me a record of these sites of malevolence. Specifically, I seek details regarding their strengths, the complications encountered during previous cleansings, and similar accounts. That indeed poses a challenge, Yin Lingo frowned. To survive an entry into these locations, one must be at least a martial artist. Our family's standing is somewhat lacking in comparison to martial artist factions. Let us not dwell on it. Senior sister, please do your utmost to assist me. In the following days, Li Shou continued his dedicated training, while Yin Linger seemed to be tirelessly working on his behalf. Eventually, she presented him with a collection of yellowed manuscripts, chronicling the malevolent incidents in Tongkang County over the past few decades, detailing both the calamities and the outcomes of previous cleansings. Some entries were thorough, while others were rather cursory. However, upon reviewing the entirety, Li Shou gained a deeper understanding of how to combat the malevolence in this world. Junior brother, are you familiar with the Jingji Martial Arts School? Indeed. Prior to my apprenticeship, I inquired about all the martial schools, and Jingji is an external school, seemingly focused on the manipulation of internal energy primarily around the head and neck. They possess an exceptional sense of danger. Yet their practical combat abilities appear to be among the weakest in the martial arts community. Correct. I hired a senior from Jingji to assist you in assessing the danger levels within those 36 locations. Yen Lingo produced a map, marked with ink circles and small red dots. A single stroke of cinnabar indicated a lower danger level. However, even such locations could spell death without the presence of multiple martial artists. Understood, Li Shou acknowledged. 2 strokes of cinnabar denote a higher danger level. According to the county records, entering such places requires no less than 10 martial artists. Otherwise, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. And what about these 3 points? Those are classified as insurmountable malevolence. Such entities, even if they manifest within the inner city, would remain unassailable. That is indeed formidable. Li Shou committed to memory the locations of these 2 malevolent sites. One was coincidentally the site he had first encountered in the training area, while the other was in the Yinji Fong, a grand brothel. Thank you for your assistance, senior sister. He carefully stored the map and manuscripts, then turned to Yin Linger. Why do you gaze at me so? I merely wish to express my gratitude. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. As you often say, if it is within my power, I shall certainly see it through. The extent of her support raised Li Shou's suspicions. It was evident that she sought something in return. Yen Linger remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Li Shou's eyes, as if discerning the truth of the matter. In this tumultuous world, social hierarchies were starkly defined. Experts at the martial artist level often treated those beneath them with disdain, commanding them with an air of superiority. Within the martial school, her nominal master, Yuan Fa, directed the apprentices much akin to how one might command subordinates, offering favor only to a select few with strong backgrounds, while treating the rest with indifference. Naturally, Li Shou was an exception to this rule. Each time the elder saw him, a smile illuminated his weathered face. Uncertain whether he would still be in Tongkang County when the next mission commenced, he felt it prudent to address any lingering matters first. If that is how you feel, then I shall speak plainly. My family is on the verge of annihilation, and I seek your assistance. Understood. Li Shou nodded, realizing why she had exerted herself so fervently. She stood perilously close to the edge of a precipice. What transpired? Please, share. Chapter 38. A world without rules. The events unfolding in Yin Linger's household were hardly extraordinary. In fact, such occurrences were not uncommon in the fabric shop. As Yin Linger herself recounted, her family's rise to prominence was largely due to her grandmother's acquaintance with a man of remarkable martial prowess decades ago. The two shared a deep connection, and although they never formalized their union, a bond of affection remained. Eventually, this man achieved mastery in his craft and ascended to the position of chief guard for a prominent family in the inner city, amassing both strength and authority. The ripple effect of his power allowed her grandmother to engage in the lucrative business of supplying fabrics and garments to the affluent families in the inner city. Consequently, their family thrived, establishing a solid foothold in the fabric industry. However, 3 months ago, the chief guard passed away. In the realm of power within the inner city, the adage when the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked rings true. The deceased holds no value. With the guard's demise, his family received little care, let alone the mistress. Bereft of the protection that power afforded, Yin Linger's family business soon became a target. To coerce them into surrendering their accounts and all business connections, their adversaries resorted to a campaign of terror, eliminating one person each day as psychological pressure. Initially, they targeted the servants and guards of the Yin household. But as time progressed, threats escalated to Yin Linger's more distant relatives. Just days prior, her father had suffered a brutal attack, losing half of his foot as a warning. Why not seek help from the master? After all, the master currently has 73 disciples, each with only a few years of training, and the total number of registered disciples is in the hundreds, if not close to 1,000. The master would not risk offending another martial faction for the sake of one nominal disciple. In this world, business cannot guarantee survival, can it? Indeed, if we divulge our accounts and all business channels, we become worthless. Even if they let us go, our previous enemies would not show us mercy. In the fabric trade, no one's hands are clean. It is impossible to navigate this world without bloodshed. Now, our family is an empty shell, able to hire guards and servants to pose as a facade. Without this protective veil, our former enemies would easily pick us apart. How many martial artists are against us? One, but there are also 2 fourth-tier masters and a host of guards. That poses no significant threat. Ordinary individuals cannot harm me. Shou's living insect armor possesses formidable properties that render ordinary attacks ineffective. I've long yearned for a vigorous confrontation. Engaging martial artists before a mission would allow me to truly gauge my abilities. Since half a month ago, he had wished to engage in battle with a female specter. Yet he had not succeeded. The 3 exchanges with the master felt more like testing the waters, lacking a true understanding of the martial world. Let us go. Where to? To your home. Let us start the fight now. Once again sharing a horse, Shou and Yin Lingo rushed to the Yin family estate. Here, the Yin family's enterprises were substantial, with an entire alley beside the mansion dedicated to their holdings, including a tailor shop, a dye house, and shops selling fabrics and ready-made garments. Upon their arrival, they witnessed a cloaked figure tossing a burlap sack at the entrance of the estate before attempting to leave. Don't go, what's in the sack? Despite the gravity of the situation, the figure remained unfazed. When barred from leaving, he crossed his arms defiantly. Yin Linger knelt to pick up the sack, a sticky sensation sending shivers down her spine. Upon opening it, she was met with the grim sight of a severed head. Trembling not from fear but from emotional upheaval, she clutched the head tightly. Shou stepped forward to comfort her. Let me handle this. Seeing Yin Linger in distress, the cloaked figure seized the opportunity to press her. Have you made a decision? We at Bai Jingtang have run out of patience. At worst, we'll forfeit your accounts and business channels, incurring some loss, but you would be sacrificing your lives. Hand them over now, and we might spare your family. We have made our decision. Before Yin Lingo could respond, Shou interjected, we will relinquish our enterprises to you. Can you take me to meet the person in charge at Bai Jingtang? Who are you to make demands? The cloaked figure directed his gaze at Yin Linger. She glanced at Shou, his confident demeanor prompting her to nod. He is our business liaison. If you wish to send goods to the inner city, he is your only option. Haha, my apologies. Young man, please follow me. The cloaked figure adopted a more respectful tone and led the way. Suddenly, a young man declaring himself the inner city liaison appeared. The two traversed several streets through the fabric shop, arriving at a district filled with weapon shops, culminating in a large courtyard. It seemed that the wealthy in this world favored courtyard residences. What did you say? Nothing. I merely remarked that Bai Jingtang is in the blacksmithing business. Correct, but we also engage in garment trade. After all, it's the same tailors working. Switching masters won't impede your sales in the inner city. As they conversed, they entered the courtyard, where several men in their 40s were summoned by the cloaked figure. The leader scrutinized Shou, perplexed. You're the one selling garments in the inner city? You seem rather young. Indeed, I am. Your name is inconsequential. My time is precious. Shou glanced at the countdown on his wrist. You should understand, killing someone may lead to your own demise. It's quite fair and balanced. Wouldn't you say? What are you implying? I'm here to take your life. Wasting no time, Shou launched into action. Every second of his time invaluable. He wished to immerse himself in training and combat. Spare me the chatter. Upon confirming the man's identity, he charged forward. Not bad, the leader remarked, easily evading the attack. However, the technique displayed was merely basic defensive skill. You think you can kill me with that? Haha. As he laughed, the leader struck Shou on the back of the head with a powerful palm. The impact echoed, forcing him to jump back, while Shou stabilized himself with remarkable core strength, turning to face his opponent. Golden robe technique? The leader, sensing his hand tingling from the force, drew his sword and lunged again. The man's technique was exquisite, his blade flashing in the air, yet Shou evaded the strikes. sustaining several cuts to his garments but emerging unscathed. At this point, the leader began to take the situation seriously. In the blink of an eye, he called for a group assault. This is a martial artist skilled in hard techniques. Everyone, attack together. Hard techniques are most vulnerable to grappling and entrapment. Young ones, fetch weapons from the shop. Alongside these guards, the two fourth-tier experts beside the leader also drew their weapons. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel? How dishonorable. Ha. Youth is wasted on the young. This world has never adhered to rules. Or rather, the one who survives makes the rules. Chapter 39. Countdown upon concluding his statement. The leader of the Beijing Hall initiated the first strike. However, he refrained from engaging Li Shou in close combat, instead wielding his long sword with a fluidity that harried and provoked. His two capable subordinates mirrored his strategy, clearly intent on waiting for the guards to bring forth their grappling hooks and nets, aiming to ensnare Li Shou before delivering their lethal blows. It was evident that in this apocalyptic world, the inhabitants displayed a level of cunning far surpassing that of fictional villains. Li Shou had participated in 2 battles since his arrival in this realm, both of which had broadened his horizons. The first opponent, the golden-toothed bandit, despite his mediocre combat prowess, exhibited remarkable skills with hidden weapons. Not only did the golden-toothed bandit shine, but even the cowardly lackey who abandoned his weapon and fled was impressively shrewd. The individuals before him were of an even higher caliber. Given Li Shou's current display of combat capability, he was on par with an ordinary martial artist. In a one-on-one confrontation, he may not be able to best the leader. Yet, the leader sought to play it safe, akin to a protagonist in a novel, exhibiting a remarkable survival instinct. When he chose to strike, he did so with the full support of his allies, moving with a slippery finesse that made him difficult to capture. The two fourth-tier martial artists were considerably less adept, lacking both speed and the explosive power of their inner energy. It seemed that the distinction between the third and fourth tiers was a definitive boundary. No wonder the third tier was referred to as martial masters. Although Li Shou was not particularly agile, his immense explosive strength afforded him remarkable speed. Just as he was preparing to replicate his strategy against another opponent, 2 beams of sword light flashed before him, prompting an instinctive closing of his eyes. A sudden pain and sensation of shock radiated through his ocular nerves. The starlight sword technique targeted vital areas. At that moment, the leader's voice reached Li Shou's ears, and he instinctively reached out, nearly seizing his opponent in an embrace. "Are you all right?" After evading, the leader observed Li Shou as he reopened his eyes. Astonished that his hardened skills had reached such a level of proficiency, invulnerable, it seemed, he would not divulge his weaknesses. Instead, seizing the opportunity afforded by Li Shou's retreat to charge at the fourth-tier martial artist. The latter, witnessing the scene, retreated in alarm. "Leader, save me." His speed paled in comparison to Li Shou's. Having witnessed his companion's capture, he cried out for help. This time, assistance did arrive, though not from the leader, but from the guards. As Li Shou lunged to seize him, 2 grappling hooks ensnared his ankles, followed by a net descending from above, swiftly enveloping him. For those trained in hard techniques, this was the most dreaded scenario. No matter how resilient one might be, it proved utterly futile. The leader observed from a distance, a smug expression adorning his face. In the martial world, every technique had its counters. Had Li Shou truly been a martial master, he would have found himself ensnared. Yet he was not. His greatest strengths lay not only in his resilience but also in his overwhelming power. The 2 burly men pulling on the grappling hooks attempted to bring him down, but with a surge of force from his thighs, both were sent soaring. Over the past several days, Li Shou had dedicated himself to training, lifting stone blocks daily. Before arriving in this world, he had bench-pressed over 700 kilograms. Now, he had surpassed 900 kilograms. What does this signify? An adult can lift 70 kilograms with ease, while a first-grade child might manage 7 kilograms without difficulty. This indicates that an adult male's strength is merely 8 to 9 times that of a first grader. At this moment, however, Li Shou's strength surpassed that of an average adult by several magnitudes. His encounters with typical adults felt akin to a child confronting a first grader. As he exerted force through his thighs, the men attempting to secure him could not hold on. They were launched into the air. The 7 or 8 individuals tugging at the net also found themselves unable to restrain him. With a simple tug, he sent them tumbling from the rooftop. Such foundational attributes allowed for sheer brute force. My prowess eclipses yours. After dispatching the lackeys, Li Shou extricated himself from the net, and no one dared approach him again, including the fourth-tier martial artist. Shall we engage in a duel now? Or do you intend to flee? Li Shou advanced menacingly toward the leader. Ha ha ha, quite impressive. Yet I've discerned your flaw. The leader, far from fleeing, gathered his energy and vanished in an instant. With his energy fully concentrated, his speed escalated, and sword light enveloped the surroundings. Master of hard techniques, let us see how you fare against this technique, Starlit Assault. As he spoke, the sword light surged, targeting Li Shou's vulnerable areas, his eyes, ears, and the nape of his neck, striking with relentless precision. Pain coursed through Li Shou's body, compelling him to shield his vital spots instinctively. However, the leader's feint was merely a diversion, his words laced with deceit. As Li Shou shielded his eyes and ears, the leader switched tactics, delivering rapid strikes to Li Shou's chest. In the span of a single breath, he executed a flurry of lightning-fast sword strikes that landed precisely on the same spot. Ultimately, the relentless assault breached Li Shou's protective barriers, the sword tip penetrating his chest. Huh, I told you. I've uncovered your weakness. Is that so? Huh, how are you? The leader's astonishment turned to horror as he witnessed Li Shou, undeterred by the wound, remain standing. Just as he attempted to evade, Li Shou's grip tightened around him, a vice-like hold he could not escape. He sought to unleash his inner energy to break free, but the earlier exertions had drained him of strength, rendering him unable to continue. Moreover, even with inner energy, he could scarcely hope to escape those iron-like hands. Experience in battle proved crucial. Li Shou smiled at the leader, drawing him closer before exerting his strength, silencing him forever. A fragile shell. After discarding the lifeless body, Li Shou withdrew the sword from his chest and surveyed his surroundings. The guards and the fourth-tier martial artist had vanished without a trace. The Beijing Hall lay deserted. How starkly realistic. Li Shou marveled at the human nature of this world, then glanced at his wrist. Time was running short. Ultimately, survival relied primarily on oneself, with others being a secondary consideration. After all, his peril was not significantly less than that of the Yen family. That night, in the core world, upon returning, Li Shou resumed his weightlifting regimen. The atmosphere in the dormitory felt particularly stifling. Only a few days remained. Everyone was acutely aware of the impending timeline for the next mission, knowing full well that the second task would be exponentially more challenging than the first. Each individual grappled with uncertainty regarding their survival. Li Shou. Just as he was immersed in training, a girl approached class monitor Julin. Her face bore an expression of awkwardness as she drew near and quietly requested, "May I have a word?" Chapter 40, Scene 2 begins him. Li Shou did not set down the iron he was holding. He merely turned his head slightly to glance at Julin. "Class leader, what is it? Will I survive the next round?" Julin's lips trembled slightly as she uttered these words. It was evident that her mental state was as fragile as Ma Nanjing's. They were the only two who had confronted death during the previous mission and had spent the last 2 months in the waiting to die group. Prolonged exposure to this state had left them in a daze. Each day, they grappled with the concept of death, compounded by the constant reminders from instructors and other groups regarding mortality rates. The psychological and physical toll was unimaginable. "I don't know. I can't even say for certain if I will survive," Li Shou replied, continuing to lift the iron. "Upon entering this world, our safety has already become irrelevant." Hearing his words, Julin's gaze momentarily turned vacant. Nevertheless, she pressed on. "By the way, I've recently learned many useful things, such as disassembling and maintaining firearms, and I know the basics of their usage. Although my physical strength isn't great, with a gun, we are all somewhat equal, right?" Indeed, Li Shou agreed. In situations where physical strength is lacking, firearms can be a good option. However, we cannot carry our belongings into the task world, and firearms are not universally applicable across all realms. You should also consider researching the materials of other worlds, such as ancient times, supernatural beings, and cold weapons. I have recently delved into the data and found numerous branches within those realms. "I am aware," Julin responded, recalling what the instructors from other groups had mentioned about humanity's inherent flaws leading to self-destruction once technology reaches a certain threshold. This would imply that ancient worlds are more prevalent. However, Julin misunderstood his intent. Observing Li Shou silently continuing his workout, she hesitantly asked, "Do you dislike me?" Li Shou? "Not really," he replied candidly. "I was somewhat annoyed on the first night when you all insisted on opening the door. But you've since repaid that annoyance with interest, so we are even. What about the next world?" Julin stammered, seeking a commitment from Li Shou. Yet, being a person from modern society, her pride was significantly higher than that of individuals from the world of Mingteng's 7 years. Li Shou understood her unspoken concerns and sought to preserve her dignity. He interjected, "I will do my utmost to protect everyone. Of course, You all need to complete the tasks. We cannot afford a repeat of last time. Yes, I will definitely perform well this time, Zhulin said, her fear dissipating slightly upon receiving Li Shou's assurance. In the remaining days, similar occurrences to Zhu Lin's unfolded frequently, as Li Shou exercised every night. His strength became apparent to the members of classes 1 and 3. He seemed to embody a source of confidence for everyone, providing a glimmer of solace amidst their fears. Finally, the day of the task arrived, shrouded in trepidation. Early that morning, all members of the training camp were summoned by the instructors. As before, trucks awaited at the designated spot. This time, there was no commotion, no chatter. The atmosphere was eerily silent, as if they were heading to the gallows. Ha, why are you all so glum? It's not a guarantee that anyone will perish. The female captain stood at the front of the truck, offering rare encouragement. Fear is futile. The more you fear, the more likely you are to perish. In the end, only the adventurers survive. Come on, kids. If you can make it through the first round, you can certainly survive the second. Don't let these past 2 months of training go to waste. Do you hear me? We hear you. This time, a sense of spirit was finally rekindled. Board the trucks. Let us go. Thus, they lined up and boarded the trucks. With no casualties from classes 1 and 3, they filled a single vehicle. The convoy departed, driving from the training camp to the mushroom district in the west of the city, which took over an hour. Upon arrival, the time in the primary world was just past 7 in the morning. As they arrived, an endless sea of mushrooms responded, with countless fungi writhing to form a portal to the branching worlds. Once the gateway was established, the balance factors entered in single file. Li Shou naturally followed his classmates into the bizarre portal. The moment his entire being crossed the threshold, he found himself enveloped in a haze, transported to the world of the scales. This time, one side of the scales was not occupied by the wealthy, but by martial artists endowed with extraordinary powers. The other side represented ordinary individuals devoid of such abilities. The imbalance in this ratio was stark. Every individual, except for the advanced martial artists, suffered immensely. The degree of suffering in this world was even more severe than that experienced in the world of the celestial dragons. Here, pain vastly outweighed joy. The distant voice echoed once more. The source of suffering arises from a severe imbalance in resource distribution, which in turn stems from the profound disparity in power. Only by empowering ordinary individuals to resist the extraordinary can we fundamentally establish balance. Resources are limited. Thus, suffering and resentment must be transformed into strength. As the voice faded, Li Shou felt 2 new items appear in his hands. Before he could discern what they were, he was abruptly thrust into the task world. Once in the task world, Li Shou quickly surveyed his surroundings. The place was familiar. It was the same small village where the deceptive crystal had first transported him. Truly, the deceptive crystal embodied the essence of trickery, capable of deceiving not only time but also space, bringing him back to the exact location. In addition to the familiar environment, the people around him were also known to him. His old classmates from class 1 and 3 were present, as well as the teams of Hong Yin and Chen Zihan. Task groupings were always organized by class. Hong Yin was alone in his class because all his classmates had perished. Chen Zihan, possessing an entry card, had formed a team with other seed participants. This means that all seed teams from the training camp have arrived in this task world. No wonder the second task includes such formidable entities as malevolent spirits. The difficulty of the task is indeed correlated with the strength of the teams, Li Shou pondered. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. Mananzheng, you can't eat that. Did you even see what it was before putting it in your mouth? I was afraid someone would snatch it away. Mananzheng mumbled with something in his mouth, clearly not concerned about Li Shou, but rather about others from different classes. This is not food. It's a type of vengeful spirit seed that allows those who died unjustly to transform into malevolent spirits for revenge. The other is a vengeful spirit lure, capable of collecting the malevolent energy of wild spirits. Zhu Huang read through the introduction on the task card and looked up at Ma Nanzheng. Are you sure you want to eat that? Ugh. Upon hearing about the vengeful spirits, Ma Nanzheng immediately spat out what he had in his mouth. Chapter 41. The Struggle and Classmates. Thanks to the esteemed Lanzai for the Second Silver Alliance, Li Shou gazed at the task card, contemplating the implications of wielding such power. When those who possess strength oppress others, they might temper their actions with caution. This notion resonated with Li Shou. In the old films he had once watched, it was common for the virtuous to proclaim, just before their demise, that they would haunt their oppressors as vengeful spirits. Yet, the villains remained unperturbed. Why? Because, in truth, ghosts do not exist. People fear not that which is non-existent. But what if they did exist? And more importantly, what if it became widely known that those who were wrongfully slain could return as vengeful spirits? Would the oppressors still dare to act with such audacity and impunity? It appears that a balance is maintained through this very fear. Shou then turned his attention to the task description beneath the task card. Each class must collect at least 1,000 balance factors to depart. The more balance factors collected, the greater the rewards. Notably, there was no time limit specified. Upon finishing the task introduction, Shou discerned that once 1,000 factors were amassed, everyone could leave at their leisure. However, the absence of a stated duration did not imply that there was none, after all. With only 4 months of life remaining, dilly-dallying would ultimately lead to death. This brief lifespan was already a boon from the previous task's rewards, suggesting that the actual duration for the task might be even shorter. The benefits of accumulation were evident, having begun from the first task, paving the way for future success. Yet, the method of calculating a factor remained a mystery, necessitating experimentation. After reviewing the task details, Shou examined the descriptions of the items. Vengeful Spirit Seed. When given to individuals with deep-seated resentment, it can spawn vengeful spirits to aid in their revenge. Vengeful Spirit Lure. This item can capture the malevolent energy of deceased wild spirits into a bottle, which can then be utilized to strengthen other spirits. Shou understood that this involved collecting the malevolent energy from wild spirits to nourish and cultivate the vengeful spirits he had sown. Thus, the recently planted vengeful spirit seeds were not particularly powerful at the moment. The item descriptions were straightforward, yet a warning was clearly stated below. As a rule of balance, the mushroom entity adhered to a principle of non-coercion. It was explicitly noted that the vengeful spirit seeds could only be utilized voluntarily by individuals within this realm. Curious about the seeds, Shou opened the small pouch resembling a mushroom, revealing 3 dark, mist-enshrouded seeds. Was it 3 seeds per person? Just as he pondered the quantity, a series of shrill screams erupted from the class group. Shou swiftly looked up to witness several classmates being robbed of their pouches by a figure with crimson eyes. Alone and with insufficient seeds, they had taken to thievery. How dare you? Shou shouted as he dashed forward, only to see the thief leap onto a nearby hillside. Your classmates are all dead, and yet you dare to rob from our class? He pursued, ready to engage. With explosive force, he propelled himself from the ground, leaving a 10-centimeter deep imprint in his wake. The thief, aware of Shou's prowess, chose to evade confrontation, sprinting uphill while their body began to shimmer and fade, blending seamlessly with the surrounding terrain, an ability reminiscent of the mist worm. Upon the enemy's disappearance, Shou attempted to track them using his other senses, but was interrupted by a voice behind him. Han, is someone like you truly fit to be the student council president? The shout accompanied the sounds of a scuffle. By the time Shou arrived at the scene, he found that Zhu Huang had already been knocked to the ground, and De Gu was also under assault. Although his classmates displayed considerably more bravery than in the previous task, they were still no match for their opponents. The seed group consisted of 7 individuals, 6 of whom were part of Han's team. Among them, 4 had successfully advanced and achieved a level of fusion over the past 2 months, equating their combat prowess to that of a martial artist. Thus, the battle was decidedly one-sided. To think, Shou exclaimed, leaping down from the hillside and delivering a powerful kick that sent a senior from the seed group flying, their shoulders shattered, rolling several meters away. Everyone stop. What is with this senseless fighting? Just as the seed group members prepared to swarm Shou, teacher Zhang Ming stepped forward. However, her authority had waned significantly over the course of the past 2 months of apocalyptic living. In the midst of life and death tasks, who still adhered to the principle of respecting one's teachers. Han then confronted them, stating, your class has over 40 individuals, with a total of more than 100 vengeful spirit seeds, while our 3 teams collectively require 1,000 balance factors. Surely, you cannot exhaust such a surplus of seeds. Would it not be more prudent to share? Shou glared at Han, who continued, you have an abundance of seeds, so you resort to thievery? Teacher Zhang Ming interjected, questioning, is this what your teacher has instilled in you? That it is acceptable to steal simply because others possess more? No. Han replied, the theft was not my directive. It was merely a reaction from the team upon witnessing that first-year student, Jin Hong, take action. They acted out of instinct and failed to grasp the essence of collaboration. Indeed, such greed is far from wise. I apologize. Han reprimanded her teammates before continuing. In truth, cooperation is our best option. You possess more seeds, while we have greater military might. Together, We could achieve twice the results with half the effort. Wouldn't you agree, Li Shou? If Chun Zihan had proposed this from the outset, Li Shou might have considered it. However, given that a conflict had already erupted, with both sides sustaining injuries, the foundation for cooperation had crumbled. My class prefers to undertake tasks independently. Li Shou firmly rejected Chun Zihan's suggestion. Meanwhile, classmates began to gather, preparing for battle around Li Shou and the opposing team. The second task had hardly commenced, yet they were already vying for resources. Chun Zihan, observing the situation, smiled and remarked, "To expend energy before the task has even begun is not a wise choice. If you are unwilling to cooperate, then we shall take our leave." With a commanding demeanor befitting a student council president, she directed her team to depart. Clearly, after 2 months of camaraderie, her group was inclined to heed her. Yet, despite their compliance, skepticism lingered. Once they had distanced themselves, someone questioned her decision. "Why did we not seize some seats?" "The red-eyed thief did, and we are stronger, thus deserving of more resources. Remember, this is no mere game. This is the second task, and failure could lead to death. Li Shou is formidable. Outright theft is unwise. To kill someone right at the start is even less prudent. Moreover, unlike Jin Hong, who possesses but 3 vengeful spirit seeds and desperately needs resources, we have enough for now. Should we find ourselves lacking later, we will seek them out. As I mentioned earlier, initiating a cycle of violence is ill-advised. Rest assured, they will not escape." On the other side, De Ge helped Zhu Huang to his feet. "Are we simply letting them go? No need to venture too far. Shou County is Li Shou's stronghold. He has connections and information about spirits there, giving him a distinct advantage. Naturally, he would prefer not to stray elsewhere. However, he refrained from voicing this outright, instead stating, 'Let us remain nearby and seek the method for utilizing the soul seeds.'" Chapter 42. Grain, People. Resentment. Li Shou had taken note of the enmity between the two factions, Hong Yin and Chun Zihan. During their training sessions, he had developed a distaste for their personalities, which had now escalated into outright aversion. Hong Yin, whose real name was Jin Hong, exhibited an extreme character, marked by an intense competitive spirit and a strong sense of exclusivity, rendering any possibility of cooperation virtually non-existent. Then there was Chun Zihan, a person driven solely by utilitarian motives, who, from the very onset of team selection, unhesitatingly abandoned his original companions. While such behavior might be somewhat excusable in the context of this post-apocalyptic world, his rapid transformation was unsettling. Normal classmates typically undergo a gradual transition. Even when Zhu Lin sought assistance, she still retained her inherent traits of dignity and shyness, emotions that were far removed from the unprincipled nature of the natives of this dystopian reality. In stark contrast, Chun Zihan appeared as though he had emerged directly from the cataclysm, possessing a remarkable audacity, willing to adopt a dual-faced approach without a hint of moral hesitation in pursuit of survival and personal gain. Initially, Li Shou had chosen to ignore these traits, focusing solely on his own training, as the personalities of others had little bearing on him. However, he did not anticipate that they would be assigned to the same team for the second mission. During the skirmish, he had sought refuge in a villager's home, where he managed to glean some crucial information. Since the previous mission, he had adopted a vigilant demeanor, prioritizing adaptability. "I lack combat strength and fear causing you trouble, but I am not afraid of them," he remarked. "Feel free to speak." "I overheard a villager mention that this place is called Shou Village, and the nearest town is Hitian, while the closest county seat is Tongkong County. The villager also warned me that if we intend to go to Tongkong County, we should avoid the county road." "Why is that?" "They say the county road is rife with malevolent spirits and disasters, manifesting even in broad daylight." Li Shou had encountered such a spirit before. To his astonishment, the residents of Shou Village were fully aware of the dangers that lurked there. The young bird catchers, who had been silent about it, clearly wished him harm. "Their hearts are quite dark," he mused. "What did you say?" "Nothing, just noting down these grudges. When the time is right, I shall repay them. If they wish to harm us, they must not blame me for seeking retribution. It is only fair and balanced." Li Shou silently committed these grievances to memory. "Let us proceed to Tongkong County." Li Shou's words were generally met with agreement from his classmates in Class 1 to 3. With no option to take the county road, they would have to circumvent it via the rural paths. After departing Shou Village, they discovered a rural road, traversing approximately 20 to 30 kilometers and passing through several dilapidated villages. Most of these villages were in a state of decay, with the occasional emaciated villager exhibiting signs of malnutrition. "Let go. If you cannot deliver the grain, you must send someone to do labor. If your son won't go, then you must." As Li Shou and his companions approached another village, they heard commotion emanating from the village entrance. A band of local militia, led by a grain requisition officer clad in official garb, was rounding up villagers. Clearly, this was not their first attempt at seizing individuals. The militia dragged along a long hemp rope, with a string of captives tethered to it, evidently taken under the pretext of grain requisition to perform forced labor. "Shall we take a look?" Wang Yan inquired, moving closer. "Let us go." Although Li Shou was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Their purpose in this world was to instigate change. It would be remiss not to engage in the unfolding drama. Thus, the entire cohort from Class 1 to 3 advanced towards the village entrance. What manner of people are these? Initially startled by the sight of a peculiar group approaching, the requisition officer assumed they were remnants of the Red Lotus sect. However, upon closer inspection of their attire and youth, he relaxed, realizing they bore no resemblance to the feared sect members. "What brings you here?" The officer, perched atop a grand steed, surveyed the group with an air of authority, bellowing, "Zhang Chang and Li Si, take these remnants of the Red Lotus sect into custody. The newly constructed county road is in need of manpower. Those captured will be duly rewarded." Understood. At the officer's command, a dozen burly militia members encircled them. Although these men were not particularly skilled fighters, they were capable of handling 3 to 5 individuals without issue. "Shall we engage them?" Yuan Wang's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he observed the advancing men. Having undergone specialized training with the instructors for 2 months, he was keen to test his mettle, despite lacking an appropriate weapon. However, Zhu Huang intervened, cautioning against acting hastily. "We must first comprehend the structure of this world's governance and the capabilities of its officials. What if we offend them and are subsequently hunted by skilled pursuers?" Zhu is correct. Once marked, it becomes exceedingly difficult to navigate this chaotic world. While one may kill in this era, targeting officials is ill-advised, Li Shou remarked. Stepping forth from the group, he casually picked up a piece of bluish stone from the ground and, with a twist of his hands, broke the solid rock in two. Subsequently, he discarded one half and ground the other into fine gravel. Sometimes, a simple display of intimidation proved more effective than direct confrontation. The sight left the onlookers momentarily speechless, causing the militia to instinctively step back. The requisition officer, quick to react, dismounted with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Ah! I did not realize a martial expert graced us with their presence. My apologies, my apologies. Enough of your pretense. Scram." He kicked a nearby, unobservant militia member, hastily making his way to Li Shou, introducing himself as the clerk Shuri Kai. "It is an honor to meet a martial expert. What is transpiring here?" Li Shou inquired, casting a glance at the gaunt villagers. "Ah, these troublesome peasants have failed to deliver the required grain for the first half of the year, and now they are delaying the second half, defiantly opposing the government. And who are these individuals?" Li Shou gestured towards the captives tethered by the rope. "Forced laborers. Of course, the county road is plagued by malevolent spirits, and the martial experts above are unwilling to assist. With such chaos, the government is unable to maintain order. Hence we must divert resources to road construction." "Oh, I see. Eliminating malevolent spirits necessitates the coordinated efforts of multiple martial experts. In this world, martial experts are highly valued. While the lives of common folk are deemed expendable, a trained servant might be worth merely 15 coins, rendering these peasants even less valuable. Consequently, they were shackled under the guise of indebtedness, treated as less than livestock." "Understood. May I take these individuals with me?" Li Shou expressed a desire to attempt a rescue, curious if altruistic efforts could yield balance. "Ah, that is not permissible, my lord. I am expected to report back to my superiors." The requisition officer, feigning joviality, offered no concessions. Clearly, he feared repercussions from his superiors far more than a wild martial expert. "Very well," Li Shou nodded, choosing not to press the matter further. "Farewell," the requisition officer said, sensing Li Shou's displeasure, and promptly retreated. As Li Shou gazed at the captives, bound like cattle, and observed the blood marks on their wrists alongside the villagers' resentful expressions, he felt the spirits of the wronged within his pouch stir restlessly. Chapter 43. Seeds of Resentment. Upon sensing the activity of the task item, Li Shou immediately felt invigorated. It had been one of his intentions to experiment with the task's execution before venturing into Tongkang County. After all, the county was home to numerous skilled individuals. The martial artists in the outer city were plentiful, and the inner city housed even more formidable talents. It was prudent to ensure all preparations were meticulously arranged before inciting any trouble, evaluating the ratio of potential gains to sacrifices. Creating disturbances in the outer region could be manageable, but within Tongkang County, the outcome was far less certain. The difficulty of the second task should not be underestimated. Oldly, I can sense the seeds quivering. We have plenty of seeds. Shall we give it a try? Zhu Huang approached at this moment. Let us first inquire about the circumstances in this village and identify the most grievous injustices before proceeding, Li Shou suggested. We must be courteous, after all. Utilizing the seeds requires the villagers' consent. Understood. Zhu Huang nodded and began to gather information, enlisting the help of their classmates to question the villagers. However, the atmosphere was tense. The villagers were highly cautious and reluctant to divulge much information. When Li Shou approached, they responded with superficial politeness but maintained a significant distance, some instinctively stepping back. After some time, Li Shou grasped the situation. The villagers harbored a deep-seated reverence for martial artists, predominantly rooted in fear. Their avoidance stemmed from this trepidation, complicating matters further. Just as they were about to abandon their inquiries, Ma Nanjing arrived. Li Gu. This method of questioning is futile. The common folk in this world seem to be in a worse plight than in our ancient times and back then. No one dared to speak ill of the authorities in front of strangers, he cautioned. Moreover, the way our classmates are asking questions is ineffective. They are using a student-esque approach, which simply will not work. Indeed, Li Shou observed the others, noting their stiff demeanor and lack of rapport with the villagers. Only Zhu Huang managed to engage in some conversation. The rest were largely ignored. Leave it to me, Li Gu. I have learned the art of communication from my father since childhood and excel at it, Ma Nanjing asserted confidently. Are you certain you can handle it? Having conducted business since primary school, I understand the mindset of the impoverished. How else could I earn their trust? Rest assured, I will manage it. Very well. You take charge. Following Li Shou's directive, Ma Nanjing temporarily led the classmates away to a location a few kilometers from the villager's site. He then departed with Zhu Huang for approximately 2 hours. Where did they procure the food? Yuan Wang inquired. Probably from the town, Big Gu speculated. They seem clever enough and possess some martial prowess. Acquiring food should not be difficult for them. As the two returned to the village, Yuan Wang pondered aloud. What are they up to? Are they delivering aid? Is this strategy effective? Yuan Wang's curiosity was soon satisfied. Half an hour later, Zhu Huang emerged from the village alone. We have made progress. I gathered information from a villager's home, and it was all thanks to Ma Nanjing's clever tactics. Li Gu, do you wish to join? Absolutely. I would like to accompany you, Yuan Wang declared. Best not to, as too many people may intimidate the villagers. They learned that the village was called Tianfu, home to approximately 210 households, with a population that had once exceeded 1,000 but had dwindled to just over 200, with some families completely extinguished. On their way to the village, Zhu Huang shared his findings with Li Shou. In recent years, calamities have struck repeatedly, compounded by oppressive taxation from the authorities, forcing many villagers into dire straits. Fortunately, the crop yields in this world are significantly higher than those on Earth. Otherwise, these people would surely starve. With so many deaths, it stands to reason that numerous injustices must have occurred. Indeed, but one family has suffered the most. Only a single woman remains. She lost her husband early on and bore 3 sons and 1 daughter. The youngest boy perished from starvation 2 years prior, while the older 2 were conscripted for labor and subsequently died from exhaustion. Exhaustion? Li Shou lamented. Poor nutrition coupled with hard labor, and any slight illness could prove fatal. The mortality rate in ancient times from forced labor was already high. Here, it must be even worse. And the daughter? Li Shou surmised. She too has met a grim fate. She was taken by a hunter from the village for a year before being sold to a landlord in the town, who was rumored to have perverse inclinations, ultimately leading to her demise. What of this hunter's background? Just a wealthy villager, distantly related to a local official, enabling him to evade labor conscription. He is physically strong and has honed his skills in hunting, which allows him to dominate others in the village. Such individuals exist everywhere, including our own world. Understood. Let us proceed to investigate. The two quickened their pace and soon entered the village. Not far into their exploration, Zhu Huang led Li Shou to a dilapidated courtyard. The yard was overgrown with weeds, showing signs of neglect, and the windows of the house were in disrepair, offering no protection against the elements or insects. Upon entering, Li Shou was met with a foul stench of decay. Approaching the bedside, he beheld a skeletal figure lying there. As he drew closer, he noticed the person was not only emaciated but also covered in bed sores, with insects crawling over their skin. The individual was barely clinging to life. Given the severity of the condition, it would have been impossible to save them, even in modern times. She would have perished long ago if not for a relative's care. Ma Nanjing explained. Her entire family succumbed to illness, and that relative is merely a poor villager with no means to provide adequate care. I see. Li Shou nodded. Even though he had already faced apocalyptic scenarios, the sight before him was still quite harrowing. Approaching the woman at the bedside, he gazed into her murky eyes. Can you still speak? A single word of hatred escaped her lips, raspy and harsh, as if sandpaper were scraping against itself. Her eyes seemed vacant, lost in a ramble of despair. I hate being a woman. I hate my weakness. I hate my powerlessness. It is a mother's fault. Forgive me, my child. Forgive me. Fuwa. I hate it all. As Li Shou felt the overwhelming resentment radiating from the woman, the vengeful seed in his hand began to pulse violently. If given the chance to transform into a vengeful spirit for retribution, would you accept? I would. I would. I would. My life is worth less than a copper coin. I want them all to perish. At that moment, a vengeful seed leapt onto her body, absorbing her resentment and turning a deep crimson. The once lifeless figure suddenly sat upright, arms outstretched, hands clawing forward. Chapter 44. The happiness of Li Baodian and the evil spirit as dusk descended upon Tianfu village. Li Baodian lounged in a recliner at his home, legs crossed, a small wooden table beside him laden with fried beans and other snacks. Behind him stood a slender village girl, perhaps in her teens, who, despite her unkempt appearance, possessed an undeniable charm. As she kneaded Li Baodian's shoulders, her gaze remained fixed on the bowl of fried beans. Uncle Li, may I have a few? She ventured timidly. How many times must I repeat myself? Do not call me Uncle Li. Address me as master. That is how the well-to-do maidens in Kong County refer to their masters. He retorted. Yes, master. May I have some, please? We are neighbors, after all. If others are starving, must I let you go hungry? His laughter boomed as he pinched the girl's cheeks, reveling in the misfortunes of the world. In times past, he had merely enjoyed a modest advantage over others, but now, as famine gripped the land, he relished his newfound power. A single bag of corn could compel others to sell their children, and he had taken full advantage of the village's more attractive maidens. Life had become increasingly gratifying. Once more, he called toward the kitchen. Is it ready yet? Yes, master, replied another village girl, this one in her 20s. As she hurriedly emerged with a platter of scrambled eggs and pancakes, anxious not to offend this hunter. However, her efforts garnered no goodwill from Li Baodian, who, upon gazing at her face, grimaced inwardly. She was no longer youthful enough for his tastes. He preferred the fresh innocence of the younger maidens. He contemplated selling off the older girl, Xiaozue, to keep the younger one, Xiaolian, for a woman who had served him for 2 years. He had two choices. If their family was on the brink of ruin, he would mercilessly assist them in their demise. In these times, a 20-year-old girl, though not highly valued, could still fetch a decent price, enough to indulge himself for a while. Stop dawdling. Your mere presence annoys me, he barked. And as the older girl placed down the dishes, he kicked her, sending her sprawling to the ground. Get out of my sight. After dismissing the young woman, he began to eat the pancakes and eggs, eventually offering the remaining scraps to the younger girl, followed by the older one. As twilight deepened, the last vestiges of light faded from the sky, giving way to the encroaching darkness, accompanied by a chilling breeze. Why is it particularly cold tonight? Li Baodian tightened his garments. Hey, are you too cold? I'm asking you a question. His irritation peaked, and he rose to strike one of them, only to feel something disturbingly sticky upon contact. What is this? He squinted, horrified to discover that the woman's back was covered in bed sores, festering with pus and crawling with maggots. Startled, he stumbled back, but his disbelief lingered. Xiaozue? Yes, master, what is wrong? The village girl turned, her visage still radiant and unblemished. Nothing. I must have imagined it, he muttered, shaking his head, yet a sense of unease gnawed at him. The cold seemed to seep into his very bones. Fortunately, at that moment, the perceptive Xiaozue entered, carrying a basin of hot water. Master, I feared you might be cold, so I brought you some hot water to soak your feet. How considerate, Xiaozue. Sometimes, being older has its advantages. At least your empathy shines through. He spoke as he removed his shoes and socks, submerging his feet into the basin. However, he was immediately met with a scalding sensation. Upon inspection, he realized the basin was not filled with warm water but boiling liquid. No. He struggled, yet Xiaozue, seemingly imbued with unexpected strength, held him fast. In desperation, he tumbled off the bed, knocking over the basin, and crawled, feet blistered, into the main room. There, he encountered another figure. Don't be so startled. I am no specter. I am merely here to observe, to witness the capabilities of this newly born evil spirit, Shou stated, arms crossed. Watching with a mixture of dread and curiosity. Despite his injured feet, he scrambled towards the exit. The realm of evil spirits is forbidden, as per the records. Shou settled himself comfortably in a chair, observing the unfolding drama. Shortly thereafter, Xiaocui emerged, but her countenance had transformed entirely. Flower Auntie. Li Baoyan's heart sank into deeper terror as he knelt, pleading for mercy, recounting his past misdeeds. I did not kill your daughter. Grievances must have a source. His cries fell on deaf ears. The malevolence of the spirit surged forward, tormenting him with unrelenting cruelty. The night stretched on, long and harrowing. The following day dawned to reveal a lifeless body suspended at the entrance of the courtyard, its condition ghastly. Although the apocalyptic era had desensitized many to the sight of death, such a brutal demise was indeed rare. The events that unfolded over the subsequent 2 days only fueled the villagers' imaginations. Following Li Baoyan's death, his 2 brothers, who had terrorized the village, met similar fates. Their ends mirroring that of Li Baotian. Our methods proved effective. However, the rewards were disappointingly meager. Zhu Huang meticulously compiled the data, and at this rate, it would take us 3 years to complete this task. The situation continued to escalate, and there was no need for haste. With the demise of the 3 brothers, the grain tax officials, and even the landlord, as well as those who would later issue the forced labor decree, might all find themselves entangled in this web. And we had only employed a single seed. Li Shou produced Aunt Hua's seed, which, upon use, transformed into an increasingly vivid crimson. These malevolent entities differed from wild malevolence. They would not remain confined to a single location nor indiscriminately inflict harm. That night, not only was I spared an attack, but 2 village maidens also remained unharmed. Yet, the malevolence we had cultivated seemed far weaker than that of the wild variety. A look of concern crossed Li Shou's face. Should we encounter formidable warriors, our efforts would be rendered futile. Furthermore, to obtain more balance factors, we would need to target the upper echelons of Tongkong County. Chapter 45. The officer through the gains of the previous task. Li Shou was convinced that the acquisition and dissemination of the balance factor were directly proportional to the chaos unleashed. In this realm, to truly let chaos spread, it was paramount to dismantle the existing malevolent order. Firstly, it was essential for everyone to understand that bullying and wrongful deaths would incur consequences. Secondly, this cost should be imposed upon the affluent warriors of the inner city who lived in luxury without labor, discouraging them from imposing harsh decrees and exploiting the common folk. Next, it would be prudent to act separately. After observing the effects, Li Shou discussed with Zhu Huang. We have a considerable number of people. We should allocate some members to amplify this matter. Indeed, that would be best. However, they will face dangers, especially since those 2 groups are still monitoring our seeds. We are not caretakers. We must rely on ourselves before seeking help from others. Li Shou remained resolute in his beliefs. As for the seeds, they could all be collected and kept with him. As this was a team point system, anyone from their class could utilize them. However, personal point rewards might differ. I shall consult with them. Li Shou initially expected the discussion to be challenging, but to his surprise, everyone expressed no dissent. Outside Tianfu village, over 40 classmates and teachers congregated, handing their fragrant pouches to Li Shou. Upon counting, he found that there were a total of 123 vengeful spirit seeds. Originally, with 45 individuals, there should have been 135, but that rogue, Hong Yin, had pilfered 12, leaving them with this remainder. Theoretically, 123 seeds could produce 123 malevolent spirits, sufficient to wreak havoc throughout the entire Kong County. After all, the spirits they cultivated would not remain confined like wild spirits. Instead, they would seek revenge guided by resentment, causing countless individuals to lose their peace. Ma Nanjing. Here. Ma Nanjing hurried over. What are your orders, brotherly? Take these 10 seeds and visit the nearby villages. If you encounter individuals harboring deep resentment, seize the opportunity to create malevolent spirits. Should you encounter Hong Yin or Chun Zihan attempting to snatch them away, relinquish the seeds without conflict. Do not cause a ruckus. Rest assured, I excel at hiding. They won't discover me. Big guy, accompany him. There are plenty of nefarious individuals among the villagers, like Li Baotian and that group who nearly caused my demise. He required some martial support, should trouble arise. And Big Guy, being an exceptional team member, enhanced by the dual potion and 2 months of specialized training. should have no trouble dealing with a 4th or 5th grade martial artist. By the way, if a conflict does arise, be cautious. The people in this world are exceedingly cunning. Li Shou warned. Although Big Guy possessed 4th or 5th grade strength, in a real fight, he might struggle against seasoned fighters who could easily ambush him with lethal techniques. Understood. Big Guy glanced at Ma Nanjing and scoffed. What a bother it is to protect you. To be honest, I never liked you. Back in school, you often mocked me, claiming shot put was useless and that I wouldn't earn a dime after graduation. People simply want to showcase their superiority. My apologies, my brother. Ma Nanjing, adaptable and amiable, reassured him. We're on the same boat now. Rest assured, I want to instigate any infighting. What about you? Big Guy, hearing this, had nothing more to say. Thus, the two departed to seek targets for their tasks in the villages. After agreeing to reconvene in the town, the group proceeded to Hetian Town. Tianfu village was in close proximity to Hetian Town, and after walking roughly 7 or 8 kilometers, they encountered a town of considerable size. Compared to the desolate Xiasha village and Tianfu village, this town was distinctly livelier. Moreover, due to its proximity, news of the recent events in Tianfu village had already reached here. Have you heard? There's been a ruckus in Tianfu village due to malevolent spirits. In these times of calamity, it's not surprising that spirits emerge. But what can be done? If anything, a few people might die. They can just seal off that area and prevent it from spreading here. What is there to fear? Not quite. This time the malevolent spirits are different. What is different? It's probably just a larger area of filth. No. This time, the malevolent spirits can escape. Impossible. If they could escape, wouldn't everyone be in a panic? Truly, my cousin lives in Tianfu village, and he said it himself. I don't believe it. Although the news had circulated, most remained skeptical. After all, the existence of malevolent spirits in this realm was long-standing, and they had never heard of any capable of escape. Li Shou, my sister and I wish to gather some people to spread the word. Zhao Yi and Zhao Qiqi volunteered upon hearing the rumors on the street. Go ahead. Everyone should participate, but remember to change your clothes. And what will you do? I will visit the residence of Officer Li. I've heard from the villagers of Tianfu that Aunt Hua's daughter perished at Officer Li's house. If all goes as expected, the malevolent spirit will appear there tonight. After agreeing on a rendezvous point with his classmates, Li Shou departed from the group. He inquired around the town and quickly located the entrance of the grandest estate in the town, the residence of Officer Li. A vast estate, spanning over 100 acres, with watchtowers and stringent security. Such opulence. Even having been born in modern society and witnessed the prosperity of this realm's county towns, Li Shou was astonished by the sight before him. He had initially assumed that Officer Li was merely an ordinary landlord. However, through his inquiries, he discovered that he was far from ordinary. Officer Li's ancestors had once held court positions in the capital and were said to have wielded immense power. Essentially, Officer Li's family was the inner city of Hetian Town. Their household was the inner city. The inner city comprised solely of their family. Looking at the imposing gates and grand estate, Li Shou mused, Aunt Hua probably stands no chance against him. What is this person? Li Shou had only lingered at the entrance of Officer Li's estate for a moment when a steward approached to shoo him away. These stewards were all robust and well-fed, likely nearing the level of martial proficiency. Such vigilance. Li Shou suddenly recalled the rumors of the malevolent spirits. Commoners were aware of these matters, and as an officer, he would undoubtedly have even more sources of information, especially since this rumor was intrinsically linked to him. With that thought, Li Shou firmly stated, Does the Li residence require a guard? I am here to serve as a protector. We do not need you. Be gone. I am a martial artist. Moments later, a hefty man weighing over 300 pounds emerged from the estate, flanked by several attendants. This rotund man was dressed in fine silks, adorned with a thumb-sized emerald on his hat, likely the very Officer Li himself. Behind him were several figures resembling guests, some wielding exotic weapons, while others appeared to be seasoned martial artists. Chapter 46, Extravagance. Are you truly aspiring to be a guardian martial artist? Before Mr. Li could speak, a robust guest emerged from the group and challenged Li Shou. Indeed, I am a martial artist from afar, known as Iron Fist Li, Li Shou replied, fabricating his identity with ease. Ha, Iron Fist Li, such audacity. I am known as Iron Tower. The towering man stepped forward, his skin darkened. Clearly a practitioner of hard martial arts. After gathering his energy, he pointed at his rock-solid abdomen and laughed. You claim to have an iron fist. I will call myself Iron Tower. Come, since you boast of being a martial artist, land a punch here and let us see whose strength prevails, your fist or my belly. The atmosphere indicated that this was a test, undoubtedly orchestrated by Mr. Li. Such an invitation indicated Mr. Li's intent to welcome him into his household. Under ordinary circumstances, an unknown martial artist would find it challenging to infiltrate such a prestigious residence, as thorough scrutiny was essential to prevent intruders. However, the current climate was different. Rumors of malevolent spirits seeking vengeance were rampant. In this realm, even the weakest of such spirits required several martial artists to confront them. At this moment, the Li residence was in dire need of manpower, making them more welcoming than usual, provided Li Shou was indeed a martial artist. Consider carefully, if my punch injures you, I will not take responsibility. Haha, such bravado. Even if you are a martial artist, it won't be so easy to harm me. Iron Tower replied, smacking his belly in agreement. Very well, as you say. Without further ado, Li Shou stepped up to the robust man, twisting his body to channel his strength, and struck Iron Tower's abdomen with a resounding punch. The force was several times greater than that of an ordinary person. Combined with the power of living armor that enveloped his fist, this was the essence of the Iron Fist. Had this blow landed on a regular person, it would have resulted in grievous internal injuries. However, the martial artist before him was formidable enough to endure the blow, only retreating several steps before crouching down and vomiting. A single strike had breached the defenses of a hardened martial artist. Li Shou's identity was now unmistakable. Haha, what an impressive Iron Fist, Li. What a remarkable punch. Mr. Li, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, stepping forward with warmth to grasp Li Shou's hand. Oh my, your fist is as hard as iron itself. Come. Martial artist Li, since we are of the same kin, let us dispense with formalities. Enter my residence. I shall host you with great honor today. Thank you, Mr. Li. Li Shou accepted graciously, following the group into the estate. Upon entering, they passed a screen to reveal a picturesque scene of bridges and flowing water, with maidens aplenty attending to their needs. Exotic beasts roamed freely, and the opulence was beyond imagination for a residence within a town. As soon as Li Shou took his seat, dozens of maidens approached, presenting fresh fruits and delicacies, some even peeling fruit for him, offering it at just the right angle as if trained for this purpose. Cough, cough. Mr. Li seemed to be unwell, coughing incessantly. Just as he prepared to spit, a maiden knelt beside him, head raised, mouth agape. How utterly revolting, Li Shou thought, his appetite vanishing. The surrounding guests appeared unfazed, even discussing the prowess of Li Shou's earlier punch. Iron Fist Li's reputation is indeed well-deserved. He is quite formidable even among martial artists. One guest wielding a peculiar weapon introduced himself. I am Qian Chao, known as the Death Hook. Indeed, I am Li Nanzhong, Li Shou acknowledged. I am Shou Fu Qing, skilled with the broadsword. I am Iron Tower, the one you struck and caused to vomit. As the gathering continued, several martial artists introduced themselves. Li Shou soon learned that within the Li residence, there was no true captain of the guard. Rather, the three martial artist guests served that role. To have three martial artists within a single household was indeed a mark of high status, even in the inner city of Tongkong County. However, amid the festivities, Li Shou sensed Mr. Li's unease. 3 or 4 martial artists might not be sufficient to confront malevolent spirits. Thus, Mr. Li poured drinks for Li Shou with excessive reverence, striving to maintain a facade of merriment. The only discomfort for Li Shou during the banquet was the presence of maidens attending to his every need, even accompanying him to the restroom, which left him feeling rather uneasy. He had to resort to the art of restraint. The banquet continued until dusk, concluding only when Li Shou was escorted to his guest chamber. After ensuring Li Shou was settled, Mr. Li and the 3 martial artists retreated to the inner courtyard. Once there, Mr. Li's jovial demeanor shifted to one of harsh intensity. Have you gathered the information? It was clear these were his trusted confidants. What have they been doing? They are spreading tales of malevolent spirits. He had considered that Li Shou might be affiliated with the Honglian sect, or perhaps an enemy agent, or even an outsider martial artist. However, he never imagined Li Shou was in league with the spirits. Malevolent entities lack consciousness and do not heed commands. It is unfathomable for an ordinary person to conceive of an alliance between humans and spirits. Are they spreading such tales to infiltrate our estate? No matter. We need not concern ourselves with their motives. If malevolent spirits arrive, no one will escape. If danger arises, let him take the brunt. An outsider's demise would be of little consequence. A smile crept across Mr. Li's plump visage. Moreover, I have already sought aid from our kin in Tongkong County. Reinforcements will arrive soon, and we need not fear even the most formidable spirits. Master, you are truly wise. The conspiratorial whispers were beyond Li Shou's comprehension. After all, He was merely a figure of great strength and resilience, lacking the ability to perceive sensory skills. He remained oblivious to the fact that he had been exposed and that others viewed him as a shield. All he knew was that Aunt Hua would likely arrive that night. Regardless, as long as he refrained from intervening, he would not become a target for the spirits. As time passed, darkness enveloped the sky. Tonight, the moon was obscured and a violent wind arose. Outside the high walls, the wind howled ominously, as if heralding something dreadful. As night fell completely, a twisted mist enveloped the grand estate, rendering the Li residence shrouded in mystery. Though 3 warm maidens warmed Mr. Li's feet, he still felt an unsettling chill. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear like Li Baotian, he drew upon his experience and wisdom. Qian Chao, Zhou Fuqing, Iron Tower. Mr. Li called out, swiftly dismounting from his bed, summon the guards. As he reached the threshold of his chamber, he opened the door to find Iron Tower, cloaked in darkness, waiting at the entrance. Just as Mr. Li intended to relax, he noticed Iron Tower's menacing gaze as he stretched his hand towards Mr. Li's heart. Not good. Mr. Li swiftly dodged Iron Tower's attack. Upon closer inspection, the figure before him had transformed. It was no longer his martial artist guest, but a long-haired female spirit. Chapter 47. No one left behind. After evading the first strike from the malevolent spirit, Li Yuanwei hurriedly retreated to the side of the bed. He had read accounts indicating that such spirits indiscriminately slaughtered humans. With this in mind, Li Yuanwei seized a foot-warming maid from the bed and hurled her towards the spirit. Weighing over 300 pounds, his strength was not to be underestimated, and he was also skilled in martial arts. Those from noble families had ample resources for training, and though Li Yuanwei lacked innate talent and was reluctant to endure hardship, he had managed to attain the rank of a 4th-grade warrior. However, tossing a few maidservants was sufficient for the moment. Let the sacrifices begin, he thought, as the maid was flung before the spirit. The terrified maid trembled, anticipating a gruesome fate, yet the spirit merely swept past them, lunging directly for Li Yuanwei. Save me. This time, his corpulent form could not evade, and the spirit's claws tore into his flesh. Just as the spirit prepared to attack again, it was struck by a spiked mace, the force of the blow obliterating its head. Are you all right, my lord? Iron Tower was the first to rush over, followed closely by Qian Chao and Zhou Fuqing, the 2 warriors who had remained vigilant nearby due to recent rumors. They had arrived just in time to save Li Yuanwei's life. Kill that spirit, Li Yuanwei shouted, retreating behind the 3 warriors. Unrelenting, they launched an assault on the spirit, with one ensnaring it with a deadly hook while the others infused their energy into their weapons, frantically striking with mace and blade until the spirit was utterly dismembered. As the fragments of the spirit dissipated into smoke, Zhou Fuqing expressed disbelief. It doesn't seem as formidable as the rumors suggested. Are spirits truly this weak? Before Iron Tower could respond, a gust of wind burst through the window, heralding the return of the now rejuvenated spirit. It charged once more at Li Yuanwei. The 3 warriors attempted to intercept, but in an instant, the spirit vanished from sight, reappearing in the shadows cast by candlelight behind Li Yuanwei. In a critical moment, the deadly hook ensnared the spirit's mouth, saving Li Yuanwei once again. The spirit was indeed too weak, mused Li Shou, lurking in a dark corner of the courtyard, having witnessed the unfolding events. The combat prowess exhibited by the spirit was far inferior to that of typical spirits. Even the weakest wild spirit could match 5 warriors, while this one could barely equate to 1 or 2. Had it not been for its unique regenerative ability, it would have succumbed to the 3 warriors long ago. Yet, with each defeat, Li Shou noticed the light of the spirit's soul dimming fractionally. After half an hour of relentless skirmishes, Li Shou observed that the spirit had been vanquished numerous times, and the light of the soul in his possession had dimmed to the point of near invisibility. He understood it was time for him to take action. Li Shou faced a dilemma. One option was to risk it all to aid the spirit in achieving its vengeance, thus earning a reward for balance. However, this was perilous, given the presence of 3 formidable warriors. The alternative was to allow the spirit to fade away, for he still possessed many souls and could easily summon more spirits if needed. After much contemplation, Li Shou stepped forward and pushed open the door to Li Yuanwei's chamber. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved to assess the situation. Upon entering, he was met with a scene of carnage. The 3 maidservants lay lifeless on the floor, evidently victims of the chaotic battle, while Li Yuanwei himself was grievously injured, indicating that the spirit had indeed made its mark. Moreover, the 3 warriors faced off against the spirit, visibly exhausted, panting heavily as Li Shou arrived. The warrior's endurance seems lacking, especially since they must protect someone, which further depletes their energy, he mused, recalling his master and the former manager by Jingtang, both of whom would tire after exerting their energy. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shou moved stealthily behind the deadly hook wielder, catching him off guard. "What are you doing?" Qian Chao exclaimed, alarmed. "Have you lost your senses? Even if you are an enemy of the Li family, causing discord amidst a spirit's attack is madness. Release me. We must deal with the spirit first, or we shall all perish." "No, you will perish, but I shall not. You are the most troublesome of the three." "I detest using hooks," Li Shou declared, exerting his strength to constrict Qian Chao's bones, eliciting a series of cracking sounds. Qian Chao attempted to harness his energy to resist, but the overwhelming force proved too much, and after a few feeble struggles, he collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Eliminating the weakened foes proved far more satisfying. Just as Li Shou released Qian Chao's lifeless form, he was struck on the head and neck by powerful blows. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed as the sword and mace were deflected. "Aren't you a martial artist specializing in strength? How do you possess such fortitude?" questioned the two ambushing warriors. "Guess," Li Shou retorted, dismissing their inquiries as he pressed the attack while they were fatigued. The warriors were entirely capable of breaching his defenses, so he seized the moment to unleash a relentless barrage. His next target was Zhou Fucking, who wielded a large blade. The weapon struck Li Shou, slicing through his armor but failing to significantly wound him. With the opponent still unaware of his abilities, Li Shou lunged, attempting to grapple him. Yet, Zhou Fucking's agility allowed him to evade several near captures. Just then, the spirit intervened, harboring a deep resentment towards Li Shou for thwarting its vengeance. In a critical moment, it ensnared Zhou Fucking, allowing Li Shou to capitalize on the opportunity and deliver a devastating blow to his heart. With a single strike, Zhou Fucking was sent crashing against a pillar, lifeless. "Only one remains," Li Shou remarked, turning his gaze to Iron Tower. The warrior specializing in strength was the most formidable to eliminate, yet posed the least threat due to Li Shou's observations of prior attacks. He knew that even if it took many strikes, he could endure the time required. As he charged towards Iron Tower, the spirit, now unimpeded, soared towards Li Yuanwei. "Ah!" The courtyard echoed with cries of despair as torrential rain began to pour down. The following morning, the skies cleared. A group arrived from the provincial capital, and the leader, upon reaching the entrance of the Li residence, immediately detected the scent of blood emanating from within. Dismounting his horse, he forcefully pushed aside a questioning guard and entered the courtyard, where he beheld several corpses laid out before him. Among them, the one with the largest abdomen exhibited the most tragic demise. "Who did this?" he demanded, seizing a servant. "Who killed my cousin?" "It was the work of malevolent spirits. But how is it that you remain unharmed?" Enraged, the newcomer struck the servant dead upon the ground and commanded his accompanying warriors. "You have failed in your duty to protect. Let these servants and guards accompany their masters in death." At once, the warriors drew their weapons and spread throughout the estate, turning the Li residence into a scene of carnage, leaving over 200 souls to bleed profusely upon the ground. Meanwhile, the leader knelt to meticulously examine the corpses. His cousin's body was cold and rigid, suggesting the involvement of dark forces. However, a place infested by such spirits should have left no survivors. How could so many still be alive? Moreover, the nearby martial artists appeared to have been killed by blunt force, not by supernatural means. What had transpired here? Nevertheless, the leader concluded that regardless of the events, anyone daring to provoke the Li family within the boundaries of Kong County must be prepared to face the consequences. If no retribution is exacted, who would fear us in the future? Though his connection to his cousin was not particularly strong, maintaining dominance in chaotic times necessitated such actions. Chapter 48. Relationships. At this moment, Li Shou and his companions were stationed outside Hetian town. The large group had gathered, and Ma Nanjun along with the tall fellow had returned to the fold. This time, they had accumulated a substantial amount of points, 20 in total, with more expected to follow. Indeed, the points had surged. It was merely 17 in the morning, and now it had risen to 20. The influence of the Li family in Hetian town was tremendous, and the townsfolk were abuzz with discussions regarding the invasion of malevolent spirits in the Li residence, weaving tales of vengeful ghosts seeking retribution. The expanding influence naturally translated into an increase in points, not only in Hetian town, but rumors had also spread to the surrounding villages. Ma Nanjung, having just returned, had caught wind of numerous tidbits of information. This endeavor had been fruitful. They might ultimately reap between 40 to 50 points. The students from Class 1 and 3 were somewhat exhilarated. However, the cost was significant. The group of ominous figures they encountered on the road that morning was undoubtedly summoned by the Li family. They could no longer remain in town, as their presence among so many outsiders was too conspicuous. Would they seek revenge against them? Wang Yana approached, inquiring, "Li Shou, what shall we do next?" She had not spoken up for some time. After all, she was outmatched in strength, intellect, and organizational skills. Previously, she often occupied a central role due to her empathetic nature, but now Ma Nanjing's understanding of the situation outshone hers. Consequently, Wang Yana could only find fleeting opportunities to converse with Li Shou. "Before we are formally hunted down, we should head into the county town," she suggested. "Isn't that akin to being caught in a trap?" Zhu Huang questioned. "There should be many skilled individuals in the city. We lack a base and a legitimate identity. It would be easy to be captured." "Do not worry. Leave it to me," Li Shou replied, casting a knowing glance at him, prompting Zhu Huang to fall silent. Thus, the group set forth once more, due to the presence of malevolent spirits on the county road. They took a detour that lasted several hours before finally arriving outside Songkong County. Upon reaching their destination, Li Shou instructed his classmates to take refuge in a nearby secluded grove while he stealthily infiltrated the county town. Navigating through several marketplaces with familiarity, he soon arrived at the Yin family estate. The last time he visited, the shops were plentiful, yet devoid of customers. However, with the recent resolution of the issues surrounding the corpses at the entrance and the threats to their household, business was now thriving. After ensuring that no one was watching, Li Shou climbed over the wall and entered the Yin family courtyard, utilizing his exceptional physical prowess to evade the guard's gaze. He searched the premises and finally found Yin Linger in her chamber, engaged in her grooming routine. As he stealthily entered her room, she quickly sensed his presence. "Who goes there?" she demanded, her instincts honed as a martial artist, swiftly drawing a weapon from her vanity. "It is I, your senior apprentice. Do not make a sound. And do not let anyone else see me," Li Shou replied with an awkward smile, feeling as though he were engaged in an illicit affair. He indeed feared being discovered by the Yin family's servants. To complete the task with utmost safety, sometimes one must disguise their identity, as the tongues of servants can be quite loose. "Junior apprentice? Oh my, it truly is you," Yen Lingo exclaimed. Her initial wariness transformed into delight as she rushed to embrace him, displaying the unique warmth of a girl from a post-apocalyptic world. "Where have you been these days? The master has been frantic with worry over your absence." "I was taking care of some matters," he replied. "Ah, I understand. I know you are full of secrets. I shall not pry. I simply missed you and want to thank you for saving our entire family. It was nothing, really. You have also assisted me greatly. After that incident, things have settled down for you, right?" "Yes, I heard that Bai Jingtang has been eradicated, and many nearby factions that were previously restless have quieted down significantly. Until we ascertain the situation, no one should dare to act against us. However, in the long run, I still wish to find a protector," Yin Linger added, holding him even tighter. Li Shou gently disentangled himself and revealed his purpose for visiting. "Since things are stable for you at the moment, could you assist me with a matter?" "Of course. What is it?" "I have a group of around 40 individuals who require shelter and legitimate identities within the city. That is easily arranged. We import a large quantity of fabrics and dyes every month, and the flow of personnel is already substantial. Sometimes, to cater to the special requests of the inner-city ladies, we even recruit tailors from outside to create new styles." "How many tailors and craftsmen do you have?" "One dye house employs about 50 to 60 people, and when you add the various tailoring shops and warehouses, there are over 700 individuals. It should not be difficult to arrange suitable identities for 40 people." "Are these all wanted individuals?" Yin Linger asked straightforwardly. Li Shou pondered for a moment, deciding against concealing the truth as it pertained to her methods of operation. "Yes, somewhat. I understand. I will ensure they are distributed discreetly to maintain confidentiality. Rest assured, senior sister, aside from you and me, I will not speak of this to anyone, not even my family." "Thank you, senior sister. What need is there for thanks? You saved my life. From now on, we are family. No need for gratitude." In the ensuing 3 days, Yen Linger orchestrated the arrival and departure of 3 merchant convoys through the city gates. The students from Class 1 and 3 donned the clothes she had prepared and blended into the merchant groups, entering Songkong County in batches. Their identities were varied: foreign merchants, garment workers, warehouse supervisors, and dye house laborers, among others. Yen Linger executed her plans flawlessly, arranging not only their identities but also their accommodations. Although the individuals were dispersed, it became increasingly challenging to trace them. Meanwhile, during these 3 days, numerous events unfolded outside. Reports of vengeful spirits grew increasingly frequent and fantastical. The malevolent spirits that Ma Nanjung had previously unleashed had taken root and flourished over the past 3 days, coupled with the other 2 teams sowing seeds of discord. Rumors of spirits seeking vengeance spread throughout the county. During this time, Li Yuanwei's cousin, Li Lintian, uncovered many clues. He learned that a group of strangely dressed individuals had arrived in Hetian town 3 days prior, and that among them was a martial artist who had temporarily joined the Li household. He became convinced that the murderers were undoubtedly this peculiar group. Following the trail of these unusual visitors, he leveraged his connections within officialdom and the martial world to gather intelligence. Ultimately, he cornered Qin Zihan and her companions in a nearby town adjacent to Hetian. Outsiders. Today marks your demise. Huh? Who are you? Qin Zihan gaped, bewildered. Chapter 49. Scent pheromone. Who am I? Li Lintian sat atop his imposing beast of burden, casting a sidelong glance at the individuals before him. I am the one tasked with apprehending you. You wretches consort with evil and spread deceitful words. You deserve death. Officials? Upon hearing this, Qin Zihan hastily drew her weapon. The garments and arms they donned were recently procured in town. Little did they expect to be targeted by the authorities so soon after changing their attire. Kill them. Li Lintian barked, his confidence bolstered by their actions. And he promptly commanded his squad to encircle the group. This squad had come to assist the Li residents. When he received the distress signal, he anticipated a confrontation with malevolent forces, hence he brought a formidable contingent. Ordinary folk were ill-suited to combat such evils, so he brought only the elite. Although there were merely 40 individuals, even the weakest among them were ranked 4th or 5th tier warriors, with 5 martial masters among them. With this formidable force, supplemented by the 3 martial masters already at the Li residence, they could handle any foe, barring the rarest and most powerful of demons. Realizing the prowess of this elite group, Qin Zihan sensed impending doom. They moved with remarkable speed, skilled in their craft. Quick, break through. Too late. With a wave of his hand, Li Lintian signaled for the scattered team to draw their crossbows and commence firing. A volley of arrows was unleashed upon the 6 individuals, 3 of whom were struck down immediately. Pifong, utilize your ability, quickly. Understood. A senior student, an arrow lodged in his shoulder, took a deep breath, his chest swelling like a balloon. The others quickly shielded him as he prepared to unleash his skill. Moments later, a noxious mist, the acid fog of the scaled acid bug, erupted forth from him. A vast cloud of green acid engulfed the front line of martial warriors. This mist was not only lethal upon inhalation but also possessed corrosive properties. Many screamed in agony as their skin deteriorated, and several fell lifelessly to the ground. What sort of sinister martial arts is this? Li Lintian frowned at the scene before him. Capture that vile creature. Yes, my lord. 2 martial masters sprang into action, channeling their energy and deftly avoiding the toxic fog as they charged toward the source of the poison. Protect him. A few members from Qin Zihan's side rushed out to provide cover. One individual transformed, their muscles darkening and strength surging as they swung a massive axe at the martial master. Another's eyes turned pitch black, though not as swift as the martial master's. He seemed to anticipate their movements, skillfully evading attacks and countering with precision. Under their protection, the 2 martial masters found themselves unable to make headway. What bizarre techniques are these? Are they not all from the same sect? Why do they each practice different martial arts? Li Lintian was both intrigued and perplexed. Yet he realized that 2 martial masters alone could not contend with this group, and he promptly commanded his aides, "You 2, join the fray." At his command, 2 more martial masters joined the skirmish. With 4 martial masters engaged, alongside the remaining archers and warriors providing cover fire, Li Lintian swiftly regained the upper hand. Observing the battle, he discerned the unique combat styles of his foes. In terms of martial skill, they were no match for even novice warriors. In terms of speed and strength, they were only marginally superior to 5th-tier warriors, but far inferior to martial masters. Yet their peculiar abilities allowed them to compete on par with martial masters. Impressive, yet they are too few in number. Li Lintian gestured, and a strong bow was promptly handed to him. Drawing back the bowstring, he aimed at one of the adversaries and released the arrow, which pierced through the target's skull, killing him instantly. Qinchi, one of the seeds fell. Witnessing their comrade's demise, The remaining members were engulfed in despair. They were all elite candidates in their training camp, considered prodigies, talents in the eyes of others as well as themselves. Despite the instructor Yin Quan's repeated warnings that many in the elite group seldom survived past the third task, they retained a sense of pride, believing they would endure. Yet, confronted with the gruesome sight of a shattered skull, they recalled the instructor's words: "Dead prodigies are no prodigies at all. True prodigies survive the trials." Qin Zihan, too, felt a stir of emotion as she looked upon Li Lintian, who had just discarded his bow and was preparing to engage in close combat. A sense of hopelessness washed over her. It was time to gamble everything. As she spoke, Qin Zihan increased her physical expenditure, fully unleashing her abilities. The scent of the female insect emanated from her. It was not merely a scent, but rather a pheromone, an invisible, odorless substance used by the seven-flower bug to combat enemies and attract male counterparts. This creature, a staple of the primary world, could alter the emotional state of its foes simply by releasing this pheromone, instilling tranquility and garnering favor. The seven-flower bug possessed diverse abilities, but Qin Zihan had not desired this power. She sought the creature's hunting technique. After all, everyone aspires to enhance their own prowess, and no one yearns for auxiliary skills. Moreover, the limitations of this skill were significant, as the pheromone was stored within newly formed organs, released only in small quantities daily. The secretion required time, leading to a lengthy cool-down period. Thus, it was to be used sparingly, reserved for dire circumstances. During the earlier battle, Qin Zihan had only slightly increased the pheromone's release to avoid being targeted. However, upon witnessing the death of her comrades, she disregarded caution and unleashed the pheromone in full force, simultaneously activating her plea for mercy. "My lord, we are not the individuals you seek." As the pheromone dispersed, the aggression of all present dulled, their fighting spirit plummeting. "Oh, is that so?" Even Li Lintian, typically ruthless, softened at the revelation. "Did I err?" The seven-flower bug could compel even its predators to abandon their instincts, naturally affecting Li Lintian and those around him. His mind clouded. He turned to a trusted martial master. "Lao Zhou, did we make a mistake?" It seems so. I was a bit disoriented. Perhaps I fell victim to that witch's sorcery." "Fear not. There are powerful evils lurking in every corner of the county and forest. They cannot escape my grasp. My lord is wise. We must ensure that which is brought to justice." 3 days later, at the entrance of the Xian Blood Martial Arts Academy, Li Shou beheld the wanted poster featuring Qin Zihan and her 4 companions. The artists of this realm possessed exceptional skill, capturing their likenesses with remarkable accuracy. "Why are there only 5? Has one perished? Your luck is truly wretched." Chapter 50. The Blood-Boiling Secret Technique in Recent Days. Li Shou had been residing at the Xian Blood Martial Arts Hall. The reason was simple. Following his previous battle, he felt his strength was still inadequate. Currently, Li Shou was merely stronger than the average martial artist, and at his peak, he might be able to defeat 2 martial artists, albeit with considerable risk. With such capabilities, undertaking missions in this realm would prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, as time progressed, the difficulties would multiply, particularly as he would inevitably offend more influential figures. Thus, a few days ago, he instructed his classmates to remain low-key while undertaking tasks. Subsequently, Li Shou arrived at the martial arts hall without delay. Not even a minute was wasted. In fact, he had already arrived by the time Yin Lingo was assigning identities to his classmates. He was determined to enhance his abilities swiftly. What set him apart from his peers was his remarkable growth rate. With 4 months remaining before the deadline of this mission, given his current rate of advancement and connections in this world, he could certainly become more formidable before embarking on the task. "What are you looking at?" Yinlinger asked, having embraced him from behind as he perused the wanted notices. "You usually only train. Why are you concerned about this now?" "Well, I suppose I know him," Li Shou replied, disentangling himself from her grasp, not overly concerned about acknowledging his acquaintance with Qin Zihan, as they were now allies in this endeavor. After all, their classmates' identities were in her hands, making an outsider's identity seem trivial. I knew you were extraordinary. By the way, your master is looking for you." "What for?" "The explosive techniques you asked for a few days ago, which could harm your body, have been summoned by him." "Is that so?" Li Shou felt a surge of excitement and hurried into the depths of the martial arts hall. Upon traversing the front courtyard and entering the rear courtyard, which was accessible only to him and his master, he immediately spotted the lecherous old man. "Master." In this world, characterized by its apocalyptic nature, Survival depended on treachery and ruthlessness, as well as camaraderie. Those who did not band together had nearly all perished. When individuals collaborated, their strength was magnified, a universal truth. It was akin to Li Lintian, who may not have favored his cousin, yet provided substantial support. Establishing credibility and seeking warmth and unity was a lesson well understood by the denizens of the inner city. The essence of solidarity lay in mutual assistance in the granting of favors. Yuan Yihua grasped this principle as well. He was brusque with his recognized disciples, but was overly cautious in fulfilling Li Shou's wishes. After all, it was only through seeking assistance that genuine bonds within the sect could be established. A few days ago, you sought explosive techniques, even willing to risk bodily harm, mentioning the 7 injuries fist and such. I don't have that, but here is the blood-boiling secret technique. I obtained it from the inner city. It is one of the Xian blood sect's ultimate skills, though few practice it now. I advise you against learning it as it was originally designed for death warriors. Yuan Yihua began, reiterating a point he had made several times over the past few days. This type of self-harming secret technique is immensely powerful when unleashed, but it inflicts significant damage on the body. After activation, the body may not withstand it, leading to harm to muscles, blood vessels, and internal organs. It's a case of inflicting 1,000 points of damage to the enemy while suffering 800 to oneself. Sometimes, the opponent isn't even defeated before one succumbs to their own injuries. Additionally, repeated usage accumulates hidden injuries, which can severely hinder future martial arts progress. I understand, Master. It's all right. I am of a different blood, lineage, remember? Yes, I have not forgotten, Yuan Yihua nodded. Well, I lack experience with those of. So proceed as you wish. With that, the old man handed the secret technique to Li Shou. Once Li Shou had studied it, Yuan Yihua guided him through the cultivation route, using his own inner energy to stimulate Li Shou's acupoints. The secret technique was not particularly difficult. It was essentially a specialized method of acupoint stimulation, with similarities to the cultivation methods of the Xian blood martial arts hall itself. After roughly 10 days of practice, Li Shou began to grasp its essence. One day in the rear courtyard, he circulated his inner energy according to the prescribed path while striking his major acupoints with his fists. After several resounding thuds, he felt the flow of blood within him quicken, and his body grew increasingly heated, as if something were compressing and burning his heart. The surge of adrenaline left him breathless yet exhilarated. With a mighty roar, Li Shou unleashed a powerful punch forward. He sensed an extraordinary increase in speed, the impact of his fist against the air creating a palpable pressure. His offensive power had augmented, but the most significant enhancement lay in his velocity. In his previous encounters with martial artists, Li Shou had found it challenging to land hits. These martial artists, who had trained from a young age, exhibited remarkable agility. Even if their absolute speed was inferior to his, they could evade his strikes multiple times. Of course, Li Shou was not inclined to compare footwork with them, as such skills were acquired over years of practice. He aimed to surpass them in absolute speed. If he were already faster than them by 3 parts and still couldn't catch them, he would strive to surpass them by 6 or even 10 parts. As long as his absolute speed was sufficiently swift, any form of evasive movement would be rendered futile. With a renewed shout, Li Shou kicked the ground, shattering the tiles beneath him, and began sprinting in various directions. His speed had significantly increased compared to before. At this rate, capturing a martial artist would be a certainty. However, Li Shou had not run long before he coughed up blood. His internal organs were compressed and injured. Even with his remarkable recovery ability, he struggled to offset the damage. Indeed, this was a secret technique meant for death warriors, far more injurious to the body than he had anticipated. Fortunately, once he ceased the technique, Li Shou's heart, which had nearly leapt from his chest, gradually stabilized, and his internal injuries healed almost instantly. Having mastered the secret technique, Li Shou felt elated and stepped out of the rear courtyard for some fresh air. Just as he emerged, Yan Lingo approached him. "There's something at the Fuji tea house," she stated succinctly. Li Shou understood that a classmate had come looking for him. Upon exiting, he met Zhu Huang at the nearby tea house. The young man was clad as a young master from a merchant caravan. Upon seeing Li Shou, he greeted him nonchalantly. "Ah, it's been a while." "Not really, it's only been a few days," Li Shou replied. "I just passed someone. How to put on a show." Zhu Huang lowered his voice after observing the departing figure. "Our mission can no longer proceed." "What happened?" In recent days, Li Shou had been engrossed in practicing the secret technique and had not inquired about external matters. He was aware, however, that his classmates had been busy, utilizing numerous seeds. The rumors of vengeance from the malevolent spirits had spread throughout the city. Recently, a specialized task force had been assembled in the inner city, consisting entirely of martial artists from various sects and families, tasked with dealing with the malevolent spirits they had sown. "Oh, I see." Shou pondered for a moment and found the situation reasonable. The officials of the inner city could afford to ignore the wild malevolent spirits, as these creatures only appeared in their breeding grounds and posed little threat to them. However, they would certainly address the malevolent spirits sown by Shou and his peers, as these entities would follow the trail of resentment and seek retribution. If they could exact revenge on Li Yuanwei today, they could surely target Zhang Yuanwei tomorrow. The officials of the inner city were hardly innocent and were naturally wary of such matters. Furthermore, the malevolent spirits they had sown were not particularly formidable. 3 or 4 martial artists could easily eliminate them. Thus, eradicating them would be a straightforward affair. How did they discover the malevolent spirits? Shou inquired. Those creatures act solely on instinct, following the trail of resentment. The task force must include professionals. With a bit of investigation, they could easily trace the source. For instance, the previous flower ant transformed into a malevolent spirit and took the life of Li Baodian, subsequently slaying his brother. Following this trail, it becomes rather effortless to deduce that the next destination is the Li residence. Recently, they have employed this strategy to eliminate a considerable number of malevolent spirits. How many individuals comprise their team? Initially, it was 10 per squad, but upon realizing the spirits posed little threat, they reduced it to 4 per team, thereby creating numerous groups. Over the past few days, their efficiency in hunting has significantly increased, and the malevolent spirits we recently cultivated are on the verge of extinction. In light of this, Shou is rising to bolster the spirit's capabilities. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the vengeful soul lure has yet to be utilized. It is time for it to make its appearance. Chapter 51. The President's Malice. By the way, there is one more thing. Jue Huang lowered his voice. Yesterday, we discovered the hideout of Qin Zihan and her team. Oh, where is it? Right in the paper mill. Indeed, Jue Huang nodded. Having been in this area for over 10 days, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of Xiangang City. Among the various markets, the Blackwater Market was too chaotic. The Poor Market and the Baoshu Market were overly crowded, and the markets closer to the inner city often saw high-level warriors and government officials, making it easy to encounter formidable opponents. Only the paper mill was the most suitable for hiding, as it catered to a diverse range of people, and the logistics of buying and selling were convenient, allowing for easy infiltration. How did you discover them? It was Zhu Lin who found out. She was assigned a purchasing role within the Yin family, frequently buying daily necessities. Once, while purchasing medicine, she stumbled upon Qin Zihan. Although our former president had disguised herself, it was still easy for us to recognize her from the real-life encounters we had. After spotting her from a distance, Zhu Lin secretly followed and noted down their location. She has earned her merit. Shou was somewhat taken aback. What are you planning to do? Mananzhang suggests reporting them. The government has a bounty out for them, and we could submit a tip-off to let the locals deal with them. In your opinion? I feel there is a degree of risk involved. I fear that if the government captures them, they might expose our identities. Jue Huang pondered deeply, aware that modern individuals could scarcely withstand severe torture. Although they could not divulge the secrets of the core world due to regulatory constraints, they might still reveal our existence and numbers. Truly, our esteemed Jue Huang considers matters thoroughly. Shou joked with his friends. Indeed, eliminating them is easy, but attracting trouble for ourselves is not desirable. We still have a long mission ahead. Exactly. After all these days, we've only acquired 84 balance factors. This task is exceedingly difficult. Why is this task so arduous? In a secluded courtyard of the paper mill, Qin Zihan lamented while observing her injured teammates. Only 3 individuals remained before her. Among them, 2 were severely injured and 1 lightly wounded. Only Qin Zihan herself was relatively unharmed. It's unfortunate. Our luck has been abysmal. The only lightly wounded one is Guo Pengfei, who possesses the Qimu vulture eyes. It's not merely bad luck. The task is simply too challenging. Qin Zihan gazed at the pitiful 12 chaotic factors on the task card, feeling somewhat helpless. Ever since their inexplicable encounter with government officials that day, their situation had become increasingly dire. After shaking off their pursuers, they had to temporarily settle on the mountain. It was only while descending to gather intelligence that they learned they were wanted throughout the entire county. Realizing they were being hunted, Qin Zihan contemplated leaving the area. seeking a more distant location to execute their mission. However, their unfamiliarity with this world meant they did not understand that the demarcation of counties depended not on geography, but on the locations of malevolent entities. Upon reaching the edge of the county, they encountered wild malevolence. The small temple on the mountain. The sound of knocking at night, Qin Zihan still felt a chill at the memory. The wild malevolence was overwhelmingly powerful. That night, they struggled to hold on, ultimately losing one member and severely injuring two, barely enduring until dawn when the malevolence finally retreated. Yet, their team was on the brink of collapse. "Ha, what a seed team, coming for the second task only to deliver supplies," exclaimed a seed candidate with a severely injured leg. "This task is not meant for humans. Don't lose heart. Having come this far, we can't get any unluckier. As the saying goes, after the storm comes the calm. We will fare better from here on." Qin Zihan encouraged her teammates, repeatedly invoking the saying. But after reaching the peak of adversity, the calm had yet to arrive. Instead, Shou appeared first. That night, a group was lurking beside the small courtyard, each armed with bows and crossbows. "Is this the place?" Julin confirmed. "I'm sure." "Good. I'll assess the situation. You all lie in wait here and act when the opportunity arises. Is that feasible?" Despite Team 1 having discovered Qin Zihan's location long ago, they had not yet acted, partly due to their wariness of Qin Zihan's team's strength. After all, her team was the strongest among the 3 visible squads, boasting 4 individuals who had undergone fusion, making them quite formidable. Rest assured, Shou patted the tall figure on the shoulder and leaped over the wall. After practicing the secret technique, he felt confident he could handle Qin Zihan and her companions, and with the support of his teammates outside, he was certain of success. Upon landing in the courtyard, he initially approached cautiously, but upon peering through the windows and seeing the situation inside, he relaxed. Dead or injured? What a dire predicament. Upon witnessing the scene, Shou ceased to conceal himself, kicking open the door and charging toward Qin Zihan, who, the student council president, was leaning against the window, resting, and had yet to react before being knocked down by a punch. The last words she heard before losing consciousness were, "I thought you were formidable. Turns out you're this weak." When Qin Zihan next opened her eyes, the room was filled with people. All were students from Team 1. Meanwhile, her teammates were bound tightly. Resembling Zhongzi. "How dare you steal our things?" Ma Nezheng confronted them, regaining his typical demeanor, kicking one of the captives repeatedly. "How dare you steal? Do you not know the prowess of Master Ma? Huh, stop. You don't know what abilities he possesses. Be cautious of backlash," Zhuo Huang interjected, pulling Ma Nanjing aside and approaching Shou. "What shall we do? If it were up to me, I would suggest killing them. It's a clean resolution," Ma Nanjing added. "This task is no child's play. Leaving them alive will only lead to future troubles." "I didn't ask you. Keep your comments to yourself." "Old Li, what is your opinion?" Shou regarded the captives, saying little, instead turning to the teachers and students behind him. "What do you think?" Shou inquired, and a cacophony of responses erupted. Some supported Ma Nanjing, while others, though in agreement, hesitated. Some felt their crimes did not warrant death. After all, it was merely theft, not murder. Teacher Zhang Meng represented the opposing side. "Bah, stealing resources is equivalent to depriving us of our chance to survive. They deserve to die." Ma Nanjing naturally took the affirmative stance. However, most students remained silent, feeling that Qin Zihan and her team did not deserve death. Yet they also did not want to risk trouble for their team by letting them go. For a moment, the situation became chaotic. Qin Zihan attempted to release pheromones, but her reserves were already low and the effect was limited. With no other options, she turned to Pifeng, the one with the abilities akin to the scaled acid bug. When she looked at him, he wore a serious expression, as if preparing to fight to the death. If the others decided to execute them, he would undoubtedly take a few down with him. He awaited judgment, looking to Shou for direction. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Shou spoke. "Well, my plan is as follows. Shortly, I will venture into the territory infested by the wild malevolence. It would be unwise for me to go alone. I need someone of warrior-level caliber to accompany me. Will you join me? Once inside, our fates will be entwined. What do you think?" Chapter 52. A night tour in the haunted realm. Though presented as a choice for a select few, in reality, Qin Zihan and her companions had no options before them. To perish now or to venture into the haunted land. This was hardly a matter of choice for any rational individual. Would our grievances be resolved simply by entering this cursed place? Certainly, as everyone had just stated, you had merely stolen from us without taking any lives. How deep could the animosity run? Moreover, You didn't seize anything of significant value. Ha ha ha. At this, Li Shou chuckled. A smile that inexplicably weighed heavily on Qin Zihan's heart, yet she dared not voice her discomfort. Brotherly, are you truly not going to kill us? Ma Nanjing expressed some dissent. I genuinely lack manpower for the haunted realm. How about you accompany me? Li Shou mused. It's not that I am adamant about killing. I find the student council president quite attractive, and it would indeed be a pity. The small capitalist viewed everything through the lens of value. Even upon realizing that Qin Zihan and the others were to be spared, he offered justifications for his earlier actions. I am not keen on bloodshed, primarily out of concern for potential repercussions. However, we are merely tasked with a mission and harbor no real enmity. Brother Li is a kind soul, and I too possess a compassionate heart. Are you afraid they will seek revenge on you later? Spare me, just help to bring them here. As he spoke, Li Shou produced a map of Tongkang County, pointing to a specific location. This was one of the 36 sites of haunting he recalled. He chose this site for its relatively weaker malevolence. Yin Linger had informed him that the 36 haunted sites were categorized into 3 tiers, the first being the weakest, the second stronger, and the third insurmountable. Weak sites could be entered by several martial artists, while stronger ones required 10 or more. And the insurmountable were beyond the capabilities of martial artists. However, Yin Linger's words were not to be taken at face value. After all, she was merely a merchant from a material shop, not a martial artist, and her family lacked any martial practitioners. Moreover, the difficulty of cleansing a haunt vastly differed from merely surviving until dawn. Li Shou believed that clearing a site of the first tier would necessitate at least 5 martial artists. He himself was considerably stronger than the average martial artist. Yet prudence dictated that more hands were better. Let us proceed to deliver our guests. With the assistance of their classmates, Qin Zihan and her companions were transported to a secluded area within the makeup shop. Although situated in the establishment, it was desolate. Once a slaughterhouse, such a bloody and sordid locale was ill-suited for a place of pleasure. Yet, the lords of the inner city craved fresh fare. Various meats needed to reach the dining table within 3 cups of tea's time to retain their freshness. However, the lords detested the sight of blood, and thus, many small slaughterhouses were established in the makeup shop's hidden corners, conveniently aligning with Li Shou's intentions. Upon reaching this breeding ground for malevolence, the students, finding no one around, unfurled the straw mats on the cart, revealing Qin Zihan and her companions. This was not an act of humiliation by Li Shou, but rather a necessity to maintain discretion during their journey, whereby the students from Class 1 and 3 masqueraded as a team transporting mountain mushrooms. The captives had no choice but to play the part of cargo. Apologies, President, for your suffering. Upon arrival, Li Shou hoisted the captives from the cart and placed them at the entrance of the haunted site. Have you made up your minds? There is nothing to ponder. Even if we undertake this task ourselves, we must delve into such places to gather the resentful spirit's energies. With your expertise accompanying us, it certainly alleviates much trouble. Even at this juncture, they remained obstinate, yet as long as you've made your decision, that suffices. As Li Shou spoke, he cut the ropes binding them, then unceremoniously pushed Qin Zihan inside. The moment she was thrust into the haunted site, a thin mist enveloped her, and her figure seemed to vanish, as if transported to another realm. Following suit, after receiving the consent of the other 3, Li Shou pushed them in as well. Before stepping into this realm of malevolence himself, this marked his second venture into the haunted domain. His first experience was at the roadside Huampi Lantern Inn. Now, upon entering, he encountered the entire slaughterhouse, and to his astonishment, numerous living beings. Why are there so many living souls? Upon entering, Li Shou observed Qin Zihan and her companions gazing at the bustling figures within the slaughterhouse. Perhaps they were not truly living beings, but rather twisted entities spawned from the corrupted laws of this realm. What shall we do now? Let us observe the unfolding events. I feel we should take the initiative. Hey, I'm talking to you all. The group ignored Li Shou, leaving him to his own devices. However, he bore no ill will, as they were indeed a team. And moreover, adversaries. The malevolence would likely seek them out on its own. Noticing their disregard, Li Shou persisted. How are you all holding up? We are to fight side by side soon. Not too well, Zhao Inuo replied first. Having trained together for an extended period, Li Shou was familiar with their names. Zhao Inuo typically possessed a brash demeanor, leading Li Shou to suspect he would choose a strength-oriented fusion. Are you fusing for close combat? Your thigh injury looks severe. How much strength can you muster? Li Shou crouched down to inspect Zhao Inuo's festering wound. The degree of scabbing indicated that it had been injured for several days. The advantages of enhanced recovery were becoming evident. For an ordinary person, a severe injury would require 100 days to mend, while they had undergone several enhancements, rendering them not quite so fragile. Significant injuries would still take 10 days to half a month to recover from, severely hindering their mission's progress and impacting their combat effectiveness. You needn't feign concern, Zhao Yinhuo retorted. Your words ring hollow. I genuinely care. If you all are too weak, who will draw the fire for me? As he spoke, Li Shou glanced toward Pi Fong, who bore injuries to his abdomen, also quite severe. Among Chen Zihan's team, only Shi and Guo Pengfei retained full combat capabilities. Make way, make way. New cargo has arrived. While Li Shou was assessing the injuries, a commotion arose ahead. Several figures rushed toward the disassembly room, carrying what resembled a cow-like beast. The disassembly room? Li Shou surveyed his surroundings. The slaughterhouse was clearly delineated in its functions, including areas for slaughtering, skinning, and this disassembly room, presumably where meat cuts were processed. As he approached, he overheard voices from within. Are they making us handle the corpses again? How many this month already? Not to worry, we'll grind them into meat paste and mix them with the other meat for sale. No one will notice. Just be cautious of eavesdroppers. Eavesdroppers. Ears. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and before he could react, a pair of ghostly white hands emerged through the wall, gripping his throat with a vice-like hold. Chapter 53. The filthy tail Li Shou's skin, beneath which wriggled live parasites, thwarted the suffocating assault of the malevolent entity. He seized the icy, pallid wrist and twisted it forcefully. A sharp crack echoed as the wrist contorted grotesquely, and his strength surged further. With this thought, Li Shou propelled himself against the wall. The ancient wall could not withstand his tremendous force and collapsed partially, revealing the scene within. Two grotesque butchers were dismembering chunks of flesh, comprising both animal and human remains. The butchers themselves were equally bizarre, the male towering at 3 meters, his body oozing fat, with a face contorted as if scorched by acid. The female, in stark contrast, stood only 1.5 meters tall, her frame gaunt. And it was she whose wrist Li Shou had just broken. They've discovered our secret. Kill them. We cannot let outsiders learn of our dealings with corpses. We must not divulge anything. Absolutely not. The butchers grabbed the cleavers used for slaughtering pigs and sheep from the ground, rushing madly towards Chen Zihan and her companions. Eliminate them. The malevolent beings shouted as they charged forward with astonishing speed, rivaling that of seasoned martial artists. Perfect. We will deal with the minions while he faces the boss alone, Chen Zihan remarked, drawing her weapon and engaging in combat with the encroaching fiends. However, as the number of malevolent entities multiplied, she gradually found herself overwhelmed. This pathetic ability is useless against these entities. The more I fight, the angrier I become. After struggling for a fusion to acquire a supportive power, I find it inadequate. In a world reminiscent of a swarm-infested apocalypse, this ability would be unmatched. Yet here, in this malevolent apocalypse, the pheromones produced by the female insects prove utterly ineffective against the fiends. Sometimes, luck plays an integral role in one's strength. Surviving in apocalyptic missions often hinges on fortune. Fortunately, when Chen Zihan could no longer endure, her teammates came to her aid. Zhao Yinhuo, empowered by the ability to summon earthworms, felt her muscles darken as she swung a massive axe, cleaving through the fray. Nonetheless, against such hordes, the acidic mist produced by the armored acid worms proved most effective. After releasing the corrosive mist, it significantly impeded the onslaught of the malevolent beings. While the toxins within the mist were harmless to them, its corrosive properties devastated the entities, causing them to shriek in agony as they melted away. Just as they reveled in their temporary success, they realized that these fiends seemed inexhaustible. The dense fog continued to churn, birthing more entities that charged towards them frenziedly. Thankfully, their group managed to fend off most of the lesser minions. On the other side, Li Shou struggled against the two butchers. One, a powerhouse wielding a 2-meter-long cleaver, struck down with such force that it left Li Shou's arms numb. The butcher's strength rivaled his own. The other butcher, a woman, was agile, incessantly harassing Li Shou by targeting his vital areas, driving him to the brink of frustration. Is anyone over there able to restrain this female butcher? She is the weaker of the two. Li Shou shouted towards his comrades. What should we do? Chen Zihan and her companions hesitated, fully aware of the fiend's formidable nature from their previous encounter with the mountain specter. I'll take care of it. I am better suited to handle the female butcher, Guo Pengfei finally declared, brandishing a short sword as he charged towards Li Shou's side, his teammates intensifying their assault to cover his approach. Upon reaching the boss battlefield, Guo Pingfei lunged at the female butcher, diverting her focus. The malevolent entities, driven primarily by distorted combat instincts, lacked tactical acumen. Upon sensing an attack, they instinctively retaliated. The female butcher, utilizing her speed, lunged at Guo Pingfei with her razor-sharp claws aimed at his vital points, yet her efforts proved futile. Guo Pingfei deftly evaded her strikes with minimal exertion, his movements fluid and efficient. His short sword lacked the strength to inflict harm, merely matching the level of a fifth-tier warrior, rendering it ineffective against the female fiend. No matter, as long as I can keep her occupied. With Guo Pingfei's assistance, Li Shou finally seized the opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation. After dodging another strike, Li Shou leapt onto the giant butcher's neck, tightening his arm around it and pulling with all his might. The explosive strength he unleashed was far beyond that of an ordinary human, severing the butcher's neck. However, this did not slay the creature. It continued to thrash violently, its enormous arms reaching back to grapple with Li Shou. Undeterred, Li Shou engaged in a fierce struggle while delivering relentless punches, shattering the butcher's skull within moments. The malevolent entity collapsed, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Though formidable, it lacked adequate defense. With the demise of this fiend, Li Shou turned to assist Guo Pingfei, and together they swiftly dispatched the female fiend. As the two malevolent entities fell, the remaining fiendish minions also succumbed, dissolving into thick mist. The fog rapidly enveloped the area, obscuring vision entirely. Initially wary of potential ambushes, Li Shou remained alert, but as the mist dissipated, he and his companions found themselves transported to a different realm. No longer did they stand in a slaughterhouse, but rather outside a tavern. Lord Qin, I truly dare not engage in such matters. Handling these affairs warrants a death sentence. One shadowy figure lamented. What do you fear? They are merely rootless outsiders. Their demise bears no consequence. Moreover, while murder was once a capital offense in these chaotic times, the inhabitants of Heishui Fong die in droves daily. Who cares? Stop right there. If you refuse to comply with this task, I can just as easily condemn you now. Very well, but why must you insist on killing these individuals? I am merely a son-in-law in the inner city, bound to obey my wife in all matters. Should she discover my infidelities, my fate would be dire. Thus, after each dalliance, I must ensure the remains are disposed of properly to sleep soundly. Inside the tavern, two shadows moved furtively. Li Shou overheard their whispered conversation, the flickering candlelight casting vivid reflections that evoked memories of childhood shadow plays. Was it true that every malevolent domain concealed a sordid tale within its depths? Curious, Li Shou approached and opened the window, glimpsing the two conspirators inside. One appeared to be a disguised young nobleman, while the other, a rotund butcher, bore a striking resemblance to the one Li Shou had just slain. The moment Li Shou pushed open the window, the two fiends were startled, their faces twisting in horror as they lunged towards him. The female fiend had vanished, replaced by another, indicating that the fiends within their domain were not fixed. The environment dictated their existence, not the fiends themselves. No wonder they could not escape. As he spoke, Li Shou reached inside, seizing the nobleman by the forehead and forcefully slamming him to the ground. You are more repulsive than Li Yuanwei. The fiend, upon hitting the ground, splattered its brain matter, yet moments later, it restored itself to its original form. Chapter 54. No more accounting with a single punch. He shattered his opponent's face, only for it to restore itself moments later. Must I completely obliterate it? As Li Shou pondered how to deal with the young nobleman, he was sent flying by the butcher. Fortunately, his armored exoskeleton provided ample protection, allowing him to crash against a pillar of the tavern and regain his footing unscathed. Meanwhile, two malevolent spirits charged towards the others, now that Li Shou had been knocked away, and they were closer. Li Shou observed the battle scene leisurely and noted the impressive skills of the two spirits. One possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, while the other exhibited tremendous strength. The spirits were gaining the upper hand against the four of them. Have you seen enough? Come help. Qin Zihan cried out, trapped in a dire situation, forced to flee while calling for assistance. Do not fret. Li Shou seized an opportunity to plunge into the fray, wrapping his arms around the young nobleman from behind. The latter struggled to break free, twisting his neck a full 180 degrees to reveal his sharp fangs, which he aimed to sink into Li Shou. However, his teeth could not penetrate Li Shou's defenses. They were at an impasse. Li Shou decided to carry him over to Pai Fong. Go on, spit at him. I saw you had an acidic mist skill. Very well. Pai Fong inhaled deeply before unleashing a spray of corrosive mist. The nobleman's body was struck head-on, and it began to dissolve. At the same time, Li Shou felt the effects of the acid. The acidity was manageable, but the toxic gas was another matter entirely. It bypassed his exoskeleton and penetrated deep into his organs. You should have mentioned the poison sooner. After inadvertently inhaling some of the toxic gas, Li Shou immediately felt unwell. He held his breath, but his internal organs began to weaken. If it were anyone else, they would soon succumb to poisoning and organ failure. Moreover, after Li Shou voiced his warning, Pai Fong not only failed to relent, but seemed to deliberately direct more poison towards him, as if seeking revenge. Thankfully, after Li Shou held his breath, his internal functions quickly repaired themselves, thus narrowly avoiding disaster. Yet, he made a mental note of this debt. Pai Fong was ruthless, while Guo Pengfei was honorable. Even within the same team, personalities varied greatly. Is the plan to injure or kill me, and then hold off the malevolent spirits until dawn? A clever strategy. It's not particularly difficult to survive until morning after eliminating one of these spirits. Wait a moment. Didn't you lead the charge when we were robbed of our seeds? Li Shou suddenly recalled something. He remembered that not everyone in Chen Zihan's team had participated in the theft. It was Pai Fong who had been the most aggressive. Two debts merged into one. I will no longer account for this. Today, I shall settle the score. Once the spirit melted away, Li Shou stepped forward and slapped Pai Fong across the face. The tremendous force caused Pai Fong's head to spin a complete 360 degrees. Unlike a spirit, he would die instantly from a broken neck. Before he could utter a single word, Pai Fong's expression was one of shock as he perished, his speed too swift for him to react. Li Shou, what are you doing? Chen Zihan exclaimed at the sight, demanding, why did you kill him? He attempted to poison me first. Then it is entirely fair. He sought to kill me, so I eliminated him. There is no logical flaw here. Besides, in the realm of malevolent spirits, I am particularly wary of those who stab from behind. As he spoke, Li Shou leaped into another battle. At that moment, the butcher was overpowering Guo Pengfei and the others. Once Li Shou joined the fray, the spirit was swiftly vanquished, and they entered a third bizarre space. The greatest strength of the spirits lay not in their combat prowess, but in their resilience to being killed. Over the next several hours, they traversed one scene after another, repeatedly slaying spirits. As time passed, nearly everyone was utterly exhausted. Their muscles strained. Many could no longer even grip their weapons. Throughout the latter half of the battle, it was almost solely Li Shou who fought on. Finally, just before dawn, he entered the final scene, the slaughterhouse. Yes, the last act unfolded within the slaughterhouse. The vengeful soul he carried quivered slightly, sensing the impending conclusion. The slaughterhouse remained unchanged, yet in addition to the workers, a group of individuals had arrived. At their forefront stood a regal woman, flanked by the nobleman from the tavern, now kneeling. Behind her was a cadre of armed martial artists. Kill them all, the woman commanded. At your command. The martial artists spread out, slaughtering anyone they encountered, painting the scene in blood. The mingling of human blood with that of slaughtered livestock rendered it indistinguishable. Looking for someone to clean up? You think you can hide your tracks? You consume my resources, and I know every detail about you and those around you. You believe you can escape my grasp? The woman glared disdainfully at the kneeling man. Dare to act shamelessly again, and these people shall be your fate. I swear I will not. Extend your hand. As she spoke, she drew a dagger. The man, aware of her intent, obediently extended his left hand. The woman raised her blade and severed his palm at the root. Meanwhile, after the workers of the slaughterhouse were eliminated, the guards began to set the place ablaze, igniting the entire facility in flames that illuminated the sky. So this is how the malevolence was formed. Amidst the sounds of applause, Li Shou approached the woman, interrupting her grim performance. A commendable plot, though excessively dark. From the foreign woman to these slaughterhouse workers, who among them is truly guilty? Who are you? I am the one here to rewrite this dark tale. As he spoke, Li Shou kicked the nobleman's head, shattering it, and then hurled a punch at the woman. The impact echoed as he was thrown backward. Ha ha ha, he is dead. You shall all perish as well. The woman cackled madly upon witnessing her husband's demise. The accompanying spirits, unable to maintain their human form, transformed into a frigid essence that she absorbed into her being. Her body began to swell and contort into a grotesque figure. Li Shou considered interrupting her transformation. But as the chilling aura enveloped her, he found it difficult to break through the miasma. By the time she completed her metamorphosis, Li Shou had not yet made a move when he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his chest. He was sent flying several meters away. Did I just lose my defenses? Looking down, he saw 3 bloody marks carved into his chest. The living exoskeleton had been breached. Had it not been for its protection, Li Shou would likely have been torn asunder. Such formidable power. Hey, are any of you going to help me? Li Shou glanced at his temporary allies nearby. They remained silent, utterly drained of energy. Even if they had strength left, they dared not intervene. Given the speed and power of the female spirit, they would be eliminated in an instant. Alas, it appears I must rely on myself. Li Shou sighed, but before he could finish exhaling, the female spirit charged at him once more. Chapter 55. The second encounter with oneself after the female specter launched her attack. Li Shou found himself compelled to confront her head-on. Undoubtedly, due to the disparity in their strengths, he was predominantly on the defensive. Through a series of battles, he had discerned a pattern. The chilling aura enveloping the specter was the source of her power, which diminished with each exchange. Akin to human stamina, it dwindled with use. This chilling energy required time to replenish. However, it became increasingly apparent that he had underestimated the capabilities of this final specter. After enduring several assaults, Li Shou bore numerous wounds, each requiring several breaths to heal. During these brief moments, the specter landed 7 or 8 blows upon him. As time elapsed, his flesh was repeatedly torn and mended, only to be torn anew, leading to increasingly severe injuries, rendering him nearly overwhelmed. Should he resort to the blood-boiling secret technique prematurely? Just as Li Shou hesitated, a distant sound reached his ears. At this moment, the difficulty of the final scene escalated dramatically. Should Li Shou perish, they would lose the ability to endure until dawn. In this desperate situation, the trio had no choice but to press on with steely resolve. After propelling Li Shou away, the specter first targeted Zhao Yinhua, who appeared the strongest. Armed with a massive axe, Zhao Yinhua initially managed to repel the female specter through sheer strength. However, after 3 exchanges, she exploited a flaw and severed his shoulder. Meanwhile, the other 2 companions were also attacking the specter, but their feeble efforts were easily dismissed. Having dispatched one adversary, the specter turned her attention to Guo Pengfei. With the eyes of the Kuei Mu Eagle, he perceived her every movement in slow motion. Initially, he managed to evade her strikes with composure. But the gap in their absolute speeds was insurmountable. Even when he anticipated her attacks and attempted to dodge, he could not entirely escape unscathed. He could see clearly and evade in advance, yet he remained vulnerable. As Guo Pengfei faced imminent danger, a figure darted past him, colliding with the specter. Thank you. The unexpected intervention allowed Li Shou a few precious moments to recuperate, and his injuries healed fully. Thus commenced the second round against the specter. Stand back. In this renewed encounter, Li Shou initially employed his previous strategy. As the specter's chilling energy diminished by 1/3 and his injuries mounted, he activated the blood-boiling secret technique and forcefully struck key points across his body. A heated breath escaped his lips, and his heart raced with fervor, as if he had ingested a potent stimulant, propelling his body into overdrive. Fully aware that he could only sustain this state briefly, Li Shou charged directly at the specter, leaping onto her to immobilize her movements with his immense strength, subsequently initiating a desperate struggle for survival. He employed every possible means, punching, clawing, and even biting, utilizing anything at his disposal. The specter, unable to break free from his grasp, unleashed her primal ferocity, biting and clawing at Li Shou in a frenzied exchange. This chaotic battle raged for over a minute, and as their bodies became a grotesque mess of blood and flesh, Li Shou finally coughed up a mouthful of blood, shattering the specter's skull. Should you possess the power of resurrection, then I shall meet my end here, Li Shou gasped, anxiously eyeing the specter. Fortunately, the terrifying outcome did not materialize. With the demise of the final specter, the harrowing tableau came to a close. The surrounding environment began to shift, the mist dissipating entirely. Li Shou turned to see his anxious classmates waiting outside, and they, in turn, beheld him. Moments ago, the realm of the specter had been shrouded in fog, obscuring their view. Now, everything was crystal clear, revealing Li Shou's figure amidst the ruins of collapsed walls. Can we enter now? Most classmates hesitated, reluctant to advance. However, Zhu Huang tentatively extended his hand, and upon discovering the absence of the chilling aura, he hurried inside. He rushed to the bloodied Li Shou, his expression filled with concern. How are you? I'm fine. As long as I'm alive, I'll recover quickly. But that person may not be so fortunate. Li Shou indicated the ground nearby, where Zhao Yinhua lay, his shoulder severed and an arm fallen away. I don't care about his fate, Zhu Huang scoffed. He saved me, Li Shou replied. Oh, in that case, we must attend to him. Indeed, we have a clear understanding of our grievances, Li Shou stated. As he spoke, the other classmates, seeing no immediate danger, began to enter the area. Mon Nan, upon entering, cunningly retrieved the soul-calling teapot. As he extracted the small, teapot-like object, a fierce whirlwind of chilling energy surged from the surroundings, ultimately converging into the vessel. However, once he had collected the energy, he did not keep it for himself, but instead handed the teapot to Shou. Brotherly, it's all in here. I sense there's quite a bit. Yes. Accepting the teapot, Shou felt its icy touch, the coldness permeating through his grasp. Considering the strength of the female specter, he realized that they had secured half of their mission's success. However, it seems there are only 4 of you, whereas the 5th, lost in the realm of the specter. Very well, Guo Pingfei nodded. Staying behind would mean certain death. All right, Chen Zihan agreed. There's no choice but to proceed. At this moment, dawn broke. Weary from a night of relentless combat, Shou found a secluded spot to rest. As he surrendered to slumber, he finally encountered the long-anticipated figure, his middle-aged self. Damn it. I didn't expect to lose energy after just a few words. This broken crystal is truly worthless. Once again, he found himself in that recurring dream, confronted by the figure emerging from the dense fog. Hold your tongue. Allow me to finish my important points first, lest I run out of energy again. The reason for your protection of your classmates is twofold. Firstly, to acquire more task-related items, a fact you already know. Though it is not paramount, the crux lies in aligning with the path of balance. Those who operate within the realm of balance and undertake actions that promote equilibrium will reap greater rewards. This is fundamental. Secondly, there exists an exceptionally talented individual, Shou, who discovered that auxiliary skills can sometimes prove more advantageous than combat skills. This insight is key to surviving the 3rd trial. It is crucial to understand that the survival rate for the 3rd task averages below 1%. What does that imply? Imagine your school's year level consists of 6 classes, each with 50 students, totaling around 1,000 individuals when including teachers. Statistically, this means that fewer than 10 will survive. Do you grasp my meaning? I understand, but with such a low survival rate, how can we protect everyone? Also, who is Shou? Chapter 56. Narcissus. Before you pose any inquiries, allow me to convey the most vital points first, after which I shall address your questions one by one. The middle-aged version of Shou spoke with remarkable rapidity, evidently unaware of when he might next experience a power outage. Given the momentum on your end, the next undertaking may likely involve a confrontational task, which entails opposing other operatives governed by distinct regulations. At this juncture, the middle-aged Shou finally took a breath. In the 3rd task's confrontation, we are typically pitted against individuals from the square ants of absolute order or the black fog of utter chaos. Am I correct? Shou had dreamt of these entities, albeit vaguely. What specifics should I be wary of? The denizens of square ants are inherently inclined towards imperial authority. Should they manifest in this realm, they would assist the lords of the inner city in maintaining their dominion. If they were to appear in the world of the celestial dragons, they would serve as their right and left arms. For instance, in the previous task, if it were confrontational in nature, they would undoubtedly aid the celestial dragons in combating zombies. Moreover, the potions provided by the square ants would certainly suppress the virus. The guiding principle of the square ants is that since humanity is inherently flawed, it necessitates stringent regulation. Strangely enough, under the dominion of the square ants, the duration of human civilization's continuity is the longest. Shou expressed surprise, finding it hard to believe. I too was skeptical at first, until I encountered the world governed by brain chips in the tragic realm of cultivation. In the brain chip world, individuals are surgically deprived of parts of their frontal lobes from birth, implanted with chips, and act as machines in accordance with the ruler's intent. Their brains are irrevocably harmed, leaving no room for rebellion, merely devoid of creativity. Technology in that world has stagnated, yet continues to persist. Of course, the rulers there would never develop artificial intelligence. This is a key factor in the world's survival. I have also witnessed a particularly brutal realm of cultivation. In that world, practitioners are hierarchically stratified, with the celestial kings reigning supreme over all. No other cultivators combined can rival their power, ensuring that this world cannot meet its demise. I see. Shou pondered. If we consider humanity as inherently malevolent, this method could indeed prolong civilization. But what significance does such a civilization hold? What significance, you ask? The square ants believe that life is fundamentally devoid of meaning. Mere survival constitutes the greatest significance. The rules can corrupt the human heart. Those who linger too long in the realm of the square ants lose their clarity of thought. Thus, they adhere to a rigid hierarchy, with no room for transgression. To combat them, one must approach through official channels. Understood. Have we been tainted? To some extent, yes. Yet I have always been quite an advocate for the path of balance. Ah, so you too have been indoctrinated by the rules. Without wasting time, let us discuss the individuals of the Black Fog. A band of lunatics, they share the square ants' belief in the inherent wickedness of humanity. Yet they feel that humans should not exist in this world. The presence of humanity disrupts the habitats of all other species. This malignant growth must be eradicated. It is as if the calamities and malevolence of this world are summoned by the denizens of the Black Fog. Should they infiltrate the realm of the celestial dragons, they would undoubtedly devise means to penetrate their inner circles, seizing control of incendiary devices to ignite cities worldwide. The beings summoned by the mushroom originate from schools, while those conjured by the Black Fog largely emerge from mental institutions. Nonetheless, do not underestimate them, for many possess remarkable genius. Indeed. Madness and genius are not mutually exclusive. Very well, how shall we contend with them? Divert the calamity. Though they harbor some geniuses among them, the majority are in disarray, allowing us to exploit their power against others. Noted. However, similarly, they are typically the weakest among us. We are compelled to cooperate, lamented the middle-aged Shou. The super geniuses that emerged after the establishment of the balance rule zone. Before my demise, she had already become exceedingly formidable. Many of the techniques I impart to you were learned from her, such as safeguarding classmates from death and subtly aligning with the path of balance. Additionally, she possesses an extraordinary beauty, the kind that inspires noble thoughts, a beauty so exquisite that I cannot adequately describe it. You will understand upon meeting her. Having concluded the significant matters, the middle-aged Shou grew quite frivolous. Regrettably, the chasm in our abilities became insurmountable, and I lost the chance to interact with her. However, you have an opportunity. You may offer assistance during her humble beginnings. Furthermore, the path I have guided you along mirrors hers. She will merely perceive a profound connection between you, allowing for discussions on life and ideals. Should you forge a benevolent bond with her, you would find yourself quite fortunate. Do you understand? Yet, you are in a commendable position now, surrounded by classmates. Unlike me, do you know what I found most distressing during the subsequent decades? The most unbearable aspect was the solitude. For the women I associated with were mere acquaintances, lacking shared experiences. Quite frankly, it was devoid of meaning. In intimate moments, there was no soul merging. You see, having classmates is advantageous. Although you may currently be vexed by Zhu Lin, I too found her irksome in my youth. Yet, upon reaching my age, she surpasses most women in strength. Do you believe it? Once Shou had finished discussing serious matters, he became exceedingly loquacious and frivolous, regaling in trivialities. I am not like you. I do not dwell on such matters. If there are no pressing issues, may I inquire about that fellow with the red eyes? What skills does he possess? I am unaware. In my timeline, he perished in his first encounter. Perhaps your arrival has altered his fate. Yet why concern ourselves with him? He is merely a minor figure. It would be far more beneficial to discuss the maiden Narcissus. At this juncture, the middle-aged Shou experienced another power outage. Damn it, the energy has run out once more. I must take my leave. Remember to pursue the maiden Narcissus. With that, the middle-aged Shou vanished. 2 hours later, Shou gradually regained consciousness. Narcissus, square ants, black fog, and mental illness. The day had already brightened considerably as he silently noted the information from his recent dream and rose to enter another room. Inside, Chen Zihan, Guo Pengfei, and Zhao Yinhua were present. Zhao Yinhua's wounds had been bandaged and treated by the physicians of the Yin family, yet he remained in a state of unconsciousness. I fear he may not endure much longer. Chen Zihan's earlier arrogance had long since dissipated. Now, not only was her team dispersed, but she herself had also nearly resigned to a state of awaiting death. Given the current circumstances, she stood little chance of completing the task. Failure to complete the task would yield no rewards, leaving her to survive for a mere 2 or 3 months before her life inevitably concluded. Before I depart this world, let me witness the efficacy of the grievous soul seed. After all this time, I have yet to observe its effects. Very well. Following the guidance of the task card, Shou retrieved the grievous soul seed, filled with chilling energy, and then extracted the grievous soul seed of Anthua. After the previous battle, Anthua's vengeful energy had been nearly depleted, rendering her dormant. Shou had only sown this singular seed, leaving him no choice but to utilize it for experimentation. The card indicated that pouring the energy would suffice. The grievous soul seed, sensing the aura within the spout, began to thrash violently. As Shou gradually poured the misty, cold energy over it, the seed began to swell, growing increasingly crimson. By the time Shou had emptied the entire vessel of chilling energy, the seed glowed with an almost incandescent red hue. I wonder just how powerful Antoine will become this time? Chapter 57. The invitation to join. After absorbing a significant amount of cold energy, Antoine became unprecedentedly restless and began to stir that very night. On that evening, several conscription officers met a gruesome fate in their homes. The following night, those responsible for managing labor in the town also perished in similar tragic circumstances. By the third night, terror had infiltrated the county seat. Officials who had issued grain collection decrees in place of human labor were found dead in their residences. The dread continued to spread upward, as there were even higher-ranking officials above those who had issued the decrees. On this day, a group of constables arrived at the residence of the county magistrate. Lord Sheen, we have recently uncovered the presence of a malevolent spirit in the county. Based on the clues gathered from the deceased, it appears this spirit has traced its origins along the lines of labor conscription. The lead constable clasped his hands together and spoke. Those who conscripted labor have died, and those who issued the edicts have perished. You, as the one responsible for drafting these edicts, I believe that this malevolent spirit, in its madness, will undoubtedly seek you out within 3 days. To ensure your safety, we will remain here for the time being. Ah, is that not Captain Bien? Please, have a seat. Someone, bring tea. The county magistrate warmly welcomed the inner-city captain. Despite the vast difference in their ranks, he, a powerless son-in-law, dared not neglect the presence of the martial leader. In the inner city, authority was not merely determined by rank, but rather by one's connections and strength. The county magistrate, known as Qin Nei, seemed to have a physical imperfection, as one of his hands was perpetually concealed within his sleeve. If Shou were present, he would certainly recognize him, for they had met just days prior. This man was the infamous son-in-law of the slaughterhouse, known for his lost hand. Alas, time had not been kind. The slaughterhouse had been burned down over 20 years ago, and the malevolent spirit had taken root for just as long. Once a handsome young man, he had now transformed into a portly middle-aged figure, leveraging his wife's influence to attain the position of county magistrate in Tongkong County. Captain Bien, I have recently heard whispers regarding the spirit's vendetta. You have only brought 4 men. Is that not a rather scant number? Fear not, my lord. These vengeful spirits are not particularly formidable. A mere 4 martial artists should suffice to deal with them. I have taken the liberty of bringing an extra person today, so you need not worry, Captain Bien replied, casting a disdainful glance at the county magistrate. Though his words were respectful, his demeanor conveyed no hint of reverence. In the inner city, one's influence was measured not by official rank but by the strength of one's backing and prowess. Sensing Captain Bien's attitude, Qin Nei chose not to press further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he retreated into the inner residence. As time drifted by, night fell, shrouding the magistrate's residence in a veil of mist and cold. Captain Bien and his fellow constables were dozing lightly when the chill awakened them. With ample experience in dealing with malevolent spirits, they had encountered numerous such entities recently, having dealt with 4 out of approximately 20 that had emerged. Upon sensing the cold, they armed themselves and approached the inner residence. However, upon arrival, they were met with the sight of Qin Nei's head hanging at the entrance. How could this have happened so quickly? Captain Bien was taken aback, but quickly directed his fellow constables to surround the bedroom door. An ominous wind swept through, and a crimson-clad malevolent spirit appeared before them. Chariot constable, old tactics. Understood. A tall constable stepped forward to block the spirit's path. This was a martial artist of considerable strength. In battling malevolent spirits, strategy was paramount. They typically exploited the spirit's instinctual combat nature, using a hard martial artist to wear it down before the others encircled and attacked. This tactic had proven effective in the past. Come on. The tall constable, filled with determination, felt his muscles enveloped by inner energy, solid as the roots of an ancient tree. However, a flash of red light pierced the air. Before he could fully comprehend his opponent's movement, he was gutted, blood spilling onto the ground. This spirit is far stronger than the others. Captain Bien realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to throw a concealed weapon to impede the spirit's advance before fleeing. Yet Antoine's speed was unparalleled. Having absorbed all the cold energy from the malevolent spirit's domain, her power now eclipsed that of martial artists. Just as Captain Bien vaulted over the wall to escape, he landed on the ground in 2 pieces. The following day, news of the county magistrate's murder spread throughout Tongkang County. Simultaneously, rumors circulated that the officials pursuing the malevolent spirit had met with utter disaster. This revelation instilled a sense of panic within the inner city, while simultaneously inciting a morbid exhilaration in the outer city. From Blackwater Lane to the impoverished districts, tales of vengeful ghosts thrived, eliciting approval from the common folk. At this moment, within the paper workshop, Li Shou handed Qin Zihan a pill. "Give this to Zhao Nuat," he instructed. "What is this?" she inquired. "This is a rare flesh regeneration pill made from blood essence. I obtained it from my master. It requires a substantial amount of blood essence to concoct, which is typically unavailable in the outer city. It is a secret remedy of the Xianhua sect. Consuming this should ensure Zhao Nuat's survival, though given the low standards of medical care in this world, it is likely that she will not retain her arm." "Thank you," she replied. "No need for thanks. He has saved me as well." After speaking, Li Shou prepared to leave, but the student council president called out to him. "How many balance factors do you have now?" 379. Li Shou raised his hand to glance. "Now it's 381. That malevolent spirit is formidable, having wreaked havoc in the inner city, causing widespread alarm. It should at least enable you to earn 500 points, thereby completing half of your task." "That seems about right." Li Shou had calculated that given Aunt Hua's combat prowess, they might acquire more than just 500 points. The spirit in the slaughterhouse was clearly not the weakest of the first tier. Of course, she certainly didn't act with intent. The specifics could stem from the fact that the senior at the Jingji Martial Arts School is inept, or perhaps the spirit itself is unfathomably powerful, making it impossible to accurately gauge their strengths. This uncertainty is likely one reason why the inner city has yet to take action. Too many variables, he mused. Nonetheless, this was advantageous for Li Shou, with a second-tier female spirit. Unless confronted by a coordinated ambush of experts, she could wreak havoc even within the inner city, thus allowing Li Shou to accumulate sufficient points. "May I propose a matter?" Upon hearing that Li Shou had completed half of his task, Qin Zihan's eyes revealed a complex array of emotions: awkwardness, yearning, determination, and despair. The depth of her expression surpassed even that of Zhu Lin at the time. "Could you join our team?" Li Shou had anticipated that Qin Zihan would utter a plea for assistance, but to his surprise, she proposed something audacious. Realizing her intent, he tapped his forehead. "President, have you lost your mind? I cannot abandon Class 1-3. I'm not asking you to leave. Rather, I mean for you all to join together." Qin Zihan hastily clarified. "I earned a class team card for my excellent performance in the first task. Indeed, you once invited me. But didn't you say only a few could join?" "I lied to you. To establish an elite team separate from my original class, I had to publicly limit the number of spots. After all, my initial thought was that weaker individuals would merely become a liability, hindering task completion. So how many spots are there?" "It is a complete class team card, allowing for 50 members. You have 45, and we have 3 remaining. That suffices." "What benefits do I gain?" "Benefits?" Qin Zihan initially intended to assert that their trio could aid in task completion. However, considering the current situation, being wanted by the authorities, and with casualties among their ranks, it seemed they would be of little use. Or perhaps their presence would do more harm than good. Qin Zihan found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 58. The new team at present. Qin Zihan's team is indeed a liability. However, they possess 3 first-time fusion candidates. If he can lead them out, their negative status may transform into a positive one. Yet, complications are bound to increase, particularly concerning whether any grudges linger, a matter he remains uncertain about. Previously, Li Shou might have hesitated to take them along, even after careful consideration. Nevertheless, after recently meeting a middle-aged version of himself for the second time, he received a wealth of invaluable information, the most crucial of which pertains to the third mission. With his current capabilities, Li Shou could successfully complete the second mission. However, he harbors no confidence regarding the competitive nature of the third mission. The strength of the Black Mist faction remains unknown to him. Incorporating several seed candidates into his team would undoubtedly confer advantages for the third task. Moreover, this moment presents an opportune time to negotiate terms. "I can allow you to join my team, but I will not become a member of yours. Is your admission card transferable?" Li Shou is aware that certain elements require trading privileges, such as the lifespan trading rights, which he only acquired after the first mission. "Yes." Upon hearing that Li Shou was willing to accept her burdensome companions, Qin Zihan felt a surge of hope. As she spoke, she extended her arm, murmuring an incantation. A mushroom sprouted from her fair forearm, which she plucked and handed to Li Shou. The moment Li Shou made contact with the mushroom, an odd voice echoed in his mind. Balanced involuntary transfer, team restructuring device. Do you agree to accept? It was the peculiar voice of the balance rules. A grand yet emotionless sound that accompanied each mission's conclusion. Not for now, Li Shou declined. Why not? Did you not just agree? Qin Zihan inquired. Her expression one of confusion. I have yet to present my other conditions, and I have not received consent from the other two. We can discuss this further. Come. Let us inquire within whether they agree, Li Shou stated as he headed towards the room where the three were lodging. Upon entering, he found Zhao Yinhua lying on the bed, awake, but still showing no signs of recovery from his injuries. Guo Pengfei was beside him, providing care, and he nodded in greeting as Li Shou entered. This elixir was sent by Captain Li, Qin Zihan remarked, adeptly easing the tension among them. She understood that although they had collaborated, the injuries were a result of Li Shou's forceful actions against the malevolent entity, leaving lingering resentment. Captain Li now? Zhao Yinhua took the elixir, inhaling its metallic scent. What kind of elixir is this? It is one that can save your life. Take it or leave it. At this point, I wouldn't need poison to kill you, Li Shou replied. Indeed, a single punch would suffice. There is no need to concoct a pill. Zhao Yinhua, ever the brash character, swallowed the elixir without hesitation. The concoction, made from blood spirit meat, exhibited peculiar effects. Shortly after consumption, his bleeding shoulder wound ceased its flow. Thank you. I came to ask you both a question. Do you wish to join our team? Li Shou recounted his earlier conversation with Qin Zihan. The two fell into a brief silence before Guo Pengfei spoke first. Who would choose to die if they could live? We currently lack the capability to complete tasks, but I am willing to join. However, joining your team is beneficial for you, not for us. Therefore, compensation is necessary. Li Shou had already prepared a counteroffer. If I guide you through this mission, then during your next fusion, you must select the skill of shared vision. Huh? It's in the encyclopedia. I recall an insect called the twin-touch worker bee. It has the ability to emit electric synaptic signals to share vision with other worker bees. I desire your ocular technique during combat, and the two of you must provide auxiliary skills as well. Li Shou had encountered many unusual abilities in the encyclopedia. Upon discovering the shared vision capability, he felt it was one no one would want, yet the immediate situation proved otherwise. He wanted it. Auxiliary abilities enhancing the main combatants are indeed formidable. Guo Pengfei possesses ocular techniques, though their efficacy is limited. His lack of strength renders him unable to retaliate against malevolent entities. However, if Li Shou acquires the ocular technique, his combat power would multiply. If Li Shou's strength is rated at 10 and Guo Pengfei's at 1, their combined abilities would yield a combat index of 30. With an ability like bullet time, Li Shou could easily contend with 3 versions of himself. The genius who devised the notion of protecting allies while allowing others to assist oneself is truly remarkable. This was a thought Li Shou had not previously entertained. After all, if allies were excessively powerful, it would be akin to a red-eyed predator who would never accept a supportive role. Only when allies are weak and reliant on him for survival would they consider embracing the auxiliary role. Whoever conceived this idea is a genius. To execute it is the hallmark of a genius among geniuses. After all, guiding weaker teammates through missions is exceedingly challenging. Li Shou's ability to achieve this stems from years of training, the possession of a divine artifact, and invaluable guidance. 3 indispensable elements. Take the second mission as an example. The most arduous aspect was concealing his identity to avoid being hunted. How did he accomplish this? Through the use of a deception crystal. Similarly, navigating the treacherous terrain of malevolent entities also relied on those 3 enhancements. For an ordinary individual to lead teammates to safety, they would first need to ensure their own survival during the mission. The daunting difficulty of the 3 missions means that those who emerge alive are akin to superheroes, who would concern themselves with others. A survival rate of less than 1% is no trivial statistic. What kind of person is Li Shuixian? After analyzing, Li Shou found himself increasingly intrigued. Without those 3 aids, how could an ordinary person achieve such feats? He was deeply curious about her true nature. What did you say? Nothing. Li Shou shook his head. Have you made your decision? I can. Guo Pengfei nodded first. I can as well. After all, I was meant to provide auxiliary skills. Qin Zihan agreed. I refuse to be an auxiliary. I would rather charge into battle. If you want me to die, that's acceptable. But don't expect me to support you, Zhao Yinhua protested. Very well, it's settled then. With so many classmates awaiting fusion, There would surely be others wishing to remain in the background as auxiliaries, so his absence would not be missed. After the four reached an agreement, Shou accepted the admission card and summoned all the students to reconstitute their team. Class 13 welcomed new members, and they were all upperclassmen, including a student council president. With the addition of Chun Zihan and the other two, the team grew considerably stronger. After absorbing 3 seed candidates into his team, Shou felt elated. Yet, he had not lost sight of his ultimate goal, to enhance his strength. That evening, he returned to the Xuanxue Martial Arts Hall. As he entered, he noticed his master, Yuan Yihua, hurriedly preparing to depart. Master, where are you going? My dear disciple, the Xuanxue sect has summoned me for a task. What task? Oh, it seems that this lecherous old man is heading to confront Aunt Hua. Shou felt a twinge of discomfort. Yuan Yihua had treated him exceptionally well, regardless of others' motives. Kindness, however, is rarely entirely altruistic. Shou had always remembered his benefactor's kindness. Must you go? It sounds too perilous. Not at all, not at all. There are many individuals involved this time, and some sect leaders are personally participating, accompanied by a second-grade grandmaster leading the charge. I'll be handling the periphery. I won't be in any danger, so do not worry, dear disciple. A second-grade grandmaster? Upon hearing this, Shou's concern shifted from Yuan Yihua to Aunt Hua. That, however, is his golden goose, and it must not be easily destroyed. Yet it is a malevolent force, driven by resentment and seeking vengeance, which Shou cannot control. Master, I am deeply concerned for your safety. I shall accompany you. You are well aware of my prowess, which surpasses that of an ordinary martial artist. And together we can provide mutual support. Very well, let us proceed together. Upon Yuan Yifa's agreement, he and Shou set forth. After traversing several streets, the pair arrived at the gates of the inner city, where the guards were exceptionally vigilant, and a row of powerful bows and crossbows stood ready. After Yuan Yifa presented the passage permit, the guards allowed them entry. It was Shou's first time stepping into the inner city. Chapter 59. The 7 Killers. Upon entering the inner city, Shou's first impression was one of orderliness, and his second, of a distinct hierarchy. The roads were broad, and the residences were rectangular, seemingly preordained in their size and the width of the pathways left at their entrances. The ambience exuded both solemnity and a rigidity that felt overly austere. Shou found little appeal in this place, however. Those aligned with the Fong Ant sect would likely deem it quite suitable. It was no wonder that the lords of the inner city often frequented the rouge houses. The atmosphere here was hardly conducive to merriment. Here, everyone was compelled to maintain a facade of decorum. Shou had never liked this place, which was precisely why he had requested to reside in the outer city. The lecherous old man, Yuan Yifa, shared his disdain for the atmosphere of the inner city, where he could not indulge in the pleasures of touching his female disciples or engage in heart-to-heart conversations with the youth at the rouge houses. It was far preferable to the careful pretense required here. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. In these tumultuous times, ambition ran high. The closer one was to the seat of power, the more power one could attain, a truth well understood by all. Thus, many sought to mingle within these confines. As the master and disciple conversed, they strolled down the road until they arrived at the grand entrance of a massive building. Its style resembled that of a small palace rather than a private residence, with a large plaque at the entrance embossed in pure gold bearing the words Xuanxue sect. This is not quite the style I envisioned, Shou remarked, his curiosity piqued upon visiting the Xuanxue sect for the first time. What were you expecting? Yuan Yifa inquired. I imagined a sect would have a mountain gate, like those found atop a hill. Where in the city is there a mountain? Where do you get these strange ideas every day? From the books I've read. While they chatted, disciples of the Xuanxue sect had already invited them inside. Upon entering, Shou found no extraordinary sights. The interior resembled an exaggerated version of the Xuanxue Martial Arts Hall. Practitioners were training under the guidance of martial masters. The only aspect that captured Shou's attention was a modest plot of farmland adjacent to the training grounds. The soil was a deep crimson, sprouting an array of peculiar plants, including rare herbs and flesh-like entities. At first glance, those flesh-like substances resembled blood-soaked fungi. But a closer inspection revealed they were more akin to genuine meat, as if harvested from animals and rooted in the earth. Those are the blood-spirit flesh we consumed during our training, Yuan Yifa casually explained as he noticed Shou's intrigue. Come, let us not linger. The sect leader awaits us. Is the sect leader a grand martial master? Indeed. How many grand martial masters reside in the inner city? 7 in total, 3 sect leaders and 4 heads of noble families. Is there anyone above the grand martial masters? There are the first-tier martial saints, but do not even mention them. Not only does our county not have one, but the entire southwestern province lacks a martial saint. One appeared 25 years ago, but he has long since departed for the capital. There exists a significant divide between fourth-tier martial artists and third-tier martial masters, and another substantial chasm between second-tier grand martial masters and first-tier martial saints. Each county has grand martial masters, but ascending to the rank of martial saint is nearly impossible. Yuan Ifa elaborated. Thus, individuals like you, born with extraordinary strength and resilience, are the coveted targets of every sect. Once you attain the rank of martial master, you may challenge grand martial masters, and upon becoming a grand martial master, you shall find no rivals of your caliber. I am grateful for your guidance, master, and for the support of the sect, Li Shou expressed sincerely. Without their assistance, his mission would not have proceeded so smoothly. How many martial masters could one grand martial master defeat? It's hard to say. You shall find out shortly, Yuan Ifa replied with a hint of mystery. What do you mean by that? As they continued their conversation, they arrived at the grand hall of the Shui sect. Upon entering, Li Shou noticed a considerable number of people already waiting. Some were engaged in small groups, while others occupied the benches along the sides. Without the need for Yuan Ifa's introduction, Li Shou discerned from their ages and attire that these individuals were likely the upper echelons of the Shui sect, either elders or guardians. His master, Yuan Ifa, was presumably one of the elders, for upon entering, several approached him to exchange pleasantries. Ah, the old lecher finally arrives. One exclaimed, well, today you were generous enough to bring your disciple along? I heard you took on an extraordinary blood disciple and had been hiding him away, fearing we might snatch him from you. The atmosphere within the Shui sect appeared harmonious, with several elders exchanging light-hearted banter with Yuan Ifa. Naturally, Li Shou found himself drawn into their circle, subjected to their scrutiny and commentary. An extraordinary blood disciple, either born with divine strength or possessing ironclad resilience. What category does your disciple belong to? Can I divulge that? The martial masters engage in life and death struggles. Secrets must be preserved, especially those concerning extraordinary blood. Her arrival silenced the gathering. Everyone extended their hands in greeting to the new woman. Welcome, sect leader. Sect leader? Li Shou echoed, turning his gaze toward the woman. She was not particularly old, perhaps in her 40s, yet her physique was imposing, standing over 2 meters tall, with muscles that rippled and veins that exhibited an eerie crimson hue. Despite her unusual appearance, she was not unattractive. Upon her arrival, she fixated her gaze upon Li Shou. You are the disciple of Elder Yuan, the extraordinary blood individual? Yes. The woman nodded and leapt down from the elevated position within the hall, throwing a powerful punch aimed directly at Li Shou's face. The force of her punch was palpable, a gust of wind following in its wake. Li Shou hastily defended himself. After the impact, he felt minimal force on his arm, yet he staggered backward 4 or 5 steps before regaining his balance. What precise control of inner energy! That punch lacked lethality, yet it felt more like a strong shove. Li Shou observed the cracked stone floor beneath him, evidence of his retreat. After this initial exchange, he had roughly gauged the combat prowess of a grand martial master. This should be comparable to a second-tier evil spirit boss. While it doesn't seem as fierce as a second-tier evil spirit, those spirits act solely on instinct and lack strategy. A real confrontation should yield similar results. Having tested the waters, Li Shou formed a preliminary assessment in his mind. Of course, the woman also formed her own opinion. Excellent. A remarkable talent. You appear youthful. In time, you may become the foremost master in Kong County, perhaps even the leading martial artist in the Southwest. The sect leader, elated by Li Shou's response to her strike, was about to commend him further when a disciple interrupted with news. The masters from various sects and families have assembled at the county office, awaiting the Shui sect. Eliminating the vengeful evil spirits was a matter of utmost importance for the county, as it directly impacted the lives of the lords. The sect leader could not afford to be negligent and promptly led the way. Thus, all the senior members of the Shui sect, along with Li Shou, exited and boarded luxurious carriages. As the carriages made their way through the streets, pedestrians parted to make way. Li Shou noted that even within the inner city, the Shui sect maintained a formidable presence. Upon arriving at the county office, numerous martial masters and constables had already gathered. As Li Shou disembarked, eager to assess the number of martial masters present, his gaze fell upon a familiar figure within the crowd. That brat, it's you, Li Shou thought, locking eyes with a young man whose gaze was tinged with crimson. The other sensed the scrutiny and turned to meet Li Shou's stare. their eyes locked. Although both experienced a surge of emotions, neither dared to speak. They could not reveal their identities. In the course of their mission, even the deepest grudges had to be set aside until they could address them in private. This young man appeared to have infiltrated an inner-city sect as well. Shou observed that he was not alone but was accompanied by a group of martial artists, all clad in matching attire embroidered with the character for kill repeated 7 times. That is the 7 Kill sect, a recently ascended force among the martial artists. Yuan Yifa noticed Shou gazing intently in that direction and cautioned him to be vigilant during battles against malevolent beings, as this group is particularly adept at ambushes from behind. Understood, Master. When the conflict ensues, I shall take advantage of the chaos to eliminate their members. Is that acceptable? It's of no concern. In this era, no one will seek justice for the dead. Chapter 60. Red, green, purple. Has everyone arrived? Noticing that the members of the Xuanqi sect had also gathered, a man in official robes welcomed the assembly, urging them to enter the county office to deliberate on significant matters. This individual was the county magistrate, affiliated with the Li family. Yuan Yifa quietly reminded, the Li family? Is it the same as the one from Hetian town? They have extensive connections in the county, with branches in several towns. Understood. Following Yuan Yifa into the county office, Shou stood among the crowd from the Xuanqi sect, listening as the magistrate droned on about bureaucratic trivialities. Essentially, he lamented the recent surge of malevolent forces disturbing the peace of the populace. Alternatively, he expressed gratitude for everyone's substantial assistance. The only part that piqued Shou's interest was the magistrate's formal introduction of the leader of the 7 Kill sect. This time, the leader Zhao Changxing personally led the charge, vowing to eradicate the evil forces and restore tranquility to Tongkang County. As the magistrate concluded his introduction, a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 40s, stepped beside him. Master, I've never heard of the 7 Kill sect, Shou remarked. During his previous inquiries into martial arts schools, he was aware that many external city schools had factions in the inner city, and vice versa. Yet, he had never encountered the 7 Kill sect before venturing into the outer city. Could it be that they disdain recruits from the outer city? Impossible. Talent can emerge from the outer city. Aren't you one of the disciples I recruited from there? Yuan Yifa elucidated. The leader of the 7 Kill sect is a newcomer, having recently arrived and yet to extend his influence into the outer city. His eagerness this time is likely an attempt to establish his foothold in the inner city. While the number of Grand Martial Masters in the inner city may be limited, outsiders must cultivate official influence to gain a solid position. Shou grasped this notion. It was likely that Honggen's admission into the 7 Kill sect was also tied to the urgency of expanding their power. After the magistrate's elaborate introduction of Zhao Changxing, the focus shifted to the various sects and families offering their contributions. Each major sect or family was required to provide at least one martial artist. The Xuanqi sect dispatched 2, Yuan Yifa, and Shou. Thus, the formation of the A-team for extermination was deemed complete. Provisions were made for B-team and C-team in anticipation of encountering even more formidable malevolence. Humanity's wisdom over the malevolent forces lies in the necessity of maintaining a surplus of combat strength during each formation. With a Grand Martial Master leading, alongside 14 martial artists, any malevolent entity they faced, except for those overwhelmingly powerful, would stand no chance. Observing the combat potential, Shou felt that even with his interference, Anhua would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed. After the successful assembly of the 8-team, a celebratory feast ensued. After a raucous night, the members of the sect departed, leaving only the 8-team within the county office. That night, a captain produced a map of the inner city, indicating a specific location to the group. Going during the day is lethal? Indeed, it is. However, death does not occur on the spot. Anyone daring to transport grain will meet their demise that very night. Has Anhua reached this extent? Has her resentment from the grain requisition found its outlet here? Shou pondered with curiosity. Initially, he feared that after eliminating all conceivable enemies, Anhua would struggle to find further targets for vengeance. Yet, it seemed her ire had been directed toward the requisitioned grain. Upon reflection, it made sense. The labor system had a provision for substituting people with grain. Those who died during forced labor were counted against the grain requisition. Her 2 eldest sons perished due to labor, while her youngest starved directly from the grain requisition. The connections were undeniable. That seems reasonable. Shou silently nodded in agreement. The inner city, devoid of production, housed numerous affluent estates consuming grain, and a prolonged occupation of granaries by malevolent entities was far from favorable. The captain emphasized, We must swiftly eliminate this malevolence. When shall we depart? The leader of the 7 Kills sect inquired. Tomorrow night, together. After the meeting adjourned, everyone dispersed. Li Shou and Yuan Yifao excused themselves, citing the necessity of preparations before the imminent battle, and bid farewell to their master. With half the night remaining, he aimed to bolster Anthua's strength. One Anthua equated to a grand martial master, yet with over a dozen martial artists. If unprepared, Anthua was undoubtedly doomed. However, if he could eliminate another malevolent entity, even a lesser one, it would equate to the combat prowess of 5 or more martial artists. With his interference, the outcome of the conflict would be uncertain. This was Li Shou's calculation. Only one of the 36 malevolent sites had been cleared thus far, leaving many alternatives. After arriving in the outer city, he sought out a location with a relatively lower danger level. Seizing the early hours before dawn, he ventured inside. Once again, he experienced the terror of the night, reliving countless horror tales. When dawn broke, Li Shou emerged from the malevolent site, somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, the intelligence regarding this site was accurate. It indeed posed a lower danger level. The malevolent entities within possessed combat strength equivalent to 6 or 7 martial artists, which Li Shou managed to contend with. He had avoided selecting anything more formidable, primarily due to time constraints and his uncertainty in facing entities of Anthua's caliber single-handedly. Moreover, second-tier malevolent forces exhibited varied strengths. Encountering a more formidable one than before could lead to an inexplicable demise during the second task, rendering it a grave loss. Nonetheless, it sufficed. Observing that no one was around, Li Shou found a secluded corner to extract the grievous soul seed, pouring all the cold energy he had collected the previous night onto Anthua's seed. As a result, the seed absorbed the nourishment, growing threefold and becoming more vibrant in hue. He chuckled. Tonight will be intriguing. The grudges he had recorded since the beginning of the task were due for reckoning. Speaking of grievances, Li Shou's animosity toward Hong Yin far surpassed that directed at Qin Zihan. Firstly, it was Hong Yin who orchestrated the robbery, without his initiation. Others may not have conceived the idea. Secondly, while Qin Zihan's group ultimately ceased their actions, Hong Yin successfully executed his theft. Although this was a task world where self-interest reigns, it conversely implied that if one could rob for oneself, then vengeance could be sought as well. Regardless, tonight, he must settle the score. After concluding these matters, the fatigued Li Shou found a spot in the brothel to rest. He still had considerable funds, and upon awakening, indulged in a hearty meal. Meanwhile, Yuan Yifao had been awaiting him for quite some time. Li Shou was taken aback that the old man could detect even this. He merely went for a meal and took a brief rest. He had done nothing else. Chapter 61. Next move, just let me witness how the malevolent spirits are hunted down. Li Shou jested lightly in response to Yuan Yifao's playful banter, and soon after, the two set off. They first made their way to meet with the members of the Jiazi group at the county office. Once the group was assembled, before darkness fully enveloped the sky, a party of 15 arrived at the largest granary within the inner city. This granary was substantial, comprising a vast courtyard filled with numerous storage rooms brimming with grain. Typically, only half of the granary was stocked, but now it was nearly at full capacity. Upon arrival, Yuan Yifao gazed at the storerooms inside. Why? He mused. Because a famine rages outside, this granary is filled to the brim? Indeed, during bountiful harvest years, grain was abundant, easily gathered, and the affluent residents of the inner city were unconcerned. However, now that the famine had persisted for several years, the scarcity of grain had prompted the wealthy to stockpile supplies in fear of starvation. In this era, grain had transformed into a symbol of power. The younger generation might struggle to comprehend these intricacies. Yuan Yifao appeared to be a sentimental elder, reflecting that in times of famine, the inner city's granaries were paradoxically overflowing. Gazing at the grain, Li Shou felt an inexplicable heaviness, pondering how many lost souls might be concealed within. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. His mission was inherently aimed at dismantling this peculiar societal mechanism, and he found a certain satisfaction in it. As dusk approached, the group was reminded to stay close and not scatter. Upon reaching the granary, the leader of the 7 Kills sect assumed command. Let us not overthink this. The malevolent spirit will act solely on its instinct for vengeance. We are the only ones here. Once darkness falls, it will surely appear. As long as we remain together, it will have no means to harm us. From this moment on, any urgent needs must be attended to right here. Li Shou and the others remained silent, but were instinctively cautious, ensuring they stayed together. Gradually, the night deepened, and the group congregated at the entrance of one of the storerooms, awaiting the arrival of the malevolent spirit in the open expanse. An hour passed. 2 hours elapsed. 3 hours went by. Even the martial artists found it impossible to maintain unwavering focus during such an interminable wait. Just as midnight approached and some began to relax, Li Shou suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. A man's chest had been pierced by a bloody hand, and by the moonlight, Li Shou discerned that the hand belonged to a shadow lurking behind him. The malevolent spirit had arrived. Prepare for battle. The first to charge was a companion of the injured martial artist, brandishing his sword towards the shadowy figure. However, the moment the blade struck, it shattered, and in the next instant, he was hurled away by a chilling force. Meanwhile, the martial artist who had been ambushed lay lifeless on the ground. "Let us play it conservatively and focus on evasion," commanded the leader of the 7 Kills sect. In truth, the assembled warriors were already keen on preserving their lives. They avoided close combat, akin to wolves encircling a bear, taking turns to distract the malevolent spirit. Whenever the spirit lunged towards an individual, the formidable leader would intercept, blocking its lethal advance. This encounter resembled not so much a battle, but rather a form of hunting, a primal hunt. In the open field, the group wore down the spirit while Li Shou remained at the periphery, keeping Yuan Ifa close. "Hold off on attacking. Avoid provoking the spirit," he urged. "What do you mean?" Yuan Ifa questioned. "Just trust me. We must not attract its wrath." Li Shou sought to protect both Aunt Hua and his master. Employing this cautious strategy, the hunting continued. In the prolonged conflict, opportunities would inevitably arise. As they wore the spirit down, several martial artists wielding peculiar weapons ensnared the spirit's movements with chains and flying blades. The leader of the 7 Kills sect, a master in his own right, seized upon the spirit's fleeting moment of vulnerability, soaring through the air with energy coursing into his short blade, and with a flash of cold light, he severed the spirit's head. Yet even after decapitation, the spirit did not perish completely. It attempted to retaliate. The leader continued his relentless strikes until the spirit dissipated into wisps of azure smoke. However, no martial artist dared to lower their guard. They understood well that the most troublesome aspect of such spirits was their ability to resurrect. Multiple defeats were necessary for complete eradication. Aunt Hua is not as formidable as I imagined. After the first skirmish, Li Shou assessed Aunt Hua's combat prowess, finding it comparable to that of the final boss he had faced at the slaughterhouse. The only distinction was that the boss perished with a single defeat, while Aunt Hua required multiple. Why didn't you engage? As Li Shou pondered the combat dynamics, a red-eyed man approached him, loudly demanding an explanation. "Leader, I observed the entire battle, and this fellow did not strike once, only spectated. Are you reporting me?" Li Shou was taken aback. He had yet to seek vengeance, and now this man had preemptively accused him. "I witnessed it," the leader of the 7 Kills sect interjected, cautiously scanning the surroundings as he approached. He had indeed seen Li Shou in action, and sought to establish his authority while providing an exit for the newly recruited disciple. "Why did you not engage the malevolent spirit? Were you valuing your life too highly?" "I rely on my fist for close combat. Against such spirits, long weapons are more effective. I am better suited to protect others." Li Shou fabricated a rationale. Yet, the leader was clearly unconvinced. "Are you saying that bare-handed combat absolves you from participation? If you value your life next time, you shall not be spared. Do you, an outsider, think you have a say in the affairs of the Xuanqi sect?" Yuan Ifa could no longer remain silent. "You just arrived in Tong Kong and already wish to impose upon us," he scoffed. "Slaying the malevolent spirit is the responsibility of everyone in Tong Kong County, not solely the Xuanqi sect. To refrain from acting is to treat the lives of others as trifles. You should reconsider your position." The leader of the 7 Kills sect adeptly aligned himself with the collective. Furthermore, the inaction of the Xuanqi sect was evident to all, naturally stirring discontent among the others. Observing the restless crowd, Li Shou conceded, "Rest assured, I will undoubtedly engage next time." Yet, as his words faded, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the granary, heralding the emergence of a blood-soaked spirit before the leader of the 7 Kills sect. "Leader of the 7 Kills, I am here to assist you." Li Shou, upon seeing Aunt Hua appear, rushed towards the leader, ostensibly to aid, but in truth, he and Aunt Hua aimed to flank their adversary. "I have stated that I will definitely engage next time." Chapter 62, A Chance for Redemption. Li Shou seized the moment with exquisite timing. Most of the 7 Kills sect master's attention was drawn towards Aunt Hua at that instant. After all, Aunt Hua was a formidable warrior, and no one could have imagined that someone would conspire with the malevolent forces. Thus, Li Shou's ambush was practically assured. He aimed for the back of the 7 Kills sect master's head, should he land that punch, unless the opponent were a master of formidable internal arts. He would surely suffer grave injuries. Master, be careful. However, an unexpected disruption arose. Just as Li Shou approached the 7 Kills sect master, a voice warned from nearby. The sect master, seasoned from countless battles, quickly sensed the threat and narrowly evaded the impending strike. In a swift counter, he wielded a dagger and, empowered by his formidable internal energy, inflicted a wound upon Li Shou's arm. "You've thwarted my plans," Li Shou thought, instantly recognizing the source of the warning. No one else but that red-eyed brat, who was aware of his alliance with the malevolent forces. "What are you doing?" The 7 Kills sect master exclaimed, astonished. "Have you lost your mind? Madness is yours. There is but one opportunity, with over a dozen martial artists present. If we fail to subdue this great master, we shall face total defeat tonight." Enduring the pain, Li Shou pressed closer to his opponent, activating the blood-boiling secret technique. Under the dual assault from Li Shou and the malevolent forces, the 7 Kills sect master soon found himself wounded. Yet, the others were not fools. Although the assembled martial artists were bewildered by the betrayal, they understood the necessity of preventing the great master's demise to avoid a massacre by the malevolent forces. They therefore dedicated themselves to thwarting Li Shou's advance. Darts, flying blades, and various arcane weapons were launched, followed by swords and spears. Li Shou could not evade all of the attacks and was struck repeatedly. The sounds of muffled thuds echoed around him. Most of the assaults were absorbed by his living insect armor, but a few managed to breach his defenses, inflicting minimal damage. Nevertheless, the relentless barrage distracted Li Shou. In that fleeting moment, a flash of red light darted by, a dagger aimed at his neck. A profound sense of danger washed over him. The angle was treacherous. The speed astonishing. Li Shou had no time to evade and could only raise his arm to shield himself. With a sickening crunch, half of his arm was severed, the blade coming perilously close to his throat. What a powerful strike, Li Shou thought, shaken. Had it not been for the insect armor on his arm absorbing some of the force, he would have lost his head in that instant. The force of that attack exceeded even that of a master martial artist. Previously, during his battle with the malevolent boss, he had only sustained superficial wounds. An attack of this magnitude would have meant his demise. Wasn't he just a nameless nobody? Li Shou pondered, recalling the words of his middle-aged self. In that alternate timeline, he had no recollection of the red-eyed man, Jin Hong, who had perished in the very first task. Why had this individual grown so powerful in his own timeline? Was it the butterfly effect of his actions that led to Jin Hong's unforeseen fortune? Or was there another cause? Thoughts flashed through his mind. Yet they did not impede his counterattack. The previous encounter with the vengeful spirit had unveiled Jin Hong's abilities, this time to prevent him from becoming invisible. Li Shou unleashed the blood he had purged from his internal organs, spraying it upon Jin Hong. "Master, save me," Jin Hong exclaimed, realizing that his lethal strike had failed to eliminate Li Shou and attempting to retreat. Yet, that previous attack had seemingly drained more energy than the blood-boiling secret technique. Jin Hong, now utterly fatigued, found his movements severely impaired. He sought to vanish, but the bloodstains on his body revealed his presence. In the span of 3 blinks, Li Shou caught up to him and delivered a crushing blow to his skull. Seizing the severed arm from the ground, he reattached it before the wound had fully healed. Yes, he reattached it. With his remarkable regenerative abilities, he could bypass the tedious process. Has he become possessed by the malevolent forces? The martial artist speculated, connecting the dots of Li Shou's actions. "Forget that. Help me." The voice of the 7 Kills sect master cried out for assistance. Though Li Shou's initial ambush had not succeeded, it had certainly drawn considerable attention away from him. The sect master, an ordinary great master, would likely struggle against Aunt Hua alone. Disturbed by Li Shou's interference, he quickly fell into a defensive position, already bearing multiple wounds. If left unattended, he would soon face defeat and death. The martial artists, witnessing this dire situation, yearned to assist, but Li Shou stood as a formidable barrier, obstructing their path. Although his blood-boiling state could not be maintained for long at its onset, it surpassed even the great masters in strength. With 14 martial artists present, discounting Li Shou, the fallen Jin Hong, and Yuan Yihua, who had yet to engage, the opposing force was not overwhelmingly large. Before his blood-boiling technique came to an end, Li Shou managed to eliminate 2 more opponents and injure 2 others. After coughing up a couple of mouthfuls of blood, the strain of maintaining the technique began to slow him down. "Yuan Yihua, will you not act?" A martial artist, frustrated after prolonged combat, urged the watching elder beside him, clearly aware of their acquaintance. "This is my apprentice. How can I intervene?" Yuan Yihua hesitated, equally uncertain of the situation. "Master, assist me," Li Shou implored. "If you help me, I can ensure the obliteration of all those noble families and sects in the inner city. With the county now sealed by the malevolent forces, we could establish ourselves as local sovereigns. Would it not be splendid to see these families vanish, allowing our Xian blood sect to ascend as rulers?" Those words struck a chord with Yuan Yihua. If they could dominate entirely, who would wish to collaborate with others, given the current difficulty for external forces to infiltrate? Becoming a local sovereign was not an unappealing prospect. "My dear apprentice, can you truly bring about their demise? You aren't deceiving me, are you, master? After all this time together, do I seem like one to deceive you? Ha ha ha. If you put it that way, I shall take a gamble." As Yuan Yihua spoke, a surge of energy coursed through him, and he plunged into the fray. Li Shou had long recognized the elder's prowess during their first spar. Li Shou's living insect armor had nearly been breached by a single, unrestrained strike. Initially, he had thought all martial artists possessed such strength, but with experience, he understood that the elder was indeed among the elite. With his arrival, the odds shifted from 1-8 to 2-8, significantly alleviating Li Shou's burden. Two indomitable warriors plus one elite master, what outcome could be more evident? As dawn broke, the ground lay strewn with corpses, marking Li Shou's triumph. The deaths of the great master and numerous martial artists, although the news had yet to spread or fully resonate, had already tipped the balance of Li Shou's team beyond 1,000 points. The annihilation of such high-level forces would wield tremendous influence. The loss of these individuals would be a burden even the inner city could scarcely afford. Chapter 63. Abundant gains. In that fleeting moment, everyone was confronted with a choice. Uncertain of how long the fungi would grant them to decide, they hurriedly determined their paths. Many opted to depart. Wang Yifei pondered that there was little to gain by remaining, and thus he left, prioritizing safety above all. Teacher Zhang Ming shared similar sentiments and chose to exit as well, reasoning that her presence served no purpose. Julin followed suit, reflecting the prevailing thoughts of the majority. After handing over any useful items to those who stayed behind, they concluded their missions. Nevertheless, a portion of students chose not to leave. "Aren't you going?" Zhu Huang inquired. Glancing at Ma Nanjing, "I won't leave. Departing now would be foolish. Only those lacking understanding of investment and finance would consider such an exit," Ma Nanjing replied. Reclining casually while analyzing the situation, Li Gu evidently still has untapped potential. "Even if I do nothing, I could easily accumulate 2,000 points before departing. Though personal rewards may be scarce, the team rewards are substantial. Only a fool would leave." Impressive. Zhu Huang could only respond with those two words. He finally comprehended why unscrupulous merchants, despite their nefarious deeds, continued to attract partners. "I am no unscrupulous merchant. I embody the essence of mutually beneficial collaboration." The remaining students from Class 1 numbered around a dozen, all ambitious individuals. Among the newly joined trio, only the reckless Zhao Yinhua departed due to severe injuries, risking infection and death despite possessing life-saving elixirs. The other two remained, as their combat prowess surpassed that of their peers, and those in the seed group were inherently ambitious. As for Li Shou, his choice was clear. There was no decision to make. He would undoubtedly stay. Once Li Shou made his choice, the grand announcement of the accumulated prize pool ceased, leaving him amidst a sea of corpses. "Dear disciple, do you believe this malevolent spirit will seek retribution against us?" Yuan Yifei approached him at that moment. "It won't. Its resentment is primarily directed at the grain. As long as we refrain from taking the grain and do not act with hostility, it will not retaliate against us later." Rumors circulated that those who ventured to the granary met their demise. This was largely due to the fact that most who approached sought to take the grain. Even those guarding it would instinctively flee and retaliate upon encountering the malevolent spirit at night. Thus, the majority perished. That's a relief. If the spirit remains unvanquished and seeks vengeance, I would stand no chance against it. After confirming his safety, the old man cautiously asked, "Were the things you mentioned last night true?" "Trust me, master, I will certainly create chaos for them." "Will our Xuanxue sect be implicated?" "No." Li Shou had already considered this. The vengeful spirits sown by the wronged would seek retribution based on their grievances from life. As long as the wronged individuals Li Shou identified bore no ties to the Xuanxue sect, they would not attract trouble. However, when other sects and families sought assistance later, it was essential to refrain from entangling themselves. lest they become tainted by resentment and face retribution as well. Yet, being well-versed in the intricacies of human affairs, he ultimately refrained from voicing his queries. Having lived a substantial part of his life, he discerned that Shou was a person of clear distinctions between enmity and gratitude, one who avenged grievances and repaid kindness. However, he also understood that some secrets, when probed, could lead to discord. For now, as long as the Xuanxue sect could reap benefits without incurring excessive risk, that sufficed. Thus, the situation within the inner city began to escalate. A formidable martial artist, accompanied by a team of over a dozen martial artists, had nearly been annihilated at the granary. What message would this send to others? They would only conclude that the malevolent spirit was insurmountable. This instilled panic among the inner city lords. Some contemplated organizing larger groups to eliminate the spirit. Yet no one was willing to volunteer. The formidable spirit could not be vanquished merely by deploying a few more martial artists. Moreover, the loss of high-tier personnel continued. With only 6 martial artists remaining, who would dare risk their lives? Previously, humanity's courage derived from overwhelming strength. Each eradication of malevolent spirits had relied on a considerable superiority in power. When strength prevailed, martial artists had little to fear. However, the scenario had shifted. This was the first reaction to the escalation. The second consequential reaction was equally severe. If the malevolent spirit at the granary could not be eliminated, then the grain could not be retrieved. Consequently, the inner city lords faced the prospect of hunger, an intolerable situation. What could be done? They could only intensify their exploitation of the outer city and surrounding villages. After years of calamity, the villagers were already impoverished. How much more could they be drained? Even the meager resources extracted bore the scent of blood. The mingling of juice and blood ultimately led to a complete breakdown of order. Previously, after delivering grain, whether through cannibalism or foraging in the mountains, there had been a glimmer of survival. Now, that glimmer was extinguished. The disparities between martial artists and commoners became irrelevant. Everyone fought for their lives. Countless grain collection teams were met with violent resistance from the populace, yet more often, it was the people themselves who perished. After all, those ravenous individuals stood little chance against martial artists. The entire affair ignited a storm of resentment both within and beyond Kangxing. Every wronged soul, before their untimely demise, fervently wished to transform into a vengeful spirit, seeking retribution for themselves and their kin. Meanwhile, those who remained, including Zhu Huang, seized this opportunity. Under Li Shou's guidance, some dispersed throughout the city, while others accompanied the Yin family's convoy out of the city, scattering seeds of vengeance. The total number of seeds amounted to over 100, theoretically capable of summoning an equal number of malevolent spirits. Though these spirits were not particularly powerful, they could easily overpower 3 or 4 martial artists and would swiftly eliminate commoners and lower-tier martial artists. Outside the inner city, how many martial artists remained? Swiftly, the entire county's towns fell into disarray. No one dared to oppress the common folk, and the once coveted grain collection teams could no longer recruit soldiers. No one dared to push others to their deaths, all fearing the vengeance of vengeful spirits. During this period, the entire county basked in tranquility. The lives of the common people improved day by day, with the burdens of labor and grain collection lifted, even in the face of natural disasters. They could at least survive. Throughout this process, Li Shou's team amassed a significant number of points. Midway through the events, they secured another 1,000 points. Once again, none chose to leave. Soon, their points reached over 2,800. As the third round of rewards approached, the growth in points began to taper off. The vengeful spirits pursued their retribution, with their grievances converging predominantly in the inner city. At the lodging arranged by the Yin family, Zhu Huang held a map, marked with over 100 red lines. The red lines originated from various villages and markets within the county, ultimately leading to the inner city. While no one outside dared to take action, some vengeful spirits, upon reaching the inner city, vanished without a trace, presumably eliminated by the inhabitants of the inner city. While speaking, Zhu Huang produced a dull, lifeless seed, stating, "Our gains have thus stagnated. Merely relying on low-tier malevolent spirits cannot breach the inner city." Li Shou nodded. With numerous experts in the inner city, dismantling their defenses would necessitate the emergence of formidable figures. Chapter 64. The Malice of the Inner Chamber to confront the formidable malevolence. It falls upon Li Shou to take action. The grain depot incident has been brewing for over half a month now. During this time, every night, Li Shou ventures into the lairs of the wicked. He engages those he can defeat, and for those he cannot, he endures until dawn, relying on his tough exterior to outlast the malevolent spirits until they retreat. In this period, he has cleansed 12 lesser strongholds of evil and one more formidable one, gathering an ample collection of chilling energies, now ready for use. As discussions on strategies continue among the group, a knock resounds at the door. Accompanied by the voice of Yin Lingo from outside, "Junior brother, it is I." Surprised, Shou opens the door to find Yin Linger with a troubled expression. "What troubles you, sister? I fear that your activities have been discovered. Having spent so much time with the Yin family, I have aided everyone in forging identities and creating passageways. It wouldn't take a fool to connect the recent turmoil in the city with our group," she explains, a note of desperation in her voice. Yet, now that she is aboard this ship of misfortune, turning back would mean facing annihilation at the hands of the inner city lords. "What do you mean discovered? How do you know?" he inquires. "The guards at home have reported seeing numerous plainclothes officers lurking nearby, which is unusual for our locality, particularly in times of chaos when it is improbable for so many to be mobilized here." "I see," Shou muses. "We have exercised great caution in our endeavors. Indeed, we have been vigilant," Ma Nanjing interjects swiftly, observing Shou deep in thought. "However, with the passage of time, even with Miss Yan's efforts to shield us, it is inevitable that the authorities, unless utterly dull-witted, would uncover some clues. I suspect they have merely stumbled upon leads and do not yet grasp the full situation." Zhu Huang adds, "Otherwise, given the nature of the inner city lords, the Yin family would have been obliterated long ago, and we would not be here, deliberating calmly." At the mention of the Yin family's potential demise, Yin Linger becomes frantic. "Junior brother, you must devise a plan. My life and livelihood depend upon you." "Very well. I shall rely on you, junior brother." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yin Linger hastily retreats to distance herself from blame. Once she departs, Shou turns to Ma Nanjing. "You have spent considerable time within and beyond the town. Surely you know where the authorities have wronged the innocents?" "Indeed, I possess such knowledge," Ma Nanjing replies, producing a marked seed from his pocket, the sole seed of a victim wronged by the Li family, who wields significant power in the inner city. "You have calculated well. However, I shall not rely on your seed. I intend to cultivate my own. It is acceptable to share minor rewards, but to dismantle the authority, I must do so independently and claim the personal merits." "I presumed you sought convenience and would require assistance. I can guide you," Ma Nanjing offers. After the meeting disperses, Shou and Ma Nanjing disguise themselves and depart from the paper workshop, making their way to the outer relatives district. Under Ma Nanjing's guidance, they arrive at the entrance of a particular courtyard. This is the residence of the Wei family, an enemy of the Li family, Ma Nanjing indicates. "What enmity exists?" Shou inquires. 10 years past, the Wei family was also a prominent clan in the inner city, opposing the Li family. Following their defeat, they suffered annihilation. All male members, protectors, servants, and even maids were slain, leaving only the women of the Wei family alive. It is said that the patriarch of the Li family derived a twisted pleasure from tormenting the wives and daughters of their foes, sparing them for further cruelty. Ma Nanjing shrugs. "A peculiar proclivity, yet understandable. And then? The Wei young ladies have endured a most harrowing existence. Their suffering is not merely for sport. Death is frequent. The surviving women live in constant dread, as the guards are all under the Li family's command, leaving no avenue for escape. Seeking death becomes a near impossibility." "You wonder how I know all this?" Ma Nanjing chuckles. "To gather intelligence, one need only frequent the 3 establishments of towers, tea-houses, and brothels. It has always been thus. Merchants thrive on the differential of information. How could one succeed without it?" "Ah, I underestimated you in our school days. You possess quite the knack for cunning," Shou remarks. "Had you not come here, you might have become a wealthy man." With that, Shou vaults over the courtyard wall. Who goes there? Upon landing, he is immediately detected by the guards. Their shouts summon other household attendants. As the guards gather, Shou seizes the opportunity to strike. He swiftly dispatches the guards overseeing the Wei women without a single innocent soul lost. He moves like a tiger among sheep, cutting down his foes with ease. Within mere moments, half of them lie dead, and those remaining find themselves unable to flee, as the very walls meant to confine the women now serve as barriers to their escape. A fitting retribution, Shou muses, as he surveys the high walls before concluding his grim task. Stepping through the bloodied threshold into the inner sanctum, he had anticipated encountering the subdued demureness of noble ladies, akin to the portrayals on television. Yet upon entering, he realizes he has woefully underestimated the depths of human depravity. The scene within is as grotesque as the first time he encountered the notorious Golden Tooth, perhaps even more revolting. After all, Golden Tooth's motives were often to train obedient maids, and he seldom delivered fatal blows. The Lee family, however, harbors a far more sinister repertoire, exhibiting greater cruelty towards their adversaries. It becomes evident that during the power struggle between the Lee and Wei families, numerous kin had met their demise. Upon his arrival, Li Shou's soul seed pulsates violently, leading him to a woman whose anguish resonates most strongly. He poses a question regarding her desire for vengeance. Have you heard the rumors from the outside? This is a soul seed, capable of aiding you in your retribution, but you must willingly consent, he explains. Whatever the cost. I am willing, she exclaims fervently. The girl, frail as a willow, succumbs to the overwhelming emotion, coughing up a mouthful of blood and perishing on the spot. The soul seed absorbs her vengeful energy, turning a deep crimson. Yet, Li Shou senses it insufficient. He produces the soul catalyst, pouring forth all the chilling energies he has collected recently. It must not go to waste. Having mingled within the inner city, he is acutely aware that the Li family stands as the foremost power. Not only do they control the magistrate, but their influence extends to every town, entwined with several prominent families and sects through matrimonial alliances. If he can dismantle their hold, he could very well destabilize half of the inner city. With such a reservoir of chilling energy infused, even the Li family may find it intolerable. Chapter 65. Seizing the fields. Li Shou was perplexed by the accumulation of this chilling aura, for he had never conducted experiments on it before, lacking any precedence. Most of the cold energy he had gathered emanated from slightly inferior realms of malevolence. He was entirely unaware if the amalgamation of several low-level malevolent energies would yield a simple sum of 1 + 1 = 2, or if it would accumulate to a degree that would enable the malevolence to advance, or perhaps something else entirely. Moreover, he was currently mixing first and second-tier cold energies in his irrigation, and the precise effects could only be discerned through practical application. He yearned to validate the strength of the malevolence on site. After tidying up the area, Li Shou leaped over the wall. How is it? Outside. Ma Nanjung was peering around furtively, and upon seeing Li Shou emerge, he promptly approached with inquiries. After parting ways with Ma Nanjung, Li Shou made his way to the Xianyue martial arts school. Upon entering, he traversed through to the back courtyard, but did not find his master's presence. Just as he was searching around, an old servant of Yuan Ifa approached him. Are you young Master Li? Yes, that is I. Your master instructed me to inform you that he has gone to the inner city. Recently, the Xianyue sect has been under considerable pressure, and all elders and guardians are required to bolster their presence. Additionally, he asked me to give you this pass, allowing you to decide whether to enter the sect or not. What has transpired? Recently, Li Shou had been either cultivating or venturing into realms of malevolence. Although his power and combat experience had significantly increased, he had become somewhat isolated from external news. The corpses were dealt with by Yuan Ifa. The old man, having lived for so long, was well aware that those killed by malevolence would emanate a chilling aura, distinctly different from those who perished by human hands. At dawn the following day, he had gathered a few trusted friends from the Xianyue sect to handle the corpses. However, even so, others would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. The Xianyue sect had recently become a target, which was entirely expected. I shall investigate the situation. It was fortuitous that he harbored concerns regarding the new malevolence's capabilities. Aiding his sect in the process would not be unwelcome. Grasping the inner city pass, Li Shou promptly departed. The martial arts school was in close proximity to the inner city, and after passing through the city gates, he strode purposefully towards the Xianyue sect. Before he even entered, he could hear the sounds of an argument within. Last time, only your Xianyue sect members survived. Now we hear rumors of malevolence seeking revenge. Yet you have not been implicated. I suspect this matter is intrinsically related to you. Cease your nonsense. Our survival was due to luck and strength. Old Yuan was nearly promoted to a grand martial master in his day. Besides that outsider, the leader of the 7 killers, who among you is as formidable as old Yuan? It is entirely normal for me to protect my disciples and ensure their survival. And the corpses? The officials have inspected the granary, but not a single body remains. The corpses were devoured by the malevolence. You know well how ferocious such beings can be. They devour their victims completely. And the proof? You speak without substantiation. Lacking proof? If you seek evidence, go demand it from the malevolence. Are you too afraid? Who is arguing inside? Upon reaching the entrance of the sect, Li Shou inquired of the guarding disciple. It's the Golden Garment Martial Arts School. Li Shou was quite familiar with the name of this martial school. When he first arrived in this realm to seek a master, he had shortlisted 2 martial schools, the Xianyue Martial Arts School and this one. The rationale was simple. Only these 2 offered the bone-tempering technique. The Golden Garment Martial Arts School's methods were akin to the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt, fundamentally more suitable for Li Shou. However, he had not chosen this one primarily due to its lack of foundation within the inner sect, fearing that the techniques might not have advanced versions. Today, since the opportunity had presented itself, he might well gain additional benefits. With this thought in mind, Li Shou entered the sect. The discord continued within. There were more attendees than Li Shou had anticipated, and the leader among the crowd was the county magistrate he had previously encountered. Just as Li Shou entered, the magistrate began to speak. According to the constable's investigation, the Xianyue sect indeed exhibits numerous suspicious behaviors concerning the granary incident. Currently, amidst the malevolence's chaos, you have remained entirely self-serving. The county hereby orders the temporary sealing of the Xianyue sect's blood fields and associated land deeds to be managed by the leader of the Golden Garment Martial Arts School until the matter is clarified. To seize my blood fields, one must first take my life. An elder stepped forward in protest. The blood fields are the foundation of a sect. With blood fields, one can produce martial artists in bulk. Only through mass production can one select the most elite to become martial masters. Such an act of undermining the foundation naturally incited dissatisfaction among all members of the Xianyue sect, and an inevitable conflict ensued. Words quickly escalated to blows, plunging the scene into chaos. As a major sect in the inner city, the Xianyue sect was undeniably powerful, especially with a grand martial master in their ranks. Yet, a single Grand Martial Master accompanied by around 10 Martial Masters could not match the strength of the magistrate's entourage. Yuan Ifa found himself under considerable duress from a Grand Martial Master and was injured on the spot. Seeing this, Li Shou rushed forward. He first blocked 2 strikes aimed at his master, then pulled the old man aside. Give them what they want. It's absurd. The blood fields are more vital than techniques. They are the very foundation of the sect. The old man was initially reluctant, but upon seeing Li Shou's peculiar gaze, he lowered his voice. Is there any progress? We will act tonight. A major operation. Can we capture so many? Half the experts in the city are surrounding the Li family. Rest assured, it's almost certain. Initially hesitant, Yuan Ifa, observing the increasing number of injured disciples and even the sect leader sustaining injuries under the assault, understood that even if he did not trust Li Shou, the blood fields were beyond saving today. The Li family and the magistrate were recruiting external personnel. From the leader of the 7 killers to the head of the Golden Garment Martial Arts School, anyone with decent strength and no foundation was welcome. Conversely, those who had established themselves in the inner city without dependency on him became targets of suppression in this tumultuous era. Enough. We will hand over the blood fields. As the situation worsened, Yuan Ifa's commanding voice resonated throughout the venue. At his command, everyone ceased fighting. The leader of the Xianyue sect, Shou, observed the crowd and sighed, refraining from voicing any opposition. She was a woman of intelligence and recognized the necessity of subservience given the current circumstances. Very well. The magistrate's face displayed satisfaction as he witnessed the Xianyue sect's members halt. After all, with a Grand Martial Master present, should matters escalate to life and death, the elite forces he led would undoubtedly suffer losses. Amidst the turmoil in the inner city, he required manpower and was loath to see his own men suffer excessive casualties, particularly as the vengeance of the malevolence remained unpredictable in duration. He merely sought to use this incident to fortify his own position, subduing rivals, and establishing himself as the true local sovereign of Tongkong County. Currently, the county was under lockdown. The ambition to become a local sovereign was not exclusive to the Xianyue sect. Everyone in the inner city harbored similar aspirations. Naturally, the Li family was most poised to seize such power. Following this significant setback, the atmosphere among the Xianyue sect grew oppressive. The sect leader, Shou, a person of discernment, said little as she led everyone to pack their belongings and relinquish the blood fields and sect to the leader of the Golden Garment Martial Arts School. The entire Xianyue sect, comprising hundreds of formal disciples and even more servants, now found themselves squeezed into a private estate arranged by the sect a few streets away. Though spacious, it was merely a private residence. At this moment, within the confines of this dwelling, the atmosphere felt exceedingly cramped. The congestion fostered a sense of oppression. Upon arriving, the sect leader, Shou, vented her frustration by striking a stone pillar, leaving a deep imprint of her fist. At this moment, no one dared to utter a word, except for one. Master, do not be anxious. Li Shou approached. Given his uncertainty regarding the malevolence's potency, it would be prudent to leverage the strength of his sect. A Grand Martial Master, at a critical juncture, could indeed alter the course of events. Master, we shall seize the blood field tonight. Not only will we accomplish this tonight, but as long as you place your trust in me, we will bring along the esteemed elders for our vengeance, ensuring that the Li family is utterly eradicated. Chapter 66, Caution and the 14 Heads within the Li family estate. A multitude of esteemed guests gathered today. Among them were relatives of the Li clan, officials from the local government, and members of the Gene E Martial Arts Hall, which had affiliations with the Li family. In essence, the place was filled with high-profile individuals, and the atmosphere was abuzz with lively conversation. The head of the Li family and the county magistrate emerged to entertain the guests, engaging in discussions about alliances and mutual advancement. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of an inn 2 streets away from the Li residence, Qian Hongxiu, accompanied by several high-ranking members of the Xuanqi sect, had made their appearance. Master, what brings us here? One inquired. To admire the moonlight and the vibrant scene of the Li estate, Qian Hongxiu replied succinctly. She refrained from elaborating. Although the foreigner Li Shou had informed her that significant events were to unfold at the Li residence that night, she could not place her full trust in such words. Compared to Yuan Yifa, her confidence in Li Shou was markedly less. Their acquaintance was limited to a single meeting, and apart from their shared sect affiliation, they had no further connection. She was skeptical of Li Shou's claims, yet she would not let this opportunity slip by. Thus, she brought all the high-ranking members with her to observe from afar. If chaos indeed erupted within the Li residence to a degree that they could intervene and dismantle the Li family, she would seize the moment. Conversely, if nothing transpired, she would simply enjoy the night's scenery, incurring no loss. Even the Li family would not harbor any thoughts about their congregation on the inn's terrace. Are we truly here just to admire the scenery? One elder questioned with skepticism. Indeed, Qian Hongxiu nodded, her gaze sweeping over the crowd below. She remained uncertain if any among them had been swayed by the Li family, and she feared the potential for secrets to be leaked afterward, hence she remained silent. The only one privy to the truth, Yuan Yifa, kept her eyes closed in silence. At the same time, closer to the outskirts of the Li estate, Li Shou, shrouded in black garments, concealed himself. The master of the Xuanqi sect was known for his caution, which was reasonable. Any fool would act rashly on mere words. If he were to be lying, an impulsive action could lead to the complete downfall of the Xuanqi sect, resulting in their total annihilation. Since you wish to test the waters, allow me to stir the winds more fiercely. Once the signal is strong enough, you shall come to me, he mused. In the pursuit of their mission, others may assist, but ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Li Shou understood this well. Since the Xuanqi sect members were hesitant to approach directly, he would wait for the malevolent entities to infiltrate and become that force of nature. As night deepened, the Li residence bustled with revelry. Amidst this time of famine, the Li family's banquet remained exceptionally sumptuous, their storerooms stocked with provisions. The lords of the inner city and the leaders of significant powers engaged in a delicate dance of toasts and camaraderie, testing and flattering one another, intertwining their influences. As the full moon illuminated the night sky, casting a chill across the tables, it was Li Yuan Tai, the current head of the Li family, who first sensed something amiss. Lin Tian, come here, a young man approached respectfully. If Chun Zihan were present, she would undoubtedly recognize him as Li Lin Tian, the one leading the pursuit against them. I feel something is wrong, Li Yuan Tai declared, extending his hand to let the moonlight shine upon it. I sense an invasion of malevolence. Is that so? I detect no abnormalities, Li Lin Tian replied, casting a vigilant glance around while attuning himself to the ambient temperature. Yet he too failed to perceive any changes. At that moment, only the two formidable martial artists beside County Magistrate Li Yuan Hui sensed the disturbance. One was a sect leader, the other a clan head, both of comparable stature to the magistrate. They rose simultaneously, causing a stir among the attendees. Why have you suddenly stood? There is a situation. Everyone, be alert. A situation? Though puzzled, the attendees trusted the martial artists and began to scan their surroundings cautiously. Initially, they discovered nothing amiss until one exclaimed, "On the table, look, what is this?" Amidst the cries, some lowered their heads to behold the table, where the once delectable dishes had transformed into a grotesque feast of human heads, each plate containing their own severed visage. As all eyes fixated on the gruesome sight before them, The air suddenly erupted with a spray of blood. The heads of several young Li family members were severed, landing beside their own in eerie alignment. Do not let this spectacle distract you. It is an illusion of the malevolent, Li Yuantai urged, leaping into action with a fierce roar that reverberated through the assembly. What a powerful illusion! What a formidable malevolence! The multitude present, though experienced, were caught off guard. With only the martial artists managing to grasp the unfolding peril, terror gripped the assembly as they hastily formed a defensive formation, standing back to back in mutual protection. Amidst their gathering for warmth, an eerie female laughter resonated through the estate. Upon hearing this sound, the Li family members felt their vitality surge and their heads spin. As their discomfort grew, several more heads fell from the sky, severed by streaks of cold light. At last, Li Yuantai discerned the source of the lethal glimmers and, with a swift flick of his sleeve, sent 3 flying daggers soaring into the air. Clang, clang, clang. The daggers clashed against an ominous figure that materialized in the sky, a terrifying entity with 14 heads and 28 arms. 12 of the smaller heads represented the weaker malevolences that Li Shou had eradicated, while a larger head signified a second-tier malevolence. The central head bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased Miss Wei Qingqing. Li Yuantai recognized the malevolence instantly. Yet, the entity had long lost its intellect and memories, consumed instead by boundless resentment. Upon revealing its true form and sensing the presence of the Li family, it unleashed a torrent of violence, initially targeting only the Li family. The chaotic flight of the panicked crowd and their desperate attempts to fight back transformed the scene into a one-sided massacre. None could stand against this overwhelming force, save for the martial artists who managed to hold their ground in formation. Is this an insurmountable malevolence? At this moment, the 3 martial artists had congregated, refraining from immediate action. Similar, yet not, Li Yuantai observed, noting the chaotic and impure aura surrounding the entity. Despite its considerable power, its movements were clumsy, and it bore weaknesses. It was not invincible. Chapter 67. The Cold Art of Sanjiu. Indeed, Brother Li makes a valid point. The other 2 great martial artists nodded in agreement, yet showed no intention of action. Observing their hesitation, Li Yuantai took the initiative to demonstrate. Drawing his unique crimson blade from his waist, he let out a thunderous roar, channeling his energy throughout his body. As the undisputed foremost martial artist of the inner city, Li Yuantai radiated an aura reminiscent of a martial saint, his internal energy surging with a fierce wind swirling around him. He soared into the air, striking at the malevolent entity that was slaughtering the crowd with a single stroke of his blade. The blade's energy sliced through the air, landing precisely at the junction of the creature's body. Remarkably effective. Witnessing this, the other 2 great martial artists flung their concealed weapons toward the descending malevolent entity. The darts pierced through its form, inflicting significant damage. How feeble! This detached malevolent entity was merely slightly stronger than an ordinary martial artist. A handful of independent martial artists could easily overcome it. This revelation ignited a glimmer of hope among the onlookers. All the elders within the sect received orders. This malevolent entity was not invincible. They were to attack its vulnerable points and separate its numerous bodies. Great martial artist Feng Sanzhou began commanding the assembled disciples. Those invited to the banquet were all martial artist-level elders and their relatives, a considerable number of skilled fighters. Besides the sect leaders' commands, the heads of other families and small martial arts schools were no fools. They had witnessed everything unfold before their eyes. With so many of us, we can undoubtedly eradicate this malevolent being. Li Yuantai's strike instilled confidence in the crowd. Although they typically refrained from provoking formidable malevolent entities when one attacked, they fought back fiercely. Everyone understood that the recently emerged malevolence held grudges. If they were not eliminated today, they would seek revenge in the future, and none would be able to withstand it. Thus, within the Li residence, all the masters united with a common purpose, launching a counterattack under the leadership of the 3 great martial artists. The great martial artists moved with agility, utilizing their superior offensive capabilities to sever the malevolent entity's body, allowing the martial artist battalions below to swiftly eradicate the severed portions. Throughout this encounter, the colossal malevolent being was not merely a passive target. However, most of its counterattacks were restrained by various martial artist groups, limiting its potential to inflict damage. Each assault claimed only 1 or 2 lives. Thus began a war of attrition. With dawn still far off, within the next hour, the colossal malevolent entity was struck down once. The martial artist battalions suffered losses of 5 or 6 individuals. Subsequently, The colossal malevolent entity revived fully, and the second round of battle commenced, a protracted struggle. At this moment, Shou had managed to infiltrate the Li residence amidst the chaos, hiding within a secluded chamber in the back. He secretly observed the unfolding situation. Numerous warriors had arrived, and their coordination was growing increasingly seamless. During the second round of combat, the martial artists gradually discovered techniques to counter the malevolent entity. Meanwhile, the malevolent being, devoid of intelligence, continued to employ its old tactics against the foes. The frequency of injuries among the warriors diminished, while their rate of destruction escalated, tipping the scales of victory in their favor. We must devise a method to disrupt their formation. With this thought, Shou glanced around, seizing a nearby decorative stone and hurling it into the martial artist battalion. Shou's strength had now surpassed that of an ordinary person nearly 20-fold. The stone, about the size of a basin, soared through the air like a cannonball, exploding amidst the martial artist formation. The colossal malevolent entity's weakness lay in its clumsiness and lack of agility, yet its strength was formidable, rivaling that of invincible malevolent beings. The resulting chaos allowed it to unleash its full destructive potential. Instantly, its massive form crashed into the battalion, crushing 7 or 8 martial artists on the spot. Seeing the success of his endeavor, Shou began tossing everything within reach, his tremendous strength turning the courtyard into a tumultuous battlefield. Brother Feng, someone is interfering. I shall deal with that person. The malevolent entity required 2 great martial artists to restrain it. Otherwise, the opposing forces could swiftly annihilate everyone present. Reluctantly, they could spare only one to approach the chamber. As Shou reveled in his destruction, the sound of shattering glass echoed as another figure, emanating an icy aura, burst through the window. Who goes there? And why assist the malevolent entity? Are you not the intruder? Shou remarked, having confirmed no further threats were imminent. He had no intention of fleeing. Ah, madman. The great martial artist, upon realizing his foe was alone, wasted no time in attacking. Being a great martial artist, he was confident in his abilities. In this city of Kong, a great martial artist stood at the pinnacle of martial prowess. He could contend with anyone. Bring it on. Shou did not evade, eager to gauge the strength of the great martial artist. Over the past several days, he had ventured into the malevolent territory, facing life-and-death battles innumerable times. Though he often relied on sheer toughness to endure, his extensive combat experience had significantly refined his techniques and reactions. Real combat is the finest form of training. If there exists a superior training method, it is the struggle for survival. Throughout these days, Shou had not only enhanced his physical strength, but had also become remarkably astute in combat. While his skills still paled in comparison to those who had trained in martial arts since childhood, the gap had considerably narrowed. Within the confined space, the two engaged in a fierce battle, both increasingly astonished by the other's capabilities. Feng Sanzhou was taken aback by Shou's extraordinary strength and formidable defense. At that moment, Shou felt as though his very blood had frozen. Haha, my cold art of Sanjia may be ineffective against malevolent entities, but it works wonders against humans. Feng Sanzhou taunted, witnessing Shou's body stiffening from the cold. He intensified his attack frequency while unleashing a torrent of psychological torment through mockery. Your hard skills are commendable, but my cold art of Sanjia specifically counters hard skills. You have encountered your nemesis today. Soon, I shall subdue you and make you experience the agony of skinning and muscle extraction. Nemesis, Shou mused, feeling the chilling energy multiplying within him. Preparing for a desperate struggle, he activated the blood-boiling secret technique while bracing against Feng Sanzhou's relentless assaults, striking vital points across his body. Feng Sanzhou, well-versed in various techniques, immediately recognized this as a maneuver commonly employed by the Xin blood sect's death warriors. Once invoked, it could unleash tremendous power for a brief period. Yet, he remained unperturbed, mocking, "You dare to use such a secret technique while your whole body is frozen? Do you not fear your blood vessels bursting and leading to your demise?" Haha. Chapter 68. Retribution upon activating the blood-boiling secret technique. Shou experienced an immediate reaction as his blood vessels, particularly the capillaries, ruptured, saturating his black attire with crimson. While a normal individual would succumb to such a loss of blood, Shou merely expelled a mist of blood at the onset. The subsequent constriction of his capillaries kept his blood loss under control. However, Feng Sanzhou, oblivious to this development, saw Shou drenched in blood and prepared to strike fiercely, eager to take advantage of his apparent weakness. Blame your ill fate. The clash of techniques has led to your unjust demise. Feng Sanzhou taunted as he closed in on Shou, employing agile footwork to launch a series of palm strikes. Each blow unleashed a torrent of frigid energy. Li Shou endured the assault, the areas where he was struck rapidly developing into frozen clumps or adhering to his body before falling to the ground. Yet he remained still, seemingly gravely injured, silently awaiting an opportunity. As a grand martial artist, Feng Sanshou's agility surpassed Li Shou's, and despite the enhancement from the blood-boiling technique, Li Shou still found himself at a disadvantage. He needed to seize the perfect moment for a decisive strike. Observing Li Shou's non-resistance and the increasing cold energy surrounding him, Feng Sanshou grew even bolder. Yet, unbeknownst to him, while the 3-9 cold technique countered the blood-boiling secret technique, the reverse was also true, a delicate balance akin to the interplay of fire and water. In the midst of Li Shou's technique activation, the accumulation of cold energy would ordinarily lead to his demise through ruptured vessels. However, if he could endure the initial blow, his blood would begin to circulate more vigorously. Much like engaging in strenuous activity in frigid winds, generating internal warmth that made coagulation difficult. Feng Sanshou, believing he had sufficiently weakened Li Shou, leaped into the air, channeling his inner energy to deliver a strike aimed at Li Shou's Bai point, intending to ignite the cold energy and shatter his meridians. In that fleeting moment, as his feet left the ground, Li Shou surged forth like a long-hidden crocodile breaking the surface. The speed and ferocity of his attack caught Feng Sanshou off guard. With no ground to push against, he could only be ensnared in Li Shou's embrace. Through countless life and death encounters, Li Shou had honed his unique combat experience, mastering the timing of life and death. Now, with the sudden strike, the opportune moment, and the enhancement of the blood-boiling technique, even the seasoned Feng Sanshou found himself ensnared. Once he had secured his opponent, Li Shou unleashed his distinctive Mad Dog combat style. This method, originally developed for combating malevolent spirits, proved even more effective against human foes. Employing ferocious headbutts and grappling techniques, he relied on his formidable strength and resilience. The philosophy he adhered to was one of mutual injury. As long as his flesh remained intact, his opponent could not prevail. Initially, Feng Sanshou utilized his powerful inner energy to defend himself, but as Li Shou continued his relentless assault, the internal defense collapsed under the strain. His nasal bridge fractured, teeth shattered, and his vision blurred. Desperate to plead for mercy, his words were quickly stifled by his own teeth lodged in his throat. Li Shou, unfazed, continued his frenzied assault until Feng Sanshou's face caved in, brain matter seeping forth, leaving him entirely unresponsive before finally releasing the grand martial artist. Each individual possesses their own style of combat. Though mine may lack elegance, it proves effective. Li Shou mused as he gazed upon the fallen grand martial artist. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous adept fighters and remarkable talents, yet death rendered all accomplishments null. Memories of a once revered rival occasionally surfaced, and he wondered what fortune had granted them such formidable power. Li Shou's own strength was a culmination of various factors, yet it mattered little. Death is the ultimate equalizer. Reflecting on his choice of a resilient combat style, he acknowledged its merit. After this contemplation, he inspected Feng Sanshou's lifeless body. Finding no treasures akin to those depicted in dramas, individuals of such stature often eschew carrying even silver notes, let alone secret manuals. Oh well, the battle rages on. Having dealt with his adversary, Li Shou returned to the window to observe the ongoing conflict. The tide of battle had shifted significantly, now nearly an even match. With the loss of one grand martial artist, the number of those capable of maneuvering against the malevolent spirits had diminished by a third, allowing the clumsiness of the spirits to be somewhat masked, thus amplifying their lethality. Just as Li Shou prepared to re-enter the fray, a dozen figures suddenly appeared atop the wall. These individuals, unmasked and brazen, made their presence known. The members of the Xianyue sect, led by Qian Hongshu, approached. The county magistrate, sensing a disturbance, feigned enthusiasm. Your arrival is fortuitous. Assist in vanquishing these malevolent spirits, and I shall ensure you are duly rewarded. At this, Qian Hongshu's suppressed fury erupted. Old scoundrel, while the blood field is indeed valuable, I desire none from the Xianyue sect. I have heard tell of a larger, more fertile plot within the Li residence. Today, we shall seize it. With that, Qian Hongshu wasted no time, leaping into the fray. She unleashed a powerful punch, combining her formidable height and muscle, truly an intimidating sight. The martial artists surrounding the magistrate instinctively evaded, unwilling to become collateral damage. Although Li Yuanhui was a martial artist himself, he stood no chance against Qian Hongshu's might. The Xianyue sect's techniques were renowned for their ferocity, and Qian Hongshu, the most formidable among them, delivered a punch that enveloped Li Yuanhui, leaving him with no means of escape. Desperately shielding his head and torso, Li Yuanhui was nonetheless sent crashing through the air, his bones shattered. Breathing a sigh of relief, Qian Hongshu proclaimed, "Kill them. Today, not a single creature of the Li family shall remain." Enraged by the death of his brother, Li Yuanhui retaliated, severing a portion of the malevolent spirit's body before launching himself into battle against Qian Hongshu. Both were among the most skilled martial artists in Tongkang County, and their clash sent shockwaves through the vicinity, creating a scene of chaos. Li Shou, witnessing the unfolding turmoil, leaped down from the upper floor, dispatching several adversaries before reaching Yuan Yifa's side. "Master, my dear disciple, today, the Xianyue sect shall unify Tongkang," he exclaimed, sending another assailant flying. "Rest assured, I have instructed our sect members not to engage with the malevolent spirits, nor harbor any hostility towards them." "Excellent. The winds indeed favor us," Li Shou remarked. As the scales of victory began to balance, Qian Hongshu's arrival, as Li Shou had anticipated, proved pivotal. Their presence was the final straw that broke the camel's back. No, the final bundle of hay. The entire Xianyue sect's emergence instantaneously altered the battlefield dynamics. With the absence of a grand martial artist to contend with and the disruption of their ranks, the malevolent spirits regained their overwhelming ferocity, their 20-plus limbs snatching at the masses. As the last remaining grand martial artist fell to the malevolent spirits, the tide turned entirely against the remaining defenders. Those in the estate sought to flee, but the spirits, along with the Xianyue sect, ensnared the majority, leaving them trapped. Even those who managed to escape would find no solace, for the vengeful spirits would return the following night, leaving no one unscathed. Before dawn broke, the Li family residence was left with but a single survivor, Li Yuantai. Surrounding him were the remnants of overturned dishes and scattered furniture, while in front loomed the figures of Qian Hongshu and Li Shou, and behind him, the menacing presence of a formidable evil. Li Yuantai himself was battered and bruised. As he surveyed the chaotic scene around him, he could scarcely fathom that just before dusk, his family had thrived in prosperity, only to meet total annihilation by midnight. Alas, he was drained of energy, devoid of any will to continue the fight, and thus he relinquished his weapon. At that moment, the sinister force behind him seized him and presented him before its master. Gazing upon the familiar visage of Wei Qingqing, Li Yuantai could only lament with a wry smile. Such is the fitting retribution. With those words spoken, he was devoured by Wei Qingqing, his fate sealed in a gruesome demise. Chapter 69. In a single night, the most formidable family in Tongkang County was nearly obliterated. Although their influence still lingered in several neighboring towns, the core of their power had been extinguished, leaving those outposts incapable of confronting the vengeance of their former enemies. When news of this calamity first emerged, disbelief reigned. The inhabitants of the inner city were incredulous, and those in the outer city were even more skeptical. After all, the Li family had been a veritable pillar of strength in Tongkang County, possessing not only the highest combat prowess, but also the most elite martial arts warriors. And they held a substantial portion of governmental positions, from captains to county magistrates. Their numerous alliances through marriage with other major factions rendered them a true behemoth. However, as whispers spread and connections in the inner city conducted thorough verifications, the truth began to surface. After all, one cannot hide fire with merely paper. It was reported that not only had the Li family been annihilated, but many of their allied factions had also suffered significant losses, totaling 3 grand martial masters. Within the grand residence of the Yin family, the current patriarch, Yin Linger's father, Yin Jiangtao, convened with key family members. His foot, still bandaged, bore the scars of a brutal injury inflicted by Jingtang's men over 2 months ago, a wound that had yet to fully heal, and even once healed would leave him permanently disabled. The haunting memories of that pain intensified his thirst for power and strength. 3 grand martial masters perished? Was it not said that there were only 6 in total? Yin Linger was taken aback, suddenly recalling the words spoken by Li Shou before his departure, promising to resolve the issues with the government's pursuit. She never anticipated that such matters would be settled in this manner. While she knew her junior brother was exceptionally skilled with many secrets, who could have foreseen his capabilities reaching such heights? Indeed, the fall of the Li family bore a significant connection to your Xuanxue sect. I heard from business associates in the inner city that on the day the Xuanxue sect invaded the Li family, what transpired within remained shrouded in mystery. The outcome, however, left the Li family and their principal allies with almost no survivors. Other factions in the inner city now tremble at the mention of the Shou sect, with rumors swirling that they can manipulate malevolent forces. Moreover, upon hearing this, Yin Jiangtao cast a meaningful glance at his daughter, alluding to rumors that her junior brother was the mastermind behind it all. Even if he were not the orchestrator, he was certainly one of the primary participants, and it was said that his standing within the sect was quite high, second only to Qian Hongxiu. Li Shou had been seen frequently at the Yin family residence, and while others might have noticed the signs, Yin Jiangtao had certainly been aware. Yet, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. At that moment, he suddenly addressed his daughter. Your junior brother seems to have a favorable disposition towards you. You must seize this opportunity for our family's future security. But my junior brother has little interest in women. Nonsense. You must not forget how your aunt met her demise. Enraged by his daughter's lack of ambition, Yin Jiangtao erupted. Not only was he furious, but surrounding family members also urged her on, especially her mother, who pleaded earnestly. You are no longer children. In a farming household, you would already have several offspring by now. Indeed, it is only reasonable. But he truly lacks interest in women. Foolish girl. I would sooner believe that a pack mule would refuse to eat grass than believe that a man has no desire for women. Do not worry. We have all been through this. Can they truly harm you? After dealing with the Li family, Li Shou lingered in the inner city for 3 more days. Not for any other reason but to collect various manuals. The fallen families and sects undoubtedly possessed hidden treasures. Though the martial arts manuals were not typically carried with them, they were surely concealed somewhere. Qian Hongxiu mobilized hundreds of disciples to scour and unearth a wealth of valuable items, including not only manuals, but also various precious elixirs. This time, Li Shou was rather greedy, gathering every elixir and manual that might be of use to him, including those that could potentially benefit his classmates. Qian Hongxiu did not oppose this. Firstly, these manuals held limited utility for her. Secondly, Li Shou was the most significant contributor to this endeavor. And thirdly, and most importantly, Li Shou's ability to manipulate malevolent forces not only instilled fear in her, but also represented a crucial element for her future stability as the sovereign of Tongkong County. After all, while the Li family had been vanquished, other grand martial factions still remained. Furthermore, in the long term, cultivating a good relationship with Li Shou would be beneficial for both the sect and herself. These are the manuals of those families, along with diagrams of acupoints. I did not retain a single one, Qian Hongxiu remarked, gesturing to 2 chests before her, one containing manuals and the other filled with elixirs, some for aiding cultivation and others for enhancing strength. Thank you, sect leader. Li Shou was elated. Not only had his points surged to over 500, but he had also acquired numerous martial manuals. Among these, he valued not the cultivation manuals, as mastering them would require a decade or more of dedication. Instead, he placed great emphasis on the rare desperate techniques. However, such techniques were scarce, and the few available were related to the explosive release of inner energy, which held little relevance for him due to his limited inner energy. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, for the mission was still ongoing. The reward from the mission would be substantial. The balance points had already risen to 500, with his individual contributions accounting for a significant portion of this increase. Beyond the team rewards, his personal contributions also received considerable boosts. Given the current state of affairs, with the Li family and government obliterated, his forthcoming tasks would be considerably less challenging. It was merely a matter of generating additional malevolent forces and systematically eliminating the remaining officials in the inner city. Ultimately, it seemed that the Shou sect would be the last one standing. Sect leader. What if all the other factions in the inner city were to be annihilated? And we, the Shou sect, became the sovereign? Would we not then oppress the common folk? Indeed, Qian Hongxiu replied with unwavering certainty, not shying away from the truth. Not only I, but everyone else would as well. If the Heishui workshop or those villagers were to occupy my position, they would undoubtedly do the same. Perhaps even with greater severity. Then, reliance on humanity can only be achieved through a single generation. One cannot expect everyone to be virtuous. However, if malevolent forces truly possess the capacity for vengeance as rumored, I believe that would not be the case. Everyone would be filled with fear. Is this the essence of balance? Li Shou nodded. He still possessed some seeds, believing that leaving behind a few embers scattered across Tongkong County, along with some rumors, would yield the best outcome for his mission. It would also align with the principles of balance. Yet ultimately, human capabilities remain finite. This world cannot be confined to a single county. Tongkong is merely a small corner of it. He could not oversee the entirety of this world, nor could he manage the numerous branches of existence. What he could accomplish here was limited to this. Perhaps other counties had their own teams. After all, the mushroom domain was vast, and Fingmu City was but a minuscule fragment. Perhaps there existed individuals in other realms who also adhered to the principles of balance. Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, Li Shou could only focus on fulfilling his own mission. With these thoughts in mind, he bid farewell to Qian Hongshu and lifted the 2 chests as he departed. I have brought you a plethora of items. Feel free to peruse these manuals and take whichever you desire. Upon opening the door, Li Shou placed the chest on the table. However, upon raising his gaze, he found none of his classmates, only Yin Lingo clad in a sleek black bodysuit. Senior sister, what brings you here? Junior brother, I have sent your friends away. As Yin Lingo approached, her physique, honed through years of martial training, was accentuated by the tight-fitting attire, particularly her well-defined thighs, which exuded a healthy allure. Li Shou was not naive. With his classmates dismissed and her lingering presence, her intentions were clear. Senior sister, it's nothing, junior brother. I just miss you and want to chat, Yin Linger said as she approached, pressing her ample thigh against Li Shou's leg. He quickly pushed her away. I'm still quite young. According to our customs, I haven't even reached adulthood yet. Where do you come from, junior brother? The customs there are so conservative? Yin Linger expressed her disbelief. In worlds where technological advancement is lacking, such as ancient Earth, most individuals were already marrying and having children before the age of 18. This world was no exception. Really, I remember telling you before that in my homeland, before turning 18, many people haven't even held a girl's hand, Li Shou insisted. That doesn't matter. Yin Lingo leaned in again. If you don't know, your senior sister can teach you. Forget it. The things we are doing now are even forbidden in the stories back home. Let's wait until I come of age to meet you, Li Shou sighed. If I am still alive then. Seeing Li Shou's repeated rejections, disappointment flickered in Yin Linger's eyes. If it weren't for her significant assistance during this mission, their classmates would have struggled to navigate the initial phase. Not only them, but even an elite team like Chun Zihan's faced immense challenges without a legitimate identity. Li Shou was naturally grateful to Yin Linger. He turned and opened a chest containing martial arts manuals. The sheer number of martial arts texts and diagrams left Yin Lingo awestruck. While such items held little value for Li Shou or for the prestigious Xian blood sect with its own lineage, they were treasures worth their weight in gold for Yin Linger's modest family, one of merchants. A merchant family from a paper mill held a status lower than even the most ordinary martial artist. Why? Because they lacked strength. Their endeavors could be undertaken by anyone. The family's former patron was merely the captain of a guard from an inner-city clan, a position that proved useless when Li's family faced calamity. Countless lives were lost that night. Despite spending time with Yin Linger, the divide between the merchants of the outer city and the Xian blood sect or great clans was vast. If her family hadn't been willing to invest, the offspring of the Li family wouldn't even have been able to register as disciples at a martial arts school. Such small families sorely needed inheritance. The transmission of martial arts was paramount. After all, even if they possessed resources, they couldn't keep them. With the right techniques, however, they could produce martial artists from the blood spirit flesh procured at high prices from the apothecary, and with promising descendants, even martial masters could emerge. Moreover, the manuals Li Shou brought were not from minor martial arts schools. They comprised the Li family's unique skills, such as the legendary 3-9 cold skill. The documentation was thorough, with complete transmission, including insights from high-level martial masters. Junior brother, look at these manuals piled together like wilted cabbages, Yin Linger exclaimed, feeling dizzy. Each of these would be priceless in the outer city, yet here is an entire chest of them. Yes, all authentic from the sects and families. Choose one that suits you. Oh, and there are also relevant breakthrough elixirs. With these 2 items, I feel I could become a martial master myself. Junior brother. This is too precious. How can I accept it? It's fine. Most of these are of no use to me, Li Shou replied truthfully. Too precious, Yin Lingo insisted, grasping Li Shou's hand. Actually, I wanted to share something with you. Yes? I came to find you today with the intention of seeking some favors. But it's not solely for that. Even if you don't offer me any benefits, I still wish to see you. Do you understand what I mean? I do. But let us focus on the manuals first. All right. An hour later, Li Shou emerged from the courtyard, hoping to find his classmates to distribute the manuals. However, upon stepping out, he was met with a cough at the entrance. Cough, cough. He turned to see Yuren King. Cough, cough. Another cough came from the other side, revealing Zhu Huang. What's with the coughing? Are you all afflicted with tuberculosis? Li Shou approached, only to find a group of people gathered, including Ma Nan, Big Guy, and even Qin Zihan. They all regarded him with teasing gazes. How did it go? Did you succeed? Yuan King inquired. Did what? What do you think? You've got it all wrong. We didn't do anything. Li Shou quickly realized what they were implying. Who would believe that? You were inside for over an hour. And Miss Yin saw you coming and had us leave early. Isn't that premeditated? Qin Zihan scoffed, crossing her arms. Yuan King, your lewdness is one thing. Why are you getting involved? I had nowhere else to go. The authorities are gone. You can go wherever you please. Go to your task. Li Shou helplessly looked at his classmates, clarifying, I truly didn't do anything. Think what you will. I was just selecting manuals. It's a significant matter. And I needed to ensure each one was suitable for me. I believe you. Yuan King patted Li Shou on the shoulder as he entered the courtyard. I believe you too. Zhu Huang followed suit. I'm not so sure, but if everyone else believes it, then I suppose I will too. Big Guy chimed in. Get lost. Li Shou kicked him playfully in the rear. In the days that followed, Li Shou and the others distributed the manuals and elixirs while also testing the effects of the elixirs. Most of the elixirs available were breakthrough and enhancement potions, originally meant as rewards for outstanding disciples from noble families. Li Shou discovered that while the elixirs initially increased internal energy and cultivation, their effects diminished over time, ultimately leading to a tolerance where they became ineffective. Moreover, they had several decades' worth of inventory from various sects and families, which they could never consume entirely. Stop whining. It's annoying, Zhu Huang pushed him, but before he could finish speaking, an announcement echoed in everyone's ears. 1 month remains until the next mission begins. Please prepare accordingly. 1 month remains until the next mission begins. Please prepare accordingly. What is going on? Didn't the mission have no time limit? There is no limit, but the intervals between the first 3 missions were too short. However, even without pressure, our lifespan is nearly over, Li Shou remarked, raising his wrist to glance at the countdown. Only 2 months and 17 days remained. Normally, they would be nearing death by now. Thus, although there was no explicit time limit, there was still an underlying restriction. Indeed, if you're not afraid of dying, you can always try. Chapter 71, Rewards for the Second Task. Thanks to the Silver Alliance leader, Unintentional Love, Ma Nanjung, not being foolish, certainly dared not confront the fungi directly. Moreover, Li Shou wished to inspect the third task in advance. Thus, the time left for everyone was far less than a month. Within the inner city, several large factions needed to be eradicated. Ma Nanjung felt that Emperor Zhao and the others had formed an intelligent task force, propagating the notion that good and evil ultimately receive their just deserts. Without government oversight, they fabricated numerous ghostly legends and tales of vengeance, disseminating them as stories while burying surplus, and used seeds throughout the jurisdiction of Tongkang County, mixing truth with fiction in their legends. Should anyone genuinely discover a seed of vengeance, the credibility of their tales would significantly increase. Meanwhile, the force focused on martial prowess ventured into the towns beneath Tongkang County, employing both the dark forces and their own strength to eliminate the malignant factions. Such factions were indeed numerous, and their oppression of the common folk was frightful, as most of the populace resided in villages or the outskirts of towns. A figure like Li Yuanwei could condemn many to a life of suffering. These factions also possessed their own protective forces, typically composed of 2 or 3 martial masters, whom the martial task force could readily handle. Subsequently, it was Li Shou's turn. The culmination of exploitation still lay with the prominent families and sects of the inner city, with Li Yuanwei siphoning off resources. Apart from a small portion for his own enjoyment, the majority flowed back to his clan. Several formidable factions within the inner city remained unresolved, necessitating Li Shou's intervention. He employed the same strategy as before, addressing the dark forces in their territories, utilizing vengeful spirits to attract the chill of the underworld. This time, Li Shou did not target the lowest-grade dark forces, as most of those areas had been nearly cleared. Furthermore, his powers had notably increased recently. After consuming numerous elixirs, he had channeled his internal energy to nourish his bones, resulting in a more robust physique with enhanced resilience. After cleansing several more dark territories, Li Shou amassed a considerable quantity of chilling energy. He then sought out individuals from the Zhou family's Qingjian sect and other large clans who had suffered persecution, ultimately manifesting several high-level dark forces. The ensuing tale mirrored the downfall of the Li family, with dark forces seeking vengeance, and the Xuanxue sect tying up loose ends. The only deviation occurred after the obliteration of another clan. Upon recognizing the Xuanxue sect's involvement, others sought retribution. However, the dark forces Li Shou had produced were of the same batch, and by nightfall, they were consumed with their own troubles. Furthermore, the remaining factions, even if united, were not as powerful as the former Li family, failing to stir any significant upheaval. Thus, the great families and sects of the inner city fell one by one, ultimately leaving only the Xuanxue sect, which Li Shou had no intention of purging, given the kindness it had once extended to him. After all, he was not a mere creature of rules. He could not extinguish his own sect for the sake of a few points, devoid of human sentiment. Additionally, he did not believe a county devoid of any major factions was beneficial, as it would lead to imbalance. A lawless county would descend into absolute chaos, with every petty tyrant aspiring to become a local overlord, resulting in even more brutal and bloody conflicts among secondary factions. As the task neared its conclusion, Li Shou found himself once again at the granary storing government provisions. He was there to clear away Aunt Hua's remnants. Although the vampires had been eradicated, the common people of Tongkang County still faced hunger. Thus, the granary stocks needed to be distributed. Li Shou was uncertain whether this act would yield balance points. But even if it did not, he was determined to proceed, as it would require little time. Despite the absence of the grain requisition team's relentless oppression, the common folk still struggled to find sustenance in the mountains. However, they suffered greatly. He did not underestimate the wisdom of the populace, knowing that each family still possessed some survival provisions, which was why the requisition teams always managed to collect something. Many still had a small reserve of life-sustaining grain. During past raids, not everything had been pillaged. These essentials would only be relinquished when families faced dire threats. Thus, each requisition yielded a small bounty. Yet, the suffering continued, with many starving daily. Releasing a substantial amount of government grain would at least aid many in surviving until the next harvest, beyond which Li Shou could do little. After a deep breath, he entered the granary, seizing a handful of grain before turning to leave. However, as he reached the doorway, a dark force obstructed his path. "And Hua, those you seek vengeance against are all dead. I am taking this grain to the people. If you still possess even a shred of sanity, do not impede my way." Li Shou attempted to persuade her. Aunt Hua hesitated, perhaps still clinging to a fragment of her former self, or merely instinctively assessing Li Shou's combat prowess. Regardless, she was still a dark force. After a mere few seconds of hesitation, she extended her claws and lunged at him, determined to thwart anyone attempting to take the grain. With a long sigh, Li Shou plunged into battle. As dawn broke, Li Shou departed. The subsequent day, disciples of the Xuanxue sect commenced their distribution of grain. Some transported provisions to various villages and towns, while others delivered supplies to impoverished neighborhoods in the Blackwater district. With the substantial collection of balance points he had garnered, the distribution of grain predictably led to an increase in his points. Upon completing his selection, he vanished in a flash from the deserted room, reappearing in the Misty Realm. The task concluded with the team entering comprising 45 members, all of whom survived, thus enjoying an additional reward bonus. Furthermore, 3 new members joined the team, bringing the total to 48. However, newcomers would not receive the full team rewards, nor would those who departed early. A total of 6,000 balance points were collected during this mission. After consuming one, Li Shou felt the effects unfold within his stomach, transforming into pure vital energy that nourished his entire being. During this period, he sensed a gradual enhancement of his foundational physique. This enhancement was distinctly different from mere exercise. While training could build muscle, it was challenging to strengthen the marrow and internal organs. The effects of the elixir were comprehensive. Even his hair seemed to grow sturdier than before. Such a remarkable substance indeed. 6,000 points equated to 6 elixirs, and those who departed earlier had truly missed out. Li Shou attempted to consume another, finding that the potency of the elixir did not diminish significantly with repeated ingestion. As he absorbed the medicinal power, the long-anticipated personal rewards finally materialized. Chapter 72, Multiple Choices for Personal Rewards. Li Shou, an exceptionally skilled balance maker, achieved a remarkable 61 in the overall team's balance factor, with a production volume reaching 3660. Previously, he was merely regarded as excellent, but now he has ascended to exceptionally excellent. Hearing this, Li Shou felt immense joy, as he understood that the forthcoming personal rewards would be exceedingly generous. Below are the personal rewards, from which he could select 3 options. 1. Xuanxue Gong, 60 years of cultivation, a primary combat technique, possessing formidable destructive power, capable of enhancing strength, an excellent offensive martial art. 2. 5 poisons toad technique, 60 years of cultivation, a primary poison technique, highly lethal, an exceptional toxic martial art. 3. Silent calamity evasion technique, 60 years of cultivation, a primary spiritual awareness technique, enabling the perception of danger. 4. Golden garment technique, 60 years of cultivation, a primary defensive technique, an outstanding defensive martial art. 5. The family classic, 60 years of cultivation, a comprehensive technique that significantly enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities upon practice. 6. 3-9 cold technique, 60 years of cultivation, an ice attribute technique that can restrict the enemy's movements. 7. Starlight sword technique, master level insight, allowing the immediate elevation of this sword technique to master level. 8. The family blade technique, master level insight, allowing the immediate elevation of this blade technique to master level. 9. Windbell phantom steps, master level insight, allowing the immediate elevation of this movement technique to master level. Before Shou, a white mist began to swirl, forming lines of misty characters. A multitude of techniques and skills were displayed, amounting to dozens of options. Upon closer inspection, Shou recognized that these options were all related to the task world and his past experiences. Some were secret manuals he had collected, while others were techniques employed by adversaries he had faced. It appeared that task rewards were intricately connected to the task world and personal experiences. He would need to be more diligent in collecting such resources for future missions. However, with so many choices, how was he to decide? As he gazed at the array of martial arts and techniques, he found himself in a dilemma, desiring each and every one of them. Primarily, he lacked combat skills aside from his training in wrestling at the gym. Compared to any martial artist in this world, his meager skills were woefully inadequate. Shou had always relied on a reckless fighting style, taking risks to exchange injuries for victory. If he acquired more refined techniques, not only would his combat prowess elevate, but he would also fight with greater elegance. Moreover, movement techniques were even more crucial than swordplay or blade techniques. Despite his superior speed compared to the martial artists, he often found himself unable to catch his opponents, clumsy as a bear. With improved movement techniques, he could attack and defend with finesse. In terms of martial arts, he had numerous aspirations. The 5 poisons toad technique intrigued him. Its resilience and toxic nature could be truly debilitating to others. The silent calamity evasion technique was also appealing, as the ability to sense danger would allow him to circumvent numerous troubles and potentially save his life multiple times in the future. Such a technique would remain relevant even a decade later. As for the 3-9 cold technique, he had personally tested it and found it to be one of the most practical techniques in combat, particularly against human opponents. When he faced Master Foam, had it not been for his blood-boiling secret technique, he would have likely perished under its influence. He desired them all. The next mission posed a significantly higher risk of death, with difficulty surpassing the previous one, and he would be contending against competitors governed by different rules, including particularly formidable and frenzied individuals from the Black Mist and Fong Ant factions. After much contemplation, Shou ultimately chose the 3-9 cold technique as his first selection. This technique was exceedingly powerful against human adversaries, and once engaged, it would severely diminish the opponent's mobility, compensating for his own agility shortcomings. With this choice made, the mist coalescing into the characters of 3-9 cold technique dispersed, only to reform around his body. The mist enveloped him like an intoxicating potion, and he began to experience a plethora of memories that were not originally his. From a young age, after acquiring the manual for the 3-9 cold technique and receiving guidance from a renowned master, he had diligently practiced daily from the age of 10. Undeterred by either frigid winters or scorching summers, consuming countless amounts of blood-spirit flesh. After 60 years of relentless dedication, he finally perfected the technique by the time he reached 70. A torrent of memories, knowledge, and the fruits of his arduous training surged into his being at the moment he regained consciousness. Shou felt the powerful internal energy coursing through him, and, following the memories, he channeled this energy into a palm strike, unleashing a chilling blast. This feels comparable to Master Fong, he mused, quite pleased. Upon observing the 60 years of cultivation, Shou was uncertain of its exact implications. After all, an ordinary person likely wouldn't reach the martial artist level even after 60 years. while a genius like Qian Hongshu could ascend to the ranks of master martial artists by the age of 40. This phenomenon was not easily quantifiable. Fortunately, he sensed that 60 years of cultivation was equivalent to that of a grand martial artist, which was commendable. Next, he scrutinized the options once more, ultimately deciding on 2 additional choices from the following 3: 5 Poisons Toad Technique, Wind Bell Phantom Steps, and Golden Garment Technique. These 3 selections were made after careful deliberation. The 5 Poisons Toad Technique, combined with the 3-9 Cold Technique, would create a synergy of toxicity and frost to immobilize foes, complemented by Li Shou's tenacious physique, akin to an indestructible cockroach. The thought of tormenting his adversaries filled him with delight. The Wind Bell Phantom Steps would enhance his movement, while the Golden Garment Technique would further fortify his defenses. The harrowing memory of nearly being defeated by the red-eyed assassin remained vivid in his mind. While his defenses were robust, if an opponent's attack surpassed a certain threshold and breached his defenses, a single strike to a vital point could prove fatal, rendering him no different from those lacking any defense. Thus, if he was to prioritize defense, he must do so comprehensively, ensuring that no adversary could breach his fortifications. In the forthcoming mission, among the individuals from the Fong Ant and Black Mist factions, there would undoubtedly be assassins more formidable than the red-eyed one. Hence, preventing them from delivering a lethal blow was paramount. In pursuit of practicality, Li Shou opted for the second choice. Once again, a flood of memories inundated his mind. This time, he recalled his encounter with a master in his youth, who introduced him to martial arts. The master had him immersed in a special pine oil for 10 hours daily, even denying him sleep. Following this, he underwent unique acupressure and body conditioning. Coupled with the Golden Garment Technique's distinctive internal energy manipulation and the specialized blood-spirit flesh, his physical defenses grew increasingly formidable. After years of rigorous training, his flesh could now withstand a blade's cut. As the memories and power filled him, he felt a surge of strength. Though he did not perceive a significant increase in internal energy, his physical form had become considerably more resilient. His skin shimmered with a golden hue, muscles akin to steel cables, and his bones as tough as alloy. His defensive capabilities had significantly enhanced, though the precise extent would require testing against another to ascertain. Now, he prepared for the third selection. In the third option, Li Shou ultimately chose the 5 Poisons Toad Technique. He refrained from selecting a mobility skill because he had already informed Guo Pengfei that his next skill would be shared vision, with the eyes of the Kuei-Mu vulture. He believed that would suffice as the best form of agility. Moreover, Li Shou was genuinely intrigued to witness the effects of poison paired with ice, curious to see how it could torment an individual. Hence, he decisively opted for the 5 Poisons Toad Technique. Upon vocalizing his choice, a surge of memories flooded in, depicting an ancient poison master who had captured a young boy. Each day, the master forced the boy to ingest various toxins, subsequently employing medicinal brews to distribute the poison throughout his body, torturing him without bringing about his demise. Additionally, he imparted peculiar techniques to the boy, aimed at suppressing the bodily toxins. The blood essence consumed by the boy was a unique variety, resembling the flesh of a toad. As the years of relentless torment passed, the poison master eventually succumbed to old age, leaving the boy to inherit the mantle of the new poison master. With the influx of memories, Li Shou felt a surge of 60 years' worth of cultivation energy coursing through him. This enlightenment not only augmented his internal energy, but also bestowed upon him an additional pathway for its circulation. Merging the 2 forms of energy into a single force, he unleashed a palm strike, releasing a torrent of greenish-white energy that embodied both ice and poison. It was truly formidable. Eager to test his newfound prowess, he thought of seeking out instructor Shashi for a sparring session. Having finalized his choice, the assessment concluded, and he vanished from the scene instantaneously. Chapter 73. Newcomers and Veterans, Why Are You So Slow? As Li Shou appeared, everyone gathered around him. I had more choices for rewards over there. What about you? Not many. Ma Nanjing shook his head. Individual rewards only offered 3 or 4 options, and they weren't substantial. Fortunately, there were plenty of team rewards, 6 Martial Saint blood pills, which I consumed all at once. His precautionary measure against potential disputes over the rewards caught Li Shou's attention. Speaking of Martial Saint blood pills, Li Shou produced 4 from his pocket. He hadn't managed to consume them all within the balanced space. Upon retrieving them, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be possible to concentrate all the Martial Saint blood pills together to nurture an exceptionally formidable individual? With this idea in mind, he handed the pills to the nearby Ju Huang. Take them, give it a try. All right. Zhu Huang, astute as ever, immediately grasped the concept. However, just as he received the blood pills, both their minds echoed with the voice of the mushroom. Items cannot be traded. Such actions contradict the path of balance. If forced to trade, the pills will lose their efficacy. The mushroom prohibits concentrating resources to nurture an individual, as it contradicts its rules. However, the people from Fang Yi and the Black Mist may not be bound by such restrictions. They inherently embody extreme rules, particularly Fang Yi, under their strict hierarchy. It is customary for those below to support those above. Thus, nurturing a master aligns with their rules. If resources could be pooled, how formidable might one become? As Li Shou pondered these thoughts, a guard approached. This was not Shashi, but a guard with whom Li Shou was less familiar, exhibiting a remarkably courteous demeanor towards the group. Li Shou and his companions exchanged knowing smiles. They had been grinding through this task for far too long. If not for the limitations of their lifespans and the imminent arrival of the next task, they could have continued indefinitely. I've heard of your class. Quite peculiar, I must say. Some even ended up in the waiting to die group. Despite not being very strong overall, you managed to survive. In my years on the training field, I have never encountered such a situation. The guard exclaimed in astonishment. I'm from the waiting to die group. Ma Nanjing stepped forward to identify himself. Throughout their journey, the guard engaged in light conversation with the group. You understand the psychology of traversers quite well. Of course, before becoming a guard, I was a traverser myself. Once you complete the third task, there are no more mandatory assignments. You can choose when to undertake tasks. As for me, I'm done. I barely survived the third task by sheer luck. And your lifespan? Lifespan can be traded, and serving the mushroom as a guard allows for some lifespan in return. Albeit meager. Still, it suffices to ensure one's survival. Those from Fangyi have it better. I've heard they can force students to trade their lifespans. But we do not have such authority here. That's a rather dangerous mindset, my friend. What's dangerous about wanting to survive? They conversed extensively with this guard, who was quite talkative. Through this guard named Zhou Ku, Li Shou and his companions gathered a wealth of useful information, particularly the revelation that after the third task, mandatory tasks would cease. This insight invigorated Ma Nanjing and the others, as surviving the third task equated to preserving much of their lives. Li Shou, however, was more intrigued by the circumstances following the fifth task. According to the guard, individuals who survived 5 tasks gained an exceptionally long lifespan and the ability to traverse freely between the main world and its branches. Some even possessed the prowess to explore unknown territories within the realm of rules governing the main world. Such individuals were typically referred to as adventurers. He had initially assumed that many would perish in the second task, leaving the training ground sparsely populated. To his surprise, he found thousands of people crowding the area. A closer look revealed that most were new faces. Clearly, new schools had been transported during their task, given the passage of several months. As Li Shou and the veterans entered, they gazed upon the fresh recruits, filled with myriad emotions. How many of these individuals would ultimately survive? This school is much larger than ours. Indeed, Li Shou noted. His school had only 18 classes with around 1,000 students, while the current institution boasted several times that number. They clearly appeared to have just arrived 2 days prior and were currently being addressed by Captain Yin Quan. The captain exuded an aura that commanded silence. The recruits were hushed in fear. Only one individual dared to interrupt Yin Quan, and she did so without inciting her ire. Each time the captain posed a question, this girl managed to hit the nail on the head, even negotiating for her own benefits. From what you've said, we should have undergone some training before the first task, at least to supplement our knowledge for surviving in an apocalyptic world, a youthful voice chimed from the crowd. Li Shou squinted but could hardly spot her among the throngs of taller students. She was strikingly short and petite, resembling an elementary school student amidst the high school crowd. This girl has a point. After the assessments yesterday, I was reluctant to train you. You all seemed rather incompetent. However, since you brought it up, I suppose I will reluctantly impart some knowledge today. When had she become so accommodating? Li Shou had interacted with Yin Quan multiple times. She was notoriously stern. Even with the seed group, this young girl had managed to charm this fierce captain. The challenge appeared greater than that of the third task. Not only was Li Shou astonished, but the guard Zhou Ku was equally impressed. This girl is remarkable. I've never encountered such intelligence before. In just 2 days, she has the captain wrapped around her finger. It's a pity her physique is so frail. She can't be more than 12. Not even 12? Li Shou was taken aback. Isn't she a high school student? Yes, she is reputed as a genius at her school, having skipped grades to reach this level. Not only is she a high school student, but she is also in her final year. Does that mean she is preparing for the college entrance examination? Pretty much. Imagine a 12-year-old taking the exam. Typically, such prodigies are recruited directly by national departments. Who knows? I've only seen such individuals in the news, and most reports end after they reach adulthood, as their lives become state secrets thereafter. It's rather unfortunate, with her weak body. She likely won't survive the first task. We could recruit her into our team, Chun Zihan reminded from behind. We have the card. Indeed, I wouldn't mind having such a clever individual as our strategist. What is her name, and which class is she in? She is from Class 1, Year 3. And her name is Li Shuaxian. Chapter 74. The Fate Line and Rejection. Li Shou was utterly astonished. In his imagination, Li Shuaxian was supposed to be an older girl with a figure resembling that of Qin Zihan. After all, the middle-aged version of himself had described her as the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. He could hardly fathom that the middle-aged version of that person could be so lewd. If this were a civilized world, he would surely deserve execution. Reflecting on the words of that person from the past, Li Shou scoffed, even disdainful of associating with him. Am I truly the same person as him? Could it be that he is merely disguised as Dofu Ru? Li Shou began a comprehensive self-denial. However, despite his doubts, interaction was still necessary. After all, tasks and survival took precedence over shame. After everyone stood at the entrance for a while, Captain Yin Quan spoke about some rules and regulations, then instructed the instructor to start class assignments. You all wait here. I'll inquire about her joining the team. Amidst the chaos of the crowd, Li Shou exchanged greetings with Zhou Ku and his classmates before seeking out Li Shuaxian among the throng. Quickening his pace, he approached the shortest figure in the crowd. Just as he was contemplating how to initiate conversation, she spoke first. Hey, do you know me? Shuaxian's voice was melodious and crisp, her not yet fully matured tone akin to that of a delicate little bell. I don't know you, he replied. You're lying. Your hurried body language and gaze betray that you know me. The little girl looked up at Li Shou, her eyes reflecting the difference between how one looks at a stranger versus someone familiar. Her quickened steps and forward-leaning posture exuded determination, devoid of hesitation. But I'm certain I haven't seen you before. Logically, that doesn't quite add up. So, you must have heard of me from someone else, right, big brother? Upon their first encounter, Li Shou felt as if she could see right through him. He recalled a television series about Sherlock Holmes, where Holmes could instantly gather data from a person's breathing, gait, clothing, body language, pace, tone, and even scent to form a mathematical model of analysis. He had previously perceived this as an exaggeration of dramatization, yet here was a living example of such ability. Momentarily at a loss for how to respond, he also understood why his middle-aged counterpart had deemed Li Shuaxian the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered. He finally grasped how the formidable Yin Quan had been tamed in just 2 days. Having previously viewed Li Shuaxian from a distance, he now recognized how stunningly beautiful she was up close. She resembled a character stepped out from a manga, yet far surpassed any illustration. The beauty of girls was not uncommon, as even Qin Zihan and Yin Ling were quite lovely. What set Li Shuaxian apart were her eyes, clear and filled with wisdom, yet imbued with a hint of gentleness. Her gaze resembled that of an elderly wanderer who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, mixed with the innocence and clarity expected of a child. This paradoxical blend rendered her unforgettable. I wish to invite you to join our team, Li Shou declared, as he felt compelled to express his thoughts. You strike me as exceptionally intelligent, and if you join us, we could achieve mutual success. I possess a team card that can allow you to join our class, and I would like to extend an invitation to you. With a team card, big brother, you are considered a veteran here. You must have undergone many tasks, so joining your team seems appealing. However, based on the information that Sister Yin Quan has shared with me over the past 2 days, I have concluded that joining your team would be detrimental to my long-term development. Why is that? Because I haven't started with the initial tasks. Jumping straight into advanced missions may increase my survival rate in the short term, but the rewards will be minimal. If I merely contribute ideas without laying a solid foundation from the beginning, I will struggle to grow genuinely. Moreover, I am reluctant to part with my classmates. Li Shuaxian smiled. Thus, I must decline. However, after a few missions, I anticipate we will have many opportunities to collaborate. A polite, yet resolute rejection. Her reasoning was sound. She did not wish to play a supporting role. She had her own ambitions. After careful reflection, Li Shou recognized that attempting to recruit her at this moment was indeed somewhat selfish. She instinctively possessed the potential to become a key player in a team, nurturing her own group, and could evolve into a renowned adventurer over the years. To interrupt her growth process would not be beneficial. I respect your choice, Li Shou nodded. Then produced a Marshall Saint blood pill and offered it to Li Shuixian. Let me see if I can gift this to you. He had not expected much when he handed over the blood pill. He merely felt that aiding a novice aligned with the principle of balance, so he took a chance. To his surprise, this act of generosity was indeed permitted. This is a Marshall Saint blood pill, a reward from the mushroom. It can enhance your physique. Even with your intelligence, survival can be challenging in the early stages, as many scenarios require physical strength for survival. Genius does not guarantee success. With the Shou's appearance, the butterfly effect could alter the fate line of the red-eyed girl. He feared he might inadvertently change Shuixian's destiny as well. It was evident that this clever little girl had a high potential ceiling but was also susceptible to early demise. Luck was an enigmatic force. If fortune were to abandon her, encountering a deranged zombie in the first mission could lead to disaster. With this blood pill, at the very least, it would increase her chances of survival. Upon receiving the blood pill, Li Shuixian gazed into Li Shou's eyes for 2 seconds, ultimately nodding. Thank you, big brother. I understand the principle of reciprocity. Indeed, although she had not joined the team, a bond of goodwill had been established. Just as Li Shou was about to say more, Captain Yin Quan approached through the crowd. All right, Captain. Li Shou glanced around and noticed the discontented expressions on the faces of Li Shuixian's classmates, evidently displeased with his attempt to recruit her. Their dissatisfaction was palpable, yet no one dared to voice it. Captain, before we leave, could I ask how many people from our school are still alive? Throughout his journey, he had only encountered newcomers, and he was unaware of how many from his school had survived the second task. After being dismissed by Yin Quan, Li Shou pondered the survival count of his school while returning to his team. With over 100 people, this likely included some from his class. By his estimation, approximately 100 others had survived across the remaining classes. In a school of 1,000, nearly 900 had perished after 2 missions. How was it? As he rejoined his team, Chun Zihan approached him. Did she agree? She declined. She has her own thoughts. Children will be children, unwilling to be led through tasks. Chun Zihan maintained her haughty demeanor as the student council president. I once thought I was exceptional. Reality has proven otherwise. She is not like you. After a few casual exchanges with the others in the team, they dispersed on the spot. Establishing a bond with Li Shuixian was merely a side endeavor. Li Shou was primarily focused on his own advancement. Having gained numerous enhancements from the previous mission, he was eager to validate them. However, with the newcomers just entering the training ground, Instructor Shah, she was busy and had no time to attend to him. Li Shou then turned his attention to Zhou Ku. I just underwent some enhancements. Would you like to spar? I do not engage in conflict. Zhou Ku is evidently one who adopts a laid-back approach to life. Throughout my existence, I have harbored a deep aversion to fighting. Had it not been for the necessity of completing tasks to survive, I might have never struck another. Seek out someone else. Upon uttering these words, Zhou Ku departed. Thus, only Li Shou remained at the scene, a rather tedious individual. Perhaps seeking Qian Hongxi would be a more prudent choice. Indeed, although Instructor Sha Shi is formidable, I lack a clear understanding of his prowess, and thus cannot accurately gauge my own progress against his standard. Conversely, I have witnessed Qian Hongxu unleash her full potential. Previously, our abilities were closely matched, making her the ideal candidate for testing my skills. Moreover, I had yet to bid farewell to my senior sister. Li Shou left the location designated by Yan Linger for the group's accommodation, emerging into a familiar setting. As he pushed open the door and stepped out, he immediately encountered Yan Linger, who had been waiting there for quite some time. Junior brother, she exclaimed, rushing toward him with excitement. In the span of a single day, all of you vanished. I inquired with the servants who delivered provisions, and they too claimed to have seen none of you. I feared you had departed without a word. It is good that you did not leave, Yan Linger said, patting her chest. To be honest, I was quite anxious about your departure. Why is that? You have left me with so many precious items. If you were to leave, I would be unable to safeguard them. That is indeed true. Li Shou understood the principle of bearing the burden of valuable possessions. However, he could not remain indefinitely. Please retrieve the portions of those manuals and elixirs that you do not intend to use. I shall return them to Master Qian and introduce you to her. With the protection of the Xuanxue sect, your family should be able to live without worry. Is that truly possible? Yan Linger inquired, her expression filled with doubt. It is important to note that Shou currently reigns supreme in Tongkang County, having vanquished all prominent families and sects. She is regarded as the true sovereign of the county, an authority whose word is law. Furthermore, due to her efforts in providing grain, her reputation among the populace is exceedingly high, rendering her an unattainable figure in Yinlinger's eyes. In truth, even the former Shou held a status far superior to that of someone from a merchant family like Yinlinger's in the outer city. The disparity in their standings is vast. Rest assured, it is indeed feasible. Moreover, I am seeking to spar with her. Let us go together. You wish to spar with the sect leader? Upon hearing this astonishing revelation, the look of confusion on Yinlinger's face transformed into one of concern. Chapter 75. A note on launch today, at noon. I received notification from the editor that my work has been officially launched. I nearly made it to the top of the Sanjiang rankings, which leaves me with a sense of regret. I would like to address a matter of concern for my readers regarding post-launch updates. In celebration of this milestone, I will be providing 5 updates today, followed by a commitment of at least 3 updates each day thereafter. However, I must clarify that I am not a full-time writer. I work 8 hours a day. Previously, when I managed 2 updates, I dedicated 4 hours to writing. With 3 updates, it requires approximately 6 hours of my time. Consequently, my total working hours would amount to 14 each day, and I must admit that I cannot stretch beyond this limit. I kindly ask for your understanding, dear readers. Chapter 76. Sparring. Seeking initial subscription. Shou discerned the worry etched on Yinlinger's face. She was apprehensive not only about Shou's ability to prevail, but also about the potential disgrace his challenge to the sect leader could bring upon her. Chapter 77. As the water rises, the boat naturally sails higher. Shou flexed her wrist. That previous punch had been delivered with all her strength. Yet it felt as though it struck against an indestructible iron, causing her bones to ache and her energy to falter. This was akin to Chapter 78. Farewell and the Formula of Daffodils. Seeking initial subscription. Dusk. The Rouge Pavilion. One of the finest taverns in the city, within the charming Little Red Building. At the Grand Round Table in the esteemed private room, number 1A. Chapter 79. Skill combination indeed. Shou felt quite elated upon hearing this. Just at this moment, everyone had completed their second task. Not to mention, over a dozen remained until the very end. Chapter 80. The Dance of Demons. 5 updates seeking initial subscriptions. Chapter 81. The Third World Nightfall. Within the dormitory of Class 13, the maximum range of sonic oscillation has yet to be tested today. Indeed, the cumulative damage. Chapter 82. The Middle Martial Arts with a sense of curiosity. Shou continued to assess the combat prowess of the 2 warriors. Although he had already acquired a faint trace of the power of rules, the 2 martial generals were evidently engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 83. What is this object? Shou had long pondered the nature of this item. The waist token emanated a subtle power of order, clearly signifying that it was far more than a mere symbol of identity. Chapter 84. The advantage is mine. Shou sprinted vigorously, his physical stamina remarkable and his speed impressive as he ascended the mountain. At this juncture, he found himself confronted with 2 choices, the first being Chapter 85. Raising masters and dividing slaves with a resounding crack. The blood on Shou's body crystallized into icy beads that fell to the ground as he sprang into action once more. This time, no one dared to confront him head-on. Chapter 86. The first night out in the 3rd mission. The realms of the task world and the primary world experience a peculiar reversal of day and night. Chapter 87. The Weeping Photos. As Shou howled, he attempted to use his physical prowess to resist, yet his formidable defenses merely slowed his transformation. His form continued to shift towards the unknown. Chapter 88. Nonsense and secondary fusion. Is the world composed of matter or energy? Do emotions belong to matter? Does sadness belong to energy? If so, then. Chapter 89. The later stage of balance. After the second fusion, Shou not only acquired new abilities, but also experienced a further enhancement of his physique, akin to the improvements witnessed during the initial fusion. Having completed these tasks, Chapter 90. The Tao and the Law. As he descended the mountain, Shou meticulously examined the items upon his person. Aside from the martial sage blood pill, which he had kept securely concealed. Chapter 91. The Chameleon of the Vine. The agile mouse in a flowing green attire, with a long sword in hand and hair elegantly styled in a bun, complemented by a poised stature. Chapter 92. We are all on the same side. Everyone exchanged information and established a preliminary relationship of trust. Subsequently, the ever-changing mouse verified his identity and shared some details about the vine tree to demonstrate clarity. Chapter 93. The actor Li Shou's audacity left the envoy of the Qing nation momentarily speechless. He gazed at Li Shou's countenance for a while, remarking, "You do not appear to be very sincere." Chapter 94. The sovereign, my lord, what commands do you have? She will comply with everything on her end. Excellent. With this insider, our endeavors will proceed smoothly. The envoy from the Qing kingdom observed Shou Ying's demeanor. Chapter 95. The third match finally arrives. Chapter 96. The Five Masters, what is the mission? Why have we not entered that peculiar misty space this time? On the show's side, many individuals remained vigilant while probing their own bodies. Chapter 97. Assassin number 5, could you please hurry up? A voice urged from the front of the group. The procession of over 100 individuals moved at a painfully slow pace. 4. Chapter 98. Masters and teams. In an instant, 7 individuals perished. Although the classmates had gathered around Li Shou, the majority of the deceased were solitary outsiders. Yet, there remained one. Chapter 99. Fairness. Li Shou found himself in an exceedingly uncomfortable situation. The damage to his vagus nerve rendered him incapable of perceiving the world around him and the distances within it. His eardrums and eyes were. Chapter 100. The accumulation of cultivation. In the Yanwu County of the Qing Nation, President, something terrible has happened. The leader of the Fong Ant Camp, who had just completed the martial assessment of the Ranger Army in the Qing Nation, was engrossed in research. Chapter 101. A month feels like 3 years. Suppressing his elation, Li Shou turned to a bai and inquired, during my absence from the villa these past few days, has anything untoward occurred? Chapter 102. A month of strength advancement. This task remains without a set deadline. The most recent time frame is the one mentioned by the ever-changing mouse, indicating that it is 1 month later when Fong Yi receives the task. This suggests a high probability. Chapter 103. All are infiltrators. Huiling Jun. Although Li Shou has been in this realm for quite some time, he has either been engaged in the completion of missions or in the pursuit of cultivation. The fundamental intelligence. Chapter 104. The son-in-law is not as impressive. What is the specific situation? Do not inquire too much about the details. The owner of the tavern is still present, and I cannot converse with you for an extended period. You should seek out Ju.